The night was as dark as ink, and a blood-red moon hung high in the sky. A steam train steeped in a retro-industrial aura sped through a sea of gray mist, its chimney spewing thick smoke that spread and billowed above the carriages. Inside the carriage, Chen Ye was jolted awake by a piercing, bone-deep chill. He forced his eyelids open with difficulty, the back of his head throbbing, as if someone had struck him with a club, his temples pounding violently. Above him was a dark, oppressive metal ceiling, beneath him a rock-hard seat. The entire carriage trembled lightly and rhythmically, the particular swaying that came with a train racing at high speed. He jerked upright. All the surrounding seats were occupied. Some faces he recognized, some he did not, but everyone seemed to be about the same age. In the seat beside him sat his roommate Qin Xiaoyang. In the row ahead, their class monitor Zhou Yuting was slumped over, snoring with her head tilted to the side, and across the aisle, Zhao Hai from the school basketball team was curled up on his seat. 4 more male classmates were sprawled across the last 2 rows. Dressed in pajamas, t-shirts, and shorts, they looked as if they had been snatched straight from their beds and thrown in here. Xiaoyang, wake up. Chen Ye shook Qin Xiaoyang hard where he slumped in the adjacent seat. Qin Xiaoyang was curled up in an extremely twisted posture in the seat, drool hanging from his chin. Only after being shoved several times did he drowsily open his eyes. Ow, what are you doing? I was just dreaming about having fun with that senior from 3rd year, he grumbled. Stop having your damn spring dream, Chen Ye snapped. Look where we are. Chen Ye slapped Qin Xiaoyang on the forehead. Only then did Qin Xiaoyang reluctantly sit up straight, rubbing his eyes, his expression shifting from groggy to puzzled, then from puzzled to utterly blank. He stared dumbly at the churning gray fog outside the window, then lowered his head to look at the seat beneath him. His mouth fell open. What is going on? Wait, isn't this a train? How did I end up on a train? I was clearly sleeping in the dorm, he muttered. Around them, the other passengers were also beginning to wake up one after another. What the hell is this place? As someone shouted. Are we being kidnapped? Or did we travel to another world? Call the police now, another voice rang out. I'm screwed, my phone is gone. I haven't even cleared my browsing history, someone wailed. Kidnapping. It has to be kidnapping. Panic spread through the carriage like a virus, infecting everyone within 3 minutes. One person tried smashing a window, but the glass did not so much as quiver, not even a scratch marring its surface. Another pounded madly on the iron door connecting to the next carriage, his palms turning bright red, yet there was no response at all. Some of the girls had already started crying. Chen Ye remained still. He sat in his seat, forcing himself to calm down as his gaze swept across the carriage. A quick count told him there were roughly 40 people aboard. Outside the window, the gray fog was unnaturally dense, like some nearly solid gray-white substance pressing against the glass and writhing along its surface as though it were alive. Something was wrong. Terribly wrong. Just then a burst of harsh electrical static crackled from the speaker at the top of the carriage, and everyone fell silent at once. Dear passengers, welcome aboard Death Train No. G5002. The train rules will now be announced. Please listen carefully. The rules will only be broadcast once. The voice from the speaker was a standard synthesized female tone devoid of any emotion. The carriage fell into a deathly silence. First rule: this train has a total of 8 carriages with 40 passengers in each. Movement between carriages is prohibited. Do not attempt to enter any other carriage. It is forbidden to harm other passengers within your carriage. Second rule: after the train arrives at a station, all passengers must disembark to participate in a survival trial. Those who refuse will be erased by the rules. You must return to the train within 2 hours after the trial ends. Third rule: the trials follow a point system. Surviving safely until the end of the trial period will grant you basic survival points. Killing monsters in the trial scenario will award additional kill points, and slain monsters may drop items. Fourth rule: after each trial ends, your performance will be evaluated, and you will receive level experience and points. Points can be used to exchange for food, water, and other daily necessities. Fifth rule: each passenger will receive a system panel. Please silently recite panel to view it. The broadcast paused as if allowing them time to absorb the information, then continued. Now please draw your talents. Talent ranks from highest to lowest are SSS, SS, S, A, B, C, and D. Please silently recite draw talent. The result will be bound to your personal system. The train will arrive at Corpse City in 2 hours. The Corpse City survival trial will last 24 hours. We wish all passengers a pleasant journey. With a click, the broadcast cut off. The carriage remained silent for a full 3 seconds, then erupted. To hell with your pleasant journey, I just want to go home, someone roared. What does this mean? What death train? What trials? It has to be a prank, another insisted. Definitely a prank, someone repeated. I got a drank talent. There really is a system panel, another cried. Mine is crank. Damn it, what the hell is this? Hearing that people had drawn talents, the others hastily opened their system panels and began drawing as well. Chen Ye's breathing hitched slightly. In his mind, he silently recited 2 words panel. A translucent pale blue light screen instantly unfolded before his eyes, suspended in midair, the text upon it etched with razor clarity. It read, Name Chen Ye. Level LV10. Vitality 100,100. Stamina 100,100. Strength 5. Agility 4. Constitution 5. Spirit 3. Talent not drawn. Skills none. Points 0. He stared at the words, not drawn, for 2 full seconds, his heartbeat beginning to race. Then he silently recited the word for drawing. The text on the panel flickered violently, a streak of golden light flashing past, so bright it almost forced his eyes shut. When the light faded, a new line had appeared in the talent field: Talent, Guali Wanchen. He shifted his gaze to the talent description and read every word carefully. Guali Wanchen SS rank strength and constitution growth values are increased 5-fold. Each level gained grants 5 strength and 5 constitution. Chen Ye read the description 3 times over, and his heart pounded hard against his ribs. SS rank. 5-fold growth in 2 attributes. In other words, where others gained 1 point per level, he would gain 5, and in both strength and constitution. Yet the problem was equally obvious. He was currently only LV1 with 0 experience. At level 1, this talent offered no immediate boost to his combat strength. In 2 hours, the train would arrive at a place called Corpse City, where he would have to survive for 24 hours. And in this first survival trial, his SS rank talent would be of almost no help. Yega. I drew a blank talent. It's called 100% hit. It says anything I throw or any ranged weapon I use will hit the target without fail. What did you get? Qin Xiaoyang's excited voice dragged him back to reality. Chen Ye closed his panel and looked at his roommate. Qin Xiaoyang's face was twisted into a strange mix of exhilaration at drawing a blank talent and dread of the unknown situation. The 2 emotions tangled together, making him look particularly comical. The others in the carriage were much the same. Some were cheering over in a rank talent, some cursing because they had only drawn drank, and many more still stared blankly into space, unable to accept this new reality. Create a talent that slightly enhances basic strength. Chen Ye kept his guard up and did not reveal his SS grade talent. After all, he had read plenty of apocalypse survival novels, though under doomsday conditions human morality and ethics would quickly collapse. He possessed a top-tier talent, but for the moment, it was no different from having none at all, so caution was paramount. More importantly, his roommate was a blabbermouth who could not keep anything in his heart. Great isn't bad, stronger than great. But speaking of which, is this really real? Could it be some kind of prank variety show? Where are the cameras hidden? Qin Xiaoyang muttered as he looked around the carriage. We've most likely traveled to another world. Since we really drew talents, what the broadcast said should be true. Chen Ye's brows furrowed slightly. This first trial would most likely depend on this roommate. If they could get hold of a crossbow or something similar, Qin Xiaoyang would immediately gain combat capability. He continued asking, by the way, what are your basic attributes? Strength 3, Agility 5, Constitution 3, Spirit 3. Without much scheming in his heart, Qin Xiaoyang promptly reported his basic attributes. Chen Ye grew thoughtful. It seemed these basic attributes were assigned according to one's physical condition. Chen Ye stood at 1.85 meters with a strong athletic build and a love for sports, while Qin Xiaoyang was a scrawny kid barely over 1.70 meters, whose hobbies were gaming and watching adult romance films. His gaze shifted to Zhao Hai across the aisle. Zhao Hai had secured the starting small forward position on the university basketball team in his freshman year. His frame was a size larger than Chen Ye's, so his basic attributes should be quite high. As levels increased, everyone's basic attributes would grow. Ignoring the boost from talents, a difference of 1 or 2 points in basic attributes alone would not matter much. But this was a doomsday survival game. In this carriage alone, how many could live through it was still unknown, let alone level up. Look at the system. There's a chat group, a large group, for the whole train. Looks like the system can also create groups that friends send messages, and there's even a warehouse. The speaker was the class monitor Zhou Yaoting, dressed in a very cartoonish pink teddy bear pajama set. Hearing this, Chen Ye opened the system interface again and found a speech bubble icon. He silently willed himself into the group chat, and the chat window unfolded before him. Messages surged forth like a breached flood. Carriage 1 Zhang, Wei damn. What the hell is this place? I drew a grade talent called Night Vision. What the hell is that even good for? Carriage 2 Lu Dong, quit yelling. I drew a grade talent Dexterous Hands, ha. Basic Agility 2 and a lockpicking ability. Anyone want to team up with me? Carriage 8 Sun Na, are you stupid? You can still laugh with a grade talent. In a while you won't even know how you died. Carriage for Wang Chong, who the hell cares about your grade? I drew a grade talent Gale Phantom. My agility attribute has double growth. Once I grow stronger, I'll cover you all. Carriage 7 Lin Xiaoyu, does anyone know if this is fake? I'm really scared, I want to go home. Carriage 6 Chun, how everyone calm down. I just checked the system shop, you can exchange points for food and water. This game is playable. The messages refreshed so fast that Chen Ye's eyes could hardly keep up. He noticed that every ID was prefixed with a carriage number. The entire train had 8 carriages with a total of 320 people. Judging from the chat, these people were all students and teachers from Yunqing University. There might be other familiar faces in the other carriages, he thought. Qin Xiaoyang was also staring at the group messages. Chen Ye ignored him and continued scrolling through the chat. Carriage for Zhao Ruoxi. Dear students, I am Zhao Ruoxi, a lecturer from the computer science department. Please remain calm. Right now, the most important thing is to confirm everyone's identities and locations. I suggest that students in each carriage get to know each other. After we arrive at that place called Corpse City, we should act together as much as possible. Seeing this message, Chen Ye's brows twitched slightly. Zhao Ruoxi was the homeroom teacher of their class 3 freshman year in the computer science department. Chen Ye sent a message in the group. Carriage 3 Chen Ye teacher, Zhao Qin Xiaoyang, and I are in carriage 3. The class monitor Zhou Yiting is also in this carriage. Carriage for Zhao Ruoxi. Chen Ye. You're all in carriage 3. That's great. The situation is unclear for now, but since the rules state we must disembark for a trial, we have no choice but to face it. I suggest that each carriage tally the talents and abilities everyone has awakened. After we arrive at Corpse City and disembark, we'll regroup. Carriage for Zhao Ruoxi. Also, does anyone know the situation in other carriages? In carriage 4, besides myself, there are students from the physics and mathematics departments, roughly 3 classes mixed together. Carriage 2 Lu Dong. Our carriage 2 has students from the School of Foreign Languages and the Law School. Carriage 5 Wang Chong. Carriage 5 has students from the School of Economics and Management and the Art School. Carriage 7 Lin Xiaoyu. Carriage 7 has the Literature and Education schools. The messages continued with people from each carriage reporting the composition of their groups one after another. It seemed this death train had randomly distributed the students and teachers of Yunqing University into the 8 carriages. Chen Ye exited the chat interface and opened the points shop and warehouse. The points shop had every kind of daily necessity one could imagine, even cigarettes, sanitary pads, and condoms, but everyone's points were currently at 0. The warehouse was a storage space, but it could only hold items and equipment obtained through point exchange or dropped by monsters. The other students started chatting among themselves as well. At least now they knew the people on the train were all from their own university, and there were no strange, unknown entities among them. The carriage grew lively again. Some people were studying the system functions, while others discussed their talents and abilities. Just then a booming voice exploded through the carriage. Everyone shut up. All eyes were drawn over. Zhao Hai rose from his seat. He was 1 meter 95 tall, weighing 90 kilograms, his whole body packed with corded muscle. Even in just a black tank top and a pair of floral shorts, his oppressive presence was undiminished. As the starting small forward of the university basketball team, many people recognized him. The other carriages might not know him, but in this one, when it came to physique, if Zhao Hai claimed second, no one dared claim first. You've all seen what teacher Zhao said, right? She's right. Panicking is useless now, and crying won't help either. 40 of us are locked in this carriage, and in 2 hours we have to get off at that so-called Corpse City and survive for 24 hours. No one knows what's waiting for us there. But since the rules say we can kill monsters for points, that means there will be monsters. His voice was deep and powerful, carrying a natural authority that inspired trust. The carriage fell silent, and everyone fixed their eyes on him. So we have to stick together. Lone wolves die fast, and only united do we have a better chance of surviving. He paused after speaking, then raised his right hand, clenching it into a fist before his eyes. I'll show my hand first. As his words fell, a layer of silvery gray metallic sheen suddenly spread over Zhao Hai's fist, starting from the knuckles. Within just 2 seconds, his entire right fist and forearm had transformed into silvery white metal. Scrade talent steel armament. I can turn both arms into metal and unleash 3 times my basic strength and damage. My 4 basic attributes are Strength 5, Agility 4, Constitution 5, Spirit 2. Scrade talent. These 4 words weighed heavily like a mountain at the moment everyone had just drawn their talent. Scrade talent. A bespectacled boy in the front row stood up directly and exclaimed, Zhao Hai, can your talent inflict 3 times the base power damage? Zhao Hai slightly nodded, remaining silent. Hai Gu is amazing. With our Scrade talent, even the undead should fear us. Exactly, with Zhao Hai's physique and Scrade talent, he is practically a born warrior. Did you all see the group chat? Out of the 320 people on this train, only 3 have revealed their Scrade talent. Haiga, once we reach the undead city, you have to take us with you. I'll assist you. Haiga, we are all classmates. You can't just leave us behind. Right, if we stick with Haiga, we will definitely survive. Compliments flowed one after another. Zhao Hai's expression remained relatively calm, but the slight curve of his lips betrayed his mood. He raised his hand, making a downward gesture reminiscent of a leader signaling before a speech. Now is not the time to discuss these matters. Zhao Laosher made a valid point in the group. Once we arrive at the undead city, we must coordinate our arrangements. He paused, his gaze sweeping over everyone in the carriage who will be responsible for recording the talents and initial attributes of all the students in this carriage. I will do it. We have quite a few people from our class in this carriage. Zhou Yiting stood up, recognized as the top student in science. Remembering the talents of 40 individuals posed no difficulty for her. Zhao Hai nodded slightly. Thank you. Just as Wang Yiting was preparing to take notes, a discordant voice interrupted. Zhao Hai, unified arrangements and coordination. Who are we listening to? Yours or Zhao Lao's? Everyone's gaze turned simultaneously to the speaker. The speaker was dressed in a black silk pajama, the collar slightly open, revealing his collarbone and a small patch of chest. His features were strikingly handsome, with a slightly aggressive beauty, his brows raised slightly, his lips curled in a smirk. He was Li Jiahao, the rich kid of the class, with a father who was a well-known real estate mogul in Yin City. On the day of enrollment, he arrived in a Porsche Panamera, casually tossing the car keys on the classroom desk, leaving one to wonder if it was intentional or if he simply didn't care. His charm was entirely different from Zhao Hai's ruggedness, possessing a captivating allure that made people want to take a second look. Many girls in the class liked him, and even from other classes there were quite a few admirers. Zhao Hai's face darkened. Li Jiahao, what do you mean? Do you think your rich kid status still holds any weight now? It doesn't mean anything. Li Jiahao shrugged, a smirk lingering on his lips. I just think that when it comes to the lives of these 40 people, it can't just be decided by who shouts the loudest. Survival trials are not about singing, dancing, rapping, or playing basketball. So you mean you can call the shots? Zhao Hai's voice lowered. I never said that. Li Jiahao chuckled, his smile warm and proper, yet each word carried a sharper sting than the last. I just think that this should be discussed collectively. You mentioned unified coordination. What is the premise of coordination? You need to know everyone's abilities, analyze each person's role, and devise tactics. Do you think you Zhao Hai can handle that? His words were not heavy, but each one struck at Zhao Hai's sore spot. Zhao Hai was an athlete, but his academic performance was abysmal. While he could handle carrying people to the basket, could he devise strategic coordination? He himself felt uncertain. Zhao Hai's face turned ashen, his fists unconsciously clenching, the metallic sheen of silver gray glimmering at his knuckles. The atmosphere in the carriage was tense. Those who had just been praising Zhao Hai now shrank back, their eyes darting between Zhao Hai and Li Jiahao, unsure of what to say. A few others had begun to show subtle expressions. The two boys sitting next to Li Jiahao were clearly his own people. One of them, named Sun Kai, was usually Li Jiahao's follower, small in stature with eyes that darted around, clearly a clever one. Jiahao Go, what is your talent? Sun Kai interjected at an opportune moment, his tone laced with just the right amount of curiosity. Li Jiahao leaned back in his seat, leisurely raising his right hand. Then a strange thing happened. His right hand began to turn transparent, and then completely vanished, as if erased by an eraser. A great talent, shadow of etherealization, which allows any part of the body to become ethereal for a limited time, making physical attacks unable to hit the etherealized parts. I won't elaborate further, but you can understand that to a certain extent I am invincible. Li Jiahao's voice was not loud, but every word was clearly heard by everyone present. The carriage erupted again. A great talent. Etherealization. Physical attacks ineffective. While that talent is too monstrous. Sun Kai immediately chimed in, raising his voice intentionally. With Jiahao guessed talent, even monsters can't hit him. How are we supposed to play? Moreover, Jiahao Ge not only has strong talent, but he is also intelligent. He scored 140 in math on the college entrance exam. Conducting a tactical analysis is a piece of cake for him. Another follower, Ma Wenba, quickly followed up. Yes, Jiahao Gu was the president of the student council in high school. Oh, everyone knows about his organizational and coordination skills. In games, there's always a need for a commanding position. This is about life and death, and poor command can cost lives. The tide began to turn. Just a moment ago, those who had sworn to support Zhao Hai now wore expressions as if they had swallowed a fly. They glanced at Zhao Hai, then at Li Jiahao, and finally lowered their heads to pretend to look at their own system panels. Of course, Zhao Hai still had supporters. Two reserve players from the basketball team sat behind him. The expressions on their faces showed no signs of change. They usually had a strong bond, and clearly would not turn against Zhao Hai. But more people were observing. In the carriage of 40 people, aside from the core members of Zhao Hai and Li Jiahao, the remaining 30 or so had unusually consistent expressions, confusion, fear, and uncertainty mixed with a hint of subtle anticipation. They were waiting for a leader to emerge. Whether it was Zhao Hai or Li Jiahao, it didn't matter who led as long as someone could tell them what to do, giving them a greater chance of survival. This is the instinctive reaction of most people when faced with dire situations, to cling to the strong, relinquish decision-making power, and seek security. But the problem was neither Zhao Hai nor Li Jiahao was willing to back down. Chen Ye watched this scene, shaking his head slightly. The energy and stamina values on the attribute panel were certainly not for show. Neither Zhao Hai nor Li Jiahao's talent abilities could be used without limit. In contrast, his SS grade talent, seemed to be a passive one that clearly did not require consumption. All right, can you all stop arguing? Zhou Yiting, the class monitor, finally spoke up. She stood from her seat, her pink pajamas appearing somewhat out of place in the dim light. However, her expression and tone carried an unusual maturity beyond her years. Now is not the time to argue about who should be the leader. Teacher Zhao is right. Our first task is to gather information and understand everyone's abilities. As for how to act once we arrive at the corpse city, whether to act collectively or in groups, we can decide that once we get there. Zhou Yiting glanced at Zhao Hai and then at Li Jiahao. Both of you have abilities and your own advantages. Zhao Hai is the core combat power, while Li Jiahao is quick-witted and has strong talents. You can fully complement each other. Once we arrive, the students and teachers in the other carriages should all get off. We should find teacher Zhao first. Zhou Yiting's words were beautifully articulated. She offended neither Zhao Hai nor Li Jiahao, while also finding suitable roles for both. Zhao Hai's facial muscles twitched twice, but he ultimately did not explode. The metallic sheen on his hands gradually faded. He huffed heavily and returned to his seat. Li Jiahao, however, laughed even more deeply, his beautiful eyes narrowing slightly. The class monitor is right. I was impulsive. They'll listen to the class monitor, then, let's gather information first. As for what happens after we arrive at Corpse City, we'll talk about it then. Zhou Yiting nodded and began to gather information. When she reached Chen Ye's side, Qin Xiaoyang was the first to jump up. Me. Qin Xiaoyang, with a level talent perfect accuracy, my hit rate with ranged weapons or thrown objects is 100%. My base attributes are Strength 3, Agility 5, Constitution 3, Spirit 3. Zhou Yiting was slightly taken aback. Perfect accuracy. A hit rate of 100%. How can it be so strong and still be only level A? It's not that strong, to be honest. It only works if there are no obstacles in the shooting path within the shooting range. I'm basically just a sharpshooter. Zhou Yiting nodded, thoughtfully noting this information in her mind, and then looked at Chen Ye. Chen Ye leaned back in his seat looking casual. Chen Ye with a clever talent super strength, and my talent ability adds 2 to my base strength attribute. My base attributes are Strength 3, Agility 4, Constitution 5, Spirit 3, so with my talent bonus my base strength is 5 points. This clever talent seems too weak. Compared to classmates with an initial strength of 5 points, Chen Ye is practically talentless. Is that even considered a clever talent? I think it's even worse than my level talent. Jiahea's talent is impressive. I guess is the real deal. The carriage began to murmur again. Zhou Yiting's gaze lingered on his face for a moment. Noted. Class monitor, what is your talent? Chen Ye asked casually. I have an A-level talent, Elemental Affinity. Though it's a level, it currently has no combat power. Zhou Yiting said this and continued to walk further back. Qin Xiaoyang leaned closer, lowering his voice. Don't worry, you can stick close to me when we get to Corpse City. As long as I get a crossbow, my combat power will definitely not be weaker than an A-level talent. Protecting you shouldn't be a problem. Let's just survive the first 24 hours first. Then my life will depend on you. Chen Ye spoke the truth. The first survival trial was a significant challenge. He was currently just an ordinary person with decent physical fitness, while others had varying degrees of extraordinary abilities. Looking at the current situation, Qin Xiaoyang had become the only person he could rely on in this carriage. But as long as he survived the first trial, he would quickly pull ahead of others with the boost from the SS level talent Super Strength Chaos, at which point no matter what you throw at me, I would shatter it with sheer strength. Don't worry, with me around you won't die. Qin Xiaoyang said seriously. Xiaoyang, do you usually read apocalypse? No, I prefer reading cultivation novels. In apocalypse novels, sometimes people are scarier than monsters. Remember, don't believe what others say, only trust yourself. Qin Xiaoyang was taken aback. Ye go. What do you mean? Chen Ye chuckled softly. In an apocalypse, the degeneration of humanity is 1,000 times scarier than the claws of monsters. Right now, everyone hadn't faced a true life and death test. Once they arrived at Corpse City after a few people died, let's see how much humanity remains in these classmates. Moreover, this isn't an ordinary apocalypse game. Everyone participating possesses extraordinary abilities. How do you know that our classmates won't become savages after gaining such power? Qin Xiaoyang opened his mouth to say something in rebuttal, but he swallowed the words as he saw a calmness in Chen Ye's eyes that was almost cruel. Furthermore, the train rules only state that passengers cannot kill each other on the train. What about once we disembark? Chen Ye did not continue. Qin Xiaoyang pondered for a long time before understanding that since the moment they woke up, the law had ceased to exist. Talents had stratified the students into classes, but it just hadn't manifested as obviously yet. The commotion in the carriage continued. Zhou Yiting was still gathering information one by one, her pink pajamas fluttering among the crowd like a busy butterfly. Chen Ye sat in his seat observing all of this, his fingers unconsciously tapping on his knee. The myriad expressions of the 40 people in the carriage unfolded before him like an ukiyo painting before the apocalypse. Many classmates began to change seats, and several athletes naturally gathered around Zhao Hai. Their eyes carried a conviction of following the strong is never wrong, occasionally casting inquiring glances at Zhao Hai. Li Jiahao's side also attracted 4 or 5 people, and his talent was equally formidable. Most importantly, Li Jiahao was smarter than Zhao Hai. A clear mind was equally important in the apocalypse, while Zhao Hai was clearly the type to get carried away easily. Some others, more accurately the majority of the girls, seemed entirely uninterested in this power struggle. In the back row, a few girls huddled together, their eyes still red, clearly not yet recovered from the shock of being kidnapped and transported. One girl in a white night dress was quietly sobbing while her classmates comforted her, though her own hands were "Don't cry, oh, everything will be fine. With so many of us, we will definitely survive. But there are monsters in Corpse City. I don't want to die." The girl in the white night dress buried her face in her knees, her shoulders shaking. Chen Ye noticed a girl who was not participating in any discussions and was not crying with the other girls. Her name was Gu Qinghuan. She sat in the corner of the carriage dressed in a black silk night dress, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, her features striking in a captivating way. One leg curled up on the seat while the other hung down. Her right hand supported her chin, and her gaze was directed out the window at the swirling gray mist. Chen Ye's impression of her was that she had excellent academic performance, never participated in class activities, did not talk to anyone, and came and went like a ghost in this collective. She did not huddle with anyone, nor did she show any desire to do so. This reminded him of a saying: in an apocalypse, there are 2 types of people who are most likely to survive. One is the strong, and the other is the smart. Chen Ye withdrew his gaze and pulled up the group chat panel again. The messages on the interface had already surged to 999. In carriage number 5, a person named Jiang Ning posted his attribute panel in the group chat. Name: Jiang Ning. Level LV1. Talent: Emperor Engine S rank. When activated, it doubles 4 basic attributes. Basic attributes: Strength 5, Agility 5, Constitution 4, Spirit 4. In an instant, dozens of replies flooded beneath this message, all exclamations of excitement. Some exclaimed, "Bring me along, big shot." Chen Ye scrolled through the previous chat records and saw various talents reported by people from other carriages. Someone had drawn an A-rank talent: Miraculous Healing, capable of healing others' injuries. This student's friends were likely to be overwhelmed with excitement. Another person drew a C-rank talent: Eagle Eye, which granted enhanced vision, allowing them to see objects thousands of meters away. Someone else drew a rather peculiar B-rank talent: Premonition of Death, which allowed them to sense lethal danger 30 seconds before death. The types of talents varied widely. Some were suited for combat, some for support, some for reconnaissance, and others for logistics. Among the 320 people on the entire train, it was as if they had randomly drawn a set of survival cards for the apocalypse, with no one knowing how effective their cards would be. Chen Ye closed his eyes. He needed to calm down. From the information at hand, the rules of this death train were designed with extreme sophistication. Talents determined everyone's starting point, but that wasn't everything. A well-utilized C-rank talent could potentially allow one to survive longer than an A-rank talent. Talents that significantly increased basic attributes were generally rated high. For instance, the Emperor Engine, which doubles 4 basic attributes upon activation, was rated as an S-rank talent. Similarly, Zhao Hai's ironclad armament, which could deal triple damage, was also rated as S-rank. It was clear that basic attributes reflected combat power. His SSS rank talent, however, would only be realized in the future. For now, he needed to survive. The frequency of his fingers tapping on his knees increased. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the carriage. Chen Ye opened his eyes to see Zhao Hai walking toward Li Jia. 2 of his followers trailed behind him, their expressions a mix of excitement and nervousness. "Li Jiahao, is your phantom shadow really as powerful as you claim? It can't be just bragging, right?" Zhao Hai stood in the aisle looking down at Li Jiahao. Li Jiahao glanced up at him, his gaze resembling that of someone looking at a clueless child. "Do you want to give it a try?" His voice was soft, yet everyone in the carriage heard it. The air suddenly became very quiet. Chen Ye frowned slightly. It seemed that Zhao Hai's brain was genuinely not functioning well. Fighting before the train reached its destination was not beneficial for anyone. "Zhao Hai, come back. The statistics aren't finished yet. Can you not cause trouble?" Zhou Yiting's voice rang out, her tone heavier than before. Zhao Hai did not move. "Zhao Hai, calm down." Zhou Yiting called out again. Zhao Hai turned to look at her for a moment before turning back to Li Jiahao, snorting heavily through his nose, then turned and walked back to his seat. Li Jiahao chuckled softly behind him. The laughter was not loud, but in the quiet carriage it was particularly jarring. Chen Ye withdrew his gaze and opened the system chat group, carefully reading through each message one by one. The attribute panels posted in the group chat were actually more valuable than Zhou Yiting's statistics. After all, the posted information could not be fabricated, whereas the authenticity of the talents reported was questionable. It was all based on word of mouth, and he did not believe he was the only one hiding his talent. In this moment when most people were desperately showcasing themselves, striving to band together and vie for influence, information and intelligence were the most valuable commodities. And truly clever individuals would always clarify the rules of the game while others were still arguing. An hour later, the train's announcement rang out once more. Dear passengers, the G5002 Death Train is about to arrive at the Corp City South Station. Please prepare to disembark. I repeat, please prepare to disembark. Those who do not exit will be erased by the rules. As the announcement ended, the air in the carriage suddenly solidified. It was a strange feeling, although the announcement used the word please, everyone sensed the undeniable coldness behind it. It was not a request, but a command. It was not a choice, but a compulsion. Chen Ye stood up from his seat and stretched his wrist, which had become somewhat stiff from sitting too long. Yigo, aren't you nervous? Is being nervous useful? Chen Ye retorted, his gaze sweeping across the entire carriage. The 40 people in the carriage displayed a myriad of states at this moment. Some were taking deep breaths to prepare mentally, some had pale faces and trembling lips, and some were praying with their hands clasped together. Others were relatively calm, like Zhao Hai and Li Jiahao, who felt a certain confidence due to their powerful talents. No one moved in the carriage. 40 individuals stood still, gazing at the open door beyond which rolled the swirling gray mist, and behind that lay the ruins of a city shrouded in dark red. What are you dawdling for? Do you want to be erased by the rules? Hurry up. Zhao Hai was the first to step forward. He did not hesitate or look back, his towering figure of 195 centimeters striding purposefully toward the door. His two underlings immediately followed suit. Li Jiahao glanced at Zhao Hai's back and also stepped outside. Sun Kai and Ma Wenbo flanked him on either side. Then there was Zhou Yiting. She took a deep breath, clenched her fists, and followed suit. After her came the other. They moved toward the door in waves like a herd of sheep being driven to the slaughterhouse, the only difference being that some walked quickly while others lagged behind, but ultimately they all had to step outside. Chen Ye was among the last to exit. The moment he stepped out of the carriage, the system interface popped up on its own. Survival trial initiated. Named Chen Ye Trial Scene Corpse City Trial Difficulty Kill Points 0 Survival Points 0 Countdown 235959 The survival trial has begun. Chen Ye closed the system panel and quickly scanned his surroundings. The massive steam train was entirely black, resembling a steel beast crawling along the tracks like a relic from the last century. Passengers from the 8 carriages were disembarking one after another. Most of the students were in their pajamas barefoot, and quite a few boys were only wearing boxer shorts, trembling in the chilly morning breeze. Only a very small number were properly dressed, likely those who had not yet fallen asleep when they boarded the train. Naturally, Chen Ye was also barefoot, but he was grateful for his habit of sleeping in pajamas, otherwise he would be like those boys in their underwear. The platform was in a state of disrepair, the ground cracked like a spider's web. The crevices were filled with a dark red moss-like substance, and a stronger stench of decay enveloped the air. He looked up to the distance, but his view was obstructed by the gray mist. The system interface displayed the time. It was 6 in the morning, and the sun had yet to rise, with only a heavy layer of gray-white fog hanging in the sky like cotton. Visibility was only about 30 to 40 meters. Beyond that distance, everything would blend into the mist, becoming indistinct shapes and ghostly shadows. Class 3. Students from Class 3 gather here. A familiar voice called out from the left side of the platform. Chen Ye turned in the direction of the voice and saw Zhao Ruoshi. She was their homeroom teacher in her 30s, not very tall, wearing a white short-sleeve shirt and dark sports pants. On her feet were a pair of athletic shoes, and her hair was tied in a high ponytail, giving her a clean and tidy appearance. Compared to the others, her attire was obviously more suitable for activities in such a place. It was evident she had been dragged onto the death train while out for a night run. Teacher Zhao is here. The students from Class 3 flocked toward her. Chen Ye and Qin Zhaoyang also walked over. Next to Zhao Ruoshi stood 2 other individuals, one male and one female. The man wore black-framed glasses, dressed in a white short-sleeve shirt and sports pants. The woman had short hair and ordinary appearance, and wore a gray sweatshirt and black sports pants. Zhao Ruoshi pointed to the 2 of them. This is Fang Yuan from the physics department, Teacher Fang. This is Lin Shuyao from the art department, Teacher Lin. The 3 of us were out for a night run when we suddenly blacked out and woke up on the train. Fang Yuan adjusted his glasses and nodded slightly to the crowd. Lin Shuyao, however, was less polite and directly asked, "How many students from your class were brought onto the train?" Zhou Yiting stepped forward. "In carriage number 3, there are 21 students from our class along with some from other classes." "Teacher Zhao, what about the others in carriage 4? Li Jiahao's voice interjected casually. Zhao Ruoshi glanced at him. "They've already formed a group inside the carriage. They have their own ideas." Li Jiahao nodded slightly. Chen Ye was also observing. At this moment, the people on the platform were divided into several groups. It was evident that gathering everyone together was unrealistic as some students with awakened powerful talents had already exited. Only 10 individuals from Carriage 3 had left while the remaining 30 were preparing to band together. Fang Yuan adjusted his glasses. We would like to gather all the students, but those from the carriage ran off as soon as they got out, not waiting to assemble. Ran off? Where to? Qin Zhaoyang's eyes widened. They ran outside the platform. Oh, we couldn't stop them at all. Fang Yuan's tone carried a hint of helplessness. If they seek death, no one can stop them. Lin Shuyo's voice was quiet but firm. Teacher Lin. Zhao Ruoxi gently tugged at her sleeve, signaling her not to speak too harshly. Lin Shuyao pressed her lips together and fell silent. Just then a flurry of footsteps echoed from the mist, chaotic and hurried, interspersed with gasps and suppressed screams. Moments later, 3 figures burst forth from the mist, 2 men and 1 woman. Teacher Zhao. Teacher Zhao. The girl immediately spotted Zhao Ruoxi and ran toward her nearly in tears. She was a student from the same carriage as Zhao Ruoxi, and Chen Ye did not recognize her. She was likely from another department. What happened? What is going on? Zhao Ruoxi quickly approached. The girl was out of breath, tears streaming down her face as she pointed toward the depths of the mist, her lips trembling for a long time before she managed to squeeze out a complete sentence. There are dead people. Someone has died. The air on the platform instantly dropped to freezing point. What did you say? Zhao Hai stepped forward. Who died? How did they die? The girl was frightened by Zhao Hai's imposing presence and took a step back while the nearby boy took over the conversation. It was someone from Carriage 4. The boy's voice trembled as well. We didn't know him. He ran off the moment he stepped out about 200 meters outside the platform, and then something suddenly burst out of the mist. That thing. His voice faltered. What thing? Be clear. Lin Shuyao pressed for answers. It looked like a person, but it wasn't human. Its skin was gray, its eyes were completely black, and its mouth opened wider than normal. The boy swallowed hard and continued. That thing burst out of the mist and pounced on that student, biting into his neck. Blood sprayed out high. He gestured with his hand. Then 3 or 4 of those things rushed out of the mist and dragged him away. The platform fell into a deathly silence. Chen Ye's fingers tightened slightly. The monsters had already appeared. Then the cries began to erupt. It was not just one person's cry, but the simultaneous outburst of many voices. I don't want to die. I really don't want to die. I want to go home. Let me go home. This isn't a game. Oh, people really die. One girl desperately ran toward the train carriage. Zhao Ruoxi wanted to stop her, but it was too late. She saw the girl run into the carriage, and the carriage door suddenly slammed shut. Immediately after, the girl's head exploded into a mist of blood. The scene was clearly visible to the students gathered on the platform through the window. A few students who had wanted to rush into the carriage were forced to retract their steps. Class leader Zhou Yuting's pupils suddenly constricted, trembling, all over, clearly frightened. The others were not much better off. Fear spread through the crowd like a plague, with every face reflecting the same expression, an expression of terror at death. Chen Ye noticed Gu Qinghuan, who stood at the edge of the crowd. Her expression remained unchanged. She did not cry, did not tremble, nor did she instinctively shrink away like the others. She merely tilted her head slightly, gazing towards the direction of the gray mist. Stop crying. Lin Shuyo's voice suddenly rose. She stepped out from the crowd, standing before everyone. Does crying solve the problem? Can crying bring the dead back to life? Can crying kill those monsters? No. So everyone put your... Her words were so harsh that several people who were crying choked on their sobs, tears still hanging on their faces, but their cries had indeed diminished. Lin Laoshi is right. Zhao Ruoxi took a deep breath, trying to steady her voice. Now is not the time to... We have classmates who are already dead, which proves that those monsters can indeed kill, and it also confirms that the rules stated in the broadcast are all true. We must be extremely cautious. She paused, scanning the faces of everyone present. Now we need a temporary command structure. I propose that a temporary command group be formed by a few of our teachers and class committee members to coordinate everyone's actions uniformly. Does anyone have any objections? No objections. Agreed. Listen to Teacher Zhao. Most people nodded, but Li Jiahao spoke up again. Teacher Zhao, I have a question. Who will be the leader of this temporary command group? Zhao Ruoxi glanced at him. I can take on the role of leader. Teacher Zhao, you are a teacher, and also the class head, making it logical for you to lead. Li Jiahao's tone shifted. But I have a practical question, Teacher Zhao. What is your talent level? Zhao Ruoxi's expression stiffened for a moment. D level. She uttered 2 words. Li Jiahao nodded, then turned to Lin Xiao and Fang Yuan. Teacher Fang, Teacher Lin, what about you? Fang Yuan adjusted his glasses. C level. Lin Xiao remained silent for 2 seconds. C level. Li Jiahao spread his hands, his tone still gentle. 3 teachers, 1 D level and 2 C levels. Meanwhile, we have classmates with S, A, and B levels. Teacher Zhao, I am not questioning your authority, I am merely stating an objective fact. In this place, under these rules, talent ratings and basic attributes determine combat power. To lead a survival battle, the commander needs sufficient combat power as support. He spoke delicately, but his meaning was unmistakable. Our teachers are too weak to command. Zhao Ruox's face darkened slightly, but she did not refute him, for Li Jiahao was speaking the truth. In this new world where strength reigns supreme, her level talent indeed does not compare to those students who have drawn A or S levels. So what do you mean by who should be the leader? Zhao Hai's voice came from the other side, laced with hostility. Li Jiahao glanced at him, a slight smile at the corners of his mouth. I didn't say who should take the role. I am simply saying that the leader should have enough combat power to earn everyone's trust. Zhao Hai, you have level talent, so your combat power must be sufficient, but do you think you are suitable to be the leader? Why wouldn't I be suitable? Zhao Hai retorted. Then tell us from this platform, which direction should we head? How should we plan our route to survive within 24 hours? How do we fight if we encounter monsters? If we can't win, where do we retreat? What if we can't retreat? Have you thought about these things? Zhao Hai was caught off guard by the question. His mouth opened and closed, and his expression changed from anger to frustration, then from frustration to fury. I'm not Zhuge Liang, how would I know these things? Right, you don't know, but I do. Li Jiahao's tone remained light, but his words bore the weight of a sledgehammer. Zhao Hai's fists tightened again, the metallic sheen returning to his knuckles. Being outmaneuvered by this A-level student each time was quite frustrating for him. Enough. Lin Xiao suddenly interjected, stepping between Zhao Hai and Li Jiahao, first glancing at Zhao Hai, then turning to Li Jiahao. There are monsters lurking outside. One person has already died. Now you are still arguing over who should be the leader. We are teachers. Although our talents may not be as high as yours, at least our experiences surpass yours. She turned to Zhao Ruoxi. Ruoxi, you lead everyone to a safe location, first discussing as you move. We cannot stay here. This is an open area with no cover. If a large number of monsters come, we will be live targets. Zhao Ruoxi regained her focus and nodded. Teacher Lin is right. Everyone, let's leave the platform first and find a safe place. She turned to look outside the platform, where a path leading out could be vaguely seen through the gray mist, flanked by collapsed buildings and abandoned shops. Go that way, everyone, stay close and don't fall behind. Zhao Ruoxi took the lead towards that direction, with Lin Xiao and Fang Yuan guarding her on either side. The students of Carriage 3 began to move. Chen Ye was in the middle to rear of the group, with Qin Xiaoyang right next to him. I thought we could rely on the teachers, but it turns out that each of these 3 teachers has talents that are worse than mine. Chen Ye didn't respond. It was clear he couldn't rely on the teachers. If he had combat power, he would lead the group himself, as long as they were of high talent. Now the capable ones had basically banded together and fled. The group from Carriage 3 seemed large, but there were probably not many with real combat power. However, he still had to follow the main group, or he would surely die. Qin Xiaoyang noticed Chen Ye's silence and continued, Brother Yi, do you think we can survive? Chen Ye did not reply, for his peripheral vision caught something. At that moment, a shadow darted out of the gray mist. It moved with incredible speed, like an arrow released from a bow, charging towards the rear of the group from deep within the gray mist. Be careful, Chen Ye shouted, almost simultaneously grabbing Qin Zhuoyang's collar and yanking him aside. A gray-black figure whizzed past the spot where Qin Zhuoyang had just stood, generating a foul gust of. The creature missed its target, twisting its body midair at an impossible angle for a human, landing 3 meters away with a dull thud. Everyone saw it. Its gray skin resembled dried leather, tightly adhering to its skeleton, with every rib clearly visible. Its head was bald, devoid of hair, and its features looked as if someone had erased them with an eraser and then drawn them back on. Its eyes were all black, lacking whites and pupils. Its nose was reduced to 2 black holes, and its mouth was twice as wide as a normal person's, with its lips peeled back, revealing a row of jagged yellow teeth. Its fingers were elongated compared to a normal person, with black-gray nails that shimmered like metal under the Monster! Monster! The scream erupted. The group was instantly thrown into chaos. Some screamed and ran forward, while others, paralyzed by fear, collapsed to the ground. A few instinctively pushed into the crowd, using others as shields. The monster did not give anyone a moment to react. It crouched slightly, then suddenly lunged at its nearest target, a girl who was sitting helplessly on the ground. The girl did not even see the monster coming at her. She merely raised her head upon hearing the screams, only to see a huge mouth full of yellow teeth rapidly enlarging in her field of vision. Her pupils constricted. Suddenly her mouth opened, but fear had completely locked away her voice. She could not make a sound. Thud! Blood splattered as the monster bit into the girl's neck. Get out of the way. Zhao Hai charged in from the side. His right fist had fully transformed into metal, and he pulled back his right arm, his entire body resembling a taut bow. The monster released its grip and lunged at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai did not dodge. He threw a punch, the sound of wind slicing through the air, and struck the monster squarely in the chest. Boom! The sound resembled not flesh meeting flesh, but more like a hammer striking a wooden door. The monster's body flew back as if hit by a car, landing heavily several meters away, rolling twice before finally coming to a stop. A fist-shaped dent appeared in its chest, gray skin split open in several places, oozing black liquid. The monster struggled on the ground for a moment, then crawled up in a twisted posture, its pitch-black eyes fixed on Zhao Hai, its mouth opening and closing with a clicking sound. Not dead yet. Zhao Hai frowned, his fists turning to metal once more as he charged at the monster. This time the monster did not confront him. It glanced at Zhao Hai, then turned and fled, moving faster than before, disappearing into the gray mist in mere breaths. It ran away. Zhao Hai halted, staring incredulously in the direction where the monster had vanished. It just ran away. Brother Hai, you're amazing. You sent the monster flying with a single punch. S-class talent is truly S-class talent, so powerful. Brother Hai, Brother Hai. Cheers erupted from the crowd, dissipating much of the fear from earlier. Zhao Hai stood there, the metallic sheen on his fists gradually fading, his expression shifting from the coldness of battle to one of pride from the praise. He turned around, his gaze sweeping over the cheering classmates, finally landing on Li Jiahao, who slightly lifted his chin. The meaning was unmistakable. Did you see that? This is strength. Li Jiahao stood at the edge of the crowd, a characteristic smile on his face, appearing neither frightened nor excited. Xiao Wei, please don't die. Suddenly a girl's sobbing voice drew everyone's attention once more. Chen Ye also looked over. The two girls were twins from their class, with the bitten one being the younger sister Zhang Xiaowei, while the one holding her was the older sister Zhang Xiaojie. Blood flowed down Zhang Xiaowei's neck, spreading a dark red stain on her light-colored nightgown. Zhang Xiaojie knelt on the ground, desperately pressing her hands against her sister's neck wound, but blood continued to gush out between her fingers, unable to stop. Her palms were already stained red, still pressing hard, as if believing that if she pressed tightly enough, she could save her sister's life. Xiaowei, look at me. It's okay, you will be fine. Zhang Xiaojie's voice trembled, tears streaming down her face. Zhang Xiaowei lay in her sister's arms, her complexion visibly paling, her lips shifting from pale pink to ash white, then to an almost transparent purple. Her eyes were half open, her pupils beginning to dissipate, but her consciousness had not yet completely faded. She looked at her sister's face, her lips moved slightly, producing an extremely faint sound. Sister. I'm here. Your sister is right here. Zhang Xiaojie pressed her ear to her sister's lips, tears and blood mixing, dripping onto Zhang Xiaowei's face. I don't want to die. The four words came out intermittently, as if using the last bit of strength. Zhang Xiaojie's lips trembled violently as she opened her mouth to say something, but no words came out, because she saw her sister's eyes. Those eyes, once identical to hers, were now gradually losing their luster. Zhang Xiaowei's lips moved again, but this time no sound emerged. Her fingers curled slightly as if trying to grasp something, then the last taut string completely snapped. Her head drooped to one side, her eyes still open, but seeing nothing. Xiaowei. Zhang Xiaojie's voice suddenly rose in pitch as she desperately shook her sister in her arms. But Zhang Xiaowei's body was like a piece of lifeless wood, swaying with her movements, offering no response. Xiaowei, wake up. Don't scare your sister. Wake up. The sharp cries tore through the gray mist like a blunt knife, sawing back and forth at everyone's hearts. Zhao Hai stood still, the metallic sheen on his fists completely faded. He watched as Zhang Xiaojie wept over her sister's corpse, his mouth opening and closing as if he wanted to say something, but he did not know what to say. His two lackeys stood behind him, their expressions similarly grim. Li Jiahao also retracted his smile, his brow slightly furrowed. Zhou Yiting's eyes were red, biting her lip, trying hard not to cry. Zhao Ruoxi covered her mouth, her face filled with terror. Lin Shuyao and Fang Yuan also looked pale. Chen Ye stood in the crowd, watching Zhang Xiaojie embrace her sister's corpse, witnessing two vibrant lives extinguished in just half an hour. This was not the death seen in dramas, nor the deaths reported in the news. It was death he had witnessed with his own eyes. Qin Jiayang stood beside him, his entire being frozen, lips trembling as he managed to utter, She really died. Chen Ye did not answer. Why didn't you act sooner? Zhang Xiaojie's voice suddenly transformed from crying into a howl. She abruptly lifted her head, her red eyes fixed on Zhao Hai, her gaze filled with hatred, resentment, and a kind of nearly mad scapegoating. Why didn't you act sooner? If you had acted sooner, Xiao Wei wouldn't have died. You clearly have such strong talent, you clearly could have saved her. She stood up from the ground, swaying slightly, but she straightened up, her red and swollen eyes locked on Zhao. You saw her being bitten, didn't you? You saw the monster lunging at her, didn't you? Why didn't you rush up immediately? Was it intentional? Shut your mouth. Zhao Hai's face turned beet red, the veins on his forehead bulging as he stepped forward, his towering height of 195 centimeters exuding immense pressure towards Zhang Xiaojie. The monster came at such speed, darting out of the fog to bite in less than 2 seconds. How was I supposed to react in time? Didn't you see me punch that monster away? Did your punch even help? My sister is already dead. Zhang Xiaojia's voice grew louder, bordering on hysteria. Does punching her away bring her back to life? Look at her. Just look at her. She pointed at the corpse of Zhang. Zhang Xiaowei's face had completely lost its color. Her bluish lips slightly parted, her half-open eyes staring vacantly at the sky, and the wound on her neck, torn by teeth, continued to ooze blood. Zhao Hai glanced over, immediately turning his head away, his fists clenched tightly, making cracking sounds. If you have talent, you should protect us. Didn't you say you would lead us to survive? Didn't you say you wanted to be the leader? Is this how you ensure everyone survives? Zhang Xiaojia persisted, her voice, now a mix of cries and screams, impossible to discern whether from anger or despair. Whispers began to ripple through the crowd. Zhang Xiaojia has a point. If Xiao Hai had reacted a bit faster, perhaps Zhang Xiaowei could have been saved. You must be joking. Did you not see how fast that monster was? Who could have reacted in time? If Xiao Hai wants to be the leader, he should protect the people in the team. Are you? So he helps fend off the monster, and yet he gets scolded. Who would dare to step up again? I'm not saying he's wrong, but Zhang Xiaojia just lost her sister. Isn't it normal for her to be emotional? Normal? She's being unreasonable, all right. Chen Ye's lips twitched slightly as he overheard the murmur. The performance of human nature began. Just a moment ago, when Zhao Hai punched the monster away, everyone thought he was a hero ready to kneel and call him father. Now that Zhang Xiaowei is dead and Zhang Xiaojia shifted the blame onto Zhao Hai, people immediately began to echo her sentiments, questioning and rationally analyzing whether Zhao Hai truly reacted slowly. It wasn't that they genuinely believed Zhao Hai was at fault. It was because Zhang Xiaojia was a pitiful person who had just lost her sister, siding with her meant standing on a moral high ground. To accuse someone who tried to save another of not being fast enough incurs no cost, yet allows one to appear compassionate. Enough! Lin Shuya's voice crashed down like a bucket of cold water. She stepped between Zhang Xiaojia and Zhao Hai, saying, "This is not the time to argue. Zhao Hai has done his best. His speed was not slow. It was that monster's speed that was too fast. Zhang Xiaojia, I understand you're devastated by your sister's death, but you cannot blame Zhao Hai. No one wanted this. I refuse to listen. You're all in cahoots. You all just want to shirk responsibility. And you all, what were you doing just now? You were all watching. When my sister was bitten, you all just stood by. None of you stepped up to help. Zhao Hai did intervene, but that was what he was supposed to do. He hasn't great talent. He's so powerful, he should protect us." Zhang Xiaojia stepped back 2 paces, her red eyes sweeping over everyone present, as if looking at a crowd of strangers. "On what grounds do you feel entitled to think Zhao Hai should protect your sister? He's not your father." A voice rang out from the crowd. Everyone turned simultaneously towards the speaker. Chen Ye stood there, his expression calm, gazing directly at Zhang Xiaojia. "Your sister was bitten to death. As her sister, you failed to protect her. Isn't that your own responsibility?" Zhang Xiaojia's expression froze. She opened her mouth to speak, but Chen Ye did not give her the chance. "Your sister was right beside you. You were closest to her. Did you not draw any talent? Why didn't you intervene? Were you afraid of dying?" I. Zhang Xiaojia's voice suddenly shrank, becoming feeble. "Chen Ye, what are you saying?" At that moment, another girl suddenly jumped out, pointing a finger at Chen Ye. "Zhang Xiaojia just lost her sister, and you say this? Do you have any humanity?" Chen Ye glanced at the girl who jumped out, his gaze flat, devoid of any emotion. "I'm just helping her clarify who is truly responsible for this matter. If she fails to understand this, she will continue to harbor hatred towards Zhao Hai and all of us, eventually becoming someone who possesses nothing but hatred." He paused, lowering his voice, yet each word was clear and distinct. "Her sister has died, she is in pain, and needs an outlet for her emotions. But if she directs her hatred towards someone who just saved us, then her sister's death will mean nothing but her own suffering." Everyone fell silent. The silence was heavier and more profound than before, as if something pressed down on every heart. Zhang Xiaojia stood still, tears still flowing, but her lips no longer moved. She looked at Chen Ye for a long time, then lowered her head, finally falling silent. Zhao Ruoshi took a deep breath, stepped forward, and gently placed her hand on Zhang Xiaojia's shoulder. "Xiaojia, we can't stay here forever. There are other monsters in the fog. You need to survive. Xiao Wei wouldn't want to see you like this now." Zhang Xiaojia's shoulders trembled violently. Chen Ye withdrew his gaze, no longer looking at her. Li Jiahao had somehow walked up beside Chen Ye, saying, "That was quite eloquent what you just said." His voice was low, only audible to the two of them. Chen Ye glanced at him, replying, "I was merely stating, the fact is, after you said that Zhao Hai will owe you a favor, teacher Zhao will think you're composed, and others will see you as calm and rational. You managed to boost 3 people's favorability with a single statement. It's a pity you have a great talent. Otherwise, I would support you becoming the leader of this group." Li Jiahao's words were sincere. If there were a strong, clear-headed leader, he would naturally be willing to support. It's all fate. If I were you, I would have long since hidden away. With your talent surviving 24 hours shouldn't be difficult, right? Chen Ye's expression remained unchanged. Even if he had combat power now, he wouldn't want to be the leader, being a fool to take on a thankless task. I'm not as strong as you think. I can save myself, but my offensive capabilities are lacking. Li Jiahao also had a basic talent without any multipliers. In a phasing state, he could ignore physical attacks, but in that state his own attacks would also be ineffective. I hope you can survive. I feel this death game isn't as simple as it seems. Having weaker initial talents doesn't mean you can't rise. After saying this, Li Jiahao turned and walked back to his position. Chen Ye watched his back, his gaze slightly heavy. This person bore a lot on his mind. Not far away, Zhao Hai walked over. He patted Chen Ye's shoulder, saying, "Chen Ye, thank you for speaking up for me. Otherwise I wouldn't know how to refute. I can't hit a woman. You didn't do anything wrong. Moreover, you're not the leader right now, as saving someone is your goodwill, but not saving is just your duty." Chen Ye paused before continuing, "Do you still want to be the leader now?" Zhao Hai was taken aback by Chen Ye's question. As a student from a rural background, he longed for the recognition of others. Joining the basketball team was part of that desire, as basketball was the most popular sport in the university. On the basketball court, he could find a strong sense of presence. Outside the court, he was nothing but an ordinary. However, this time the transmigration bestowed upon him an S-level talent. He felt recognized by everyone, but the recent events had dampened his enthusiasm. After pondering for a moment, Zhao Hai said, "Are you interested in joining my team? Although you only have a clever talent, your sharp mind makes you useful much better than that foolish woman Zhang Xiaojia." Chen Ye was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected that after speaking a few fair words for Zhao Hai, he would actually be invited to join his team. To be honest, he also looked down on those who were not clear-headed, although he himself was also a burden at the moment. Zhao Hai was clearly trying to distance himself from the larger group and extended an invitation to him. This was actually good news for him. At least Zhao Hai had strong combat power and was not very scheming. "Sure, but you have to bring my roommate Qin Xiaoyang along. He has a level talent, perfect aim, which is much better than my useless talent." Chen Ye readily agreed. Qin Xiaoyang stood beside him, having remained silent since Li Jiahao had arrived quiet. He felt a bit of admiration for Chen Ye, who just a moment ago his words had prompted the two strongest members of the team to strike up a conversation with him, and Zhao Hai even invited him to join the team. Zhao Hai glanced at Qin Xiaoyang, saying, "A level talent is indeed a fighting force. No problem, both of you join my team. I also have an A-level and a B-level here. This configuration should safely last for 24 hours. Chen Ye chuckled, "Brother Hai, then our lives are in your hands. Rest assured, even if Xiaoyang dies, I won't complain like Zhang Xiaojia." "Wait. Brother Yi, what are you saying? Don't curse me to death." Qin Zhaoyang's face fell. "If it weren't for me just now, it wouldn't have been Zhang Xiaowei who died. That monster came for you first, and luckily you are light with my 5 points of strength, otherwise you would have been done for already." Chen Ye shot a glance at Qin Zhaoyang. Yes, Brother Yi, you are my reborn parents. Really, if talents could be exchanged, I would give you my level talent. You could definitely protect me well." Qin Zhaoyang spoke sincerely. Although they had only known each other for just over a semester, he still admired Chen Ye. Chen Ye thought to himself, "You must be dreaming, wanting to trade a broken level for my SS level." Listening to their banter, Zhao Hai also smiled slightly, then turned to look at Zhao Ruoxi, who was still comforting Zhang Xiaojia. "Teacher Zhao, you should lead this team. I don't have any leadership skills and can't manage such a large group." As soon as Zhao Hai spoke, the three teachers' faces changed simultaneously. Zhao Ruoxi, who had just been comforting Zhang Xiaojia, froze suddenly, turning her head to look at Zhao Hai with a glimmer of disbelief in her eyes. Lin Shuyu and Fang Yuan also frowned deeply. The most panicked were not the teachers, but the students with low-level talents. "Zhao Hai, you can't abandon us." A bespectacled boy was the first to shout, his voice trembling noticeably. His talent was level night vision, which might be somewhat useful in this foggy environment, but he clearly did not think he could fight. "Didn't you say you would lead us to survive? We recognize you as the leader of the team. We will follow your commands." A girl in the front row spoke, her voice high and urgent, as if afraid that if she spoke too slowly, Zhao Hai would disappear. "Brother Hai, what will we do if you leave?" A small boy was almost crying, his eyes red. He had just witnessed the monster tear open Zhang Xiaowei's neck, a scene he would never forget, and now the only one who could punch the monster away, Zhao Hai said, he was leaving. Panic spread like wildfire. More and more people gathered around, their faces filled with a shared expression. It was not fear of the monster, but fear of being abandoned. "Brother Hai, I will go with you. Please take me." "Me too, I will go with you." "Brother Hai, I drew a clever talent, rapid healing. Although I have no combat power, I can treat simple external injuries. Please take me along." Some began to announce their talents, trying to exchange their abilities for a ticket to survival. Others had already started to squeeze closer to Zhao Hai, as if standing a little closer to him could increase their chances of survival. Zhao Ruoxi stood in place, her lips slightly parted and then closed again. She wanted to say something to reassure everyone that We will find a way as teachers. But the words were swallowed back. Even she knew that saying it would have no persuasive power. How could a level talent teacher protect the students? Her gaze fell on Zhao Hai, then on Li Jiahao, and finally on the panicked students. An unprecedented sense of helplessness surged from the depths of her heart. Lin Shuyu noticed the change in Zhao Ruox's expression and reached out to hold her wrist. Fang Yuan stood nearby, adjusting his glasses, his fingers trembling slightly. He had thought that by relying on his teacher's identity, he could keep Zhao Hai close, at least to temporarily command him. But now that Zhao Hai was no longer playing along, he understood what that meant. Zhang Xiaojia was also in a daze. Just a moment ago, she had been angry at Zhao Hai for not rescuing her sister in time. Now that Zhao Hai said he was leaving, she suddenly felt anxious. Zhang Xiaojia hurried up and apologized to Brother Hai. The bespectacled boy's voice was sharp and urgent, his eyes behind the lenses filled with agitation. Usually he was a nice guy in class, never refusing anyone who asked for help, but now there was no kindness in his tone. It's all your fault. Your sister died, and you blame Brother Hai. Now it's good. Brother Hai wants to leave. Are you satisfied? A girl wearing a light blue nightgown with long hair down expressed her anger, her face shifting from fear to fury, that anger coming swiftly and fiercely. You wretched woman, are you trying to kill us? Another voice rang out, this time from a boy, deeper and colder than the previous few. Zhang Xiaojia's body trembled slightly. She opened her mouth to say something, but seeing the expressions on those faces, her voice got stuck in her throat. Among these people, many had just been speaking up for her, but now all the blame was directed at her. Brother Hai, you don't hit women. I will help you take revenge. A tall girl stepped out of the crowd. She was also a sports scholarship student named Gao Li, specializing in shot. Standing nearly 6 feet tall and weighing 160 pounds, she was solidly built with muscle. She wore a gray sports tank top and black shorts, barefoot. Each step she took on the gravelly ground made a dull. Gao Li walked up to Zhang Xiaojia, looking down at her from a height. Zhang Xiaojia raised her head, her pupils slightly constricting, instinctively taking a half step back. Gao Li swung her right arm, her strong arm accustomed to throwing shot puts, arced through the air and landed a solid slap on Zhang Xiaojia's face. Smack! The sound was crisp, like a twig snapping, exploding on the platform. Zhang Xiaojia's body flew sideways like a kite with a broken string, soaring 2 meters before crashing heavily to the ground, rolling over half a turn before coming to a stop. Half of her face swelled visibly, a trickle of blood oozing from the corner of her mouth and a bruise darkening beneath her left eye. She looked dazed, her eyes wide open, pupils unfocused, lips quivering. Gao Li shook her hand and stepped towards Zhang Xiaojia, looking down at her lying on the ground, her tone carrying a sense of ruthless entitlement. You shameless wretch, hurry and crawl over to apologize to Hai Ge. She reached out to grab Zhang Xiaojia's hair. Gao Li, that's enough. Zhao Ruozai's voice came from the side, laced with suppressed anger. She stepped out from the crowd, quickly moving between Gao Li and Zhang Xiaojia, raising her hand to shield Zhang Xiaojia. Her hand trembled slightly, but her back was straight, and she looked directly at Gao Li, who was slightly taller than her, saying, "We're all classmates, don't take it too far." Gao Li looked down at Zhao Ruoxi, her eyes lacking respect for the teacher, only showing direct impatience. Teacher Zhao, are you completely out of touch with reality? Gao Li's voice was not loud, but it carried a chilling coldness. Even at this point, you still want to act like a teacher. Just now Hai Ge wanted to be the group leader, but you wouldn't let him. Now that he wants to leave, we are going to die. Her voice suddenly rose, finger pointing at Zhao Ruozai's face, almost poking her nose. If we die, it's all your and Zhang Xiaojia's fault. Zhao Ruozai's pupils slightly constricted. She opened her mouth to say something, but Gao Li's words struck at her most vulnerable spot like a knife. She suddenly realized one thing: since waking up, her ability to stand here and speak, to make the students listen to her, was not due to her capability, but her identity. The title class teacher, which granted her authority in the normal world, held no value here in this foggy realm overrun by monsters. Moreover, Gao Li was not even a student from their class, so there was no need to give her as a teacher any respect. Fang Yuan stood a few steps away, watching this scene, his fingers unconsciously tightening. He took half a step forward, but then stopped. Lin Shuyao did not hesitate as much, walking directly to Zhao Ruozai's side. She looked at Gao Li, remaining silent, simply standing there to express her stance. Gao Li glanced at Lin Shuyao, snorting from her nose, "A bunch of idiots." The atmosphere at the scene became palpably tense. That tension was not because a fight was about to break out, but because everyone realized one thing: the group was about to disperse. Those who had just been crying and shouting to keep Zhao Hai now showed signs of division on their faces. Some were still pleading, some began to fall silent, and others were already searching the crowd for the next person. Zhao Hai stood in place, arms crossed over his chest, his expression unreadable. Behind him stood 2 subordinates, both substitutes from the school basketball team, their camaraderie tight. Chen Ye and Qin Zhaoyang stood at Zhao Hai's right side. Chen Ye's face showed no emotion. Qin Zhaoyang's expression was complicated. At this moment, He understood the humanity Chen Ye had spoken of under the apocalypse. On the other side, Li Jiahao leaned against a tilted pillar on the platform, hands tucked in the pockets of his silk pajamas, quietly observing everything. Sun Kai and Ma Wenbo stood on either side of him, having followed him since the start of their freshman year, always at his beck and call. The students crowding in front of Zhao Hai were still engaged in moral coercion. Zhao Hai, are you really going to leave? Are you just going to walk away, and can you live with your conscience? A girl's voice emerged from the crowd, tinged with tears. Her hair was a mess and her tears had yet to dry on her face. You have class talent, you have the ability to protect us, why won't you? Are you that selfish? Exactly, we're all classmates, can you bear to watch us die? Zhao Hai, didn't you say you wanted to be the boss? We acknowledge you as our boss, isn't that enough? Haigo, please take me with you, we'll do anything. The voices grew louder and more chaotic, pleading, accusing, morally coercive, and enticing, all blending together like a boiling pot of porridge. Zhao Hai's brows furrowed. He was not the kind of person skilled at handling complex situations. He could remember strategies on the basketball court, anticipate opponents' movements, but facing over 20 expressions of tears, pleas, or resentment, his mind was clearly overloaded. His lips moved slightly, his fists clenched, and then relaxed. Chen Ye noticed his discomfort. Ultimately, Zhao Hai still harbored a flicker of kindness, but that kindness was not to be had in the apocalypse. He took a step forward. Everyone stopped talking. All eyes turned to him. Chen Ye stood beside Zhao Hai, hands in the pockets of his pajama pants, his expression as calm as a still pond. Zhao Hai has no obligation to protect you, haven't you figured that out yet? He looked at those who had just been engaging in moral coercion, his gaze sweeping over their faces. You all constantly say you have talent, you should protect us. Who told you that having talent means you must protect others? Talent is something he drew, not something you gave him. He used his talent to save you, and instead of thanking him, you blame him for not saving you fast enough. Do you find that reasonable? Chen Ye's voice was not loud, yet every word weighed heavily. Some in the crowd lowered their heads. No one answered as silence spread among them. Not in agreement, but in an inability to refute. If Zhao Hai is willing to protect you, it's a favor, not an obligation. He doesn't owe any of you his life. After saying this, Chen Ye fell silent, retreating back to his original position. He did not continue. To say more would be excessive. To say more would make it seem as if he was rejecting everyone on Zhao Hai's behalf, which would portray Zhao Hai as cold-blooded. What he needed to do was to untie the rope of moral coercion around Zhao Hai's neck. As for how Zhao Hai ultimately decided, that was Zhao Hai's business, and of course in his heart, he certainly did not want Zhao Hai to take on these burdens. But right now Zhao Hai was leading the team, and he did not want to overstep his bounds. Zhao Hai glanced at Chen Ye, his eyes filled with gratitude. He hadn't expected Chen Ye to stand up for him at this moment, nor did he anticipate that every word Chen Ye spoke would be perfectly timed. He took a deep breath and made a decision. I won't take any of you with me. My abilities are limited, so you must find a way on your own. Seek out a teacher, or look for Li Jiahao, or form your own team. In any case, I cannot take you with me. Zhao Hai's voice was deeper and steadier than before, as if he had contemplated this decision many times in his heart. After saying this, he no longer looked at the faces of the people around him, but turned, lowering his voice to say, let's go. Wait a moment. Chen Ye's voice came from behind, not loud, but audible to Zhao Hai. He paused and turned his head, asking, what is? Chen Ye approached him, lowering his voice to a volume only the two could hear, and said, there are two people who... Zhao Hai frowned. Who? Zhou Yiting. Chen Ye's gaze crossed Zhao Hai's shoulder, landing on a girl in a pink bear onesie among the crowd. Zhou Yiting stood next to Zhao Ruoshi, her expression much calmer than most. She possesses an A-grade talent, elemental affinity. Although she claims she currently lacks combat ability, the potential of an A-grade talent speaks for itself, though she will definitely be a significant force in the later stages. Zhao Hai nodded slightly. And the second one? Gu Qinghuan. Gu Qinghuan. Zhao Hai frowned slightly. He did not know Gu Qinghuan. Yes. What talent does she have? I'm not sure. You can ask Zhou Yiting for details, but I sense her talent is extraordinary. Chen Ye's expression showed no change, his gaze directed at Gu Qinghuan, who stood at the edge of the crowd. Zhao Hai followed Chen Ye's line of sight. Gu Qinghuan stood at the very edge of the crowd, her black silk nightgown appearing as a crack in the gray-white mist. Unlike others, she did not shrink into the crowd, but stood there, her gaze calmly fixed on the depths of the gray fog. Zhao Hai was well aware that such calmness was not a facade. Like him possessing great talent, he had little fear, especially after sending the monster fleeing with a single punch. He had seen many types of people on the court, and there were those who in the final seconds of a tense game would not only remain calm, but become exceptionally composed. Such calmness is not numbness or sluggishness, but a form of confidence, the kind that believes they can make the game-winning shot. In the current environment, it meant Gu Qinghuan had absolute confidence in handling monsters. You are right, as she is not simple. Zhao Hai's voice dropped. Chen Ye added, moreover, she doesn't group with anyone. In this environment, not grouping means either being foolish or having enough capability to survive alone. She is clearly not a fool. Zhao Hai nodded, hesitating for a moment before asking, but will she come with us? Chen Ye withdrew his gaze. Well, give it a try. Even if she refuses, we have nothing to lose. Let's invite Zhou Yiting first and ask her about Gu Qingwen's talent while we're at it. With that, Zhao Hai turned and walked towards Zhou Yiting. However, just as he took 2 steps, he saw a scene that made his blood pressure rise. Li Jiahao had somehow already approached Zhou Yiting. He was saying something. Zhou Yiting was listening. Zhao Hai paused for a moment before accelerating his pace. He took 2 steps at a time, standing directly between Zhou Yiting and Li Jiahao, using his height of 195 meters to block Li Jiahao's line of sight completely. Zhou Yiting, come with me. Zhao Hai spoke directly without any preamble or pleasantries. Zhou Yiting looked up at him, remaining silent. Li Jiahao circled around from behind Zhao Hai, saying, Zhao Hai, that's not right. There should be a sequence to things. I invited the class monitor first. Zhao Hai did not look at Li Jiahao, his gaze fixed on Zhou Yiting. Zhou Yiting, my team includes not only myself with grade talent, but also 1 A grade and 2 grade talents. Our combat capacity is more than sufficient. Though my brain may not be the best, I know to heed good advice. Chen Ye will be with me, he's clever. If you join us, we can survive for 24 hours without any issue. Li Jiahao chuckled lightly. Zhao Hai, you make it sound as if my side isn't safe. Class monitor, while I may not have its grade talent, my talent can certainly be effective in critical moments, and my team does not require others to do tactical analysis for me. The gazes of the two clashed in the air. Zhou Yiting looked at Zhao Hai and then at Li Jiahao, remaining silent for about 3 seconds. I will go with you. She directed this statement to Zhao Hai. Can you tell me why? We are classmates after all. Why would you choose to follow this brute? Li Jiahao's smile did not change, but his eyes squinted slightly. Zhou Yiting glanced at him. Because Zhao Hai's team is stronger than yours. Although your talent is impressive, it is limited to self-protection. Can you help me become incorporeal? Li Jiahao's expression finally showed a hint of change, but he said nothing further, turning back to his own team. Sun Kai leaned over, lowering his voice. Brother, how Zhou Yiting? It's fine. Li Jiahao interrupted him. Since the class monitor is unwilling to join us, there is no need to stay here. Let's go. With that, he led 2 of his underlings straight toward the exit. With the large group dispersed, there was no reason for him. In his view, either having many people means great strength, or having few people means small targets. A large group of skilled individuals who had already fled was not a boost, but a burden, and naturally, he would not care about their fates. On the other side, Zhao Hai walked back to his team with Zhou Yiting. Chen Ye watched Zhou Yiting approach and nodded slightly, then stepped forward, lowering his voice to a level only the two could hear. Class monitor, may I ask you something? Speak. What is Gu Qingwen's talent in our class? Zhou Yiting glanced at him, and after recalling for 2 seconds replied, she reported to me an initial grade talent mental enhancement with an initial mental boost of 2, similar to your grade talent super strength, which has an initial strength of 2. Understood. Chen Ye nodded slightly and turned to walk toward the edge of the crowd. Gu Qinghuan was still standing there, her gaze still fixed on the distant gray fog. Chen Ye approached her and stopped, maintaining a distance of about 2 meters between them. Do you want to join Zhao Hai's team? Chen Ye asked directly without any small talk or preamble. Gu Qinghuan finally withdrew her gaze from the gray fog and looked at Chen Ye. No need. Her tone was very flat as she said these 3 words. Chen Ye looked at her, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. Are you really a grade talent? Now's the time to hurry and exit. It will be troublesome if we delay. Gu Qinghuan did not answer Chen Ye's question, but instead made a rather puzzling statement. Chen Ye watched her silhouette, his eyes narrowing slightly. This Gu Qinghuan was a true schemer. Absolutely, thoroughly, and undeniably a schemer. She falsely reported her talent, refused to form alliances, and kept her true abilities hidden from everyone. In an environment where everyone was panicking, seeking help, and trying to band together, she chose the most dangerous, yet liberating path, going solo. Unless she was a fool, she must have a trump card that allowed her to go alone. Chen Ye even began to suspect that Gu Qinghuan's talent rating might be higher than he had imagined. S grade. Or SS grade. He was uncertain. And the words she had just said, could they be related to her talent? Chen Ye withdrew his gaze and turned back to Zhao Hai's team. Qin Jiayong leaned over and asked quietly, is she not coming? No. Then can she survive alone for 24 hours? Chen Ye glanced at Qin Jiayong, but did not answer the question. His gaze swept over the crowd at the station, and Zhao Ruoshi had already helped Zhang Xiaojie up. But Zhang Xiaojie's eyes had become hollow like a shell that had lost its soul. Gao Li stood with the girls who had just been scolding Zhang Xiaojie, while Li Jiahao's team had already left. Chen Ye turned back to Zhao Hai and said, Brother Hai, we should leave too. It's not safe here. Li Jiahao's team and Gu Qinghuan had both left, and what Gu Qinghuan had said before leaving indicated that this was not a safe place. Zhao Hai nodded and waved his hand. Let's go. The six-person team quickly made their way to the exit. Gao Li stood in place, arms crossed over her chest, watching as Zhao Hai's team disappeared into the gray mist, her lips curling down slightly, a hint of coldness in her gaze. The people who had been crying and shouting around Zhao Hai now looked like deflated balloons, their expressions shifting from fear to confusion. Zhao Ruoxi took a deep breath, trying to keep her voice steady. Everyone, don't panic. We still have more than 20 people, as long as we unite. Unite my ass. Gao Li's voice interrupted from the side, rudely cutting off Zhao Ruoxi. She turned around, her gaze sweeping over everyone present, as if a broom was brushing against each face, then a mocking smirk appeared at the corners of her mouth. Teacher Zhao, what can your grade talent do? Can it fight monsters? Can it protect anyone? You can't even protect yourself, yet you talk about unity. Zhao Ruoxi's face paled for a moment. Lin Xiao stepped forward, blocking Zhao Ruoxi, staring directly at Gao Li. Gao Li, be mindful of your words. Mindful? Gao Li sneered. Teacher Lin, are you telling me to be mindful now? If you three had any brains, you would have handed the team over to Zhao Hai from the start. Lin Xiao pressed her lips into a thin line, but did not retort. Every word Gao Li said was the truth. Feng Yuan stood silently nearby. Gao Li no longer looked at the three teachers, but turned to face the remaining students. She counted and found that including the three teachers, there were a total of 24 people. Zhao Hai was gone, Li Jiahao was gone, and now the person with the highest talent here was Gao Li. Her talent was B-grade polearm mastery, which allowed her to deal double base damage when using polearm weapons, and her base strength was as high as 5 points, surpassing many boys, demonstrating her physical prowess. Listen up, this team is under my command. If you have any objections, you can leave now. Oh, I won't stop you. But those who stay must follow my orders. Gao Li's voice rose in intensity, carrying an undeniable sense of command. No one moved. No one dared to leave. Outside the gray mist were monsters, and beyond the platform lay unknown ruins. Stepping out meant certain death. Gao Li nodded in satisfaction, then raised her right hand, tapping the air a few times. Seconds later, a system prompt popped up before everyone present. Gao Li invites you to join the group chat, survival of the fittest. Do you accept? Everyone clicked accept. Gao Li glanced through the group and saw Zhang Xiaojia's name, directly kicking her out of the group chat without a second thought. She then sent a message in the group. Gao Li, everyone post your attribute panels. Talent ratings, talent descriptions, base attributes. Post everything without any concealment, or don't blame me for being rude. After the message was sent, the group fell silent for a few seconds. Then the first panel was posted. Name Lu Jian, level LV1, talent Eagle Eye, C grade, grants enhanced vision, enabling clear sight of objects thousands of meters away. Base attributes, strength 3, agility 4, constitution 3, spirit 4. Gao Li shook her head and continued to read. The second, third, fourth panels were posted one after another like job resumes, but these resumes determined not just job prospects, but also the chance of survival. D grade, C grade, D grade, D grade. All low-level talents. Previously, Wang Yiting had counted, and among the 40 people in the third carriage, besides Zhao Hai, Li Jiahao, and Zhou Yiting, who had high talents, the vast majority were C grade and D grade. Gao Li looked at these panels, her brows furrowing tighter. She muttered, useless, useless, all damn useless. She looked through them one by one, spending no more than 2 seconds on each panel before skipping to the next. Until she reached the 7th panel, her eyes brightened slightly. Name Wang Tai, level LV1, talent giant spirit, B grade. Upon activating talent, the body enlarges, increasing base strength and constitution by 50, while base agility decreases by 80. Base attributes, strength 4, agility 3, constitution 4, spirit 2. B grade talent. Although this talent wasn't particularly powerful when activated, it provided 6 points of strength and constitution, and the upper limit of level 1 base attributes was only 5 points, making him a usable person. Wang Tai, come here. Gao Li called out to the crowd. A short and sturdy boy stepped forward and stood beside. Gao Li continued to look down, her gaze lingering on the 12th attribute panel. Name Li Shui, level LV1, talent global vision, C grade, can activate a certain range of God's perspective. Base attributes, strength 2, agility 3, constitution 2, spirit 4. Li Shui, come here. Although this was not a combat talent and could be said to have no combat power, it was very useful for ensuring safety for 24 hours, so Gao Li had to bring her along. A girl in a white nightgown immediately walked over and stood next to Wang Tai. Gao Li continued to flip through the panels, finding 5 more all C grade and D grade trash talents, none of which caught her eye. She frowned, just about to close the group chat, when one of the last 2 panels froze her in place. Name Zhao Lei, level LV1. Talent mastery of axe and hammer, B grade, able to deal twice the base strength damage when using axe and hammer type weapons. Basic attributes, strength 4, agility 3, constitution 4, spirit 2. Gao Li's lips finally curled into a noticeable arc. This was a genuine combat talent. As long as he was given a fire axe, he could deal 8 points of strength damage. Zhao Lei's talent was quite similar to hers except his base strength was slightly lower. Zhao Lei, come here. As Gao Li finished speaking, a sturdy boy of similar height, dressed only in a pair of shorts, jogged over his face, displaying a look of surprise. Gao Li turned off the group chat, raised her head, and looked past the remaining people, including 3 teachers. Wang Tai, Li Shui, Zhao Lei, the 3 of you come with me. The others fend for themselves. The moment her words fell, the air seemed to be sucked out. The expressions of those not called shifted from anticipation to terror, and from terror to a nearly instinctive anger. Gao Li, you can't do this. You said everyone who stayed must listen to you. We are listening to you. How can you abandon us? A girl screamed, her talent being D-grade scent tracking, able to smell specific scents from kilometers away, which sounded impressive, but was useless in face-to-face combat. Abandon? Gao Li scoffed, her muscular arms crossed over her chest, looking down at the girl. When did I say I would take all of you with me? I only said this team is under my command, but I never claimed I would be your nanny. Her gaze shifted away from the girl, scanning each person present, finally resting on Zhao Ruoxi. Teacher Zhao, didn't you say we must unite? Didn't you want to be the leader? Now the opportunity is yours. Take the... Zhao Ruoxi's face turned as pale as paper. Her lips trembled, but she bit her teeth, holding back the... She knew Gao Li was humiliating her, because she couldn't lead. How could someone with a D-grade talent lead a dozen people to survive for 24 hours in a monster-infested area? Gao Li, you. Lin Shuyu started to speak, but Gao Li did not give her a chance to finish. Teacher Lin, spare yourself. You and Teacher Fong both C-grade. Can the 2 of you together defeat me? Gao Li's voice was as cold as ice shards. Lin Shuyu fell silent. Fong Yuan stood to the side, his eyes hidden behind his glasses, his expression unclear. His fingers trembled slightly, whether from fear or anger, or perhaps both. So don't lecture me about teacher ethics or unity. Here under these rules, survival is the only goal. I have no obligation to protect the useless, nor am I interested in being a saint. Gao Li's tone carried a near-cruel frankness. After finishing her words, she turned to the 3 individuals she had selected. Wang Tai, Li Shui, and Zhao Lei stood in a row, their expressions varying. Wang Tai looked relatively calm. Li Shui bit her lip, her eyes showing a hint of unease, but more was the relief of being chosen. Zhao Lei, however, lowered his head, not daring to meet the eyes of those who had been abandoned. Let's go. Gao Li waved her hand, leading the 3 towards the exit of the platform. After walking a few steps, she suddenly stopped, turned her head, and looked over the crowd, her gaze landing squarely on Zhang Xiaojia, who stood in the far corner. There was no sympathy in her eyes, only a raw disdain. Bitch, it's all your fault that Zhao Hai left, that the team fell apart. All the people who die in the 3rd carriage during the survival trial will be thanks to you. After saying this, she curled her lips into a malicious arc, then turned and strode into the gray mist. The figures of the 4 soon blended into the gray-white fog, their footsteps growing fainter and more distant until they completely vanished. The station fell silent again. This silence was not a calm quiet, but a deathly stillness, the kind of despair that comes from being abandoned with nowhere to go. Zhang Xiaojia stood there, half her face swollen. The blood at the corner of her mouth had dried, leaving a dark red mark. Her eyes were hollow like 2 dry wells, her pupils scattered, not knowing what they were looking at. Her younger sister Zhang Xiaowei's corpse still lay on the ground, the wound on her neck torn by teeth, still oozing blood, the thick blood emitting a nauseating odor. Zhang Xiaojia stood still like a statue, forgotten among the ruins. The silence lasted for about 10 seconds, then the first person moved. It's all because of you, you bitch. A girl's voice exploded from the crowd, sharp as glass scraping against metal. At this moment, her expression had changed from fear to anger, that anger surging like a beast driven to a dead end. Gao Li was right. If it weren't for your foolishness, Zhao Hai wouldn't have left. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. She rushed forward, grabbing Zhang Xiaojia's hair and pulling hard. Zhang Xiaojia's head was yanked sharply to the side, her body staggering slightly, but she did not resist or shout. She only tilted her head slightly, looking at the girl with her hollow eyes, then lowered her head again. The girl was enraged by her gaze. Do you dare glare at me? She raised her hand and slapped Zhang Xiaojia's face. The slap landed on the already swollen side of Zhang Xiaojia's face, causing fresh blood to ooze from the corner of her mouth, yet she remained silent, not even raising a hand to block. Hit her. Another voice joined in. This time it was a boy, short in stature, but with a fierce expression that seemed to belong to another person. He rushed up and kicked Zhang Xiaojia's knee pit. Her body lost balance, collapsing to her knees with a thud. You troublemaker. It's not enough that your sister died, you want to drag us all down with you. The boy cursed as he kicked, each kick delivered with full force, hitting Zhang Xiaojia's back, waist, and legs. Yes, kill her. Kill this bitch. The 3rd and 4th people rushed up. Fist slaps and kicks fell on Zhang Xiaojia like raindrops. She curled up on the ground, hugging her head, her body shaking violently with each blow, yet she never let out a single cry. Her mouth opened, but the sound felt as if something was lodged in her throat, only allowing a few faint whimpers to escape. Zhao Ruoxi finally snapped back to reality from her shock. Stop. Everyone stop. She rushed in wanting to pull away those who were beating Zhang Xiaojia. But as soon as she reached out, she was pushed aside. The one pushing her was a girl not strong, but Zhao Ruoxi's body was too frail, causing her to stagger several steps, almost falling to the ground. Teacher Zhao, don't meddle. The girl's voice was sharp and shrill, her eyes filled with a near-manic obsession. This bitch caused us to be abandoned. She deserves to die. Exactly. She deserves to die. The voices grew louder and more chaotic, like a tide surging from all sides, completely drowning out Zhao Ruoxi's voice. Lin Shuyu also rushed in. She was somewhat stronger than Zhao Ruoxi, grabbing the arm of a boy who was kicking Zhang Xiaojia and pulling hard. I told you to stop. Do you not understand human language? Lin Shuyu's voice boomed like thunder exploding on the platform. The boy staggered as she yanked him, then whirled around. His eyes bloodshot and blazing with murderous fury fixed upon Lin Shuyao, as if he meant to devour her alive. Teacher Lin, do you wish to be beaten as well? His voice was low, thick, with suppressed menace. Lin Shuyao did not flinch. She straightened her spine and locked her gaze unflinchingly onto the boy. Dare you? The boy paused, briefly stunned. Not by Lin Shuyao's commanding presence, but because the title teacher still clung like a final vestige of habit to the frayed edges of his mind. Yet that habit was vanishing, visible even to the naked eye. Fang Yuan rushed forward, stepping beside Lin Shuyao. His voice trembled slightly. Everyone calm down. Violence solves nothing. Zhang Xiaojia is already what? Already pitiful. A girl's voice sliced through the crowd, laced with scathing mockery. Her suffering is hers alone, but it must not cost us our lives. Zhao Hai is gone. Li Jiahao is gone. Even Gao Li has vanished. How long can any of us survive past 24 hours? Tell me, can we even live? Fang Yuan opened his mouth, but no words emerged. He had no answer. Not because he refused to speak, but because he truly did not know. At that moment, a guttural, bestial roar echoed from deep within the gray mist. It was not loud, but resonant, as though rising from the bowels of the earth, vibrating in their ribcages like struck drums. Instantly, every hand ceased striking Zhang Xiaojia. All heads snapped toward the source of the sound, the exit gate, the very direction Zhao Hai, Li Jiahao, and Gao Li had taken when they fled. After the roar came silence, brief, heavy, suffocating. Then more sounds surged from that same direction: roars, snarls, and a piercing, grating shriek, like claws scraping across glass, blending into a dissonant, horrifying chorus. What is that sound? Someone whispered, voice trembling. No one answered, but everyone already knew. Monsters. Many monsters. This was the trouble Gu Qinghuan had warned of, and now it had arrived. Ruins of the city. On a desolate street, Zhao Hai's group advanced slowly. Zhao Hai led the way. A towering figure nearly 2 meters tall, his broad frame parting the ashen mist like a living wall which swirled, closed behind him the moment he passed. Chen Ye and Zhou Yiting walked near the center of the formation. Qin Jiayang trailed just behind Chen Ye, alert as a wary monkey, his eyes darting ceaselessly, scanning the shifting gaps in the fog for movement or threat. Bringing up the rear were Zhao Hai's 2 lieutenants, Li Zheng and Wang Shuo, both athletic scholarship students clad only in sleeveless tanks and shorts, barefoot. Though less imposing than Zhao Hai, their physiques still stood out starkly among ordinary people. Emerging from the station's exit, they stepped into a world far more shattered than the platform itself. A 10-meter-wide street stretched in both directions, its surface littered with rubble, jagged shards of glass, and dried blackish stains, viscous and ominous. Buildings on either side looked as though they'd been scoured by artillery fire. Some collapsed entirely, others stood truncated, mere skeletal halves, many bore stripped facades exposing twisted rebar skeletons beneath. The air hung thick with a cloying, sweet-rotten stench, so potent it coated the tongue like decay made tangible. This place is utterly unnatural. Wang Shuo muttered under his breath. His foot kicked an empty tin can. The metallic clang reverberated sharply across the hollow street, echoing far into the mist. Keep your voice down, Zhou Yiting frowned. Sound may draw creatures. Wang Shuo shrank back, jaw clenched, and fell silent. Zhao Hai slowed, falling into step beside Chen Ye. Chen Ye, where should we head? Chen Ye scanned the fog-draped buildings on both sides, then studied the dark, dried stains staining the pavement. North. Beyond the station lies a bus stop. The route map there confirms this street runs east-west, and Shidu city center lies due north. Why the city center? Wouldn't it be more dangerous? Zhao Hai furrowed his brow, puzzled. We're 6 people, barely equipped with footwear. This survival trial lasts 24 hours. Without food or water, endurance will crumble. We need usable supplies, clothing, clean water, weapons. The city center offers the highest probability of finding them. Dense architecture means greater stockpiles and more places to take cover. Zhao Hai hesitated, glancing over his shoulder at the others, then nodded decisively. Then north it is. The group resumed its march. After roughly 500 meters, buildings grew denser along the street, and their collapse less total. Some retained intact facades, standing like battered sentinels amid ruin. Chen Ye noticed the black dried stains multiplying, spreading from scattered flecks into broad, splattered swathes, as if ink had been hurled across the ground in furious torrents. But it was no ink, it was blood. Black and oxidized blood. And judging by its patterns, splashes from multiple angles, overlapping trails, layered deposits, it had been shed repeatedly, violently, by many sources. Many things had died here. Brother Hai, there's a supermarket over there. Li Zheng pointed toward a two-story building on the right. Its exterior remained largely intact, but the glass entrance was shattered, the frame warped, and askew the gaping doorway, a dark half-open maw. Above the door the signboard had faded beyond legibility. Only the single character, Chow Super, remained faintly discernible. Zhao Hai halted, studying the store, then turned to Chen Ye. Shall we investigate? Let's go in, Chen Ye nodded. A supermarket should house fire axes, excellent weapons indeed. Weapon, Qin Zhaoyang's eyes gleamed. Does it have a sports section? Bows or crossbows would be ideal, or failing that throwing knives would suffice. We'll find out once inside. Zhao Hai strode ahead toward the supermarket. At the threshold he paused, listened intently for several seconds, then pushed open the crooked glass door. Its metal frame shrieked in protest. Darkness swallowed the interior whole. I'll enter first, you wait outside. Zhao Hai glanced back at the group. Silver-gray metallic luster shimmered across his clenched fists. Then he stepped into the void. His footsteps receded, growing softer, fainter, until they dissolved into silence. Nearly a minute later his voice echoed from within, come in. No one's here. I mean, no creatures. 5 figures filed inside. Qin Zhaoyang produced a flashlight from somewhere, its stark white beam slashing erratically through the gloom. Inside, the supermarket proved larger than it appeared from without. Aisles lay overturned, goods spilled across the floor, black blood and broken glass stained every surface. Signs still dangled from the ceiling. Food section, beverage section, daily necessities. Though cracked and battered, their characters remained legible. Where did that flashlight come from? Chen Ye turned toward Qin Zhaoyang's light. Found it on the floor, still functional. Qin Zhaoyang replied, shaking the torch. There's plenty more lying around. This place was ransacked by something. Chen Ye knelt, picking up an empty can. Its metal shell had been pierced from within by something sharp. Edges curled outward, its contents long since devoured. Enough of this. Search for usable supplies. Zhao Hai's voice rang out from deeper inside. Chen Ye gave a slight nod. Understood. Stay vigilant, everyone. The group dispersed. Qin Zhaoyang dragged Chen Ye towards the sports equipment section, the flashlight's beam flickering wildly in the darkness. Brother Ye, do you think there are any bows or crossbows in this supermarket? Generally, supermarkets in the country don't sell these, right? Do you think this is still the country? It might not even be the original Earth anymore. Can we go back? I don't know, let's take it one step at a time. Chen Ye and Qin Zhaoyang ran past 2 aisles, and the sign for the sports equipment section appeared overhead. Qin Zhaoyang swept the flashlight across the shelves, and his expression instantly fell. The shelves were empty, devoid of anything. No, it wasn't completely empty. On the bottom shelf lay a flat cardboard box covered in dust. Qin Zhaoyang crouched down to pull the box out, and opened it. Inside was a slingshot and 2 bags of small steel balls. The slingshot was plastic with a fluorescent green handle and silver forks. The box was printed with the words, powerful and precise, alongside a photo of a grinning child. Is this it? Qin Zhaoyang held up the fluorescent green slingshot, his expression a mix of confusion and frustration. Powerful and precise, suitable for children aged 812. Chen Ye read the fine print on the box, his lips twitching. Very suitable for you, no tricks for the young or the old. Shut up. Qin Zhaoyang cursed as he stuffed the slingshot into his pajamas pocket, just in case it came in handy. It seems like this place has been scavenged many times. There's nothing useful left. Chen Ye looked thoughtfully at the empty shelves. Could there still be natives here? Or did those monsters do this? Qin Zhaoyang looked confused. It's not clear for now. Let's head back to the entrance and see what they've found. Chen Ye couldn't make sense of it either. This bizarre death game itself was a massive mystery, and he was just a novice. All right, let's go back. Qin Zhaoyang nodded. The two headed towards the entrance where some people had already returned. Zhou Yiting leaned against the cashier counter, clutching a pile of items. Upon seeing Chen Ye and Qin Zhaoyang, she immediately stepped forward and asked, "What did you find?" "There's nothing left in the sports equipment section. We only found a toy slingshot." Qin Zhaoyang pulled the toy slingshot out of his pocket. Zhou Yiting's lips twitched slightly. Chen Ye glanced at the items in Zhou Yiting's arms. "What about you?" "I found a few cans and some water. I'm not sure if they're safe to eat." "Oh, and a map." Zhou Yiting pulled out a crumpled map from her arms. Chen Ye took the map and unfolded it. It was a city map of the corpse city, printed on paper in color, its corners worn and frayed, some areas stained with black liquid, but most of the regions were still legible. The map indicated the layout of the corpse city with a dense cluster of buildings marked as the municipal area and commercial area, radiating outward marked as industrial area and residential area, with the outermost layer labeled as suburbs. The station was marked at the southernmost tip of the map as Corpse City South Station, which was where they had disembarked. Chen Ye folded the map neatly. This map is very valuable, which shows where everything is, so we won't get lost trying to find our way back. I think so too, Zhou Yiting nodded. With this map, we can venture further, and it also marks several potentially safe locations. For example, there's an underground shelter in the municipal area marked as a civil defense project located one level down. There should be protective doors at both entrances and exits. Chen Ye's gaze turned serious. An underground shelter with protective doors was indeed a viable option, as long as the doors could close, nothing from outside could get in. However, he wasn't ready to make a decision, yet he needed to see more information to judge. Zhaohai Li Zheng and Wang Shuo also came out. The three of them were already dressed, and though their clothes and shoes were a bit ill-fitting, it was much better than going barefoot in shorts. Wang Shuo carried a fire axe, and Li Zheng had a butcher's knife at his waist. Both had found suitable weapons. Zhaohai carried 2 large backpacks full and bulging, looking as if he had packed quite a bit. I found some clothing and some knives from the supermarket's fresh produce area, which can be used as weapons. Zhaohai placed the 2 backpacks on the ground, unzipped one revealing clothes while the other had the knives. He pulled out a cleaver and handed it to Chen Ye. The blade was about 20 centimeters long, thick on the back, sharp on the edge, and felt heavy in hand. Chen Ye swung it a couple of times in the air, the slicing sound crisp. Zhaohai then handed a slicing knife to Qin Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang, you can use this. Qin Xiaoyang took the slicing knife and swung it a couple of times, his movements clearly less fluid than Chen Ye's, and almost flung the knife away, causing him to grip the handle tightly. My strength attribute isn't high. I probably shouldn't use a knife. Zhaohai glanced at him. Whether it suits you or not, just hold it for self-defense. Oh, everyone should have one. He then pulled out a small lightweight knife with a sheath and handed it to Zhou Yiting. Zhou Yiting took the knife and said, "Thank you. You all should wear the clothes and shoes in this bag. They might not fit well, but having something is better than nothing." As soon as Zhaohai finished speaking, the three began rummaging through the bag. Qin Xiaoyang spotted a pair of sneakers from a pile of clothes. "Brother Yi, you can wear these. They're size 44. Chen Ye tried them on. They were slightly big, but still better than going barefoot on shattered glass. Wang Yiting also found clothes that fit. The three quickly changed into the clothing. Although the clothes were ill-fitting and the shoes uncomfortable, no one complained at this critical moment. Zhaohai looked at the water and cans on the ground. The water and food should last a day. Hopefully, these won't upset our stomachs. What's the plan next? Maybe we can just hide here until the trial ends. His gaze turned to Chen Ye. Chen Ye sat on the ground, resting his chin on one hand. Don't you think this survival trial is a bit too easy? We only saw one monster at the station. Once we came out, we didn't see a thing. Since it's a survival trial, it shouldn't be this simple, right? It is indeed strange. We didn't see a single hair after we came out. Is this a beginner's benefit of the death? There's an old Chinese saying that ghost survival comes from adversity, death comes from comfort. Since monsters have appeared at the station, there must be monsters in this corpse city. Maybe it's just not their active time yet. Chen Ye paused, scanning everyone present. While we have the time, let's clarify our specific talent ability. Zhaohai nodded. Chen Ye is right. Let's clarify our specific abilities. The more detailed, the better. He stood up, the silver-gray metallic sheen reappearing on his fists. S-Class talent steel armament. The ability is body metallization. Currently, the range that can be metallized extends from the fingertips to the forearm. When activated, it can deal 3 times the base power and damage. Metallization continuously consumes stamina, and if maintained, it can last for about an hour. Zhaohai finished speaking and looked at Li Zheng. Li Zheng pulled out his cleaver and waved it a couple of times. B-Class talent sword mastery. The ability allows me to deal double the base power and damage when using sword-type weapons. This should be a passive talent and does not consume stamina. Chen Ye understood. Li Zheng's talent was also passive like his. Zhaohai's talent was active, and physical active talents consume stamina, while the expenditure of stamina corresponds to the consumption of spell-type talents. Wang Shuo then spoke. A-Class talent weapon master. My ability is the same as Li Zheng's, but I can use any melee weapon without limitation on weapon type, so my A-Class is essentially equal to Li Zheng's B-Class in terms of combat power. Next was Zhou Yiting. She stood up, her expression showing a hint of uncertainty. A-Class talent elemental affinity. My ability allows me to sense and guide the 4 elements: lightning, wind, water, and fire. Each elemental technique can deal double damage based on mental power, but right now I can only sense them, not truly control them. I currently lack direct combat capability. Zhaohai raised an eyebrow. Elemental affinity. Isn't that like a mage? Perhaps, but I can't even conjure a fireball right now. I probably need to learn relevant skills, which I suspect can only be obtained by defeating monsters. Zhou Yuting spoke with a hint of helplessness. Chen Ye felt that this death game was not particularly friendly to mental talents, while physical talents only needed 5 points of strength to have a certain combat capability, even with a kitchen knife. My talent is B-class perfect shot. As long as I'm within range, and there are no obstacles in the shooting path, I can hit the target without fail, without any basic attribute enhancement. Qin Zhaoyang spoke about his talent, feeling that it was somewhat useless since his perfect shot could be blocked. In the end, all eyes were on Chen Ye. Leaning against the wall with his hands in his pajama pockets, Chen Ye appeared quite casual. C-class talent super strength, base strength 2. Adding my own 3 points of base strength, I currently have 5 points of strength. While Wang Yiting was tallying talents on the train, they were very close to Chen Ye, so they naturally knew that Chen Ye's talent was quite weak, but Zhao Hai valued Chen Ye's intellect. Li Zheng and Wang Shuo wouldn't say anything either. After all, Chen Ye was brought in by their big brother as a strategist. Although Chen Ye's talent is not strong, his intelligence is sharp. In this apocalyptic game, sometimes a clear mind is more important than strength. Zhao Hai had a favorable impression of Chen Ye. Concerned that his 2 younger brothers might look down on him, he spoke up. Chen Ye smiled lightly, not responding, as his gaze swept over each person's face, silently noting this information in his heart. Zhao Hai S-class steel armament, 3 times power explosion arms, can metallize, continuously consuming stamina with a duration of about 1 hour. Li Zheng B-class sword mastery, double power damage, passive talent, no consumption. Wang Shuo A-class weapon master, double power damage, passive talent, unlimited weapon types, no consumption. Zhou Yaoting A-class elemental affinity, currently 0 combat capability, requires skill books. Qin Zhaoyang B-class perfect shot within sight and range, can hit targets without obstruction, currently only has a toy slingshot. Adding himself, he has 5 points of strength and a bone-chopping knife roughly equivalent to a slightly stronger ordinary person. This configuration is neither strong nor weak. Zhao Hai's S-class is an absolute pillar, and our stamina means he cannot fight continuously. Li Zheng and Wang Shuo's passive talents ensure their output is stable and controllable. As long as they have weapons in hand, they can fight continuously, which is a significant advantage. Qin Zhaoyang's guaranteed hit is currently decorative, but if given a bow, he could immediately become the most stable ranged output point in the team. The value of the guaranteed hit attribute in the apocalyptic game cannot be overstated. Although there are certain conditions when used well, it remains a godly skill. Zhou Yiting can only act as a decorative piece for now. Of course, she isn't much better off herself. This amounts to 3 dragging 3. His SSS class talent super strength is like a sleeping lion. But once he reaches level 2, with 5 times the growth in strength and physical fitness, his strength and physique will directly become 10 points. This is equivalent to a weapon mastery talent, turning him into a berserker capable of both offense and defense. Upon reaching level 5, his stamina and physique will reach 25 points. While Zhao Hai will have 9 points of strength when he reaches level 5, his talent activation can deal 27 points of damage. By then his strength won't be much weaker than Zhao Hai's, and when he reaches level 10, his strength attribute will surpass Zhao Hai. This talent becomes stronger as one progresses, but for now he is still at the bottom of the hierarchy. Chen Ye, what are you thinking? Zhou Yiting's voice came from beside him. Chen Ye withdrew his thoughts, shifting his gaze from the ceiling to Zhou Yiting's face. I was considering our next arrangements. Any ideas? Zhao Hai leaned closer, squatting in front of Chen Ye. Chen Ye took out the map Zhou Yiting had found and spread it on the ground. The light coming from the supermarket entrance was barely sufficient, and the gray-white sky illuminated the lines on the map more clearly. We got off the train around 6 in the morning, and about 2 hours have passed now. Chen Ye's finger glided over the map, landing on the position of the south station of Corpse City. Since we disembarked, we've only encountered one monster, and that was at the platform. After exiting, we walked nearly 3 kilometers without seeing a single monster. Isn't that a good thing? Qin Zhaoyang interjected. It is a good thing, but it's abnormal. Chen Ye raised his head, scanning each person present. Death Train Survival Trial Corpse City. These keywords combined shouldn't lead to such calmness. Either the monsters haven't reached their active time, or they are concentrated in a specific area. If my hypothesis is correct, the monsters' active periods are related to their habits. From the performance of the monster at the platform, it was fast and aggressive, but after being punched away by Zhao Hai, it ran. This indicates it has a certain level of intelligence, at least knowing when to flee. Chen Ye's finger circled the central area of Corpse City on the map. It's morning now, the sky is gray, but at least there is light. Assuming these monsters are not active during the day or their activity is limited, then the calmness we observe now is reasonable. When night falls, he did not finish, but everyone understood. You mean many monsters will come out at night? Li Zheng tightened his grip on the cleaver. Not necessarily, but we must prepare for the worst. Chen Ye's finger began at the south station of Corpse City, moving along a northern route, eventually stopping at a location in the municipal area. That location had a special mark on the map, a blue square with the words Civil Defense Project written next to it. This is an underground shelter. Chen Ye raised his head to look at Zhao Hai. If the night is indeed the active period for the monsters, staying in open areas or supermarkets is tantamount to handing our lives over to chance. An underground space with a door that can be closed is safer than any surface structure. Zhao Hai stared at the blue square on the map for a few seconds, then looked up at Chen Ye. Are you sure this place exists? Chen Ye nodded. It's marked on the map, but whether it's still usable is uncertain. This map is of unknown age and the entrance to the Civil Defense Project might have been buried. Then let's go check it out, Wang Shuo said, shaking the fire axe in his hand. At worst the door is blocked, and we'll find another place. Zhao Hai said nothing. He stood up and walked to the supermarket entrance, glancing at the gray mist outside. The gray mist was lighter than before, visibility improving from 30 or 40 meters to 50 or 60, but everything in the distance remained blurred like a layer of frosted glass. He turned around, walked back, and squatted down. How long will it take to reach this underground shelter? Chen Ye looked at the distance on the map and estimated the team's speed. About 2 hours, assuming there are no unexpected events along the way. Unexpected events refer to monsters. Monsters, road conditions, or other things we don't know about. Zhao Hai was silent for a few seconds, then nodded heavily. Then let's go. If, as I expect, these things don't appear in large numbers during the day, it will be a good time for us to gather resources, hunt the isolated ones. If we can find a drop item or skill book, it would greatly enhance our team's strength. With Chen Ye's words, Zhao Hai, Wang Shuo, and Li Zheng all felt a surge of excitement. What are we waiting for? Let's go. Zhao Hai stood up and walked toward the supermarket entrance. At the bus station, he could injure a monster with a single punch. Killing one should be no problem, but unfortunately, he had let the monster escape back then. The others followed suit. The 6-person team returned to the street. The gray mist was thinner than before and visibility had reached 100 meters. The outlines of the buildings on both sides of the street became clearer. Chen Ye walked in the middle of the team, gripping the bone-chopping knife, which glinted coldly in the dim light. His gaze swept constantly through the mist, his ears perked up to catch every subtle sound. After about 10 minutes of advancement, the street began to change. The buildings on both sides transformed from scattered shops to continuous residential buildings. The floors weren't high, mostly between 5 and 6 stories, but the degree of damage was far worse than in the commercial area. Some entire buildings were fractured in the middle, with the upper halves missing, leaving uneven stumps and exposed steel bars. Some outer walls had been broken open by something from within, the edges of the holes covered with a dark red moss-like substance. The scattered rubble on the ground increased, crunching underfoot. The surroundings were unusually quiet. It wasn't that there was no sound at all. The wind was present, and there were occasional distant low rumbles, but the sounds of living creatures were entirely absent. There were no birds chirping, no insects buzzing, no sounds of any biological activity that should exist in the ruins of a city. This city was dead. No, there were living beings in this city. Those creatures with gray skin and black eyes. They were alive, but their way of living didn't resemble that of normal creatures. They seemed more like a part of this dead city, like maggots thriving on a giant corpse. There's something ahead. Zhao Hai suddenly stopped, the metallic sheen on his right fist flashing briefly. All footsteps came to a halt simultaneously. Chen Ye took 2 steps forward, standing beside Zhao Hai, following his gaze. There was a shadow in the mist. The shadow moved slowly in the fog, its outline blurred, but it was evident it was larger than the one that had attacked the team before, standing about 1.70 meters tall, but its form was more hunched, resembling a hunchbacked old man. One. Zhao Hai's voice was low, tinged with a hint of eager excitement. Chen Ye pressed down on his arm. Wait. Wait for what? Zhao Hai frowned. Chen Ye didn't answer immediately. His gaze passed over the outline of the shadow, looking further into the mist. The layers of mist were complex. The fog nearby was thinner, while the fog further away was thicker. Among those thicker mists, other shadows were moving. Not one. There were 3 or even 4. Not just one. Chen Ye released Zhao Hai's arm. There are at least 3 or 4 ahead. A look in the mist at those blurry outlines. Zhao Hai squinted his eyes and looked for a few seconds, his brow slightly furrowed. He saw them too. Those shadows moved slowly in the mist without a fixed direction, as if wandering aimlessly. But from their trajectories, they were blocking the way along this street. Should we take a detour? Zhao Hai asked. Chen Ye opened the map and quickly scanned it. They were currently about a kilometer north of the Corpse City South Station. 500 meters ahead was an intersection of 2 streets. To the east was a narrower alley, and to the west was a main road with 4 lanes in both directions. Let's go west. The main road is wider, has good visibility, and is less likely to be ambushed. Also, the buildings on both sides of the main road are spaced out, so if a large number of monsters surge out, we'll have more space to run. It's not easy to find a solitary one to take down. My class talent is surprisingly useless now. Zhao Hai sighed, secretly wishing to avoid a detour. With 3 or 4 monsters in front of him, he felt he could handle a fight. Chen Ye saw through Zhao Hai's thoughts and reminded him, Haiga, don't get too carried away. Not everyone in the team has your combat power. You are not fighting alone now, you are leading 5 people and their lives are in your hands. Zhao Hai was silent for 2 seconds, took a deep breath, and nodded. To the west. The team changed direction and carefully circumvented the area where monsters were wandering under Zhao Hai's lead. The western main road was indeed much wider, with a 4-lane road in both directions plus non-motorized vehicle lanes and sidewalks, totaling over 30 meters in width. The rubble on the road was less than on the small streets, but there were more black, dried bloodstains, large patches spread across the pavement. The buildings on both sides of the road were also taller, mostly 6 to 8 stories, commercial buildings with facades made of tiles, glass curtain walls, and stone cladding, each differing in style, but all inevitably covered with that dark red moss-like substance. What are these red things? Qin Xiaoyang knocked on the dark red substance on a street lamp pole with the back of it. The texture of the substance looked like moss, but was darker, with a faint sheen on the surface resembling something coated in varnish. Don't touch it. We don't know what it is, it's best not to touch it with your hands, came the voice of Zhou Yiting from behind. Qin Xiaoyang quickly withdrew his hand. The team continued forward for about 20 minutes. Ahead, the main road revealed a fork, one path extending westward, while the other veered north into a denser cluster of buildings. Northward, Chen Ye said, glancing at the map. The municipal district lay in that direction where the underground shelter was located. Zhao Hai nodded in agreement and led the way onto the northern path. This road was half as narrow as the main thoroughfare, with the buildings on either side towering higher, mostly 7 or 8-story office and apartment blocks. The windows were mostly shattered, and the dark hollow openings resembled countless eyes watching the team pass by. Chen Ye looked up at the dark windows, feeling an inexplicable quickening of his heartbeat. He sensed that they were being watched. It was no illusion, something truly was observing them. Hurry up, he urged in a low voice. Zhao Hai quickened his pace, and the others followed suit. Just as the team passed the entrance of a 6-story apartment building, a sharp shriek suddenly pierced the air above. The sound was akin to nails scraping against glass or metal grinding, piercing enough to hurt one's eardrums. Everyone looked up at once. At a 3rd-floor window of the apartment building, a dark gray figure crouched on the ledge, its pitch-black eyes fixated intensely on the team below. Its body was larger than the one they had encountered before, nearly the size of an adult male, with a hunched back that arched high. Its forepaws rested on the window ledge, claws embedded in the brick, seems its entire body poised like a coiled cheetah. Above, Li Zheng shouted first. Before his words finished, the creature leaped from the window. Its body unfurled midair, limbs outstretched, resembling a gliding bat. Its gray-white belly flashed past in the dim light before it landed heavily on the ground 5 meters behind. The dull thud of its landing exploded in the empty street. After landing, the creature did not attack immediately. It crouched low, its black eyes scanning the 6 people in front of it, and its mouth slowly opened, revealing a jagged row of yellow teeth. Step back, Zhao Hai said, swiftly turning around. His fists glimmered with a metallic sheen, the silver-gray light stark against the gray mist. Chen Ye pulled Qin Xiaoyang back a few steps, while Zhou Yiting and the others retreated to the roadside. Only Zhao Hai and the creature remained facing off in the center of the street. The creature tilted its head, its black eyes fixed on Zhao Hai's metallic fists, as if assessing the danger of its prey. Zhao Hai did not give it the time to evaluate. He took the initiative to strike, his right leg powering off the ground, propelling himself toward the monster like a cannonball. His silver-gray right fist sliced through the air, aimed directly at the creature's head. The creature responded much faster than the one they had encountered at the station. It did not take the hit directly, instead it sidestepped with a near-impossible flexibility, evading Zhao Hai's punch, while its right paw swiped in from the side, 5 black-gray claws slicing toward Zhao Hai's waist. Zhao Hai's combat instincts were on full display at that moment. He retracted his fist to block his metallic forearm, intercepting the creature's claws. Clang! The sound of metal colliding rang out, sparks flying off Zhao Hai's forearm. The creature's strike was blocked, but its assault did not cease. Its left paw followed closely, swiping upwards toward Zhao Hai's abdomen, while its mouth opened wide, aiming to bite at Zhao Hai's neck. Both attacks came in unison, their speed dizzying. Zhao Hai had no time to block both attacks. He chose the most direct approach. Instead of retreating, he charged forward, using his 195-centimeter, 90-kilogram frame as a weapon, crashing into the creature. The creature staggered, losing its balance, its body tilting backward. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Hai coiled his right fist and struck toward the creature's head. Boom! That punch landed squarely. The creature's head was smashed apart by the iron fist, black liquid spraying out as its body flew backward like a kite, with its string cut, crashing into a lamppost at the roadside. The lamppost bent at an arc upon impact, concrete debris flying everywhere. The creature fell to the ground, twitched a couple of times, and then lay still. Zhao Hai stood in place, gasping heavily. On his forearm, where the creature's claws had scraped his work jacket, had been torn to reveal 3 gashes on his skin. 3 shallow white marks marred his skin, unbroken, but already red and inflamed. "Brother Hai is awesome," Wang Shuo shouted first. Li Zheng followed with a shout, his voice echoing in the empty street. But Chen Ye did not join in the cheer. He had heard other sounds. They came from all directions. Shrieks, roars, the sound of claws scraping against walls, footsteps. These noises surged from both sides of the street, from the depths of the gray mist, from the fork ahead, and from the path behind. It was as if the entire city had been activated. The screeching and crashing of the creature had drawn every other monster in the vicinity. "Run!" Chen Ye almost shouted. Zhao Hai reacted immediately. He glanced at the creature on the ground, and a message popped up on his system panel, but he had no time to examine it. "Run north. Quickly!" Zhao Hai turned and sprinted, grabbing the dazed Li Zheng and racing down the northern street. The 6-person team erupted into action, everyone running. Qin Xiaoyang ran beside Chen Ye, his slashing knife having fallen away unnoticed, leaving only the fluorescent green plastic slingshot still clutched in his hand. "Ye go!" So many sounds. They're coming from all directions. No talking, just run. Chen Ye's running would not suffice. He had witnessed the speed of those monsters far exceeding that of ordinary people. While Zhao Hai might escape, the others might not. They needed to find a place to hide. His gaze frantically scanned the sides of the street. On the left was a row of shops, all roller shutters pulled down, some already broken open from the outside, their dark openings resembling mouths waiting to trap prey. To the right stood a 7-story apartment building, its ground floor entrance wide open, the door frame askew and glass shattered all over. Into that building, Chen Ye pointed toward the right apartment building. Zhao Hai glanced over, hesitated not at all, and was the first to rush inside. The others followed in quick succession. Chen Ye was the last to enter. He looked back at the street behind him. Through the gray mist, at least a dozen dark figures were surging in this direction. The one running closest to him was less than 50 meters away. He clearly saw the creature's face. Like the others he had seen, it had gray skin, pitch black eyes, and a mouth that stretched to its ears. But its size was larger than any he had encountered before, nearly as tall as Zhao Hai, but more robust, its muscle definition clearly visible in the gray mist. It ran on all fours like a massive lizard, its speed astonishing. Chen Ye did not dare to take a second look. He turned and dashed into the apartment building, pushing hard against the crooked iron door with Qin Xiaoyang. The door frame was deformed. The door could not close tightly, leaving a roughly 10-centimeter gap. "Move something. Block the door." Zhao Hai had already reacted. He, along with Li Zheng and Wang Shuo, pushed a metal cabinet from the hallway over to prop against the door. Then they stacked 2 old sofas behind the metal cabinet. Outside the door, the sound of rapid footsteps grew nearer. Bang! The first monster slammed into the iron door. The iron door shook violently, and the metal cabinet emitted a harsh grinding sound, retreating half an inch. Bang! 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 Continuous crashing sounds came from outside the door as the iron door deformed with each impact, the gaps growing larger. Zhao Hai braced against the metal cabinet with his shoulder, pushing down with all his strength. "Is there any other way? This door won't hold for long." Zhou Yiting was already searching the foyer. To the left of the foyer was a corridor, at the end of which were stairs, next to which was a small door. "This way. The back door." Zhou Yiting pushed open the small door, revealing a narrow alley flanked by high walls with a crossroad about 30 meters ahead. "Run. Hurry." Zhao Hai pulled away from the metal cabinet, the last to dash into the corridor. Just 5 or 6 steps out, the iron door finally could not hold. Boom! The iron door, along with the metal cabinet, was knocked open, the sofa flipped to the ground, and 3 or 4 gray figures surged in through the doorway. Zhao Hai did not look back, following the group out through the back door. In the narrow alley, 6 people ran with all their might. Behind them came the howls of the monsters from the apartment building, as well as sounds of them knocking things over and shattering glass. Qin Xiaoyang was panting heavily, his stamina weaker than the others, and his speed was starting to drop. Chen Ye ran beside him, grabbing his arm and pulling him forward. Don't mind me. Ye go. You just run." "Shut up, run." The crossroad ahead loomed larger in their sight. Chen Ye's mind raced as he calculated quickly. Left, right, or straight ahead. To the left was a residential area densely built with narrow alleys, easy to get surrounded. To the right was a commercial area with tall buildings, but wide streets and clear sight, allowing them to see the monsters approaching in advance. Straight ahead was the municipal area with the underground shelter in that direction. To the right, Chen Ye made a decision. The group turned right at the crossroad, rushing into a wider street. Behind them, in the gray mist, numerous dark shadows continued to pursue. Chen Ye's gaze swept across the buildings on the opposite side of the street, suddenly fixing on the exterior wall of a 6-story building. On the outer wall of that building hung a faded sign, the lettering blurred, but a red cross symbol could still be seen. To the clinics usually have a back door. Chen Ye pulled Qin Xiaoyang and dashed toward the opposite side of the street. Zhou Yiting ran behind him, while Li Zheng and Wang Shuo protected them on both sides. The street was covered with gravel and broken glass crunching underfoot. A monster charged out from the side, pouncing toward Zhou Yiting in the middle of the group. Damn it! Wang Shuo grabbed a fire axe, swinging it down to cleave the monster away. Zhou Yiting paled slightly, but did not stop her steps. The clinic's door was locked. Li Zheng rushed up, swinging his cleaver, striking the door lock. Wood chips flew, the lock broke, and the door was kicked open. Get in. Everyone in. The 6 of them filed in one after another. Chen Ye was the last to enter, turning to push the door shut, and with Li Zheng pushed a heavy medicine cabinet against the door. The monsters outside had already reached the clinic's door. The first one crashed into the door, shaking the cabinet, but it did not topple. The second and third ones also slammed in, causing the cabinet to begin swaying. Hold it! Zhao Hai rushed over, bracing his shoulder against the cabinet. Li Zheng and Wang Shuo also pushed against it, the 3 of them exerting force together, finally stabilizing the cabinet. Chen Ye took a breath, his gaze sweeping across the clinic's interior. It was a small private clinic divided into a waiting area, treatment room, pharmacy, and disposal room. The plastic seats in the waiting area were toppled askew, and medical records and pamphlets were scattered on the floor. A human anatomy chart hung on the wall. Look for the back door, Chen Ye told Qin Zhaoyang and Zhou Yiting. The 2 immediately split up to search. Qin Zhaoyang ran toward the treatment room, while Zhou Yiting headed toward the disposal room. Found it! Zhou Yiting's voice came from the disposal room. Chen Ye quickly walked over. Behind the disposal room was a small door which opened to a narrow yard with a small alley at the other end. The back door can be used. The alley leads to another street. Chen Ye returned to the waiting area, glancing at Zhao Hai, who was still holding the door. Hai Gu, we found the back door, let's retreat. Zhao Hai nodded. You guys go first, I'll hold the back. Chen Ye, we go together, it'll be too late once they surround us. Zhao Hai hesitated for a second, then said to Li Zheng and Wang Shuo, I'll count to 3, and we'll let go together. Li Zheng and Wang Shuo exchanged glances and nodded. 1, 2, 3. The 3 of them let go simultaneously and turned to run toward the back door. The cabinet lost its support and collapsed under the monster's impact. The door was smashed open and 3 or 4 monsters surged in. But the waiting area was cramped with shelves, chairs, and counters everywhere, making it difficult for the monsters to gain speed. Zhao Hai seized the opportunity, dashed into the disposal room, slammed the door shut, and grabbed an iron frame to brace against the door. The iron door shook violently under the monster's impact, but it was much sturdier than the glass door holding for the moment. The 6 of them crossed the small yard and rushed into the back alley. The back alley was wider than the previous narrow alley, with various buildings lining both sides, air conditioning units, drainage pipes, and electrical wires tangled together. Which way? Zhao Hai asked. Chen Ye opened the map, quickly locating their position. They were now on a small street on the east side of the main road, 2 more streets north, and they would be in the municipal area. Go north, the underground shelter is just ahead. The group continued forward. The end of the back alley opened into a wider street, directly across from which was the municipal area marked on the map. The buildings here were even taller, mostly office and administrative buildings of 10 stories or more, but the damage was more severe than in the commercial area. A 12-story building was split in half, the upper half's debris crashing onto the street, completely blocking the way. We'll go around that way. Zhou Yiting pointed to a small path beside the building's wreckage. The group turned into the path and walked for about 5 minutes, where a huge square appeared ahead. The square was paved with granite tiles, but was now covered in gravel and trash. In the center stood a tall monument, its surface engraved with countless names, which were completely illegible from a distance. On the base of the monument sat a shadowy figure. No, not a person. A monster. This monster was unlike any they had seen before. It was larger than Zhao Hai, standing over 2 meters tall, its entire body covered in dark gray hard skin, resembling some kind of shell. Its head was not human-like either, resembling more of a lizard with a protruding jaw. A pair of crimson vertical pupils like 2 burning coals stood out starkly in the gray mist. The monster was feeding. Beneath it lay a half-eaten corpse, the identity of the unfortunate soul who had wandered into the creature's territory unknown. The lizard-head monster seemed solely focused on its meal, oblivious to Chen Ye and the others, perhaps due to the distance. Qin Zhaoyang's legs began to tremble. Zhao Hai clenched his fists, the metallic sheen rising on his knuckles, but his expression was graver than ever before. He could sense that this creature was on an entirely different level compared to the previous ones. Chen Ye lowered his voice. Don't move, don't make a sound, don't run. The 6 of them froze in place like statues. The monster continued to lower its head and feed. The sound of teeth ripping flesh echoed in the empty square. Chen Ye slowly raised his hand, making a gesture to retreat. The team began to back away slowly, 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. When they reached the small path, everyone turned at once and hurriedly left. No one spoke, no one looked back. After walking 200 or 300 meters, Qin Zhaoyang finally dared to speak. What was that thing? No one could answer him. Chen Ye's palms were sweaty. He glanced at the countdown timer on the system panel. Countdown 204312, nearly 21 more hours to endure. The monsters in this city were far more terrifying than he had imagined. Chen Ye took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, and unfolded the map again. The underground shelter in the municipal area was located to the north of the square, but the giant beast occupied the square, making passage from there a death sentence. Let's go around the east side. Chen Ye pointed to a route on the map. We can pass through the buildings on the east side. It's a longer distance, but we should be able to avoid that creature. Zhao Hai had no objections. The team cautiously moved along the edge of the buildings heading east. After about 15 minutes, the street ahead suddenly opened up. A low building appeared in view with a prominent sign on its exterior, a blue triangle featuring a white figure running. Civil Defense Project sign, Zhou Yiting said. That's the underground shelter. The front of the building had a massive protective door, its iron gray metal surface covered in rust with a manual wheel switch above. Can the door open? Zhao Hai approached the protective door, grasped the wheel, and turned it forcefully. The wheel emitted a piercing screech as it slowly turned. The door opened. Behind it was a downward sloping path with concrete walls on either side and emergency lights every few meters overhead, casting a faint green glow. This place looks quite deep, Wang Shuo appeared inside. Chen Ye also took a glance. The slope extended downward, disappearing into darkness. Air surged out, carrying a musty odor mixed with the scent of some chemical agents, but it wasn't foul, indicating that the ventilation system inside was still operational. Let's go in and take a look. Zhao Hai was the first to step inside, followed by Chen Ye, and the others entered in a line. The protective door slowly closed behind them, the wheel resetting with a dull click. The sounds from outside were cut off. Gray mist monsters and the sounds of shrieking were all blocked by that heavy metal door. In its place was absolute silence and a sense of security isolated from the world. Inside, the lighting was dim, and Qin Xiaoyang turned on the flashlight he had picked up at the supermarket. The team descended the slope for about 50 meters, and a larger space appeared ahead. It was an underground hall approximately 200 to 300 square meters in size, with a height of about 3 meters, and the concrete ceiling was covered in pipes and cables. Inside the hall were dozens of army cots neatly arranged with moldy olive green bedding spread over them. There were several iron cabinets against the wall, their doors ajar, and the contents had been completely emptied out. In the corner was a makeshift kitchen complete with gas tanks, a stove, and pots and pans, all covered in dust. Someone used to live here. Li Zheng approached a cot, touched the bedding, which had completely molded and crumbled at his touch. There are still... Zhou Yiting pointed at the ground. Look at this. There were several lines of footprints on the ground, very fresh, not the kind of old marks made by accumulated dust, but recently left behind. The footprints varied in size, at least 5 or 6 people. Zhao Hai frowned. Someone got here before us. They must be from the other carriages. Chen Ye squatted down to examine the direction of the footprints. From the direction of the footprints, they went deeper into the hall. He raised his head to look towards the depths of the hall. Let's go in and take a look, but be careful. Chen Ye stood up, gripping the bone-chopping knife in his hand a little tighter. Zhao Hai led the way, his silver-gray metallic sheen covering his fists, his footsteps light, nearly silent. Li Zheng and Wang Shuo flanked him, while Chen Ye walked in the middle of the group, with Qin Xiaoyang closely beside him and Zhou Yiting bringing up the rear. The 6 of them walked along the edge of the hall, moving deeper inside. The air grew damp and the musty smell intensified, yet there was still no sign of that rotting stench. This indicated that the ventilation system here was indeed functioning and doing so well. There's light ahead. Zhao Hai suddenly stopped, raising his right fist to signal the others to halt. Chen Ye took a couple of steps forward, peering over his shoulder. At the end of the passage there was light. Someone had set up temporary lighting there. Turn off the flashlight. Chen Ye lowered his voice. Qin Xiaoyang immediately switched off the flashlight, leaving only the warm yellow glow from the distance in the passage. Zhao Hai glanced back at Chen Ye, silently asking, what should we do? Chen Ye thought for a moment, making a gesture, let's sneak over and take a look without exposing ourselves. Zhao Hai nodded and continued forward, but his steps were lighter than before. The end of the passage turned a corner with the warm yellow light spilling in from around it, along with faint sounds of conversation. Zhao Hai pressed against the wall, slowly peeking around the corner, then quickly drew back. He turned around, lowering his voice. It's people from the other carriages, 5 in total. They've set up camp in the hall with sleeping bags, food, and weapons. Did you see anyone we know? Zhou Yiting asked. Zhao Hai shook his head. No, but everyone on the train is from Yun City University, and these people are obviously no exception. Chen Ye was silent for 2 seconds before making a decision. Let's approach directly, but do not show any hostility. In this environment, having one more friend is better than having one more enemy. Zhao Hai looked at him, nodding in agreement. He stepped out from around the corner, hands raised to chest-level, palms outward to indicate he meant no harm. Fellow students, we are from carriage number 3. Instantly, there was silence from around the corner, followed by the sound of metal clashing, the sound of weapons being drawn. Don't move. Stay right where you are. A male voice echoed from the hall, deep, steady, and laced with palpable wariness. Don't be alarmed, classmate. We mean no harm. Zhao Hai continued forward, moving as slowly as possible, yet his towering height of 195 centimeters still cast an imposing shadow over the 5 figures ahead. I told you, don't move. The voice rang out again, lower and heavier this time, taut, with unspoken. Chen Ye stepped out from behind the corridor corner and saw the speaker, a young man with a close-cropped haircut, gripping a military entrenching tool. Dark stains, whether rust or dried blood, clung to its blade. Behind the buzz-cut youth stood 4 others, 2 men and 2 women, all around 20 years old. One tall young man held a steel pipe, its tip sharpened to a jagged point through grinding. The second man was leaner, lingering slightly behind the group, clutching a utility knife, the blade extended only a fraction of an inch. The 2 women reacted swiftly. One wore her hair short, the other in a high ponytail. The ponytailed girl held a crossbow, now leveled directly at Zhao Hai. The short-haired one hastily stuffed water and food from the table into a backpack. Chen Ye emerged from behind, Zhao Hai, voice calm and measured. Classmate, please relax. We're students from Yunqing University too. We have our own supplies. We won't take yours. The buzz-cut youth's gaze swept across them, lingering longest on Zhao Hai's fists, where a faint silvery metallic sheen still shimmered, not yet fully faded. He noted the blood-stained pig-slaughtering cleaver in Li Zheng's grip, and the dark brownish stains marring Wang Shua's fire axe. His eyes dwelled far longer on these weapons than on Chen Ye's words. You didn't encounter any monsters on your way here. The youth kept his entrenching tool raised, but the hostility in his tone had softened just slightly. Zhao Hai took a deliberate step forward. We did. Killed one, then got chased here by a pack. What about you? When did you arrive? At last the buzz-cut youth lowered the entrenching tool, but kept one hand firmly on its shaft, ready to raise it again in an instant. Behind him the others relaxed their stances, just a fraction. Su Shan, from the law school. All 5 of us were in carriage 1. We bolted straight here after disembarking. This area has several underground shelters. 2 nearby were already occupied when we entered. Su Shan shifted sideways, revealing a corner of the subterranean hall bathed in warm amber light. Occupied? Are they from our university too? Zhou Yiting stepped forward from the rear of the group. Yes, they all are, Su Shan replied, glancing briefly at Zhou Yiting before turning to the others. What about your carriage 3's strength? Didn't the group chat say your carriage had in strength talent? Sounded like he was surnamed Zhao. Wang Shua grinned and clapped Zhao Hai hard on the shoulder. Your carriage 3's rank is standing right before you. Su Shan's gaze settled back on Zhao Hai, measuring appraising for 2 silent seconds. Impressive. Though hiding down here feels like a waste of your potential. A waste. Zhao Hai frowned. Jiangning, you've surely seen his stat sheet posted in the main group chat. His Shrank Talent Imperial Engine doubles all 4 base attributes when activated. Su Shan planted the entrenching tool upright on the floor and rested both hands atop its handle. After disembarking, he began assembling a team right here. He now commands 7 or 8 fighters, all rank combat talents. Hunting monsters outdoors. Hunting monsters. Qin Zhaoyang's eyes lit up. Yes, across this entire district. Haven't you been checking the group updates? Jiang Ning assigned members to broadcast real-time intel streets with isolated monsters zones swarming with hordes, directions strictly off-limits. All relayed instantly in the group chat. Su Shan paused, then added, even those of us holed up in shelters fall under his protection. While he hunts monsters, he's also clearing the area for us. Do you truly think we'd be sitting safely here otherwise? Chen Ye recalled Jiang Ning's posted stat sheet: Strength Talent Imperial Engine base attributes. Strength 5, Agility 5, Constitution 4, Spirit 4. All quadrupled upon activation. That meant for a limited duration, he wielded Strength 10, Agility 10, Constitution 8, and Spirit 8. Zhao Hai's current strength stood at 5. Yet activating his steel armament granted triple damage output equivalent to a strength 15 strike. Jiang Ning's strength of 10 fell short of Zhao Hai's amplified power, but his agility doubled to 10 and constitution to 8. Thus his speed, reflexes, balance, and physical resilience were each twice Zhao Hai's. One was a burst-type sledgehammer, the other an all-rounder war god. Neither's superiority was self-evident. Where is Jiang Ning now? Chen Ye asked. Su Shan studied him for a beat. No idea, he's constantly on the move. You looking for him? Chen Ye shook his head. Just curious. He had no intention of seeking Jiang Ning. In an apocalypse, absolute power coupled with devoted followers inevitably breeds a mindset of obey or perish. Not necessarily evil, but when one holds vastly superior strength and hears a chorus of Big Brother lead us, echoing around him, his psyche shifts irrevocably. That wasn't mere arrogance. It was environmental metamorphosis. Su Shan leaned the entrenching tool against the wall. You're welcome to rest here. Space is ample. But I must warn you, this place isn't absolutely safe. You must have noticed the outer door upon entering. It can't be locked. Turn the wheel and anyone, or anything, can walk right in. Who knows whether the monsters might learn to open it. We're merely using this as a temporary foothold, not a secure overnight shelter. Chen Ye nodded. Su Shan's assessment of the situation aligned precisely with his own. No naive fool lulled into false security by a fleeting refuge. Thank you. We'll just rest a while. Chen Ye turned to Zhao Hai. Brother Hai, let's find a quiet corner. Zhao Hai nodded and led the group to the far side of the hall, maintaining a careful neutral distance from the five with the buzzcut leader. It was a distance ideal for mutual vigilance, close enough to monitor each other's movements, yet far enough that conversation required raised voices to carry clearly. Chen Ye sat down against the wall, placing his cleaver horizontally across his knees. Qin Xiaoyang plopped down beside him, collapsing like a deflated balloon. Exhausted. I've never run this much in my life. Already winded after how far you've gone. Wang Shuo sat cross-legged, resting his fire axe beside him. Train more regularly, or next time monsters chase you, you won't even manage to flee. Train. Last semester's 1,000-meter fitness test took me 4 minutes and 30 seconds. I nearly died. 4:30. Did you run or crawl? Qin Xiaoyang ignored him, pulling out a fluorescent green plastic slingshot from his pocket, inspecting it for 2 seconds, then stuffing it back with a muttered remark. Chen Ye opened his trial interface. Name Chen Yin, trial scenario, city of corpses in trial difficulty. In kill points 0, in survival points 0, in countdown. 333. 4 hours had passed. 0 points accumulated. It seemed he'd have to wait until trials end to claim the baseline survival reward. Zhao Hai appeared beside him, without warning, crouching low. I checked earlier. The creature I killed awarded 10 kill points. According to the log, it's classified as a gray mist walker. Chen Ye closed the interface and turned his head toward Zhao Hai. No wonder this place is called Corpse City. Zhao Hai nodded, pulled a bottle of water from his pocket, unscrewed the cap, took a sip, and then handed it to Chen Ye. Chen Ye accepted it and drank as well. The water had an odd aftertaste, but under such circumstances no one was particular. Zhao Hai crouched where he stood, his gaze fixed on the warm amber light emanating from across the hall. I scrolled through the main group chat earlier. Many classmates have been tagging Jiang Ning, asking whether he'd obtained any equipment or weapons, but he hasn't replied. He fell silent for a moment before continuing. Chen Ye, do you think I should reach out to him? Chen Ye glanced at him, saying nothing. As if fearing misunderstanding, Zhao Hai hastily added, I'm not suggesting I join him. I just think since we're all in this zone, exchanging information can't hurt. And if hordes of high-tier monsters descend upon us, 2 strength survivors are far more effective than 1. Chen Ye sensed the unspoken implication beneath Zhao Hai's words. He wanted to hunt monsters and earn points. As in strength survivor, Zhao Hai had slain only a single monster, then fled nearly 5 kilometers pursued by swarms, finally taking refuge in this underground shelter. It was indeed stifling. You may contact him, but I advise against seeking him out in person. What do you mean? Zhao Hai asked, puzzled. He's already gathered 7 or 8 people around him, everyone in a rank with combat-oriented talents. If you go to him now, regardless of your intent, he'll see you only as another strength hoping to join his ranks. How will he interpret that? You'd be offering yourself as his subordinate. A true man dwells between heaven and earth. How could he endure long years beneath another's shadow? Chen Ye said this deliberately. He couldn't afford to let Zhao Hai slip away. Zhao Hai's brows nodded briefly, then relaxed. You're right, he said, rising and stretching his stiff knees. I can hunt monsters on my own. I don't need to beg anyone to take me along. He paused, glancing down at Chen Ye. Besides, I promised to bring you and Qin Xiaoyang with me, and Zhao Hai never breaks his word. Chen Ye gave a slight nod, saying nothing further. Silence settled over the hall. Su Shan's 5-member group had each found their own spots to rest. The tall boy rested a steel pipe across his lap, leaning against the wall with eyes closed. Whether truly asleep or merely feigning slumber remained unclear. The girl with the ponytail sat in the corner, reviewing her system interface. Chen Ye leaned against the wall, placing his cleaver within easy reach, then opened the group chat panel, where he saw Jiang Ning's latest broadcast message. Carriage 5, Jiang Ning East District Commercial Street, has been cleared. Those in need may proceed to scavenge supplies. Exercise caution, stragglers may wander back. Carriage 5, Zhu Peng, 3 small, fast-moving creatures spotted at the intersection 500 meters north of West District. Recommended to bypass. Carriage 5, Jiang Ning, all personnel. Avoid Municipal Square entirely. A massive creature resides there. It will not attack unless approached. Chen Ye's finger lingered momentarily on that final message. The 2-meter-tall beast with a lizard-like head at Municipal Square had also been observed by Jiang Ning. Chen Ye scrolled further down, spotting several messages tagged to Jiang Ning buried between others. Carriage 2, Chun Hao Jiang Ning. Did you acquire anything? Weapons? Skill manuals? Carriage 4, Sun Jing Jiang Ning. Master, could you please take me under your wing? I'm Drank. Ask for nothing, just want to survive under your protection. Carriage 7 Han Wei Jiangning. Surely you're the strongest among Yunqing University students. Any interest in recruiting subordinates? Jiangning had replied to none of them. Chen Ye closed the group chat and leaned back against the wall, closing his eyes. Not to sleep, but to let his mind race like a high-speed processor sifting through data. Every message in the chat, every street on the map, patterns of monster distribution, Jiangning's strategic intentions, all cycled through his thoughts, rearranging and recombining, striving to form a coherent picture. Qin Zhaoyang, by contrast, had genuinely fallen asleep, slumped against the wall, mouth slightly agape, drool trickling down his chin, absurdly incongruous amid the apocalypse. Zhou Yiting sat opposite Chen Ye, legs crossed, in quiet meditation. Li Zheng and Wang Shuo sat near the base of the wall. Neither slept, their butcher's knife and fire axe lay ready at hand. Zhao Hai squatted in the corner, also reviewing his system interface. In the underground shelter, silence reigned, so profound that only the low hum of emergency lighting currents could be heard. Su Shan's 5-person group occupied the far end of the hall. Su Shan leaned against the wall, his combat shovel resting across his knees, eyes shut, but the rhythmic tapping of his fingers against its shaft betrayed wakefulness. Time crept forward beneath the dim, flickering lights of the underground shelter. 300p. Qin Zhaoyang opened his eyes, stretched languidly, then activated the system chat. Instantly, he jolted upright as though electrocuted. Damn! His shout exploded across the subterranean hall, reverberating sharply off the concrete walls and startling everyone awake. Wang Shuo nearly hurled his fire axe. Li Zheng sprang to his feet, butcher's knife already raised before. Su Shan's group snapped alert. The tall boy gripped his steel pipe, and Rose, the ponytailed girl, leveled her crossbow. What the hell are you shrieking for? Wang Shuo, recognizing Qin Zhaoyang, shifted instantly from vigilance to fury. Check the group chat. Jiangning just acquired gear. Qin Zhaoyang's voice trembled with near hysterical excitement as he pointed at his translucent interface. Chen Ye opened his eyes and immediately pulled up the group chat. Hundreds of messages had flooded in, but Jiangning's post stood out instantly, having been quoted and forwarded repeatedly, dominating the feed. Carriage 5 Jiangning Gale Crossbow, Green Tier Agility 3, available for exchange with any student possessing range talent. Will trade for same tier weapon granting strength bonus. Below the message appeared the item's full attributes. Gale Crossbow, Green Tier. Type ranged weapon. Effect Agility 3. Description: grants the wielder 3 agility. This attribute bonus does not scale with talents or skills. Chen Ye's gaze lingered on the words Agility 3. 3 points of agility equaled the stat gain of 3. If a single green tier item conferred such power, what might blue, purple, or even orange tier gear offer? Qin Zhaoyang was practically beside himself, crouching before Chen Ye, eyes blazing like twin lanterns. Brother Ye, did you see it? The Gale Crossbow, Green Tier, Agility 3. With my perfect accuracy talent and this crossbow, I'd be unstoppable. Do you have equipment worth swapping with him? Chen Ye asked. Qin Zhaoyang's expression instantly crumpled like a punctured balloon. No. Then what's the point of all this talk? Chen Ye shot Qin Zhaoyang an exasperated glance. By now those who had secured kill points were exceedingly rare, let alone those who'd actually looted gear. Jiangning's weapon was likely the very first drop in the entire zone. He ignored Qin Zhaoyang and scrolled further down the group chat. Messages flooded the screen like a boiling cauldron. Carriage no. 2 Lu Da Peng, I'm playing it safe. I still have 0 points. Did Brother Ning really loot gear? Carriage no. 7 Sun Na Gale Crossbow, Agility 3. That stat is insane. My base agility is only 2. Carriage no. For Zhao Long Jiangning senior brother, could you take me along to farm gear? Carriage no. 6 Qinyang Brother Ning's team only accepts combat talents ranked Class A. Carriage no. 5 Jiangning, since no one has comparable gear to trade, let's drop it for now. It's 3 p.m. The monsters across this area have been largely cleared. Only one major threat remains, the colossal beast at City Hall Square. Those interested may gather at the entrance of the department store across the street from City Hall Square. Talent tier is unrestricted. Strength lies in numbers. The moment this message appeared, the group chat erupted anew. Carriage no. 1 Zhang Wei, that colossal beast, that 2-meter tall lizard-head monstrosity. That's suicide. Carriage no. 5 Zhu Peng, Brother Ning said strength lies in numbers. Not that you'll be expected to tank. Ranged fighters stay back, support rolls assist, and every bit of damage helps. If someone snags the final blow, it's pure windfall. The kill points will be substantial, and there may even be loot. Carriage no. 2 Lu Dong, you've got to survive long enough to claim it first. Carriage no. 5 Zhu Prong, with Brother Ning leading, what's there to fear? This is a lottery draw. Brother's fortune favors the bold. Carriage no. 7 Han Wei, count me in. Carriage no. 2 Wang Hui, me too. Chen Ye watched the torrent of messages scroll rapidly across his screen, fingers tapping lightly against his knee. They actually dare provoke that thing. These people truly have no fear of death. I nearly wet myself when I saw it earlier. Qin Zhaoyang shrank his neck inward. Chen Ye smiled faintly. Men die for wealth. Birds perish for food. There will always be those unafraid of death, and those convinced they're the chosen few. Not me. I wouldn't go. Qin Zhaoyang curled his lip. Still, if we did land the final blow, it'd be an absolute jackpot. Our teams only got 10 points, courtesy of Brother Hai. Everyone else is still at 0. Wang Shuo felt a flicker of temptation. He held a Class A talent himself after all and possessed genuine combat prowess. With Jiang Ning, a Class S talent, at the helm and his cadre of Class A fighters, why would they need outsiders? And why lift the talent restriction? Something's off. Better stay clear. He's clearly recruiting cannon fodder. That Zhu Peng, likely his underling, constantly egging classmates on. Perhaps he's scheming something sinister. Chen Ye sensed Jiang Ning was no paragon of virtue. By your reckoning, this Jiang Ning fellow is quite devious. Wang Shuo whistled low. I'd assumed he was decent, clearing monsters so non-combatants could scavenge supplies. Li Zheng had briefly entertained the idea of joining, but upon hearing Chen Ye's assessment, he abandoned it. Could it be that Jiang Ning's team cleared this zone specifically to prepare for hunting the lizard-head monster? Otherwise, once battle commenced, nearby creatures would swarm in, as they did when we were chased before. Timing this rally just before dusk suggests they intend to test whether a kill is feasible before nightfall. Zhou Yiting voiced her analysis. Chen Ye nodded. That's highly probable. Zhao Hai rose from the corner and crouched before Chen Ye. Chen Ye, I'm going. His expression was solemn, eyes alight with restless anticipation. Chen Ye studied him, silent, unmoving. Zhao Hai continued. You're right. The lizard-head beast won't fall easily. And yes, I see Jiang Ning's recruiting cannon fodder. But this is opportunity. Kill credit goes solely to whoever lands the final blow. With my Class S talent, triple strength burst, I only need one opening. I can seize it. Chen Ye remained silent for 3 seconds. Every word Zhao Hai spoke held weight. Not impulsive, but the product of cold calculation, weighing risk against reward. Yet plans never survive contact with chaos. On such a volatile battlefield, anything could go awry. Jiang Ning wasn't foolish. If he sought expendable allies, he'd already anticipated attempts to steal the kill. He might hold hidden cards, unrevealed advantages. You may go, Chen Ye finally said. Zhao Hai's eyes gleamed. But I have conditions. Name them. First, do not act unless Jiang Ning does. Let his team and the beast exhaust each other while you conserve your strength. Wait for the perfect moment. Zhao Hai nodded. Second, watch Jiang Ning's position closely. His raw strength, 10 points, is inferior to yours, yet his speed doubles yours, and he wields a crossbow granting 3 agility. If he resolves to claim the kill, you may not outpace him. Keep him in your sight. Timing rests solely with your judgment. Zhao Hai nodded again. Third, and most vital. Chen Ye locked eyes with Zhao Hai, enunciating each word. If things turn dire, retreat immediately. No hesitation. No attachment to battle. Your survival anchors our team. Your death leaves 5 survivors. But even if we endure this trial, what of the next? Or the one after? Zhao Hai's expression shifted. Not gratitude, pressure. The weight of trust. From Chen Ye's words, he grasped a stark truth. The fate of this entire team rested upon his shoulders. I swear it. Zhao Hai bowed, his head firm and resolute. Then he turned to Wang Shuo and Li Zheng. You two stay with Chen Ye. His safety is your charge. Wang Shuo thumped his chest. Rest easy, Brother Hai. I'll guard the strategist with my life. Li Zheng tightened his grip on the cleaver. Chen Ye lives, unless I am dead. Chen Ye rose, sheathing the cleaver at his waist and flexing his wrists. Let's go. Brother Hai heads to Jiang Ning's rendezvous. We'll secure a vantage point near Central Square and observe the battle. Zhao Hai drew a deep breath and nodded. He hoisted a mountaineering backpack, filled with water and rations, onto his shoulders. Wang Shuo and Li Zheng stood as well, one gripping a fire axe, the other the cleaver, flanking Zhao Hai like twin door guardians. Let's move. Zhao Hai strode toward the shelter's exit. Wang Shuo and Li Zheng fell in a step behind him. Chen Ye glanced sideways at Su Shan's group. They too were packing up, clearly unwilling to spend the night underground. He averted his gaze, and with Zhou Yiting and Qin Zhaoyang in tow, caught up to Zhao Hai's trio. The 6 emerged onto the surface. The mist had thinned considerably. The sun overhead cast a wan pallid light. Chen Ye checked the time, 3:20 p.m. He navigated his system interface, and simultaneously an invitation notification popped up before all 5. Join the group. All 5 accepted. We'll part here. Brother Hai proceeds to Jiang Ning's assembly point. You locate a high ground. Zhao Hai had already spotted the department store across the street where a crowd had gathered. Chen Ye nodded. Yes, proceed with utmost caution. Zhao Hai said no more, turning to walk across the street. With the gray mist lifted, the dark red moss-like substance on both sides of the road glimmered with a nauseating oily sheen under the sunlight. A considerable crowd had already gathered at the entrance of the shopping mall. Zhao Hai glanced roughly and counted about 40 to 50 people. These individuals stood in small groups, their attire varied, and evidently scavenged from the abandoned mall. In their hands, they wielded an assortment of weapons: kitchen knives, steel pipes, wooden sticks, fire axes. But what caught the most attention was not these people. It was the group standing on the steps of the mall. 15 individuals, all clad in athletic gear, a mix of men and women, all around 20 years old. They stood closely together, resembling a team that had been through extensive training. No one whispered to each other, nor did anyone glance about. All eyes were fixed on the person at the top of the steps. That person sat at the very top of the steps, casually scanning the crowd below, as if counting his assets. He appeared quite ordinary, standing about 1.80 meters with a well-proportioned but unremarkable physique, dressed in a black sports t-shirt and dark gray athletic pants, wearing a pair of white running shoes. Zhao Hai soon realized this was Jiang Ning. Also in strength, Jiang Ning exuded much more charisma than him, having learned from Su Shan that Jiang Ning's team only required a rank combat talent. In other words, all 15 individuals below Jiang Ning were a rank far exceeding the 7 or 8 mentioned by Su Shan. Zhao Hai couldn't help but admire the rapid formation of such a strong team in such a short time. He was just about to find a spot to stand when a familiar voice suddenly called out from behind him. "Hey, isn't that Brother Hai?" Zhao Hai turned his head. Li Jiahao emerged from the crowd, followed closely by Sun Kai and Ma Wenba. He had changed into a new outfit, no longer wearing that black silk nightgown, but instead donned a dark blue windbreaker and black cargo pants with a pair of high-top hiking boots. "Brother Jiahao said you would definitely come, and you really did." Sun Kai grinned as he approached, scanning behind Zhao Hai. "Where's your team? They didn't all end up dead, did they, eh?" Ma Wenba added sarcastically. "It's tough bringing along 3 deadweights. Honestly, Brother Hai, you shouldn't have overexerted yourself. What good can come from bringing those useless people? You'd be better off bringing useful people like Brother Jiahao." Zhao Hai glanced at the two of them, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. "You fools." His voice was not loud, but each word was clear. Sun Kai's smile froze. Ma Wenba's mouth snapped shut. Zhao Hai ignored them, his gaze shifting past the two to Li Jiahao. "I won't lead my teammates to their doom like some people do. Do you two know what that monster is? I really admire your courage." He paused, spat on the ground. "If you don't want to get hit, you'd better get lost." Sun Kai's face turned beet red, his mouth opened as if to say something, but Li Jiahao raised a hand to... Li Jiahao wore his trademark smile, his gaze lingering on Zhao Hai for 2 seconds before casually looking around, not spotting Chen Ye or the others. Then he suddenly raised his voice. "Shrank Zhao Hai from Carriage 3 has arrived. This hunting operation is secured." All eyes in the vicinity turned towards them. Zhao Hai frowned slightly. He didn't need this kind of attention. He came here to fish in troubled waters, looking for an opportunity to claim kills. But now Li Jiahao had thrust him into the spotlight. Everyone now knew he was Shrank. Jiang Ning stood up from the steps. As he walked through the crowd, the 15 ranks automatically parted to make way. Jiang Ning approached Zhao Hai and extended his hand. "Jiang Ning from Carriage 5. Zhao Hai looked at the hand being offered, paused for a second, then shook it. "Zhao Hai, Carriage 3. I've heard a lot about you. People in the group say Zhao classmate has incredible talent with triple power damage and in strength iron armament. Among us, you are the strongest in terms of explosive power." Jiang Ning's smile was quite appropriate, neither overly enthusiastic nor cold. Zhao Hai glanced at Li Jiahao, who had already retreated into the crowd, wearing an innocuous smile. Jiang Ning followed Zhao Hai's gaze for a moment, then withdrew his sight, making a gesture inviting him to speak. "Zhao classmate, may I have a word?" Zhao Hai hesitated for half a second and nodded. The two stepped out of the crowd, standing beside a tilted streetlight about 20 meters away, far enough to speak without being overheard. Jiang Ning turned to face Zhao Hai. "Since you are Shrank, I will be straightforward. Help me kill that lizard head, and the killing rights and loot will belong to me. In compensation, I will give you my Gale crossbow." Jiang Ning was direct with no preambles, his tone sincere. Zhao Hai asked directly, "Will you give me the Gale crossbow now, or only after we kill the monster? Or if the hunt fails, will I still get the Gale crossbow?" Jiang Ning shrugged, explaining as if stating a simple fact. "Of course it will be given only after a successful kill. Otherwise, if I give it to you, and you run away, who will I look for?" He continued, "If we fail to kill it, then naturally it's gone as well." Zhao Hai sneered inwardly. A pipe dream. Even if they succeeded in the kill, Jiang Ning could easily back out. Both of them were Shrank, but Jiang Ning had 15 ranks behind him, while Zhao Hai had only himself. In this new world where strength reigned supreme, a verbal promise was worth less than nothing. "I'll act according to the situation. To be honest, I don't believe we can kill that lizard head. I'm just here to watch the commotion." Zhao Hai did not engage with his remarks. Jiang Ning's eyes narrowed slightly. Zhao Hai did not give him a chance to continue persuading, immediately asking, "When you gathered people, you said it wouldn't matter their talent rating. Do you think those D and C ranks have any combat abilities?" Scamming them into joining is equivalent to sending them to their deaths. Jiang Ning's expression changed slightly, then he smiled nonchalantly. More people means more strength. What if a master shows up like Yu Zhao classmate? Besides those with low-level talent, even if they miraculously survive this trial, what about next time? What about the time after that? They will die sooner or later. What's the difference between dying early or late? It's better to take a chance. His tone suggested he was stating an obvious fact. Zhao Hai fell silent. Oh, Chen Ye was right. Jiang Ning was indeed looking for cannon fodder. Seeing him silent, Jiang Ning smiled and patted his shoulder. But you are different, you are shrank. We will have plenty of opportunities to collaborate in the future. How about it? Help me out. I'll stick to my previous stance and act based on the situation. Zhao Hai didn't refute or agree, merely repeating what he had said earlier before turning to walk back into the crowd. Jiang Ning looked at his retreating figure, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He quickly caught up and walked alongside Zhao Hai, saying, Zhao, no need to rush. Let's first discuss a feasible hunting strategy. Your talent is close combat burst, while mine enhances all attributes. If we combine our strength, Zhao Hai's gaze swept across the crowd, lingering for a moment on some faces. Some people were excitedly whispering to each other, others nervously gripped their weapons, some sat on the roadside, munching on bread they had scavenged from the supermarket, while others operated something on their system panels. There were about 40 to 50 people ranging from D rank to S rank, all eager to kill and claim. At this moment, the lizard-head monster was crouching on the base of a monument in the city square, its crimson vertical pupils flashing cold light under the pale sunlight, showing no reaction to the gathering at the mall entrance. Zhao Hai retracted his gaze silently, noting the three conditions Chen Ye had mentioned. If Jiang Ning didn't make a move, he wouldn't either. He focused on Jiang Ning's position. Something felt off, he decided to retreat immediately. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of a 12-story building south of the central square, Chen Ye stood at the edge of the rooftop, one hand resting on the railing and the other holding the map he found at the supermarket. His gaze crossed the square to the crowd gathered at the mall entrance. From this height, those people looked like ants. 40 to 50 ants gathered around an ant named Jiang Ning. That person talking to Hai Gu must be Jiang Ning. Wang Shuo squatted at the edge of the rooftop, a fire axe resting at his feet, his hands resting on his knees, as he squinted at the scene across. It's too far to see their expressions clearly. Do you think Hai Gu will be tricked by Jiang Ning? Hai Gu isn't stupid. He won't be fooled by him. Li Zheng stood next to Wang Shuo, a butcher knife tucked at his waist, arms crossed over his chest. That's not necessarily true. Qin Zhuiyang leaned over the edge of the rooftop, resting his chin on the railing. You guys don't know Hai Gu well enough. When he gets excited, he doesn't care about anything. I've seen his basketball games before. In the fourth quarter, down by 35 points, the coach had given up and told him to rest, but he insisted on playing. In the end, they lost, and he ended up cramping. That was basketball. This is life and death. It's different. What's the difference? When he gets excited, it's all the same. Chen Ye didn't join their discussion. He folded the map and stuffed it into his pocket, then took out the pair of binoculars he found at the supermarket. They weren't high-end, just a child's toy from the supermarket's toy section, with limited magnification, but adequate enough to see the outlines of the people across. He raised the binoculars to his eyes and adjusted the focus. Jiang Ning's outline became clear in the lens. About 1.80 meters, wearing a black t-shirt and dark gray pants with an ordinary appearance, he stood indistinctly among the crowd. Zhao Hai stood beside him, his 1.95 meters height towering like a lighthouse in the crowd, making it hard not to notice him. Chen Ye lowered the binoculars, turned around, and sat against the concrete railing at the edge of the rooftop, his gaze fixed on the lizard-head monster in the center of the square. From the 12th floor, the monster's entire form was clearly visible, much clearer than when viewed through its body length was estimated to exceed 2.50 meters, possibly approaching 3 meters when including its tail. It was covered in gray-black hard skin with dark red substances filling the gaps between the armor plates, resembling dried blood. Its head indeed resembled a lizard with an elongated mouth, 2 rows of interlocking teeth, the upper jaw's teeth longer than those of the lower jaw, resembling 2 interlocking saws. Its nostrils were 2 narrow slits symmetrically distributed on either side of the nose bridge, and its eyes were crimson vertical pupils. It was currently crouched on the base of the monument, its body half-coiled like a giant lizard basking in the sun. The creature seemed rather lazy, showing no reaction despite the more than 40 people gathered across the street ready to confront it. Now that the thick fog had mostly dissipated, there was no reason for the monster not to see the more than 40 people across the street. Could this thing be the legendary lizard man? Didn't those Americans say they've seen lizard men? From the description, it does resemble this creature. Qin Zhuiyang also leaned over the railing, gazing down at the monster. There are no lizard men on Earth, that's all folklore. Zhou Yiting's voice came from behind. She stood in the center of the rooftop, not approaching the edge, holding a bottle of water she found at the supermarket. However, this place may no longer be Earth. It's not any place we recognize. The physical rules here might be similar to those on Earth, but the beings here are beyond our comprehension. We are in a completely unfamiliar world. This is likely just the first stop. The rooftop fell silent for a few seconds as several people pondered deeply. They all longed to return home. But could they still go back? No one knew. Chen Ye stood up and raised the binoculars again, looking toward the mall entrance. The crowd had begun to move. Jiang Ning was standing on the steps, saying something to the crowd. His hands gestured, pointing towards the monster in the center of the square, then to several streets surrounding the square, as if laying out tactics. Zhao Hai stood at the edge of the crowd, arms crossed over his chest, not participating in Jiang Ning's tactical arrangement. He lowered his head, seemingly looking at the system panel. Chen Ye's mouth twitched slightly. He opened the group chat, and indeed saw Zhao Hai's message. Zhao Hai Jiang Ning plans to confront the monster head-in, using a rank main forces to draw its attention from the front, while others flank from the sides, allowing me to launch a surprise attack from behind when the monster is distracted. Chen Ye quickly replied. Chen Ye, do you think this is feasible? Zhao Hai, feasible my ass. That monster shell looks incredibly tough. It's questionable whether my fist can even break through it. Moreover, Jiang Ning talks about me launching a surprise attack from behind, but I feel like he wants me to be a meat shield. Chen Ye, so what do you plan to do? Zhao Hai, I'll assess the situation. If Jiang Ning and the others can't hold on, I'll retreat. Chen Ye looked at this message, tapping his thumb on the edge of the panel twice. Zhao Hai was more clear-headed than he had imagined. Perhaps it was the shock from Zhang Xiaowei's death or the silence during their time in the underground shelter that had made him realize something. In any case, this big guy who could be provoked by a few words from Li Jiahao on the train had now learned to wait, which was a good thing. Chen Ye, stay safe. We're on the south rooftop with a good view. If anything unexpected happens, run south, and we'll support you. Zhao Hai understood. Chen Ye closed the group chat and raised the binoculars again. The crowd at the mall entrance had begun to disperse. Jiang Ning led the 15 ranks towards the square, moving at a steady pace. The remaining people were scattering, some heading east, some west, thinly spread along the streets surrounding the square. Zhao Hai did not follow anyone. He walked alone at the back of the group, maintaining a distance from Jiang Ning's main forces, neither getting too close nor too far away. Like a lone wolf. Chen Ye put down the binoculars and checked the time. It was 4:10 p.m. and darkness was expected to fall by 6. Jiang Ning and his team did not have much time left. He then turned to the 4 people behind him, be ready to support Hai Go at any moment. That Jiang Ning must be up to no good. Wang Shua tightened his grip on the fire axe. Li Zheng drew the slaughter knife from his waist and wiped it on his pant leg. Qin Jiayang got up from the ground, brushed off the dust from his clothes, pulled out a fluorescent green slingshot from his pocket, and rummaged through another pocket to find a few small steel balls which he stuffed into the pouch of the slingshot. His movements were earnest to the point of being comical. But no one laughed. Zhou Yiting also walked to the edge of the rooftop, her gaze settling on the square below. Chen Ye turned to look at the square again. Jiang Ning's team had reached the edge of the square about 100 meters away from the lizard-head monster. The monster still did not rise, only turning its head towards Jiang Ning's direction. The 5 people on the rooftop simultaneously held their breath. The hunt began. Thump, thump, thump. Thump, thump, thump. Thump, thump, thump. A series of dull sounds came from the direction of the square like a gigantic heart beating rapidly. Chen Ye raised the binoculars, focusing on the center of the square. Jiang Ning stood at the forefront of the team, a faint red halo visibly surrounding his body, pulsing in rhythm with the thump, 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 resembling some form of energy pulse. The Emperor's engine doubles the 4 basic attributes when activated. That sound should be his heartbeat. Zhou Yoting's voice came from the side. Qin Jiayang leaned over the railing, his jaw nearly dropping. Is this really still a person? Chen Ye did not respond, the lens of the binoculars closely following Jiang Ning's figure. Jiang Ning now had a crossbow in his hands. It was no ordinary crossbow. Its entire body was a silvery gray color with a faint blue sheen flowing over the bow arms like ripples on the water stirred by the wind. Fast wind crossbow, green quality, agility 3. Jiang Ning's base agility was 5 points. When his talent was activated, it doubled to 10 points. With the additional 3 points from the fast wind crossbow, his agility attribute reached 13 points. What does 13 points of agility mean? Chen Ye glanced at his attribute panel, which showed 4 points of agility. Jiang Ning's speed was more than 3 times his. The lizard-head monster stood up from the base of the monument. Its body fully extended, its 4 sturdy legs supporting a frame over 2 meters tall. The tail swept across the ground, leaving a white scratch on the granite tiles. Its crimson vertical pupils turned towards Jiang Ning, its mouth slowly opening to reveal a row of yellow sharp teeth. Roar! The roar was deafening. Jiang Ning moved. His speed was so fast that the naked eye could barely keep up. The binoculars could only capture a blurred shadow. The shadow traced an arc across the square, circling around the monster's front to its side, while the fast-wind crossbow in his hand was raised and a short arrow shot through the air. Whoosh! The short arrow accurately pinned itself into the gray-black hard shell on the side of the lizard head's neck. The arrow penetrated about 2 centimeters, sticking there, its tail feather trembling slightly. Black liquid seeped out from the wound, slowly flowing down along the grooves of the shell. The lizard head let out a painful hiss, its massive body suddenly turning towards Jiang Ning, its foreclaws digging into the ground as it charged towards the blurred shadow. Its speed was not slow, much faster than the small monster seen before, with its 4 sturdy legs alternating steps, each stride shaking the ground. But compared to Jiang Ning, it was still too slow. Just before the monster lunged at him, Jiang Ning dodged sideways, while shooting another arrow, this time hitting the monster's left front leg. Those with ranged weapons hit it hard. Jiang Ning's voice came from the square, full of energy, completely unlike someone being chased by a 2-meter-tall giant beast. The mixed group around the square began to take action. On the east side, a boy with glasses lifted a toy crossbow, aimed at the monster, and shot an arrow that wobbled and fell to the ground less than 20 meters away. On the west side, a girl with a ponytail drew back her slingshot, the stone hitting the monster's back and bouncing off, leaving no mark. Several boys picked up stones from the ground and threw them at the monster. The stones hit the monster with a pop sound, and the monster showed no reaction at all. The only one with some effect was a boy wearing a gray sweatshirt on the north side, who held a compound bow. He drew the bow, aimed, and released. The arrow flew out, embedding itself in the monster's tail, penetrating about a centimeter into the flesh before falling out. The lizard head didn't even feel that arrow. All its attention was focused on Jiang Ning. On the rooftop of the tall building on the south side of the square, Wang Shuo squatted at the edge, exclaiming, "Damn, this monster's skin is too thick." Those people's attacks couldn't even be considered scraping. The only one dealing damage was Jiang Ning. Li Zheng shook his head. At this rate, Jiang Ning's stamina will be depleted sooner or later. Let's see how long he can hold on. Chen Ye did not respond, the binoculars shifting from Jiang Ning to the 15 level individuals. They had not yet entered the fray. 15 individuals stood at the edge of the square, spreading out in an arc with about 5 meters between each person. They were all armed, some with knives, some with axes, some with steel pipes, and 2 held fire hammers. But their gazes were all fixed on the movements of Jiang Ning and the lizard head, as if waiting for some signal. Jiang Ning shot 3 more arrows. 1 arrow pierced the monster's back, another struck its right side abdomen, and the last arrow went off course, embedding itself in the ground. The lizard head was already adorned with 6 short arrows, black liquid oozing from the wounds, leaving dark traces on the gray-black shell. But its speed and aggression showed no signs of diminishing. It continued chasing Jiang Ning, each lunge coming so close, yet failing to catch him. "Where's Hai Gu?" Qin Zhaoyang's voice came from the side. Chen Ye turned the lens towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai stood by a lamppost at the southeast corner of the square, arms crossed over his chest, completely motionless. His position was about 80 meters from the battlefield, his gaze fixed on the ongoing fight. Zhao Hai has learned to be smart. Zhou Yiting also noted Zhao Hai's position. He can attack or retreat from that spot. If Hai Gu makes a move, that monster will surely target him. Hai Gu doesn't have Jiang Ning's speed. He definitely can't engage right now. Chen Ye put down the binoculars and rubbed his eyes. Let's see how Jiang Ning arranges things. Jiang Ning seems to have called out, asking them to enter the fray. Li Zheng pointed towards the square. Chen Ye raised the binoculars again. In the square below the 15, a rank finally moved. They did not rush in a swarm, but rather spread out in an organized manner. 3 people flanked from the left, 3 from the right, 2 circled behind the monster, while the remaining 7 charged. The leader among them was a boy with a buzz cut named Zhu Peng, a trusted aide of Jiang Ning, wielding a broadsword that reflected a blinding white light under the sun. He charged to about 10 meters behind the monster, halted, raised his broadsword, and shouted, "Attack." 7 people struck simultaneously. Zhu Peng's broadsword slashed at the monster's hind leg, the blade scraping against the armor with a piercing sound, leaving a faint white mark. Another boy's fire axe struck the monster's back, producing a dull thud against the armor, but the monster remained motionless and his arm went numb from the recoil. The third boy was in worse shape. He thrust a steel pipe into the monster's abdomen, bending the pipe against the armor, causing his hand to burst, blood trickling down the pipe. The attacks from the 15 ranks were likely akin to a mosquito bite to the lizard-head monster. No, at least a mosquito bite would itch. These attacks didn't even cause an itch. The lizard-head monster paid no attention to those striking at it. All of its focus remained on Jiang Ning, the only human who could truly hurt it. What are you waiting for? Go in and attack. Don't be afraid, this thing has no intelligence. It will only chase whoever hurts it. Jiang Ning's voice rang out from the center of the square as he evaded the monster's lunges, his breath steady and appearing completely at ease. The mixed faction members around the square, who had only dared to throw stones from a distance, began to stir. For those with C and D rank abilities who couldn't earn a single point these days, they didn't want to miss this chance to score a significant number of points, especially with Jiang Ning backing them up. Students' fortune favors the bold. Kill the lizard head. A boy in camouflage stood up from the street, clutching a steel pipe, and was the first to rush toward the center of the square. With someone leading the charge, others followed. The second, third, fourth. More and more people emerged from the surrounding streets, wielding all sorts of weapons: kitchen knives, steel pipes, wooden sticks, wrenches, and even someone carrying a metal shelf taken from a supermarket. They surged toward the giant beast in the center of the square. Rather than courage, it was more of a gambler's man. More than 30 people surrounded the lizard-head monster from all sides, steel pipes striking against the armor, kitchen knives slashing at its tail, wooden sticks poking at its abdomen, and metal shelves slapping against its back. The clanging sounds melded into a cacophony reminiscent of an incompetent blacksmith shop operating simultaneously. But not a single attack managed to truly harm the lizard head. Steel pipes bent, kitchen knives dulled, wooden sticks broke, and metal shelves warped. The dark gray armor on the monster didn't even bear a single proper scratch, save for the few wounds made by Jiang Ning's short arrows, which still oozed black liquid. The lizard head was finally provoked, not out of pain, as these ant-like attacks didn't even tickle it, but out of it. It was like a person surrounded by a swarm of mosquitoes buzzing. Although the bites didn't hurt, you just wanted to swat them away. The lizard head stopped pursuing Jiang Ning and turned its crimson-slit eyes toward those surrounding it. Its tail swung violently. Crack! That thick tail, over 2 meters long, whipped through the air, sweeping through the crowd behind it. 3 boys who were hitting near its tail were caught in the sweep. Their bodies flew like rag dolls, landing 7 to 8 meters away, crashing heavily to the ground, and rolling several times before coming to a stop. One landed on the granite pavement head first, producing a dull thud before going still. Another landed in a pile of rubble, clutching his legs and wailing, his calf bent at an unnatural angle with a broken bone. The third was luckier, landing on the wreckage of a scrap car. Though covered in blood, he could still move, struggling to crawl down from the roof and limping away. What the hell? Run. This thing is too fierce. The crowd erupted in chaos. Those who had just bravely charged forward turned and fled, leaving steel pipes, kitchen knives, and wooden sticks scattered on the ground. But the lizard head had no intention of letting them go. Its 4 sturdy legs took off, charging toward the densest part of the crowd. With each step, the ground trembled, the granite pavement cracking under its claws and debris flying. A slow-running girl was caught from behind, just as the giant claw was about to slam down on her back. Zhao Hai. His body reacted faster than his mind. A silver-gray metallic sheen spread from his fingertips to his forearm, and with a powerful push of his right leg against the ground, he shot toward the monster's side like a cannonball. Boom! His iron fist, powered by 3 times his strength, struck solidly against the lizard head monster's left rib, sending shockwaves back through his arm, causing his entire right arm to tingle. But the effect was evident. The lizard head monster was knocked sideways, its massive body leaning to the right, its 4 claws scraping white marks on the ground as it barely steadied itself. It abandoned its pursuit of the girl, turning its crimson-slit eyes toward Zhao Hai. The girl rolled and crawled away, not glancing back, not even uttering a thank you. Zhao Hai didn't mind. He immediately retreated to gain distance from the lizard head. His agility was only 4 points, and the speed difference with this monster was too great. Once entangled, it would be hard to escape. The lizard head tilted its head, its crimson-slit eyes fixating on Zhao Hai's metallic fists, as if reassessing the danger posed by this prey. It did not pounce immediately. Zhao Hai remained motionless. The man and beast faced off. The air in the square felt as though it had solidified. At that moment, Zhao Hai caught a glimpse of Jiang Ning's actions. Jiang Ning did not continue to shoot. He stood at the edge of the square. The Gale crossbow had been retracted, and in his right hand, he held something resembling a cube, completely silver, with a glowing blue symbol on each of its 6 faces. Jiang Ning raised the cube to eye level, a hint of a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Then he made a gesture that only those in his team could understand. The 15 ranks reacted as if they had rehearsed countless times. Zhu Peng was the first to retreat, his broadsword held close, moving quickly and steadily, withdrawing 30 meters in 10 seconds. The other ranks scattered at the same astonishing speed, some heading east, some west, some south, and others north, like dandelions blown away by the wind. Their retreating directions had been pre-planned. Each had their own route, ensuring no one obstructed another nor affected Jiang Ning's next move. Once Jiang Ning saw that his people had retreated to a safe distance, he threw the cube he held. The silver cube traced a parabolic arc through the air, landing at the center of the square, hovering about 3 meters above the ground. The blue symbols on the 6 faces of the cube lit up simultaneously, the brightness intensifying from faint to blinding. Buzz! A deep humming sound emanated from the center of the cube. It didn't sound like a mechanical operation, but rather like the resonance of some energy field being activated. Blue light poured out of the cube, spreading like an inverted bowl, rapidly expanding outward. Where the light passed, the air seemed to turn tangible, rippling with a blue hue. Zhao Hai felt an invisible force pressing in from all directions, as if a giant hand was pushing him toward a certain direction, or as if space itself were twisting, folding, and reassembling. He instinctively wanted to flee, but it was too late. The blue light curtain converged 3 meters in front of him, forming a cubic barrier with an edge length of about 50 meters. The barrier's walls were semi-transparent blue, resembling walls made of blue glass, yet not as fragile as glass. On the south rooftop platform, Chen Ye held a telescope, applying slight pressure with his hand. He knew something was wrong. He saw Jiang Ning throw the magic cube, forming a blue barrier that trapped Zhao Hai and others inside. That bastard Jiang Ning. Wang Shuo slammed his fist against the concrete railing at the edge of the rooftop. He's killing people. Li Zheng's voice changed tone, the knife in his hand clattering. Brother Yi, we have to save Brother Hai. Qin Zhaoyang climbed up from the ground, gripping a fluorescent green slingshot in his hand. How are we going to save him? Chen Ye lowered the telescope and turned his head, glancing at the 4 people behind him. That thing Jiang Ning threw is probably a monster's dropped item. We won't be able to break it, and Jiang Ning has 15 rank students with him. The 5 of us rushing over wouldn't even be enough to fill their gaps. So we're just going to watch Brother Hai die. Wang Shuo's voice squeezed out from between his teeth. Who says Brother Hai will die? You're underestimating Brother Hai too much. That item definitely has a time limit, and Brother Hai's talent can last for an hour. And Shrank won't die so easily. Chen Ye raised the telescope again, aiming it at Zhao Hai inside the barrier. Below in the square, Zhao Hai punched the barrier wall, his metallic fist colliding with the blue light curtain, producing a resonant hum, but the curtain remained unmoved, and his fist was bounced back. What the hell is this thing? Zhao Hai punched again, only to be rebuffed once more. A low growl from the lizard-head monster came from behind him, but he didn't turn around, his full attention focused on the blue light curtain in front of him. Outside the barrier, Jiang Ning stood still, his hands stuffed into the pockets of his sweatpants, a gentle and composed smile on his face. The 15 rank students stood behind him, spreading out in an arc. Zhao Hai turned to look at the lizard-head monster. The creature did not attack him. It also noticed the sudden appearance of the blue prison, its crimson vertical pupils scanning the surrounding barrier, tentatively reaching out its right front claw to tap against it. Buzz! The same humming sound echoed, but the light curtain remained unmoved. The lizard head tilted its head and tapped again, still receiving no response. Its intelligence clearly wasn't sufficient to comprehend the concept of spatial barriers, still knocking against the light curtain, appearing rather foolish. Zhao Hai glanced around. Besides him and the lizard head, there were a dozen other people inside the barrier. These people had no idea what was happening when Jiang Ning made that gesture. By the time the blue curtain closed, they only then realized they were trapped. What's going on? What is this blue thing? A boy in a gray hoodie rushed to the barrier wall, slapping the light curtain with his hand. The curtain remained unyielding, and he punched it, but it still wouldn't budge. Let me out. Let me out. A girl's voice came from the other side of the square, laced with tears. She was also pounding on the barrier wall, her palms turning red, but the blue light curtain showed no reaction. Jiang Ning, what are you doing? Let us out. Jiang Ning, are you crazy? Let us out now. Damn you. How dare you deceive us? Let us out. Do you hear? Shouts and curses came from all directions as the dozen people trapped in the barrier yelled towards Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning stood outside the barrier, his smile unchanged. He raised his right hand, bringing his index and middle fingers together at his lips, making a quiet gesture. Students, please remain calm. His voice came from outside the barrier, slightly distorted by the barrier wall, but still clear enough to hear. This barrier is called the Space Cube, a disposable item I obtained from slaying a monster. Once used, it cannot be cancelled, but it can only last for 30 minutes. In other words, the barrier will automatically disappear after 30 minutes. He paused, his gaze sweeping over each person's face within the barrier, finally landing on Zhao Hai. So if you all want to survive, show me your true abilities. Hiding won't do you any good. The Space Cube was actually a disposable life-saving item, but in Jiang Ning's hands it had turned into a killing tool. The air inside the barrier suddenly became tense. Silence lasted for about 3 seconds before it was shattered by a heart-wrenching scream. No! You can't do this. Let me out. Please let me out. The girl who had been pounding on the light curtain knelt down, her hands pressed against the blue barrier wall, tears streaming down her cheeks. Jiang Ning, damn your ancestors. A boy picked up a steel pipe in his hand and smashed it against the barrier wall. Buzz! The steel pipe bounced back, numbing his hands while the barrier showed not even a ripple. It's useless, this barrier can't be broken. The speaker was Zhao Hai. He stood in the center of the barrier, the metallic luster of his fists had faded, his expression surprisingly calm, his gaze fixed on Jiang Ning outside the barrier. Jiang Ning was also watching him. Their eyes collided through the blue light curtain. Jiang Ning's smile remained unchanged, while Zhao Hai's eyes were filled with rage, yet he suppressed the urge to explode. Instead of cursing their why not think about how to survive these 30 minutes. Zhao Hai's voice wasn't loud, but everyone inside the barrier heard it. The boy who had been cursing stopped his actions of smashing the barrier and turned to look at Zhao Hai. The girl on her knees also lifted her head, her teary eyes gazing at him. The other trapped people also directed their attention toward this towering figure standing at 1.95 meters. Zhao Hai did not look at them. He turned around facing the lizard-head monster, his fists regaining their metallic sheen, the silvery gray luster reflecting cold light under the blue light curtain. The lizard head did not move, it still squatted in the central northern part of the barrier, knocking against the light curtain. Several short arrows Jiang Ning had shot were still embedded in its body, black liquid oozing from the wounds. But these injuries were evidently not fatal to it, or perhaps they didn't even qualify as injuries. Zhao Hai took a deep breath, silently cursing himself. He had let himself get carried away. None of the three conditions Chen Ye mentioned had he fulfilled. He had acted when Jiang Ning stopped. He hadn't kept an eye on Jiang Ning's position. Things weren't right, he didn't retreat immediately. He had failed on all counts. But now that things had come to this, regret meant nothing. His gaze swept over the people inside the barrier, counting them up. There were 14 in total, including himself. 14 people trapped in a blue cage and a giant beast over 2 meters tall with armor as thick as a tank. Among these 14, who besides him had any combat ability? If anyone has combat talent, step forward. Zhao Hai's voice echoed inside the barrier. No one moved. I said if you have combat talent, step forward. This is not the time to hide your skills. This thing won't spare you just because you remain silent. I possess upgrade talent for invisibility capable of delivering double damage while in an invisible state. The speaker was a boy dressed in a black short-sleeve shirt holding a dagger. I have upgrade talent for ranged mastery, allowing me to inflict double damage when using ranged weapons. Another person stepped forward, a boy in a gray hoodie holding a composite bow. He was one of the few aside from Jiang Ning who could slightly damage the monster's hide. He intended to get closer to deal damage, but found himself caught in Jiang Ning's schemes. I also possess upgrade talent for weakness insight, enabling me to see the target's weaknesses. Attacking these weaknesses delivers double damage. This monster's weaknesses are its neck and eyes. The third to step forward was a girl with short hair dressed in a black sports jacket wielding a kitchen knife. The fourth, fifth, sixth. One after another they stood up. Among the 14 counting Zhao Hai, there were 8 individuals with combat talents. The remaining 6 possessed virtually no combat capability. Zhao Hai quickly ran through the numbers in his mind. 8 combat talents, 3 grade, 4 grade, plus 1 grade. Himself. This configuration had a pitifully low chance of succeeding against the lizard head. There was no turning back now, yet this could also be an opportunity. For 30 minutes Jiang Ning could not interfere in the battle within the barrier. If he could kill this monster, the drops and rewards would all be his. Follow my lead. Zhao Hai's voice grew grave. Those without combat talents retreat to the edge of the barrier. Do not run around, do not scream, and do not attract the monster's attention. Those with combat talents heed my arrangements. His gaze swept over the 7 individuals with combat talents, assigning tasks based on their abilities. You invisibility are responsible for harassment. Attack from the side, strike, and then retreat. Do not linger in battle. The boy in the black short-sleeved shirt nodded. You shoot at its eyes from the farthest distance. The boy in the gray hoodie also nodded. You look for opportunities to attack the monster's weaknesses. If you can hit its eyes, great, if not, aim for its neck. The girl with short hair tightened her grip on the kitchen knife and nodded. The remaining 4 grade talents were positioned behind and to the sides of the monster, not aiming to deal much damage but to distract the monster. Is everyone clear? Understood. The responses were varied, some were firm, others trembling. Zhao Hai said no more, his gaze firmly fixed on the lizard head. At that moment the lizard head also lost interest in the barrier's light screen. It turned around to find that a dozen humans dared to encircle it. Its eyes glinted with ferocity as it locked onto Zhao Hai. This was the human who had just inflicted pain upon it. Roar. The lizard head released a furious roar, its 4 claws digging into the ground as its massive body charged toward Zhao Hai. Its speed was even greater than when it had pursued Jiang Ning. Zhao Hai's pupils constricted slightly. He did not evade. Charge with me. He rushed toward the lizard head, his right fist coiled with power. The lizard head lunged simultaneously, its 2 front claws spread wide, black-gray nails resembling 5 short blades reaching for Zhao Hai's head. Zhao Hai pulled back his right fist, shifting his weight onto his right leg, then pushed off the ground with a powerful kick, his waist twisting as strength traveled from his heels to his knees, from his knees to his waist, from his waist to his shoulders, and finally to his fist. Boom. The force of his iron fist tripled, landed solidly on the palm of the lizard head's extended right front claw. The collision between fist and claw pad produced a deep, resounding echo. The lizard head's right front claw recoiled its entire body, leaning to the left momentarily, but its left claw followed up immediately. Zhao Hai had no time to withdraw his fist to block, and could only brace himself with his left arm. Bang! The lizard head's left claw struck Zhao Hai's metallic left forearm the immense force, pushing him back several steps, his feet scraping painfully against the ground. Zhao Hai steadied his footing, shaking his numb left arm. There were no marks on his metallic skin. However, the shock had transmitted through the metal layer to his bones, causing a dull ache throughout his entire left arm. This beast has immense strength, he cursed under his breath. But the lizard head's attacks left him no time to breathe. The beast's tail swept in from the side faster than when it had sent those people flying earlier. Zhao Hai could even hear the tail slicing through the air with a shrill whistle. He had no time to evade, crossing his arms in front of him to take the hit. Bang! The tail struck Zhao Hai's arms, sending him flying like a car hit him, soaring 5 to 6 meters before crashing heavily to the ground and rolling twice before finally coming to a stop. Several white scratches appeared on his silver-gray metallic skin. Zhao Hai climbed up from the ground, shaking his head to dispel the dizziness, his gaze locking back onto the lizard head. Is that all you've got? He yelled at the lizard head, his fists colliding with each other, making a sound like metal clashing. The lizard head's crimson vertical pupils narrowed slightly. This human was tougher than it had anticipated. Brother Hai is amazing. A boy holding a steel pipe shouted excitedly from the edge of the barrier. But his excitement lasted less than 2 seconds. The lizard head suddenly abandoned Zhao Hai, its massive body turning abruptly to charge at the boy who had shouted. Its 4 sturdy legs moved in an alternating fashion, each step shaking the ground, shattering the granite tiles beneath its claws and sending debris flying. The boy's smile froze on his face. His pupils dilated, mouth agape, but his voice was locked in his throat. Run! Zhao Hai's voice came from the side, but there was no time for him to run. The lizard head reached the boy, opened its massive jaws, and bit down on his upper body. Crack! The sound of bones shattering echoed within the barrier. The boy's body disappeared completely into the lizard head's mouth from the waist up, leaving his legs standing in place, swaying, then toppling over. Blood dripped from the corners of the lizard head's mouth, pooling into a dark red puddle on the ground. Up! A scream came from the edge of the barrier as a girl covered her mouth, tears instantly streaming down her face. Another boy slumped directly to the ground, wetting his pants. No screaming, no running. Zhao Hai's voice boomed like thunder within the barrier. But fear spread like a plague. 2 girls without combat talents clung to each other, trembling all over, their lips quivering as they made whimpering sounds. A boy in a white t-shirt tried to run toward the barrier wall, but after 2 steps his legs buckled and he knelt on the ground, unable to rise. Zhao Hai gritted his teeth. He could not afford to care about anything else. Invisibility. Harass it from the side. Don't let it focus on those without combat abilities. The boy with the grade talent for invisibility had already vanished from sight, his voice coming from the left side of the lizard head. I understand. A dagger appeared out of thin air beside the lizard head's left hind leg, stabbing in. The dagger penetrated about 2 centimeters before being swiftly withdrawn, and the invisible boy flashed through the air before disappearing again. The lizard head sensed something stab it, and its tail swept in the direction of where the dagger had appeared, but it well done. Zhao Hai roared, lunging toward the lizard head beast. Sniper, aim for its eyes. The boy in the gray hoodie drew back his compound bow, took careful aim, and released the arrow. The arrow sliced through the air, streaking straight for the creature's right eye. The lizard head jerked its head aside. The shaft grazed its temple, carving a shallow gash across its nasal bridge, missing the eye entirely. Again, the boy in the gray hoodie snatched another arrow, knocked it, drew the bowstring taut, and steadied his aim. This time he held longer, his hands trembling faintly, but clenched his jaw and held firm. He loosed the string. This time the arrow struck with surgical precision, 3 centimeters below the lizard head's right eye, embedding 2 centimeters deep into flesh. Thick black fluid welled from the wound. The lizard head was now utterly enraged. It abandoned its pursuit of the defenseless and whirled around, its crimson vertical pupils locking onto the boy with the compound bow. Run! Zhao Hai bellowed as he charged the beast, coiling his right fist and driving it hard into its left ribcage with a thunderous impact. Boom! Another heavy blow landed. But though the creature staggered slightly, it refused to turn away, its gaze unbroken, still fixed upon the archer. It dug its 4 claws into the ground and surged forward, straight toward the archer. From the flank, a short-haired girl burst forth, swinging a kitchen knife at the beast's neck. The blade scraped across its ashen-black carapace, leaving only a faint white scratch. No penetration. Its neck plating is too thick. My strength can't cut through it, she cried while retreating. The lizard head lashed its tail sideways. She dropped instantly. The whip-like strike swept overhead, stirring her hair wildly with its violent gust. Zhao Hai pursued the beast, relentlessly hammering punch after punch into its hind legs, tail, and back. Each blow made the creature hesitate, but none could halt its advance. Its target remained singular, the boy with the compound bow. Having exhausted his last arrow, the boy hurled the bow aside and fled. But he was too slow. In 3 strides the lizard head closed the distance and swiped him aside with its right claw as if flicking away a fly. His body tumbled violently through the air, then crashed hard against the shimmering blue barrier of the dome. The luminescent surface rippled on impact. His limp form slid down the curved energy field and collapsed motionless onto the ground. Snipers down. A voice echoed from thin air, tense, unmistakably strained. Zhao Hai, one of the 8 combat-capable talents, had already fallen. His gaze swept across the dome. The non-combatants still screamed, wept, trembled, utterly useless. The lizard head pivoted again, its blood-red vertical pupils relocking onto Zhao Hai. Damn you, come on. Zhao Hai roared, slamming his fists together. Silver-gray light flared brilliantly beneath the dome's azure glow. The beast charged. Zhao Hai met it heat. Man and monster collided at the dome's center, fist against claw, in a rapid metallic cacophony of impacts. Each of Zhao Hai's blows landed squarely on Claw's skull or throat, his triple-strength surges forcing the creature to stagger with every hit. Yet each slash of its claws, each savage bite, each sweeping lash of its tail drove Zhao Hai backward, white furrows multiplying across his metal-reinforced skin. Zhao Hai's stamina was depleting at a visible, alarming rate. He glanced at his system interface. His stamina gauge had plummeted from 100 to 67, and the dome had been active for less than 10 minutes. From the side, the invisible boy struck twice, once into the creature's left forelimb, once into its abdomen, but both wounds were shallow, barely penetrating, inflicting negligible damage. The short-haired girl, whose talent granted insight into weaknesses, continued searching for an opening to strike the neck. Even knowing the vulnerability, her kitchen knife proved futile. She could only exploit fissures already cracked open by Zhao Hai's relentless blows. The battle raged on, each second stretched viscous and interminable. Outside the dome at the plaza's edge, Zhu Peng approached Jiang Ning and lowered his voice. Brother Ning, Zhao Hai's quite formidable. Look at those fractures across the lizard head's hide, all wrought by his fists. If this keeps up, will he actually beat it to death? That would hand him all the kill points and loot rewards. Hardly fair to us. Jiang Ning stood with arms crossed, observing the dome's interior with quiet amusement, a faint knowing smile playing at his lips. He won't kill it. Huh, why not? Don't be fooled by his current ferocity. He'll soon falter. Sustained high-intensity output drains stamina catastrophically. I estimate his stamina is already halved. Jiang Ning's gaze rested calmly on Zhao Hai, as detached and precise as a commentator narrating a match in which he held no stake. Even if he somehow kills it, it changes nothing. Zhu Peng blinked. Nothing. Brother Ning, the kill points and loot go entirely to him, and we've already sunk a spatial magic cube into this. Let him keep the kill points. Jiang Ning tilted his head slightly toward Zhu Peng, his smile deepening. But the dropped items. Once the dome collapses, he cannot carry them out, unless he wishes to die. Brilliant, Brother Ning. Zhu Peng's eyes gleamed. Even if Zhao Hai slays the beast, he'll be spent, barely able to stand, let alone flee. Should he dare withhold the loot, we'll have no mercy. Jiang Ning said nothing more, returning his gaze to the dome, shifting it from Zhao Hai to the lizard head, lingering briefly on the fractured plates before moving on. Farther still, in the shadow of a building at the plaza's southeast corner, Li Jiahao leaned against the wall, hands buried deep in the pockets of his tactical jacket, watching the azure dome with unnerving calm. Sun Kai crouched beside him. You were right, Brother Jiahao. Jiang Ning is indeed suspicious. He claimed no talent restrictions, that more people mean greater strength, yet he's treating them as cannon fodder. A monster. Everyone inside that dome is likely doomed. Ma Wenba stood on Li Jiahao's other side, arms crossed. I wonder if Zhao Hai can last until the dome expires. Li Jiahao remained silent, his eyes fixed on Zhao Hai within the dome, brows faintly furrowed, as if pondering a deeper question. What are you thinking about, Brother Jiahao? Sun Kai noticed his expression and edged closer. Li Jiahao paused for 2 seconds, then replied, I'm wondering where Zhao Hai's teammates have gone. You mean Chen Ye and the others? Sun Kai scoffed. What can they possibly do? They'd barely serve as snacks for Jiang Ning. Li Jiahao said nothing more, shifting his gaze toward the surrounding high-rises. He couldn't see the rooftops from here, but he sensed Chen Ye was surely perched somewhere above, observing. Still, Sun Kai wasn't wrong. Chen Ye's group was too weak to shift the tide of battle. On the rooftop of a 12-story building facing the south of the square, is Hai Ge fighting so fiercely without regard for his life. Wang Shuo crouched at the edge of the rooftop, gripping the railing tightly. Hai Ge truly intends to kill that lizard head. Look at him, every punch is with full force. If Hai Ge really manages to take it down, then the cannon fodder Jiang Ning brought along with the item used will all be a wedding dress for Hai Ge. Li Zheng also crouched at the edge of the rooftop, watching the battle inside the barrier below. Chen Ye shook his head, his expression grave. Even if Hai Ge can kill that lizard head and claim the reward, he will already be at the end of his strength. Once his energy is exhausted and his stamina depleted, he won't even be able to stand, let alone fight. He paused, his gaze falling on Jiang Ning's team outside the barrier. The 15 people Jiang Ning brought have hardly exerted any effort so far. They have been waiting for the barrier to disappear. If Hai Ge can truly kill the lizard head, let's hope there are no dropped items, just getting points will be enough. Qin Zhaoyang, crouching nearby, suddenly raised his head upon hearing Chen Ye's words. Ego, are you suggesting that Jiang Ning wants to steal the dropped items? Isn't that incredibly shameless? Chen Ye glanced at him, without answering, only retorting, if you were Jiang Ning, would you watch as the equipment you worked hard to obtain is taken away by Hai Ge? Qin Zhaoyang opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but swallowed the words back. The four of them fell silent. They all knew the answer in their hearts. No, they wouldn't. In this death game, equipment is power, and power is life. No one would willingly give up their life, nor would anyone abandon an item that could make them stronger for the sake of saving face. Moreover, if Jiang Ning truly cared about face, he wouldn't have deceived so many people into becoming cannon fodder. Chen Ye glanced at the time. It was already 5 in the afternoon. The sky had already darkened, and the darkness fell faster than he had anticipated. Wisp after wisp of mist began to spread once more. Although still thin, it was indeed fogging up. Chen Ye frowned. The reappearance of the mist in the evening, what did it signify? Would the mist affect the monster's activities? These questions flashed through his mind quickly, but there was no time to delve deeper. He was about to shift his gaze back to the barrier when his peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of something. On the rooftop of the adjacent building, an unknown figure had appeared. That building was 3 stories shorter than theirs, approximately 50 meters away. Although the view from that rooftop was not as good as theirs, it could still make out the situation in the square. The figure was dressed in black, slender in build, with hair tied back in a high ponytail, clad in a black tracksuit, and wearing a pair of black running shoes. She actually came too. Chen Ye squinted. That figure was none other than Gu Qinghuan. Gu Qinghuan stood at the edge of the rooftop, her gaze not directed at Chen Ye, but focused on the square below, watching the blue barrier and the battle between Zhao Hai and the lizard head. Chen Ye observed her for 2 seconds before retracting his gaze and lifting the binoculars to his eyes again. Inside the barrier of the square, the invisible boy had already concealed himself, not daring to come out. It wasn't that he didn't want to fight, but he couldn't. The lizard head had completely figured out his attack patterns. Every time his dagger pierced into the monster's body, the lizard head's tail would swiftly sweep toward his vanished position. Once it nearly hit him, the wind from the tail left a gash on the back of the invisible boy. He couldn't afford to take any more risks. The boy with the compound bow had already died a gruesome death. The short-haired girl with class, talent, weakness, insight had been torn in half, her innards scattered all over the ground. The corpses of the 4 students with class talents had long since lain on the ground within the barrier. One had its spine shattered by the lizard head's tail, lying motionless on the ground with eyes wide open, their pupils. 6 students without combat capability were huddled at the edge of the barrier, trembling together. Zhao Hai stood alone in the center of the barrier, drenched in blood. His clothes had been torn in several places, revealing skin covered in bruises and white scratches. A gash from the lizard head's claws marred his right shoulder. The claw tip had left a 2-centimeter deep gash on his shoulder, blood flowing down his arm and dripping on it. His energy had already dropped to a third, and the high-intensity battle had consumed his energy much faster than expected. It was previously estimated he could last an hour, but that was under normal combat conditions, not this life-and-death struggle where every punch was with full force. Since the barrier unfolded, about 20 minutes had passed. Zhao Hai no longer thought about killing the lizard head. He just wanted to hold on until the barrier disappeared and then escape. Chen Ye was right, staying alive was the most important thing. The lizard head lifted its head from the corpse of the short-haired girl, its crimson vertical pupils locking onto Zhao Hai once again. Its body was covered in wounds as Zhao Hai's fists had shattered dozens of cracks across its carapace. Some of the cracks had begun to ooze black liquid, and its right front paw limped slightly from the blows. However, these injuries were evidently not fatal to the tall beast. Zhao Hai took a deep breath, suppressing the pain from the wound on his right shoulder as his fists regained their metallic sheen. The silver-gray luster was dimmer than before. Come on, you dog thing. Zhao Hai's voice was hoarse, gasping for breath. The lizard head charged forward. Zhao Hai charged ahead as well. On the rooftop of the southern building of the square, Chen Ye lowered his binoculars, shifting his gaze from the barrier to the rooftop next door. Gu Qinghuan's figure was no longer there. He was taken aback for a moment, then looked again. Oh, she was indeed gone. The rooftop was empty, with only dusk and thin mist. When did Gu Qinghuan leave? Where did she go? A thought quickly flashed through Chen Ye's mind. She went down. She headed to the square. She wants to come and steal the kill as well. Chen Ye gritted his teeth and turned to look at Qin Zhaoyang. Zhaoyang. Huh. Can your perfect shot hit the lizard head below from here? Qin Zhaoyang crouched at the edge of the rooftop, glancing down, then looked at the fluorescent green plastic slingshot in his hand, his expression reflecting, are you kidding me? Yiga, you can't possibly think I can use a slingshot to secure a kill, right? This thing is for children aged 812. The range is less than 20 meters, and we're at least 150 meters away from the square. The marbles drop halfway down. Chen Ye's gaze returned to the square, his speech quickening. Isn't your ability supposed to be infallible? Among the 5 of us, you're the only one with ranged attack capability. Infallible doesn't mean it can break physical limits. It is infallible, but it still needs to travel. And if there are obstacles in the shooting path, that becomes an infallible obstacle. If I could ignore distance and obstacles, how could my talent possibly just be class? It would have to be SS class. Qin Zhaoyang's infallibility applies only within range, but unfortunately, he's holding a toy slingshot, not a Barrett. Chen Ye remained silent for a second before speaking. Then let's go down to a distance where we can strike. When the barrier shatters, follow my lead. Qin Zhaoyang opened his mouth to say something, but swallowed his words upon seeing Chen Ye's gaze nodding firmly. All right, brother Ye. He got up from the ground, brushing off the dust from his clothes. Wang Shuo glanced at him, and then at Chen Ye, saying, Chen Ye, you can't really expect Zhaoyang's slingshot to kill the lizard head, can you? Who said we need to use a slingshot? That's a child's toy. Chen Ye lifted the binoculars again, focusing on Jiang Ning's team, who were already poised for action. The 15 rank members were no longer standing behind Jiang Ning. Instead, they spread out around the plaza, with each person's distance from one another about 10 meters, forming a loose encirclement. Their gazes were fixed on the lizard head within the barrier, resembling a pack of hyenas waiting for their prey to fall. Zhu Peng stood beside Jiang Ning, the mountain-cutting blade already in hand. Further away, Li Jiahao and his 2 companions had not left. They stood beside a crooked street tree at the southeast corner of the plaza, with Sun Kai crouching at the tree's roots, Ma Wenba standing, and Li Jiahao leaning against the trunk. None of the 3 had drawn their weapons, appearing to be mere spectators. There was also Gu Qinghuan, the one who falsely reported her talent, a lone wolf, who maintained an almost indifferent calm while everyone else panicked. She too had come to the plaza. Chen Ye was unaware of her true talent, but anyone who could move around in the corpse city alone with confidence must at least be a rank, perhaps even S rank. He chose not to dwell on it further and raised the binoculars to his eyes, focusing on the barrier. Zhao Hai was still attacking. His movements had slowed significantly, with the intervals between punches extending from 2 or 3 seconds to 5 or 6. His energy reserves must have been nearly depleted. The cracks on the lizard head's body were multiplying, with a small dent forming on its head, black liquid oozing from several fissures. Yet it was still moving, still pursuing, still biting, still sweeping with its tail. Zhao Hai was dodging, retreating, bracing himself, and buying time. He glanced again at the mist, which had thickened compared to before, visibility dropping from nearly 100 meters to 60 or 70. The fog was still intensifying. Chen Ye took a deep breath. Let's head down to the 2nd floor. Inside the barrier on the plaza, Zhao Hai and the lizard head continued their final confrontation. Zhao Hai's energy had reached rock bottom, the wound on his right shoulder still bleeding, his entire right arm feeling as if it were filled with lead, each punch requiring double the effort of the last. The lizard head was not faring well either. Its body was riddled with cracks from Zhao Hai's punches, black liquid seeping from the numerous fissures and pooling on the ground. Its right front claw was limping more severely each time it landed, causing it to pause, its entire body's center of gravity beginning to tilt to the right. Yet it had not fallen. This 2-meter-tall beast still fixed its crimson vertical eyes on Zhao Hai, its mouth opening and closing as it emitted a low rumbling roar. Come on. Zhao Hai raised his fists, the silver-gray metallic sheen now dull to the point of being nearly invisible. The lizard head charged forward. This time its speed was much slower than before, the sound of its 4 claws scraping the ground lacking the force it had earlier, yet that oppressive feeling remained, like a moving wall pressing towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai did not dodge. It was not that he didn't want to, but rather that he could no longer evade. His legs had reached their limit, knees weakening, his feet aching as if standing on a bed of nails. Then let it be a clash. Zhao Hai gritted his teeth, pulling back his right fist, shifting his weight onto his right foot before forcefully pushing off the ground, his iron fist launching forward. The lizard head's right claw swiped at the same time. Fist and claw collided. Boom! A muffled explosion echoed within the barrier. Zhao Hai's body flew back like a kite, with a broken string soaring 7 or 8 meters before crashing heavily against the barrier wall. Buzz! The blue light screen shook violently, emitting a piercing hum. Zhao Hai slid down from the light screen, crashing to the ground, a mouthful of metallic-tasting liquid pouring from his mouth. He struggled to rise, his arms trembling like withered branches in the wind, faltering halfway before collapsing again. The lizard head also retreated 3 or 4 steps, its right front claw almost unable to touch the ground, its entire body trembling slightly. It shook its head, its crimson vertical eyes locking onto Zhao Hai again, opening its mouth to let out a low growl. Then it began to approach Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai pushed against the ground once more, attempting to stand up. He succeeded. He was upright, his legs shaking, the wound on his right shoulder, still oozing blood, but his back was straight. He looked at the approaching lizard head, a bleak smile forming at the corner of his mouth. Looks like I'm going to meet my end here today. Being a good person really doesn't pay off. The lizard head stopped 3 meters in front of him, its mouth opening to reveal yellow teeth gleaming with a sickening sheen in the twilight. Just then, crack! A crisp sound of cracking came from above. Zhao Hai looked up. A fissure appeared in the blue barrier. The crack began at the top and spread out like a spider web, increasing in number and density. Crack, 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 crack. The cracking sound grew more intense, and the blue light screen began to flicker unstable. The lizard head also halted, raising its head, its crimson vertical eyes staring at the cracks. Boom! The barrier shattered. The blue light screen exploded like shattered glass, transforming into countless specks of light that dissipated into the air. Twilight and mist surged back in. Zhao Hai took a deep breath. The air filled with the stench of decay, and blood filled his lungs, briefly clearing his muddled mind. The 6 surviving individuals scattered like startled rabbits, not a single one looking back, not one glancing at Zhao Hai, who had endured 30 minutes for them. Zhao Hai did not expect them to turn back. Then he heard numerous footsteps approaching from all directions. Jiang Ning moved. The imperial engine roared back to life, his heartbeat like a drum. His speed was so fast that the naked eye could hardly keep up, that blurred figure darting from the edge of the plaza straight to the center, covering the distance of several meters in an instant. The Gale crossbow was already in hand, 3 short arrows gleaming coldly in the twilight. His 15 rank subordinates were also on the move. Zhu Peng led the charge, the mountain-cutting blade raised high above his head. The other 14 surrounded from different directions, forming an impenetrable encirclement. The lizard head had yet to react. It had just regained its senses from the impact of the shattered barrier, its body still in the posture of moving towards Zhao Hai. Then 3 flying knives pierced through the air. The 3 flying knives appeared without warning, as if conjured from thin air. The blades were narrow and thin, entirely silver-white, nearly invisible against the twilight. Their target was clear, aimed directly at the lizard head's face. The reaction of the lizard head was quick. It didn't even think before its 2 front claws instinctively. The 3 flying daggers were swatted away, but instead of falling to the ground, they flipped in the air, as if pulled by invisible threads, hovering steadily in midair, their tips still aimed at the lizard head. Zhu Peng's pupils suddenly contracted. Ning Gu, there's that 6th one. Jiang Ning ignored him and didn't even look in the direction of the flying daggers. His gaze was fixed on the lizard head, and he had already raised the Gale crossbow, pulling the trigger. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 short arrows shot out like a barrage. One lodged into the left front leg of the lizard head, another into its abdomen, and the third penetrated nearly 3 centimeters into the gap of its armor that had already been cracked by Zhao Hai. Black liquid surged out from the wound. Don't worry about that, just kill the lizard head first. Jiang Ning continued to advance, while switching arrows, the firing speed of the Gale crossbow astonishingly fast, each arrow precisely striking the gaps in the lizard head's armor that had been cracked open by Zhao Hai. 15 A-rank fighters charged forward. Previously, they couldn't break through its defenses, but now it was different. The lizard head's armor had been cracked with dozens of fissures. By Zhao Hai, those fissures became their breakthrough point. Zhu Peng was the first to reach the side of the lizard head, raising his mountain cleaver high, aiming at a gap in the cracked armor. He struck down with all his might. Thud! The blade sunk in nearly 5 centimeters, and black liquid sprayed out from the wound, splattering Zhu Peng's face. We can break through its defenses. Brother, strike at the wound. Zhu Peng wiped the black blood from his face, excitement in his voice. The other 14 charged in, as well, wielding knives, axes, hammers, and steel pipes, all attacking the lizard head's cracked armor. The lizard head let out a pained roar, its tail sweeping violently, trying to swat away these annoying flies. But its speed had already diminished significantly, and by the time its tail swept past, most people had already dodged. Only one person, who was slow to react, got caught by the tip of the tail, staggering back 2 steps. But he didn't fall. After regaining his balance, he charged forward again. Jiang Ning's arrows did not stop. One after another, they all struck at the lizard head's most fatal spots, its eyes, throat, and the gaps in its cracked armor. The lizard head's breath noticeably weakened. Its movements became slower, its roars quieter, black liquid gushing from various wounds across its body and pooling into a large puddle on the ground. At this moment, the 3 flying daggers hovering in the air moved again. One cut an arc from the left, targeting the lizard head's neck. One dove down from the right, aiming for the ankle of its right hind leg. Another came from the front, directly targeting the lizard head's claw joint. 3 flying daggers attacking from 3 directions simultaneously. Their speed was astonishing, even faster than Jiang Ning's arrows. Thud! The first dagger sliced across the lizard head's neck, leaving a deep cut on its gray-black armor, black liquid spraying out like a burst dam. Thud! The second dagger severed the ankle of the lizard head's right hind leg, where the armor was already thin and had been cracked open by Zhao Hai. The dagger sliced through, nearly cutting the leg in half. Thud! The third dagger pierced into the lizard head's right claw joint, the blade fully embedding, leaving only the hilt exposed. The lizard head's body suddenly stiffened. It lost support in its right hind leg, its massive body tilting backward and crashing to the ground, kicking up a cloud of rubble and dust. But it was not dead yet. Its eyes remained open, its crimson vertical pupils still moving, its mouth still opening and closing, emitting a low roar. Zhu Peng was startled by this sudden turn of events and instinctively stepped back 2 paces. He saw the trajectory of the 3 flying daggers, watched as they turned in the air, accelerated and attacked from different angles. This was something an ordinary person could not achieve. Ninggu, that 6th one is quite powerful. Jiang Ning's brow slightly furrowed as he noticed. The attack strength of those 3 flying daggers was far beyond his own. His arrows could only penetrate the armor gaps by 2 or 3 centimeters, while those 3 flying daggers could cut through the armor directly, leaving such deep cuts on the lizard head's neck. This was beyond what an orang could do. Srank, or even higher. His gaze quickly swept over the square, trying to locate the hidden figure. But he couldn't find anyone. The twilight and mist shrouded everything in a hazy light. Only the outlines of distant buildings and scattered streetlights were visible, with no sign of any person. Kill the lizard head first. Jiang Ning suppressed his unease, raising the Gale crossbow once more, aiming at the lizard head's eyes and firing 3 arrows in quick succession. His subordinates charged in again, attacking with knives and axes at every spot on the lizard head that could inflict damage. The resistance from the lizard head was weakening. It no longer swept its tail, nor did it strike with its claws. Its mouth still opened and closed, but it couldn't bite anyone anymore. Its crimson vertical pupils began to dim, the focus lost like 2 lights about to extinguish. At this moment, 3 more piercing sounds broke the air. A cleaver, a bone cleaver, and finally a short knife, all striking accurately at the lizard head's forehead, where Zhao Hai had dented it. Simultaneously, the 3 delicate flying daggers pierced into the lizard head's throat from 3 directions, embedding completely, leaving only 3 small wounds, black liquid gushing out and forming a thin stream. Jiang Ning's arrow was a second slower, but it also accurately struck the lizard head's brow. The lizard head's body convulsed violently. Then it became still. Its eyes remained open, but its crimson vertical pupils had completely lost their luster. Its mouth hung half open, revealing uneven yellow teeth, saliva mixed with black liquid dripping from the corners. The lizard head was dead. This giant beast, over 2 meters tall with armor as thick as a tank, had finally perished. Yet no one in the square cheered, because everyone's gaze was drawn to the same thing. Beside the corpse of the lizard head, a book had exploded forth with no text or images, only a faint halo swirling around it. The book was covered by a transparent energy shield, which was hemispherical, about 30 centimeters in diameter, tightly enclosing the book in the middle. The square suddenly fell silent. Zhu Peng was the first to rush forward. He ran to the energy shield, reaching out to grab the book. His hand couldn't penetrate the shield. His fingertips were stopped by an invisible barrier about 10 centimeters from the book's spine. The barrier was not hard, but was as resilient as cowhide. Pressing against it would cause his fingers to sink slightly, but he couldn't pass through. Damn! Zhu Peng cursed, then switched to punching the barrier. The shimmering dome remained utterly unmoved. His fist rebounded violently, numbing his entire arm. Don't waste your energy. This is priority loot rights. Only the one who lands the killing blow may claim the drop. We've seen this before when looting gear. Jiang Ning's voice came from behind. He stepped forward to the dome, crouched, and reached out to test it. His hand met unyielding resistance. He glanced at his system interface. The kill credit remained unchanged. It wasn't his kill. A faint crease appeared between his brows, but vanished just as quickly. After all, priority loot rights lasted only half an hour. Once expired, anyone could claim it. Jiang Ning rose and turned his gaze, sweeping across every figure in the plaza. 15 of his rank subordinates stood rigidly behind him. Zhu Peng rubbed his tingling arm. Farther away, survivors who had escaped the barrier sat slumped along the plaza's edge, some weeping, some trembling, others bandaging wounds, none daring to draw near. And Li Jiahao still leaned against the crooked street tree, hands buried deep in his pockets. Sun Kai squatted on its gnarled roots, eyes darting restlessly, while Ma Wenba stood nearby, arms crossed tightly over his chest. The 3 watched the scene unfold like detached spectators, utterly uninvolved. Then Gu Qinghuan emerged from the mist, her pace calm and unhurried. She approached the dome, crouched, and extended her hand. Like the others, she could not pass through. Unlike Zhu Peng, she did not strike the barrier in frustration. Unlike Jiang Ning, she did not frown in calculation. She withdrew her hand, index and middle fingers poised together, then made a gentle, deliberate, hooking motion. 3 throwing knives flew from the lizard-head corpse, tracing 3 silvery arcs through the air before settling neatly into her palm. Jiang Ning held his gaze on her for 2 seconds. Judging by the force and precision of those 3 knives, hers was unquestionably a top-tier talent. Interesting. A faint, disarmingly gentle smile touched Jiang Ning's lips, one so mild it betrayed no trace of hostility. His gaze drifted from Gu Qinghuan toward the deeper haze beyond where unseen figures lingered in the shadows. The lizard-head hadn't been slain by the girl who'd thrown the knives ahead of him, or by Jiang Ning himself. Then who? He glanced again at the 3 blades embedded in the creature's forehead. A cleaver, a butcher's knife, and a short blade. 3 weapons driven with surgical precision straight into the lizard-head's brow. Each blade pierced precisely through the crater-like wound already crushed inward by Zhao Hai's hammer blow. Not a fraction off-center, their blades fully buried, leaving only their hilts exposed. Was it Zhao Hai? No, Zhao Hai fought with fists alone. He wielded no blades. And given his state moments earlier, merely standing upright had been a feat. Then who? Jiang Ning's eyes swept the surrounding high-rises. Twilight and fog blurred every contour, dissolving detail into indistinct, shifting silhouettes. Gu Qinghuan rose. She did not glance again at the book sealed beneath the dome but closed her eyes, as if attuning herself to something unseen. 5 seconds later she opened them and turned away without a word. She did not look at Jiang Ning, nor at the book, nor at anyone else. Her slender black figure melted seamlessly into the ashen mist and vanished. Zhu Peng froze. She just left. Jiang Ning said nothing, his gaze fixed on the direction she'd disappeared, his brows faintly furrowed. He didn't understand. Her offensive power surpassed his own. Her knives could cleave through the lizard-head's armored hide. Her telekinetic control was flawless, simultaneously guiding 3 blades from disparate angles with pinpoint accuracy. Had she stayed and waited for the priority loot rights to expire, she would have possessed both the strength and skill to seize the book outright. So why leave? What had she sensed? Jiang Ning's gaze returned to the book trapped beneath the dome, then shifted sharply to Zhu Peng. Take a few people and sweep the perimeter of the plaza. Check for others. Zhu Peng nodded and dispersed with several others. Jiang Ning turned to the remaining subordinates. You guard this book. Anyone who approaches, strike first. Yes, Brother Ning. The remaining rank enforcers formed a tight circle around the dome, facing outward, weapons drawn, loyal, vigilant like a pack of disciplined hounds. Only then did Jiang Ning turn toward Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was already on his feet. He leaned against a crooked lamppost at the plaza's edge. Blood still seeped from the wound on his right shoulder. His clothes were torn in multiple places, his body a tapestry of bruises and fresh lacerations. Jiang Ning stopped directly before him, 2 meters separating them. Zhao, classmate, you're also interested in this dropped item. His tone was light, casual, as if inviting a friend to share a meal. Zhao Hai glanced at him, then at the book sealed under the dome, and gave a wry, weary smile. No, I haven't the strength to compete with you now. You manipulated me. I won't hold it against you. Jiang Ning's expression flickered, subtly, almost imperceptibly. He'd expected fury, accusations hurled about being abandoned inside the barrier as cannon fodder, of fists flying toward him capable of shattering even the lizard-head's carapace. But Zhao Hai showed no rage. He was calm, unnervingly so for someone just betrayed. I only have— Zhao Hai locked eyes with Jiang Ning. Are your words still binding? I killed the lizard-head for you, and now the drop belongs to you. Where is your promise? Jiang Ning paused, 2 silent seconds. His gaze flicked to the swift-wind crossbow in his hand, then to the book within the dome. It was undoubtedly a skill manual. My word stands. This crossbow is yours. He extended the swift-wind crossbow toward Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai accepted it, its cold, dense weight settling solidly into his palm. Don't blame me, it's a survival game. My team's interests come first. But if you wish, you're welcome to join us. His voice softened slightly. Less command, more invitation, less authority, more persuasion. After stowing the swift-wind crossbow into his inventory space, Zhao Hai looked once more at Jiang Ning, then at the 3 blades embedded in the lizard-head's forehead. He recognized them instantly. They'd all been scavenged from the same supermarket. No thanks. I'd rather not be calculated into oblivion. With that, Zhao Hai turned and walked away, not toward Chen Ye, but down a narrow alley, sliding slowly down a wall until he sat, knees drawn up against the cold brick. In less than a day, Zhao Hai's mindset had transformed entirely. He knew the book was beyond his reach, and he knew the lizard-head had been slain by someone from his own group. Yet they lacked the strength to challenge Jiang Ning's faction Heiden. To provoke open conflict now would yield nothing, whereas accepting the crossbow secured at least one tangible advantage. On the second floor of a street-facing building on the south side of the square, 5 people crouched beneath the windowsill, none of them speaking. The sky outside had completely darkened, with the mist thicker than it was in the evening. The grayish-white fog enveloped the entire city like a heavy layer of cotton. Across the street was the square, but it was now impossible to see the situation. There only a few indistinct points of light moving in the fog, which were the flashlights turned on by Jiang Ning's team. Qin Zhaoyang crouched beneath the windowsill, curling up into a ball. His expression was peculiar, as if he was holding something back. His face was flushed, and his lips trembled, wanting to say something, but hesitating. Chen Ye noticed his unusual behavior and whispered, "What's wrong?" Qin Zhaoyang's voice was extremely low, carrying a near-manic tremble. "I have a new kill record on my system panel showing that I killed the elite monster lizard head demon and earned 100 points. His eyes shone like light bulbs, and he trembled slightly like he had been electrocuted. It was a manifestation of extreme excitement. Chen Ye raised his eyebrows slightly. 100 points. Zhao Hai earned only 10 points for killing that grayskin monster, while the points for the lizard head were 10 times that of the grayskin monster. Did you really get it? Wang Shua's eyes widened in surprise. That's impressive, Zhaoyang. Li Zheng's mouth formed an O, nearly gasping. Chen Ye took a deep breath, patted Qin Zhaoyang's shoulder with just the right amount of force, saying, "Well done, I told you your talent is concept level when used properly." "It's all thanks to brother, yes, good command." Qin Zhaoyang scratched his head. Earlier it was Chen Ye who instructed him to throw 3 knives as throwing weapons. His talent for guaranteed hits applies within range, ensuring that projectiles hit their target without obstruction. "All right, calm down." Chen Ye lowered his voice. "Now is not the time to celebrate." He opened the system panel, and Zhao Hai's message popped up. "Zhao Hai, the lizard head, was killed by you guys, right? I got the Gale crossbow. This wave isn't a loss, but unfortunately I can't get the dropped items, which might be a skill book. They seem unable to pick it up for now, or we may have to wait a while." Chen Ye quickly replied. "Chen Ye, this outcome was unexpected. Zhaoyang got 100 points, and you got a piece of equipment. We are not currently a match for Jiang Ning's team. We will remember this grudge, and make him pay it back double one day. Zhao Hai, am running low on stamina, and it won't recover in a short time. Jiang Ning is sending people to search the nearby high-rise buildings. We mustn't be discovered." Chen Ye closed the panel, lifted his head, and scanned the 4 people beside him. "Brother Hai said Jiang Ning is sending people to search the nearby high-rises. Let's move up. The fog is thickening, and it won't be easy for them to find us." Wang Shua nodded, and was the first to crouch toward the staircase. Li Zheng followed him. Zhou Yiting was third, Qin Zhaoyang fourth, and Chen Ye brought up the rear. The 5 of them ascended the stairs until they reached the 12th floor, pushing open the rooftop door where the night wind carrying fog rushed towards them. Chen Ye crouched at the edge of the rooftop, gazing towards the square. From this vantage point, the situation in the square was clearer than from the 2nd floor. The beams of the flashlights were still swaying in the fog. This was the team searching the buildings. Chen Ye's gaze shifted further into the square, and now it was entirely dark. Just then an unexpected event occurred. A roar echoed from nearby. Then came a second roar, a third, and more followed. The roars surged from all directions, from the municipal district to the north of the square, from the commercial street to the east, from the residential area to the west, and from the station to the south. They were all too familiar with this sound. It was the roar of the gray mist zombies. The roars echoed in waves, resonating like an ancient call reverberating through the ruins of the city. Those monsters had all awakened. What should we do?" Qin Zhaoyang's face turned pale in an instant as he crouched at the edge of the rooftop, gripping the railing tightly. "It seems all those monsters are awake. It's true that they become active at night. If we stay on the rooftop, aren't we just waiting to die?" Wang Shua tightened his grip on the fire axe, the veins on the back of his hand bulging. Li Zheng wanted to grab his cleaver, but remembered that Qin Zhaoyang had just thrown it out. Without it, he couldn't trigger his talent, and his combat power plummeted. Zhou Yiting said nothing, but she edged closer to Chen Ye, her shoulder nearly touching his arm. Chen Ye remained crouched in place, utterly still. His gaze swept across the square, past the flashlight beams that were retreating, across the increasingly dense roars emanating from the depths of the fog, and over the entire city of ruins shrouded in dusk and thick mist. "Don't do anything, you just stay here." His voice was calm, nearly cold. "The monsters will first attack Jiang Ning in the square. They will help divert the monsters from us. This may be our opportunity. Everyone come, the more the better." Li Zheng frowned, but all our weapons were thrown out by Qin Zhaoyang, and Brother Hai is not here. If the monsters find us, won't we be doomed? Is going out guaranteed to be safe? Not necessarily. If we go down now, we might run into swarms of monsters, and that would be certain death. So let's stay here and not go anywhere. From now on, don't talk, and don't make any noise." Chen Ye lay flat on the ground. The other 4 followed suit. In the square, Jiang Ning's pupils suddenly contracted. The roars surged from all directions, so dense that it sent chills down the spine, as if the very foundation of the city was trembling. "Damn it, didn't we clear out the surrounding monsters?" He glanced at the dropped items on the ground. That book covered by a light shield glowed faintly in the night, resembling a gem lost in the ruins. There were still at least 20 minutes before the priority for picking up items would disappear. Zhu Peng rushed back from the edge of the square panting, followed by the few people he had called to search the buildings. Brother Ning. A lot of monsters are coming this way. His voice trembled as he pointed towards the ground trembled slightly. It was not an illusion. It wasn't just one or two monsters, it was a large group of monsters causing the resonance. In the mist, silhouettes began to emerge. Those silhouettes were significantly larger than the ones seen during the day, the biggest one appearing to be nearly 3 meters, like a moving small hill. Brother Ning, we should leave. There's no one here anyway, we can come back later to find a way to retrieve it. Zhu Peng's voice rose a few octaves. No way. Jiang Ning's voice turned cold. We must retrieve the dropped items before we leave. There must be someone still here, otherwise who threw those 3 knives on the monster's head. Oi. Even if there is someone, they must have run away already. We can't handle so many monsters. If we don't leave, we will die, Brother Ning. Zhu Peng nearly shouted, his eyes filled with fear, urgency, and a hint of anger. Other A-level subordinates gathered around, their expressions similar. Fear, urgency, dissatisfaction, and some had already started to retreat. Brother Ning, let's go. With so many monsters, we can't fight them. Even if we get that book, we have to live to use it. Others began to persuade him as well. They followed Jiang Ning because he was strong enough. The probability of survival was higher with him. Now Jiang Ning was putting them in danger for the sake of the book, which naturally caused dissatisfaction. Jiang Ning's brow furrowed even tighter. He had already used his space magic cube. The Gale crossbow was given to Zhao Hai, and now he was left with only an ordinary knife found in the supermarket. If he left now, by the time he returned, the dropped items might have already been picked up by someone else. That woman with the flying daggers, the one who lurked in the shadows to steal his kill, or perhaps some other lurking enemy. He gritted his teeth. Just then the first monster charged out from the mist. The monster was significantly larger than those seen during the day, standing nearly 2 meters tall, with gray skin covered in dark red patterns, as if blood vessels were surfacing. During the day, these monsters had pitch-black eyes, but now they had turned blood red, as if entering a state of frenzy. It showed no hesitation and lunged directly at the nearest person. The person's reaction was not too slow. He dodged to the side, but the monster's claws still left 3 deep gashes on his arm, and blood gushed out instantly. A scream pierced through the night sky. Then more monsters surged out from the mist. Not just 1 or 2, but dozens, hundreds pouring into the square from the north, east, and west simultaneously. They ran like lizards with their limbs on the ground, moving much faster than during the day. Their gray figures weaved through the mist like a pack of hungry sharks sensing blood. Run! Someone shouted. The crowd exploded in chaos. Among the 15 A-grade followers, 7 or 8 turned and fled without looking back. The remaining few hesitated for a moment, but upon seeing more and more monsters swarm into the square, they too turned and ran. The elite team of over 10 people collapsed in an instant. Zhu Peng stood in place, glancing at the fleeing people, then at Jiang Ning, his expression twisted with urgency. Jiang Ning, are you going or not? He called out Jiang Ning's name directly the first time he had done so. Jiang Ning's gaze reluctantly moved away from the dropped items on the ground. That book was still in the light shield, quietly lying next to the corpse of the lizard-head monster, emanating a faint glow. The light shield flickered slightly in the night, as if mocking him. A gray-skinned monster charged at him from behind, now less than 10 meters away. Go! Zhu Peng grabbed Jiang Ning's arm, almost dragging him southward. Damn it, just go. Jiang Ning gritted his teeth, took one last glance at the book, and turned to run. His voice was filled with reluctance. The monsters had already spotted them, chasing the two with the same fervor as huskies chasing after excrement. Jiang Ning activated the Emperor engine, once more the sound of his heartbeat thundering in his chest. The pale red glow enveloped his body, making him appear like a moving lantern in the night, the most conspicuous target for the monsters. At this moment his speed was not as quick as when he was maneuvering around the lizard-head monster, lacking the agility provided by the crossbow, but he did not abandon Zhu Peng. He grabbed Zhu Peng's arm tightly, nearly dragging him as they sprinted when a sharp shriek came from behind. A monster lunging from behind missed its target, its claws grazing Jiang Ning's back, tearing 3 gashes in his jacket, the fabric fluttering and revealing the white t-shirt underneath. Left. There's one coming from the left. Zhu Peng's voice had changed pitch. Jiang Ning turned his head to see 2 monsters charging out from the mist on the left, one in front of the other, their eyes blood red as they lunged at them. They were at least 30% faster than during the day, running on all 4s like lizards. Their spines curved and extended in an incredible manner, each leap covering 3 to 4 meters. Jiang Ning did not slow down. He drew a bone knife he had taken from the supermarket's fresh section with his right hand, holding it in reverse grip as he swiftly turned his body while running. The 10 points of agility from the Emperor engine came into play as his pale red figure traced an arc through the mist, slipping between the 2 gray-skinned monsters. Pooh! The bone knife sliced through the throat of the first monster, the blade cutting through the gray skin black liquid. Pooh! The second knife pierced into the second monster's eye socket with the whole blade sinking and leaving only the handle outside. The bodies of the two monsters stiffened in midair for a moment before they crashed heavily to the ground, twitching twice before lying still. More monsters surged out from the mist. In the gray-white mist, blood-red eyes sparkled like countless stars glinting with a bloodthirsty light. Those eyes flickered in the darkness like floating will-o'-the-wisps. Central Square. On the roof of a tall building on the south side, 5 people lay motionless on the concrete. Chen Ye closed his eyes, carefully listening to the sounds around him, the roars of monsters and the rumble of Jiang Ning's Emperor engine fading into the distance until they disappeared. The other 4 dared not make a sound. The monster horde should have all gone after Jiang Ning's team. Let's go down and collect the dropped items. Chen Ye was the first to stand up. He dusted off the dirt on his clothes and turned to walk toward the staircase, moving so quickly that the other 4 were momentarily stunned. Brother Ye, are you crazy? Qin Zhaoyang was still lying on the ground, his voice lowered. The monsters below haven't gone far yet. Isn't going down now just asking for death? If we don't go down now, when Jiang Ning and the others shake off the monsters and return, it won't be our turn anymore. Chen Ye did not stop his pace and had already reached the rooftop door. There might still be monsters below that haven't left. Should we wait a bit longer? Zhou Yiting also stood up tentatively. We can't wait any longer. Chen Ye replied with just 3 words, his figure disappearing into the darkness of the staircase. Qin Zhaoyang gritted his teeth, got up from the ground, and chased after him. Wang Shuo and Li Zheng exchanged glances and followed suit. Zhou Yiting stood on the rooftop, took a deep breath, glanced at the dense gray mist in the direction of the square, and turned to catch up with the group. The 5 of them descended the stairs. The corridor was pitch dark, with only the yellow light from Qin Zhaoyang's flashlight scavenged from the supermarket, casting a flickering beam on the walls, revealing a few distorted shadows. No one spoke, and the sound of their footsteps echoed in the narrow corridor, amplified several times. From the 12th floor down to the first, Chen Ye felt as if he had been walking for a long time, yet also as if it was just the blink of an eye. The front door on the first floor was half ajar, and gray-white mist flowed in through the crack, laying a thin, shifting carpet on the floor of the foyer. Chen Ye paused behind the door, straining to listen to the sounds outside. The roars were already distant, coming from the north and west of the city, intermittent, as if separated by several walls. There were no nearby footsteps, no sounds of claws scratching the ground, no signs indicating danger was just outside the door. Chen Ye gently pushed the door open and stepped outside. Visibility on the square fell short of 20 meters. Street lamp poles dissolved into hazy silhouettes within the fog, while the blood-red moon overhead vanished completely behind a thick veil of mist. The lizard-head corpse still lay at the square's center, its massive body resembling a colossal boulder in the night. Its ashen-gray carapace was webbed with fissures, and black ichor seeped from its wounds, pooling into a small, glistening puddle beneath it. Scattered across the surrounding ground were steel pipes, cleavers, shards of broken glass, and unidentifiable debris, alongside several darker stains of dried blood. The remains of those slain by the lizard-head monster were mangled beyond recognition. Chen Ye did not look upon them. His gaze locked instead on a faint, shimmering aura beside the corpse. The hemispherical light barrier still hovered intact, and the book within it remained, glowing softly in the night. Chen Ye crouched down and extended his hand. His fingertips halted roughly 10 centimeters from the barrier, repelled by an invisible wall. The barrier yielded slightly, not rigid but resilient as cured leather. His fingers sank inward a fraction, yet could not pierce through. Zhaoyang, come here. Qin Zhaoyang immediately crouched beside him and reached out to retrieve it. When his fingertips brushed the barrier, no resistance met them. He slipped effortlessly through, as if parting a thin veil of water. The dome flickered faintly once, then held firm. Qin Zhaoyang froze, turning to stare at Chen Ye. Don't just stand there, take it out. Chen Ye's voice came calmly from behind. Qin Zhaoyang slid his hand fully inside the barrier and withdrew the book. At the instant the book left the dome, the barrier shattered, fragmenting into countless minuscule motes of light that scattered into the night like fireflies caught in a sudden breeze. Qin Zhaoyang cradled the book in both hands. Characters shimmered into view upon its cover. It's truly a skill manual. Brother Ye, it's a skill manual. His voice rose half a pitch, eyes wide with astonishment. Before he could utter another word, a soft footfall echoed from behind. Who's there? Wang Shuo reacted first. His fire axe already raised, his body stepping squarely before Qin Zhaoyang. Li Zheng moved too, reaching instinctively for the pig-slaughtering knife at his waist, only to recall it remained embedded in the lizard-head's forehead. He clenched his fists, instead guarding Qin Zhaoyang's other flank. Chen Ye turned and saw a figure emerging from the fog. Slender-clad in a black short-sleeved shirt, his trousers rolled to his knees. The fog churned behind him like a closing curtain. Chen Ye recognized him instantly, the boy who had fought alongside Zhao Hai inside the barrier, possessing the ability to vanish from sight. The boy halted about 10 meters from Chen Ye. His face was pale, yet bore few visible injuries. His gaze swept past Chen Ye, lingering 2 seconds upon the skill manual in Qin Zhaoyang's hands, then withdrew. Don't misunderstand. He slowly raised both hands palms outward. My name is Lu Chun, from Carriage No. 8. My stamina has been depleted to 0, triggering automatic termination of my invisibility. I've remained hidden on this square solely to evade monsters, not to steal your loot. His tone carried quiet sincerity. Qin Zhaoyang had already stowed the skill manual into his system inventory. With a mere flick of his palm, the book vanished, swift as sleight of hand. Wang Shuo and Li Zheng maintained their defensive stances. Chen Ye studied Lu Chun and smiled faintly. Then you may go now. Very well, I'll leave you be. Lu Chun sighed, retreating slowly, his form dissolving inch by inch into the fog until gone. A single word drifted from the gray haze: damn. That solitary syllable conveyed pure frustration and helplessness. Only after Lu Chun vanished did Wang Shuo lower his fire axe and exhale deeply. Damn, this guy's unervingly stealthy. He was just scavenging. His invisibility talent suits such work perfectly. Inside Chen Ye's mind, relief bloomed. Fortunately, their entire team had descended together. Lu Chun hadn't attacked for 2 reasons. First, his stamina was genuinely exhausted. Second, Chen Ye's group was too numerous. Had Qin Zhaoyang stood alone, this shadow-wielding opportunist would surely have struck from behind. Just as tension began to ease, a cool feminine voice cut through the mist. You should have killed him. If he tells Jiang Ning you took the book, you'll be in grave danger. Gu Qinghuan emerged from the fog, her gaze settling directly on Chen Ye. Wang Shuo and Li Zheng, having just relaxed, tensed anew. Qin Zhaoyang instinctively shrank back, half a step behind Chen Ye, his neck muscles tightening. Chen Ye met Gu Qinghuan's gaze, silent, motionless. She waited nearly 2 seconds, then seeing no reply forthcoming, turned her attention away from him and walked straight toward Qin Zhaoyang. Qin Zhaoyang watched her approach, his Adam's apple bobbing, beads of sweat pricking his brow. Gu Qinghuan stopped before him and extended her hand. Hand me the book. Let me see it. Qin Zhaoyang glanced at her outstretched hand, then at Chen Ye. Chen Ye gave the faintest nod. If Gu Qinghuan truly intended to seize the skill manual, resistance would be futile. She was far more terrifying than Jiang Ning herself. Qin Zhaoyang flipped his palm, and the skill manual reappeared. He offered it to her. Gu Qinghuan accepted it, opened the cover, and a sapphire-hued interface shimmered into existence before her eyes. Her gaze lingered on the interface for 3 seconds. Then she closed the book and shook her head slightly. Indeed, it's a skill manual, but alas, incompatible with my innate talent. She returned the book to Qin Zhaoyang. He accepted it, bewildered, glancing down at the cover, then up at her, lips parting as if to speak, but saying nothing. He'd assumed the manual was lost forever, never expecting she'd return it. Gu Qinghuan spared him no further glance, turned and prepared to depart. Did you know we were hiding in that building just now? Chen Ye's voice followed her from behind. Gu Qinghuan paused mid-step, tilted her head, her eyes meeting his. I did. 2 words. Then she withdrew her gaze and melted back into the fog. Her black athletic attire faded gradually against the ashen mist, dissolving entirely within a few breaths. Wang Shuo exhaled sharply only after Gu Qinghuan's silhouette vanished completely. Damn, what a sneaky one. She's even more frightening than the last. If she'd wanted it, all of us combined wouldn't have lasted a single blow. We were fortunate. The manual simply didn't align with her talent. Had it done so, she'd never have given it. Chen Ye crouched beside the lizard-head corpse and withdrew the 3 blades embedded in its forehead, wiping the grimy residue from their blades against the creature's armored hide. He handed the pig-slaughtering knife to Li Zheng, the short blade to Zhou Yiting. Let's go. We can't stay here. If Jiang Ning evades the monsters, she'll return. We're heading back to the original supermarket. Chen Ye sent Zhao Hai a message via the system chat instructing him to rendezvous at the supermarket, then strode briskly toward the square's edge. Qin Zhaoyang tucked the skill manual back into his system inventory and hurried after him. Wang Shuo and Li Zheng walked side by side in the center, fire axe and pig-slaughtering knife gripped tightly in hand. Zhou Yiting brought up the rear. After a few steps, she paused and looked back. The lizard-head corpse still lay where it fell, its immense form silent and immovable as a monolith beneath the night. Around it, the ground bore the grim traces of the fallen, splatters of blood-tattered cloth, abandoned weapons, all half-hidden, half-revealed within the drifting fog. She held the scene for 2 seconds, then turned and rejoined the group without another word. An hour later, the bloody moon rose into the night sky, casting a slanted crimson light that made the entire corpse city appear even more eerie. Jiang Ning and Zhu Peng stumbled out from a narrow alley on the south side of the central square. Jiang Ning's jacket was torn with several gashes, his body smeared with black stains and dark red blood, indistinguishable whether it belonged to the monster or himself. Zhu Peng fared worse. A deep claw mark marred his left arm. The flesh was torn open, and the blood had already... He had lost his mountain-splitting knife somewhere, and now only held a steel pipe he had picked up from the roadside, which was also covered in black liquid. Ninggu. Wait. Wait for me. Zhu Peng's voice was hoarse, panting heavily. He leaned against the wall, squatting down as he gasped for air. Jiang Ning paused, glancing back at him. Can you still walk? I can. Zhu Peng pushed himself up from his knees, his right leg trembling slightly, but he gritted his teeth and stood tall. Let's go. Jiang Ning turned and walked briskly toward the central square. Zhu Peng, dragging his injured left arm, hurried to catch up. The corpse of the lizard-head monster lay in the middle of the square, its massive body resembling a giant gray stone in the mist. Jiang Ning approached quickly, his gaze locking onto the spot next to the lizard-head corpse where the skill book once trapped under a light shield should have been. There was nothing there. The light shield was gone. The skill book was also missing. All that remained was a small area of flattened rubble next to the lizard-head corpse and a few drops of dried black liquid. Jiang Ning's footsteps halted. He stood still like a statue. Zhu Peng caught up from behind, panting heavily as he reached the lizard-head corpse, looking down to find his face turning ashen. Where's the book? His voice trembled. Jiang Ning remained silent. He squatted down, reaching out to touch the flattened rubble. The rubble was still damp, soaked with the black liquid oozing from the lizard-head corpse, sticky and coating his hand. Jiang Ning stood up, scanning the surroundings of the square. The mist obscured everything, revealing only a gray-white void and the vague outlines of distant buildings. Ninggu. Could it be that woman with the flying knives? Zhu Peng's voice dropped low, laced with cautious speculation. Jiang Ning did not respond. He walked over to the head of the lizard, looking closely at the wounds where the knives had struck the monster's forehead. The 3 knives were already missing, leaving only 3 deep cuts, and the black liquid continued to ooze slowly from the wounds. It's not her. Jiang Ning's voice was deep and calm, yet it sent chills down one's spine. Zhu Peng was taken aback. Then, who is it? Jiang Ning did not answer. He turned around, his gaze sweeping across the buildings surrounding the square, knowing someone had been lurking in the shadows while he was chased by the monster, calmly taking the skill book that rightfully belonged to him. Veins bulged on Jiang Ning's forehead, writhing like worms near his temples. His fists tightened, knuckles cracking ominously. Ninggu. Zhu Peng took half a step back, his throat bobbing nervously. He had followed Jiang Ning since getting off the vehicle, witnessing Jiang Ning's decisiveness when killing monsters, his composure during planning, and his calmness when facing the lizard-head creature, but he had never seen Jiang Ning like this. This expression was not anger, it was fury. Jiang Ning's emperor engine roared low within him, a faint red glow flickering around his body, unstable and erratic, as if teetering on the edge of losing control. Damn it, daring to take my things. Jiang Ning slammed his fist onto the ground beside the lizard-head corpse, sending debris flying. Zhu Peng was startled by the punch, taking another 2 steps back and nearly tripping over the debris underfoot. Jiang Ning crouched on the ground, his fist embedded in the hole he had created, his shoulders heaving violently as he breathed heavily like an enraged bull. The faint red glow flickered around him for about 5 seconds before gradually stabilizing, returning to its rhythmic pulsation. Jiang Ning withdrew his fist from the pit, stood up, and brushed off the rubble and dust from his hands. His expression had returned to calm, that unnerving calm. Ninggu, what should we do? Zhu Peng's voice was very small, almost swept away by the wind. Jiang Ning did not look at him, his gaze directed toward the tall buildings. He had just suspected, whoever took my things must pay with their life. Zhu Peng's throat bobbed again as he nodded heavily. Jiang Ning turned around, casting one last glance at the empty ground beside the lizard-head corpse. That skill book was supposed to be his. He had set this trap, used precious items, gathered so many cannon fodder, personally engaged the lizard-head creature bearing such a cost, only to end up making someone else a benefactor. The spatial cube was used up. The Gale crossbow was given to Zhao Hai. The skill book was taken away. He had gained nothing. Jiang Ning took a deep breath, inhaling the air tainted with the stench of decay and blood, then slowly exhaled. Let's go gather the people and assess the casualties. As he spoke, he turned and walked out of the square. Okay, Ninggu. Zhu Peng, dragging his injured left arm, followed him and gathered their grade talent companions through the system group chat. The figures of the 2 soon blended into the gray-white mist. Meanwhile, in the abandoned supermarket in the south of the city, Chen Ye and his 5 companions sat in a circle of flashlight turned upside down in the center, casting a warm glow that created a dance of light and shadow on each person's face. The supermarket's roller shutter had been pulled down, with several shelves and metal cabinets piled at the entrance as temporary barricades. While they couldn't stop the hordes of monsters, they at least provided a bit of psychological security. Qin Zhaoyang leaned against a row of empty shelves, cradling the skill book in his hands, resembling a cat that had just stolen a fish, his expression a mixture of ecstasy and disbelief. Wang Shuo squatted on the ground, a fire axe resting on his knees, occasionally glancing at the book in Qin Ziyang's hands before looking away. Li Zheng sat against the wall, a cleaver resting across his lap, eyes closed, yet his eyelids twitched slightly, clearly not asleep. Zhou Yiting sat opposite Chen Ye, legs crossed, hands resting on her knees, her expression considerably calm. Chen Ye leaned against the wall beside the roller shutter, his bone-chopping knife within reach, his gaze fixed on the glow of the flashlight, lost in thought. Occasional roars echoed from outside the supermarket, distant, as if drifting in from the far side of the city, intermittent in the night wind. Yiga, this skill book is for you. My talent isn't suited for learning it. It would be a waste for me to take it. Qin Ziyang sat up from the shelf, holding the skill book in both hands and presenting it to Chen Ye like a treasure. Chen Ye took the skill book and opened the cover. A blue light curtain instantly appeared before his eyes, displaying the details of the skill. B-Class Skill 1000 Gene Heavy Cannon. Skill description: a fist technique skill that consumes 20 points of stamina to deliver a heavy punch, causing 3 times the base strength damage, which can be stacked with talents. Wang Shuo was the first to crowd closer, his head almost pressing against the light curtain. Li Zheng also opened his eyes and moved from the wall to crouch beside Wang Shuo. Zhou Yiting remained still, but her gaze was also drawn over. Damn, 3 times base strength damage, isn't that just like high guess talent? Wang Shuo's eyes widened instantly, his voice rising several octaves, echoing in the empty supermarket. This skill book is way better than any weapon or equipment. Weapon equipment only adds a few attribute points at most, but this is a multiplicative enhancement. Li Zheng also leaned in, staring at the text on the light curtain for several seconds, then shook his head with a hint of regret in his tone, as he was a weapon mastery talent, clearly not suitable for learning this skill. Hai Gu is very suitable for learning this. With the talent stack, that would mean 6 times the damage. 6 times, what does that even mean? Hai Gu currently has a base strength of 5.6 times, that is 30 points of strength. A punch could probably smash even a lizard head monster. Wang Shuo immediately thought of Zhao Hai, whose combat power would double with the talent plus skill. Upon hearing this, Qin Ziyang immediately jumped up from the shelf. Hai Gu is indeed the most suitable, but being able to get this book was thanks to Yi Ge's guidance and my talent ability. I think it should be Yi Ge who learns it. Indeed, the ones who exerted the most effort to obtain this skill book are Chen Ye and Qin Ziyang, and they should have the right to distribute it. Zhou Yiting's voice came from across, calm and unhurried, as if stating an objective fact. But if Hai Gu learns it, the benefits are the greatest. If our team will be stronger. Chen Ye only has 5 points of strength, and even if he delivers 3 times the damage, it would only be 15 points, the same as when Hai Gu isn't using his talent. If Hai Gu activates his talent and stacks this skill, that would be a true qualitative change. Wang Shuo shook his head, his expression serious, not as if he were arguing, but rather stating his genuine thoughts. He looked at Chen Ye with sincere tone. Chen Ye, I'm not targeting you. I just believe that making the best use of resources is the right choice. You just need to make decisions. Let us handle the fighting. You don't need to be at the forefront. Qin Ziyang's face turned a bit red as he looked at Wang Shuo and retorted, that lizard head was killed by me. I believe I have the right to decide who gets the book. You killed what you killed, but we are a team. Shouldn't we consider the overall interests of the team? Considering overall interests means giving the good stuff to the strongest. Then who will put in the effort in the future? If good things always go to others, might as well just lie down and give up. I didn't mean that. You did mean that. All right, stop arguing. Li Zheng raised his hand to intervene between the two, then looked at Chen Ye. Chen Ye, you say, who do you think should learn this skill book? Everyone's gaze focused on Chen Ye. Leaning against the wall, he lightly tapped his fingers on his knee, starting to calculate in his mind. Giving the skill book to Zhao Hai indeed brings the greatest benefit, but after tonight's survival trial, ends he should level up easily at first, and the long-term benefits are definitely greater for him to learn. With this skill he could develop quickly. The higher his level, the stronger his talent becomes. In this environment, becoming stronger is the most important. He is not yet at the level of selflessly sacrificing for others. Everything is for survival. At that moment, the supermarket's roller shutter door was knocked on. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang. 3 short knocks followed by 2 long ones. It was the signal Zhao Hai and they had agreed upon. Wang Shuo was the first to jump up, rushing to the roller shutter door, moving the shelves and metal cabinets piled at the entrance. Then he lifted the shutter. The night wind, wrapped in mist, rushed in, bringing that familiar rotten sweet smell. Zhao Hai stood at the door, his clothes torn in several places, revealing skin covered in bruises and white scratches. The wound on his right shoulder was still oozing blood. The right half of his work jacket was already soaked in blood, turning a deep dark red. His face was pale, lips chapped, yet his eyes remained clear, devoid of the vacant look of someone on the brink of collapse. Hai Gu, Wang Shuo and Li Zheng shouted simultaneously, one on the left and one on the right, stepping up to support Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai waved his hand, pushing away the two, and walked in on his own. You can hear you guys arguing from outside. Aren't you afraid of attracting those gray-skinned monsters? He walked into the group, glanced at the overturned flashlight, then at the skill book light curtain in Chen Ye's hand, and sat down on the ground leaning against the shelf's pillar, letting out a long breath. This skill book belongs to Chen Ye and Qin Xiaoyang. How we distribute it is not for us to interfere. His voice was a bit hoarse, but very firm. Wang Shuo opened his mouth to say something, but was silenced by a glance from Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai reached out to touch the wound on his right shoulder, his fingertips stained with blood. He looked at it under the light, and then shook his hand. Jiang Ning set this trap, used precious items, and found so many cannon fodder. In the end, he got nothing, and even gave me a weapon. We took the kill points and the skill book. Just thinking about it feels damn satisfying. A smile tugged at his lips, weary, yet more filled with satisfaction. For a moment, he felt that the injuries he sustained were worth it. Zhao Hai flipped his hand, and the Gale crossbow appeared in it. The silver-gray bow gleamed coldly under the dim yellow light, the faint bluish hue on the bow arms particularly prominent in the dark environment. Qin Xiaoyang's eyes lit up instantly, as bright as two light bulbs. His gaze was fixated on the Gale crossbow, his atoms apple bobbing, lips slightly parted. He wanted to say something, but hesitated, standing still, as if under a spell. Zhao Hai lifted the Gale crossbow, weighing it in his hands, then looked at Qin Xiaoyang. Do you want it? Qin Xiaoyang nodded vigorously, his frequency so fast it was like he had a motor. Take it, you figure out the arrows yourself. Jiang Ning didn't give me any. Zhao Hai pushed the Gale crossbow towards Qin Xiaoyang. Thank you, Haigu. Haigu, you're just like my real brother. Qin Xiaoyang almost lunged forward to catch it, cradling the Gale crossbow in his hands like a rare treasure, his eyes scanning the bow body back and forth, making sounds of admiration. Zhao Hai waved his hand, not responding, his gaze shifting to Chen Ye. You should learn the skill book. With your combat power, I can feel more at ease. Otherwise, every time we encounter danger, I'm worried about you. It distracts me during fights. If the brain of a team dies, the team's combat power will also drop sharply. Chen Ye looked at Zhao Hai, silent for a second, then nodded. All right, I'll learn it. He lowered his head, his gaze returning to the light curtain. At the bottom of the light curtain, there were two options. The left one was give up, the right one was learn. Chen Ye extended his finger and tapped learn. The light curtain flickered violently, and the dark blue-covered skill book vanished from his hands, transforming into countless tiny light points that scattered. Then the system panel automatically popped up. Skill 1000 Gene Heavy Cannon B class acquired. Effect consumes 20 points of stamina to deliver a heavy punch, causing 3 times base strength damage, which can be stacked with talents. Chen Ye closed the panel and clenched his fist. 5 points of base strength 3 times, that is 15 points of damage, the same as when Zhao Hai activates his talent. If he factors in his SS class talent Berserk Strength once he levels up to level 2, his base strength will become 10 points, and 3 times that will be 30 points. The skill is indeed powerful, but the consumption is also high. With his current stamina, he would be empty after 5 punches. In comparison, the talent lasts much longer. For example, Zhao Hai's talent can sustain at least 30 minutes under full power, but the skill's damage stacking with talent is also the strength of this skill. Wang Shuo squatted nearby, watching Chen Ye learn the skill, letting out a sigh, but saying nothing further. Li Zheng patted Chen Ye on the shoulder, applying just the right amount of force. From now on, you'll have to join the fights too. Don't just hide behind and talk. Chen Ye's lips curled slightly upwards. I'll do my best. Zhao Hai leaned against the column of the shelf, eyes closed, his breathing gradually becoming even. The wound on his right shoulder was still oozing blood, but the flow had slowed significantly, the bloodstain on his work jacket solidifying into a dark red crust. Qin Xiaoyang was huddled in a corner with a crossbow, studying it intently, occasionally raising it to aim, and then lowering it to inspect, muttering to himself, lost in thought. Chen Ye leaned against the wall, observing all of this. His gaze shifted from Zhao Hai to Wang Shuo, from Wang Shuo to Li Zheng, from Li Zheng to Qin Xiaoyang, and finally landed on Zhou Yiting. This team wasn't bad, at least they were trustworthy individuals, not falling apart over the distribution of spoil. At that moment, a roar came from outside, closer than before, as if a monster was passing by on the street outside the supermarket. Chen Ye made a quiet gesture. Everyone in the supermarket fell silent. Zhao Hai also opened his eyes. The roar passed by the supermarket, growing fainter and more distant. The tension in everyone's throats eased. Zhao Hai closed his eyes again. He needed rest now. Chen Ye leaned against the wall, checking the time. It was still nearly 8 hours until the survival trial ended, and they still had 0 points. But it no longer mattered. Acquiring the skill was the greatest gain. Besides their team's strongest combat power, Zhao Hai had exhausted his energy in the previous fight, and his current state was not suitable for battle. The others were also quite tired, except for Qin Xiaoyang, who had slept for a few hours in the underground shelter. The rest had hardly closed their eyes since getting off the vehicle. As long as those monsters didn't come looking for them, he could endure here until the trial ended, just to earn basic survival points. Surviving the apocalypse survival game was the top priority. After all, he wasn't a protagonist like Long Aotian. The next day, at 6 in the morning, a grayish light filtered through the shattered glass windows of the supermarket. Chen Ye opened his eyes. The first thing he did was bring up the system trial panel. The survival trial has concluded. Name Chen Ye. Survival evaluation D grade. Kill points 0. Survival points 100. The death train will depart in 2 hours. Please return to the train in time for reward settlement. Countdown 15959. Chen Ye stared at the panel for 2 seconds, turned it off, and stood up. His body curled up against the wall all night, emitted crackling, sounds like a rusty machine, starting up again. His right shoulder was stiff from leaning against the cold wall for too long, almost unable to lift his arm. He moved it a few times to regain mobility. The others in the supermarket gradually opened their eyes. My survival evaluation is C grade, kill points 100, survival points 100. What about you? Qin Xiaoyang was the first to jump up, looking quite spirited. While others were resting their eyes, he had genuinely Wang Shuo got up from the ground and glanced at the panel. D grade, only 100 survival points. I'm also. Li Zheng tucked the cleaver resting on his lap back into his waistband and stood up, stretching his stiff neck. Zhou Yiting stood up from the corner, brushing off the dust from her clothes. I'm also D grade. Zhao Hai leaned against the shelf column, looking at his system panel. Survival points 100, kill points 50. Wang Shuo turned to Zhao Hai. Brother Hai, you actually killed some monsters and got 50 points. I killed a few while fleeing from the central square. Let's go, it's not far from the station. We should head back early to avoid any unexpected incidents. Zhao Hai straightened up and moved his right shoulder. The wound on his shoulder had scabbed over, but his brow still furrowed when he moved it. Chen Ye turned off the panel, bent down to pick up the bone cleaver on the ground, and tucked it into his waistband. The 6 of them walked out of the supermarket. Outside, the grayish fog still lingered, but it was not as thick as during the night, and visibility had returned to about 100 meters. The streets were quiet, devoid of any roars. The monstrous howls that had echoed through the night were now completely absent. The entire city was as silent as a grave, only the sound of the wind whistling through the ruins and the footsteps of 6 people crunching on the rubble. Did those monsters make such a racket at night, but then disappear during the day? Qin Xiaoyang said, holding his crossbow, glancing around as he walked. These monsters don't have such strong aggression during the day. As long as we don't make a lot of noise, they won't swarm us. Chen Ye walked in the middle of the group, his gaze sweeping across the dark windows on both sides of the street. The monsters appeared on the platform before because there were too many people making noise. Zhao Hai walked at the front, his pace considerably slower than yesterday. The injury on his right shoulder caused his body to tilt slightly to the right. The journey from the supermarket to the station took nearly 40 minutes. It wasn't the distance, so everyone was moving slowly. The 24-hour survival trial lasted from 6 in the morning yesterday to 6 in the morning today. Except for Qin Xiaoyang, who could truly sleep, the others had hardly closed their eyes. Their bodies had reached their limits, each step feeling like trudging through a swamp. When the outline of the station appeared in their sight, Qin Xiaoyang almost ran towards it. But as he reached the entrance of the platform, his steps suddenly halted. What the hell? Chen Ye approached from behind and saw the scene on the platform. Large patches of dried blood spread from the interior of the platform to the entrance, oxidized into a dark brown color glaring against the gray ground. Scattered on the ground were pieces of sleepwear fabric and several larger patches of a deeper color, each accompanied by dragging marks that pointed towards the gray fog outside the platform. Someone died here. Not just 1 or 2 people, but many. Zhao Hai stepped beside Chen Ye, looking down at the blood and dragging marks on the ground, remaining silent for about 3 seconds before speaking. They are the ones we abandoned. Chen Ye glanced at him, but said nothing. When they left yesterday afternoon, there were still more than 20 people and 3 teachers on the platform, most of whom were without combat talent, but they were loud enough to attract the monsters. After enduring the 24-hour survival trial, he had grasped some rules. In this corpse city, as long as one remained quiet, found a place to hide, and wasn't too unlucky, they should be able to survive. After all, the difficulty of the corpse city trial was only 1 star, akin to a novice dungeon. There are people over there. Zhou Yiting's voice came from the side, pointing at a relatively clean corner on the east side of the platform. Chen Ye followed the direction she pointed and saw several familiar faces. Li Jiahao leaned against a pillar, his hands stuffed in the pockets of his windbreaker, while Sun Kai squatted at his feet, and Ma Wenba stood on Li Jiahao's other side. All 3 of them were alive and seemed to be in good condition, at least much better than Zhao Hai. There were no signs of battle on them. They looked like players skilled in survival. Perhaps one of them had a special talent to avoid danger. Li Jiahao also noticed them, pausing briefly on Chen Ye before looking away. About 10 meters away from Li Jiahao and the others, Chen Ye spotted Gao Li's figure. She leaned against a broken concrete pillar, holding a steel bar taller than a person, 1 inch sharpened. There were other scattered individuals on the platform, standing in small groups, each maintaining a distance from one another, as if they had already marked their territories. Some leaned against pillars with their eyes closed, some sat on the ground drinking water and eating, some were bandaging wounds, and others were speaking in low voices. No one spoke loudly, no one laughed, and no one exhibited any relaxed emotions. A heavy silence hung in the air. Chen Ye counted roughly and estimated there were about 40 to 50 people on the platform. At the entrance, individuals were emerging from the gray mist one after another. A boy in a gray hoodie limped into the platform dragging an injured leg. He found a corner to sit down, leaning against the wall and closing his eyes, not speaking to anyone from beginning to end. Two girls supported each other as they entered, one of them having her arm wrapped in strips of cloth torn from clothing, the fabric soaked in blood and still dripping. A tall boy walked in alone, holding a bent steel pipe in his hand. Each new arrival deepened the silence. Qin Xiaoyang squatted on the ground, cradling a rapid-fire crossbow, resting his chin on his knees, scanning the newcomers and murmuring softly, "I wonder how many of the 320 are still alive. At least we are all still alive." Chen Ye stood beside him, his gaze falling on the gray-white mist at the platform. Zhou Yiting stood on Chen Ye's other side. "This is just the beginning. We don't know what we will encounter at the next stop. Have you thought about how lonely it would be if in the end only one person out of the 320 on this train survives? That would indeed be very lonely. Your perspective on the situation is quite sharp. No wonder you are a science genius," Wang Shua said, twitching the corner of his mouth slightly. At that moment, a commotion suddenly erupted at the platform entrance. Chen Ye turned his head and spotted Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning emerged from the gray mist, followed by 10 others. His windbreaker was torn in several places, and he was covered in black stains and dark red blood. Yet his steps remained steady, his back straight, and the aura of "I am a strong one" showed no signs of diminishing. Yesterday he had 15 A-level companions, but now only 10 remained. Zhu Peng walked at his right side, his left arm wrapped in a bandage soaked in blood, turning dark red. His mountain-cleaving knife was missing, and he now held a steel pipe picked up from the roadside, smeared with black liquid. The other 9 followed behind, some injured while others seemed to be in decent condition. As Jiang Ning stepped onto the platform, the students began to whisper, "That bastard Jiang Ning almost got me killed." A voice from the west side of the platform spoke in a low tone. "Did the monster in Central Square really get killed?" Another voice questioned, uncertainty evident. "Of course it's true, I heard it even dropped a skill book. I heard Jiang Ning didn't get the skill book and even lost a piece of gear, the rapid-fire crossbow he mentioned in the group." A third voice spoke, filled with a gloating excitement. Then more whispers surged. "Look at the people around him. Oh, weren't there 15 yesterday? 5 of them died. 5 deaths are already a small number. How many died after being tricked into becoming cannon fodder? At least 20. None of the levels are good. They are all selfish." "That's not true," Zhaohai from Carnell. 3 is quite good." The voices grew denser, like summer rain beating on a tin roof. Jiang Ning's footsteps did not falter. He entered the platform, his gaze sweeping over everyone present, moving leisurely from the west side to the east, from the north to the south, like a dull knife grazing each person's face. Then Jiang Ning's gaze stopped, focusing precisely on Chen Ye. Chen Ye stood there, hands in his pockets, the bone-slicing knife at his waist, his expression unchanged. Jiang Ning looked at him for about 3 seconds before withdrawing his gaze and leading his group toward the open space in front of Carnell. 5. The people on the platform automatically parted to make way. 10 levels and 1 level. This configuration still represented overwhelming power on the current platform. Jiang Ning arrived at the open space in front of Carnell. 5 and came to a halt. He turned around to face the platform. The Emperor engine within him emitted a low rumbling sound. Thud thud, thud thud, thud thud. A faint red halo emerged around Jiang Ning's body, flickering in the morning light like a thin layer of blood mist enveloping him. The air on the platform felt as if it had been vacuumed, everyone staring at Jiang Ning, no one speaking, no one moving, and no one daring to make a sound. Jiang Ning's gaze fell once again on Chen Ye. "You." A single word softly spoken, yet every person on the platform heard it clearly. Chen Ye did not move. "Yes, it's you." Your gaze just now moved from Chen Ye to Li Zheng, and then to the slaughter knife at Li Zheng's waist, and back to the bone-slicing knife at Chen Ye's waist. Yesterday, you were the ones who killed the lizard, and your weapons were still embedded in its forehead yesterday. The air on the platform froze. Everyone's gaze focused on Chen Ye. Jiang Ning's eyes shifted from the knife to Chen Ye's face. "That skill book was picked up by you." "This is not a question, it's a statement." Chen Ye looked at him, neither admitting nor denying. Jiang Ning took a Zhao Hai's body, tensed, a silver-gray metallic sheen spreading from his knuckles to his forearm, yet he did not move. He was waiting for Chen Ye's signal. Wang Shua tightened his grip on the fire axe, and Li Zheng placed his hand on the handle of the slaughter knife. Everyone on the platform held their breath. Then Jiang Ning made his move. The roar of the Emperor engine suddenly intensified, the faint red halo exploded violently, and his body shot forward like an arrow released from its bow, racing out from in front of Carnell. 5. His speed was so fast that the naked eye could hardly follow. The distance of dozens of meters was crossed in a single breath. Zhao Hai reacted quickly, but Jiang Ning was even faster. The faint red figure swept past Zhao Hai's side, as Zhao Hai reached out to block, but grabbed nothing. Jiang Ning's target was not Zhao Hai, it was Chen Ye. His right fist was charged with power, the fundamental strength of 10 points poured out. In that instant, the surface of his fist tore through the air, producing a low whistling sound as it shot directly at Chen Ye's face. If this punch landed, Chen Ye's facial bones would shatter, his skull would crack, and his brain matter would burst out from the back of his head. Chen Ye did not dodge, he chose to retaliate. With his right fist pulled back and his waist twisting, the skill, Xianjun Heavy Cannon, was unleashed. Instantly, 20 points of strength were drained, and a faint golden halo appeared on the surface of his fist. The two fists collided at the center of the platform. Boom! The sound resembled not the collision of fists, but rather two iron hammers striking together. The shockwave erupted from the point of impact, stirring up dust and debris from the ground, spreading outwards. Chen Ye's body shook slightly, his feet sliding back half a step, leaving a black scuff mark on the ground. Jiang Ning stumbled back 4 steps. He stabilized himself on the 4th step, slamming his right foot down onto the ground, creating a shallow dent in the cement with cracks radiating outwards. In terms of raw power, Chen Ye's skill dealt 15 points of damage, whereas Jiang Ning's double talent only provided 10 points of strength naturally, making it impossible for him to compete with Chen Ye. A deathly silence enveloped the platform. Everyone watched this scene, mouths agape, eyes wide. What the hell? It was unclear who spoke first, but soon the platform erupted into chaos. Who is he? Which carriage is he from? He actually forced back strength Jiang Ning with a single punch. He's from carriage 3, named Chen Ye from the computer science department. Ooh, I know him. Wasn't he a crank talent? How could he deal such damage? I see now, it's the skill. He used a skill. That skill book was dropped from the lizard head. Is the skill really that powerful? Can it allow a crank to overpower and strength? Whispers turned into a noisy discussion. All eyes on the platform were focused on Chen Ye. Some were re-evaluating him, some were calculating their positions, some were relieved they hadn't offended him earlier, while others regretted not befriending him sooner. Gao Li leaned against a cement pillar, holding a sharpened rebar in his hand. His gaze lingered on Chen Ye for 2 seconds before shifting away, his lips slightly moving. Li Jiahao remained leaning against the pillar, hands stuffed in his parka pockets, his eyes narrowing slightly. Sun Kai squatted by his feet, mouth forming an O, unable to close it for a long time. Brother Jiahao, did he really get that skill book? Li Jiahao did not answer. Jiang Ning shook his numb right fist, his gaze fixed intently on Chen Ye. His fist trembled slightly, not from fear, but from the recoil. The power of Chen Ye's punch surpassed his own. The result of their heated clash was that his fist ached even more. If not for his body also being doubled, that punch could have injured him. I didn't expect your mind to be quite sharp. You even figured out it was us who took the weapon. Chen Ye flexed his right fist, speaking casually. However, there is something you are mistaken about. He paused, locking his gaze with Jiang Ning's. This skill book is not yours. If we're talking about contributions, it was Hai Ge who contributed the most. As for the final kill, it was Zhao Yang who secured it. This skill book was originally ours, we took it, shouldn't we? Jiang Ning's temples throbbed as the roar of the Emperor engine intensified within him, a faint red halo flickering uncertainly. Zhao Hai. Jiang Ning's gaze shifted to Zhao Hai. You knew all along that the lizard head was killed by your people, yet you still asked me for the Gale crossbow. You really are calculating. Ooh, I underestimated you. Zhao Hai stepped out from behind Chen Ye, standing beside him as 195-meter stature, resembling a wall, the silver-gray metallic sheen covering his fists. Calculating. He looked at Jiang Ning, a cold smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Who is really calculating whom? You trapped me in the boundary as cannon fodder, intending to kick me aside once you were done. The Gale crossbow was originally your promised reward. If those monsters hadn't arrived in time, you would have truly been outsmarted by me. He paused, spitting on the ground. Those who do many unjust deeds will meet their end. You deserve it. The 10 people behind Jiang Ning stepped forward simultaneously. Zhu Peng tightened his grip on the steel pipe, while the other 8 revealed their weapons. Zhao Hai did not retreat. Wang Shua and Li Zheng stepped forward, standing beside Zhao Hai, their fire axes and butcher knives gleaming coldly in the morning light. Qin Zhaoyang and Zhou Yiting stood at the back of the group. Qin Zhaoyang had a crossbow, but no bolts, while Zhou Yiting had no combat ability. The atmosphere on the platform felt as if it had been ignited. Everyone was stepping back, clearing space for the 2 teams. 2 teams, 17 people confronted each other on the platform of the south station of the Corp City. On one side was Jiang Ning and his 10 A-rank teammates possessing the strength talent Emperor engine, with all 10 A-rank members being combat talents, holding a clear numerical advantage. On the other side were Zhao Hai and Chen Ye's team, with the strength talent ironclad armament capable of countering strength skills along with one rank and one rank combat talent member having the advantage of two strength combatants. If a real fight broke out, the outcome would be hard to predict. The silence on the platform lasted for about 10 seconds. Then Jiang Ning took a deep breath. The roar of the Emperor engine gradually weakened, and the faint red halo around his body dissipated as he relaxed his fist. Let's go. His voice returned to a calmness that was eerily unsettling. Zhu Peng opened his mouth to say something, but was silenced by a glance from Jiang Ning. The 10 people turned and walked back to the open area in front of carriage 5. Jiang Ning walked at the back, his pace slow. When he reached the center of the open area, he stopped, turned around, and his gaze swept over the crowd, precisely landing on Chen Ye, his eyes filled with pure murderous intent. Then he withdrew his gaze and turned to leave. Chen Ye watched Jiang Ning's retreating figure, his right hand slowly relaxing. His palm was drenched in sweat. The Qianjun heavy cannon had consumed 20 points of strength, leaving him with a maximum of 100, just enough for 5 punches, and Zhao Hai was not in great shape either. If Jiang Ning hadn't held back, just now if those 10 ranks had truly charged forward, how long could they hold out? He didn't know, nor did he want to gamble. Qin Zhaoyang let out a long breath. You scared me. Ooh, I thought it was really going to come to blows. Chen Ye withdrew his gaze. There will be a fight, but not now. Jiang Ning likely has murder in his heart against me, and perhaps his current state isn't great, which is why he didn't act. Zhao Hai glanced at him. This is a big problem. Jiang Ning has killed quite a few monsters. After the settlement, his level will definitely be higher than ours. Coupled with his talents, full attribute doubling every level up is an all-round enhancement. We need to be extremely careful in the next stage. Chen Ye nodded. He is indeed a terrifying enemy. Fortunately, many in his team died this time, and we've taken their weapons and skills. The balance has shifted. Who will kill whom is still uncertain. Chen Ye turned, directing his gaze toward the grayish-white mist at the entrance of the platform. More and more people gathered on the platform, with the survivors steadily emerging from the gray mist, each looking like they had survived a catastrophe. The train doors remained closed. They were likely to open only at the scheduled departure time. Chen Ye withdrew his gaze, leaning against a pillar on the platform, closing his eyes. His hand rested on the handle of the bone-cutting knife, fingers unconsciously tapping lightly on the handle. This Jiang Ning cannot be left alive. But not now. Their strength is still insufficient. Once they develop further and level up a few more times, the effects of the SS strength talent superhuman strength will manifest, and at that point this Jiang Ning will no longer be a threat. Chen Ye opened his eyes, his gaze piercing through the gaps in the platform's roof, looking at the grayish-white sky. The mist was slightly thinner than in the morning, and the light filtered through the fog pale as a corpse's face. The outlines of distant buildings appeared hazy in the mist, and the ruins covered in dark red moss looked particularly desolate in the morning light. More and more people gathered on the platform. Survivors emerged one after another from the gray mist, some supporting each other, some staggering alone, some wrapped in makeshift bandages, and others dragging injured legs with a limp. Chen Yi roughly counted, there were nearly 100 people on the platform now. Yiga looked that Gu Qinghuan has returned. Qin Zhaoyang's voice floated from beside him. Chen Yi followed. Gu Qinghuan emerged from the gray mist at the entrance of the platform. She was still dressed in her black sportswear, her hair tied into a high ponytail, her pace leisurely with no traces of blood or damage on her clothing. Gu Qinghuan stepped onto the platform, her gaze sweeping across all those present. Her eyes were indifferent, as if she were looking at a group of unrelated strangers. Then her gaze paused for a moment, landing on Chen Ye. It lasted only about half a second, so brief that if Chen Ye hadn't been watching her, he probably wouldn't have noticed. She then withdrew her gaze, walking to a deserted corner on the east side of the platform, leaning against a pillar and standing still with her hands tucked into her pockets and her eyes closed. What level of talent does she have? A girl alone has survived for 24 hours unscathed. This is too outrageous, isn't it? Wang Shuo squatted on the ground, a fire axe resting on his knee, his eyes occasionally glancing in Gu Qinghuan's direction. She should be SS level, or maybe even SSS level. Perhaps she is the strongest among this train's passengers. Li Zheng leaned against the pillar, a butcher's knife lying across his lap, his tone flat. Chen Yi did not participate in their discussion. His gaze shifted away from Gu Qinghuan, scanning the other people on the platform. Gao Li was still leaning against the broken concrete pillar, gripping a sharpened rebar. Li Jiahao remained propped against the pillar, his hands in the pockets of his tactical jacket, while Sun Kai squatted at his feet and Ma Wenba stood beside them. On the west side of the platform, several students unfamiliar to Chen Yi were gathered together, some whispering, some bandaging wounds, and others gnawing on rations salvaged from the ruins. Their gazes occasionally drifted towards Jiang Ning, only to quickly retract. Jiang Ning's group occupied a large open space in front of carriage number 5. 10 A-level students either stood or sat, with Jiang Ning leaning against the carriage wall of carriage number 5, arms crossed over his chest, eyes closed, and no one dared to approach their group. Chen Ye shifted his gaze back to the entrance of the platform. No one had emerged from the gray mist for quite some time. The number of survivors emerging from the thick fog was dwindling with longer intervals between each. The last person to appear from the mist had done so over 10 minutes ago. Those who could return should have already done so. Those who cannot will never return. Chen Ye glanced at the countdown timer on the system panel. Countdown 001505. A crisp mechanical sound echoed from the direction of the train. Everyone simultaneously opened their eyes. The doors of the 8 carriages slid open at the same moment. The black metal doors retracted to both sides, revealing the dim metallic interior of the carriage and those familiar seats. The dim yellow light spilled from the carriage, appearing exceptionally warm in the grayish-white morning light. That warmth was false, but after 24 hours of life and death, that light looked like home. The doors are open. A voice shouted from the crowd, laced with urgent excitement. Then the people on the platform began to move. Those who had been huddled in the corners of the platform, leaning against pillars or sitting on the ground, all stood up and surged towards the 8 open doors. Some pushed, some jostled, and some even shoved others aside to squeeze in first. No one wanted to stay outside, not even for an extra second. Don't crowd. Don't crowd. A boy's voice rose from the crowd, but was quickly drowned out by the noisy footsteps and pushing. Chen Ye remained still. He leaned against the pillar, watching those clamoring to reach the door. Zhao Hai stood beside him, also unmoving. The other, foreseeing that their 2 older brothers had not moved, also stayed put. Chen Ye's gaze did not follow those rushing towards the door. He was watching Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning did not move either. He continued leaning against the wall of carriage number 5, arms crossed, calmly observing those rushing to board the train. It wasn't until the crowd thinned out, leaving only a few people remaining on the platform, that Jiang Ning finally moved. He straightened up, brushed the dust off his clothes, and then turned to walk into carriage number 5, followed only by 2 A-level students. The remaining 8 headed towards other carriages, but unfortunately these 8 A-level students didn't have anyone from carriage number 3, or else they could have incited one to defect. Let's go, we should also board the train. Chen Ye straightened up and walked towards the wide-open door of carriage number 3. Zhao Hai followed closely behind, and the other 4 quickly caught up. At that moment, 2 boys emerged from the train door carrying a headless female corpse, carelessly tossing it onto the platform. This corpse belonged to the girl who had been obliterated by the rules when she ran into the carriage earlier. Chen Ye glanced at the headless corpse before stepping into the carriage. The interior of the carriage was no different from 24 hours ago. The dim metallic ceiling and hard seats remained unchanged. What had changed were the people, those seated in the chairs. The moment Chen Ye stepped into the carriage, he instinctively glanced at the seats. There were many empty seats. Before disembarking, 40 people had occupied carriage number 3. Now fewer than 20 had returned to the carriage. The girl who had been erased by the rules left no trace behind. The carriage was very quiet. No one spoke, no one made noise. Everyone sat in silence, either on their seats or leaning back against them, eyes closed, or staring out at the gray-white mist, lost in thought. Chen Ye walked to his original seat and sat down. Qin Zhaoyang took the seat beside him, then let out a long breath, collapsing into the chair like a deflated balloon. Zhao Hai sat in the seat opposite the aisle, while Wang Shuo and Li Zheng sat behind him. Zhou Yiting occupied the seat in front of Chen Ye, leaning against the seat with her eyes closed. The moment Chen Ye sat down, the system panel automatically popped up. A blue light screen unfolded before his eyes. Reward settlement for the Corpse City trial. Survival rating, D level, kill points, 0 survival points, 100 experience, gained 100 points, gained 100. The screen flickered for a moment before new text appeared. Level up to LV2. Strength, 100, 200 energy, 100, 200 power, 5, 10 agility, 4, 5 constitution, 5, 10 spirit, 3, 4, gained 1 free attribute point. Free attribute points do not benefit from talent or skill bonuses. Chen Ye stared at the numbers on the panel, his heartbeat quickening. Both strength and constitution had increased from 5 to 10. The effects of the SS level talent demonic strength, with its 5-fold growth value for strength and constitution, had begun to manifest. This gap would widen as levels increased. His gaze paused on the line for free attribute points. 1 free attribute point could be allocated to any of the 4 basic attributes. He didn't rush to allocate it. He decided to save it for now, being cautious since he hadn't seen any option in the system panel for resetting free attribute points. Then Chen Ye opened the system shop again, the shop interface as simple as that of a half-finished shopping website. Product categories were on the left: daily necessities, food and drink, special items. Daily necessities and food were very cheap. A 500 milliliters bottle of mineral water cost only 1 point, and a pack of compressed biscuits was merely 2 points. The expensive items were the 4 special items. Recovery potions, which restore all injuries, cost 150 points each. Energy potions, which restore 100 energy points, cost 50 points each. Spirit potions, which restore 100 spirit points, cost 50 points each. Level skill selection treasure chest limited to 1 purchase costs 10000 points. Level skills. Chen Ye took a deep breath. If a level skill could deal 3 times the damage, how much would its level skill deal? However, accumulating 100 points seemed out of reach. Consuming points for food, drink, and basic needs along with potions made it difficult to gather enough. Chen Ye closed the panel and raised his head, saying, "Everyone should hold off on using their points for now. Let's exchange food and water using Xiao Yang's points." Several who were about to trade for food and water paused, looking at Chen Ye. Points cannot be traded. 100 points can be exchanged for 2 energy or spirit potions. If even 1 point is spent, only 1 can be traded. As soon as Chen Ye said this, everyone instantly understood. "Xiaoyang, you should have 200 points, right?" Qin Xiaoyang nodded. "Yes, the reward settlement just gave 200 points. Exchange for a recovery potion for Brother Hai, and then get some food and water for everyone." Chen Ye was now unsure of their next destination, nor when they would arrive. The train's announcement had not sounded, and Zhao Hai remained the strongest force in their team, needing to recover to his peak condition. "All right, Brother Yi." Qin Xiaoyang quickly exchanged for a recovery potion from the store, holding a transparent tube about 10 centimeters long filled with an orange-yellow liquid that glimmered faintly under the dim light of the carriage. "Why does this feel a bit like urine?" Qin Xiaoyang held the tube up to his eyes, furrowing his brow for a couple of seconds, then opened the cap to sniff at his frown, easing a bit. "Not bad, no foul smell. Is this thing really that miraculous? Instant recovery of injuries. Stop talking nonsense, hurry, and give it to Brother Hai." Chen Ye shot him a glare. Qin Xiaoyang hurriedly ran across the aisle and handed the recovery potion to Zhao Hai. "Brother Hai, here." Zhao Hai took the potion without hesitation, opened the cap, and drank it down. At the moment the orange-yellow liquid flowed down his throat, the already scabbed wound on his right shoulder began to visibly heal at an astonishing speed. The scab fell away, revealing the pink new flesh beneath, which quickly darkened and blended seamlessly with the surrounding skin within seconds. Zhao Hai moved his right shoulder, then his entire right arm, his brow relaxing. "All good." Wang Shuo leaned in, staring intently at Zhao Hai's right shoulder for a long time. "All good, I feel nothing at all, as if I was never injured." Zhao Hai clenched his fist, a silver-gray metallic sheen spreading from his knuckles to his forearm, then quickly fading. "Damn, this potion is too powerful." Wang Shuo turned to Qin Xiaoyang. "Xiaoyang, do you have any points left? Give me 1 too, just in case." "Do you think this is a cabbage? Go check the special items in the store yourself, it's 150 points each." "I only have 200 points in total, what can I exchange for you?" "I only have 50 points left now, and still need to take care of your food and drinks." Qin Xiaoyang retorted impatiently. Wang Shuo pouted and said nothing more. Chen Ye leaned against his seat, his gaze drifting through the window toward the platform. The mist dissipated quickly, revealing the platform scene with startling clarity. The dried bloodstains, the scattered pieces of clothing, the dragged traces, all exposed under the pale daylight, nowhere to hide. A figure sprinted out from the ruins outside the platform, dashing onto the platform, racing toward the train. It was a boy in a gray hoodie, seemingly injured on his leg, running with a limp, but his speed was not slow. Gritting his teeth, he reached the entrance of the third carriage just under 10 meters from the open door. He stretched out his hand toward the door as if grasping at a lifeline. Then the door closed. Not slowly, but instantaneously. The black metal door slammed shut like 2 giant guillotines, closing simultaneously from both sides. Bang! The sound of metal clashing exploded in the empty platform. The boy in the gray hoodie had his hand stopped less than a meter from the door. He froze like a statue, hand still outstretched, eyes fixed on the already closed door, his expression filled with despair. He suddenly lunged at the window, pounding on it with his fists. Bang! 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 His fists hit the glass, producing a dull thud, but the window remained unyielding. "Open the door! Open the door!" His voice came from outside the window, distorted by the glass barrier, yet the despair in that voice pierced through the glass, reaching the ears of everyone in the carriage. "Please, open the door. I don't want to die. I don't want to die." His voice grew sharper, raspier, the frequency of his fists pounding on the glass quickening, but the window remained unmoved. The people in the carriage watched all of this in silence. No one spoke, and this door was not one they could force open. Chen Ye gazed out the window, his expression unchanged, his eyes calm, like a stagnant pool. It wasn't cold-bloodedness, but rather powerlessness. Missing the time meant they could not board the train left behind in the corpse city, essentially doomed. He glanced at the countdown. 0. The time had run out, finishing at the moment the door closed. The train started moving. The sound of the wheels grinding against the tracks gradually rose from a low frequency to a high frequency, the carriage vibrating gently, then began to accelerate. Outside the window, the boy was desperately running to catch up with the train. The carriage suddenly fell into an eerie silence. Some covered their mouths, some closed their eyes, some bowed their heads, unable to bear looking outside, while others stared at the increasingly distant platform, their expressions hollow. He's left behind in the corpse city alone. Qin Zhuoyang's voice was small, almost inaudible. The train continued to accelerate. The outline of the platform shrank in their field of vision, the figure of the boy becoming increasingly blurred until it turned into a dot, and then vanished completely. A grayish-white mist reappeared outside the window, as if emanating from the train itself. The train's speed increased, the sound of the wheels grinding against the tracks becoming sharper, then piercing, stabilizing at a high-frequency range. No announcements sounded in the carriage. No one spoke, no one knew where the next stop was, and no one knew, but at least while on the train they were safe. This thought spun in Chen Ye's mind before he suppressed it. Safety was only temporary. The death train would not keep them safe forever. Chen Ye did not want to think any further. He hadn't slept for 24 hours and his body was at its limit. He needed to rest. He needed to restore both his body and mind to their optimal state. Because the next stop would not be any simpler than the corpse city. Just as he was about to close his eyes, he saw the gray mist outside suddenly being drawn away, and then he saw a train identical to theirs roar past on the adjacent track. Completely black, styled like a vintage steam locomotive, the chimney on its roof spewing thick smoke, trailing a long black mark in the gray-white sky. The black metal shell, the dull windows. Chen Ye's pupils constricted slightly. The gap between the two trains was only about 10 meters, and at that distance he could see some details of that train. The carriage of that train was marked with a number, G4864. It was another death train. Chen Ye's breath momentarily halted. A thought flashed through his mind: there were far more participants in this deadly game than just them. Train G4864 whizzed past Chen Ye. As the two trains intersected, he could clearly see the silhouettes of people in the windows opposite. Those people were also looking at them. In the windows of the opposite train, faces pressed against the glass, each displaying a different expression. Some widened their eyes, some had their mouths agape, some appeared bewildered, while others were banging on the windows, seemingly shouting something, but the sound did not carry over. After the two trains passed each other at high speed, the gray-white mist reappeared outside the window. Chen Ye withdrew his gaze and leaned back in his seat. The others in the carriage also saw the train opposite. Did you see that? There were people on that train. Qin Zhuoyang was the first to shout, his voice filled with an uncontrollable shock. He sprang up from his seat and leaned against the window to look back, but the gray-white mist had already obscured his view of the trees below. I saw it. That train's number is G4864, different from ours. Wang Shua's voice came from behind. He had somehow moved to Chen Ye's seat. There's not just one death train, G5002, G4864. How many more are there? Li Zheng's voice grew solemn, as if speaking to himself, yet addressing everyone. Are those people like us? Were they also brought onto the train from somewhere? Are they also participating in survival trials? Zhou Yiting's voice came from the seat in front of Chen Ye, her tone laced with fear. Did they also get brought here from someplace? Do they have to face survival trials too? Zhao Hai remained silent, but he stood up from his seat and walked to the window, staring at the direction in which the opposite train had vanished for several seconds before turning back and sitting down. His expression was even more serious than before. Chen Ye leaned back in his seat, gently tapping his fingers on his knee. G4864. G5002. 2 death trains, 2 numbers. How many more are there? He didn't know, but he was certain of one thing. This death game was far larger than they imagined. It was not just one train with 320 people. It could be hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of trains. It could involve tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of people or more. Where did those people come from? Were they also brought from Earth or from somewhere else? From another time? Another dimension? Chen Ye didn't know. He was too lacking in information at this moment. But he was certain of one thing: behind this death game, there was a vast, intricate system operating beyond human comprehension. That system brought different people from different places, stuffed them into different trains, sent them to different worlds to undergo various trials. Some would die, some would survive, some would grow stronger. Chen Ye took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and chose not to dwell on those temporarily unanswered questions. The train's speed stabilized at a constant frequency, the sound of wheels grinding against the tracks shifting from sharp to deep. Do you think those people are from the same school? Are they college students too? I don't know, but they all seem to be around the same age, about 20 years old. Could it be that universities across the country have all been caught up in this? It's possible, or maybe the whole world. Stop talking. The more we think, the scarier it gets. Some people in the carriage began to whisper. Chen Ye did not open his eyes or join the discussion. He found it meaningless. His breathing gradually became even, his heartbeat slowed, and the tension that had been in his nerves for 24 hours began to relax. His consciousness began to blur, and soon he fell into a deep sleep. The other students in the carriage also slumped down to sleep. No one spoke anymore. Only the monotonous white noise of the train tracks remained, accompanied by dozens of even breathing sounds. Time slipped quietly through the darkness. After an unknown amount of time, Chen Ye opened his eyes. He first stared at the dim metal ceiling for 2 seconds, his consciousness slowly surfacing from the chaos. The sound of wheels grinding against the tracks still echoed in his ears. The rhythmic roar had become a background noise, oddly comforting. He stretched the joints in his body, cracking loudly. How long had he slept? Chen Ye tilted his head to glance at the clock at the front of the train. It was 7:12 p.m. From when he boarded in the morning until now, he had slept for nearly 10 hours. Outside the window, the gray-white mist remained exactly the same as when he arrived. The thick fog slithered against the window, occasionally stirred by the wind, revealing the gray sky outside and the blurred horizon in the distance. But nothing specific could be seen. No cities, no buildings, no mountains or rivers, only a chaotic gray. It felt like traveling through a void. Yiga, you're awake. Qin Zhaoyang's voice came from beside him. He was sitting in his seat, one leg curled up, the other hanging down, his eyes focused on the semi-transparent system panel. Chen Ye replied, sitting up straight and moving his stiff neck. He leaned back in his seat and brought up the system chat group. As the blue light screen unfolded before him, messages surged out like a flood breaking through a dam. His gaze swept across the number in the top right corner of the group chat interface. The group member count had dropped from the initial 320 to 147. 173 people had died. More than half had not made it back. Only 15 people remained in carriage 3. Chen Ye paused his thumb at the edge of the panel before starting to scroll through the messages. The speed of the group chat scrolling was fast, messages pouring in from last night until now. Some were reporting safety, some mourning deceased classmates, and some seeking trades. Numerous white-quality equipment items appeared in the chat, all with one attributes. Qin Zhaoyang leaned over his head, nearly bumping against Chen Ye's panel, his eyes wide. Yiga, look. Many people have obtained gear and are only now bringing it out. And the train is equivalent to a safe zone. Oh, if they took it out on the platform, wouldn't people just steal it? Outside it's kill or be killed, but there's a clear rule in the train that passengers cannot harm each other. Qin Zhaoyang nodded, retreating to his seat, thinking of the windstorm crossbow resting in his storage space, a slight smile appearing on his lips. But I still think my crossbow is the best, green quality 3 agility, and it was a gift from Haigu, a huge profit. Chen Ye did not respond, continuing to browse the group chat. The messages in the group were still scrolling, but the pace had slowed down. Those reporting their gear had finished, and those mourning had done so, leading to some other messages emerging. Most people were discussing the death train from earlier that day, speculating about what lay behind this deadly game. No one could answer these questions. Just as Chen Ye was about to close the group chat, a new message popped up. Carriage 3 Qian Bind Grade Elemental Skill Book, Ice Arrow Technique. For a healing potion, anyone in Carriage 3 willing to trade. His finger paused. Carriage 3. That was their carriage. Chen Ye's gaze lingered on this message for 2 seconds before he tapped the back of the seat in front of him. Zhou Yiting, who had been resting with her eyes closed against her seat, opened her eyes after being tapped, turning her head with a confused look. What's wrong? Chen Ye. Check the group chat. Can you learn that skill, Ice Arrow Technique? Zhou Yiting was taken aback for a moment, then pulled up the system panel, her gaze sweeping across the screen for a couple of seconds. I can learn it. Water and ice belong to the same elemental type. However, I only have 100 points, which isn't enough to exchange for the recovery potion, and points can't be traded, so I can't even pool them together. I have 150 points, just enough. Zhao Hai opened his eyes from across the aisle, flipped his palm, and the holographic screen of the system mall unfolded before him, his fingers tapping on the screen a few times. A transparent tube about 10 centimeters long appeared in his hand, filled with orange-yellow liquid that glimmered faintly under the dim light of the carriage. Zhao Hai handed the recovery potion to Chen Ye. Here. Chen Ye took the potion, weighing it in his hand. The glass tube felt icy, and as the liquid swirled inside, there were no bubbles, resembling a high-viscosity solution. This skill book must be exchanged for. Chen Ye held the potion in his palm, glancing over the few people present. The class monitor's talent allows his 4 elemental attribute skills to deal double damage. This talent cannot be wasted. However, this grade skill book for a recovery potion is still too expensive. I need to negotiate. Negotiate? Qin Zhaoyang leaned over with a puzzled expression. How do you negotiate? Are you suggesting we give him half a potion? Wang Shuo and Li Zheng also looked confused, exchanging glances before turning to Chen Ye, unsure of what he meant by negotiate. Zhao Hai didn't ask. He had grown accustomed to Chen Ye's half-spoken style, merely leaning back in his seat and awaiting Chen Ye's next move. Chen Ye stood up from his seat, holding the orange-yellow recovery potion in his right hand, and brushed the dust off his clothes with his left. He turned around, scanning the entire carriage. In the third carriage, the 15 people who had returned alive were now scattered across various seats. Some were sleeping, some were looking at the system panel, some were quietly conversing, and others were staring blankly at the gray mist outside the window. Which one of you is Qian Bin? Chen Ye's voice rang out in the carriage. The carriage fell silent for a moment, and then a weak voice from the front row replied, I am. Chen Ye followed the sound. It came from the window-side seat in the front row of the carriage. Chen Ye walked over with the recovery potion. Zhou Yiting followed closely behind her, steps quicker than usual, clearly concerned about the skill book. Let's go see how Brother Yi negotiates. Qin Zhaoyang jumped up from his seat and jogged to catch up. Zhao Hai stood up, as well, walking leisurely behind. Wang Shuo and Li Zheng exchanged glances before also getting up to follow. The six of them walked toward the front row of the carriage, their footsteps echoing in the quiet aisle. The other passengers in the carriage raised their heads, their gazes following the movement of this group. Chen Ye reached the front row of the carriage and sat down next to Qianbin. Qianbin was wearing a dark blue windbreaker, the left side of which was torn open, revealing an arm wrapped in bandages that was soaked in blood, turning a dark red and still oozing. His face was frighteningly pale, lips cracked, and peeling eye sockets sunken, and he leaned against the seat like a lamp about to extinguish. Chen Ye did not rush to speak, but first assessed Qianbin's condition. He was severely injured. Not only was his arm hurt, but his breathing was rapid with shallow chest movements as if each breath was filled with pain. Qianbin, may I ask how many points you currently have? Chen Ye asked casually. Qianbin lifted his eyelids to glance at him. His gaze was somewhat vacant, yet his mind was still clear. His lips moved slightly, producing a hoarse voice. 110. A recovery potion costs 150 points, and Qianbin couldn't afford one himself. He was now at the limit and had to bring out the skill book to save his life. Your skill book isn't worth a recovery potion. Chen Ye's voice was not loud, but every word was clear. Qianbin's eyelids twitched. If you want to exchange it, you'll need to add 2 strength potions. You just said you have 110 points. 2 strength potions cost 100 points, leaving you with 10 points for food and drink. If that's not enough for food, come find us. We can use points to exchange for food for you. Chen Ye began to take advantage of the situation. The carriage fell silent for a moment. Previously, someone would have jumped out to accuse Chen Ye of being inhumane, lacking a conscience, but now no one would say that. Those who could still return to the train had already grasped the rules of survival in the apocalypse. Qianbin's face turned crimson. His lips trembled twice and a voice squeezed out from between his teeth. You're taking advantage of the situation. According to Chen Ye's calculations, his grade skill book was equivalent to only 50 points, a recovery potion, 150 points minus 2 strength potions, 100 points, meaning his skill book was worth only 50 points. Exchanging a grade skill book for 50 points. What's the difference from robbery? In the chat group, white quality weapons had appeared 4 or 5 times, but not a single skill book had shown up, which proves the rarity of skill books. Chen Ye leaned back in his seat, hands in his pockets, his expression unchanged. Classmate, don't get agitated. You're severely injured, and without a recovery potion you probably won't survive the night. Currently, in the third carriage, we are the only ones with enough points to exchange for potions. If you don't exchange, we incur no loss, but you risk your life. Just think about it. If you die, what use is the skill? Perhaps when you die, your skill book will drop from your storage space, and we can just pick it up directly. At the moment those words fell, the air in the carriage felt as if it had been sucked out, and the other passengers' eyes burst with unusual light. Qin Zhaoyang, standing behind Chen Ye, was momentarily stunned upon hearing this, then his eyes lit up suddenly. He stepped forward, his head peeking out from behind Chen Ye's shoulder, wearing an expression of sudden realization, adding, "So what are we exchanging for? I can just stay here and watch him take his last breath." His tone was innocent, as if he were discussing something completely normal. Yet this statement had a more significant impact than Chen Ye's earlier remark. Qianbin's complexion shifted from red to pale, then to a sickly gray, his lips trembling more violently, his teeth chattering. He glanced at Chen Ye, then at the 5 people behind him, his gaze sweeping over each one before settling back on Chen Ye's face. His fists unclenched, not because he had come to a realization, but because he found there were no other choices. In the entire third carriage, among the survivors, only this group before him could produce 150 points for the recovery potion. All right, I'll exchange. Qianbin's voice was hoarse, as if he had to exert great effort to squeeze out those 2 words. He tapped a few times on the system panel, and 2 red liquid strength potions appeared in his hand. Then he flipped his palm, and a skill book with a faint white glow on its cover appeared in his palm. He handed both the 2 strength potions and the skill book to Chen Ye. Chen Ye accepted with a smile, weighing the 2 vitality serums and the skill manual in his palm before nodding. Pleasure doing business. He handed over the recovery serum. Technically, he didn't have to. He could have kept it. The train's rules forbade killing fellow passengers, but said nothing about deception. Still, that would have been downright monstrous. Qianbin snatched the serum almost instinctively. Twisting open the cap, he tilted his head back and downed it in one gulp. The moment the amber liquid touched his throat, the swelling in his arms receded visibly, and his sunken chest gradually regained its natural contour. Within a few breaths, Qianbin transformed from a dying ember into a machine rebooting at full capacity. His breathing steadied. His complexion normalized. The vacant haze in his eyes vanished, replaced by the quiet, trembling relief of one who had narrowly escaped death. He glanced at his system interface, remaining points 10. A grimace twisted Chen Bin's lips sourer than swallowing a fly. He bitterly regretted risking his life against that monster. Chen Ye didn't spare him another glance. Turning away, he offered the 2 crimson vitality serums to Zhao Hai. Brother Hai, yours. Zhao Hai accepted them and stored them instantly within his system inventory. Vitality serum instantly restores 100 points of vitality. In combat, it is a second life. Zhao Hai's steel armament, a high-cost active talent, would now allow him to sustain an hour of intense, unrelenting battle. Chen Ye then extended the skill manual, its cover shimmering with a faint cerulean glow, to Zhou Yiting. Team leader, yours. She took at her fingertips, pausing briefly upon the cover. The cover felt cool and smooth beneath her touch, devoid of text, bearing only a hazy crystalline motif that scattered delicate shards of light under the carriage's illumination. She opened the cover. A cerulean interface flickered into view. Her finger tapped learn, and the manual dissolved into countless shimmering motes. Zhou Yiting closed her eyes as if attuning herself to something unseen. Seconds later, she opened them, and for the first time since boarding the train, a gentle, genuine smile curved her lips. I now possess combat capability. This skill consumes 5 stamina points and fires an ice arrow dealing damage equal to 100% of my mental strength. With 6 base mental strength points, and doubling through my talent, I deal 12 points of mental damage. Her voice carried a restrained, unmistakable thrill. 12 points of mental damage paled beside Zhao Hai's 18-point physical strength when his talent was active. Yet Zhao Hai's steel armament demanded close-quarters combat, charging straight into danger. Zhou Yiting's ice arrow technique, by contrast, was long-range, precise, lethal, and safely delivered from afar. Moreover, ice arrow technique was a Class D skill consuming only 5 stamina points. With her maximum stamina capped at 200, she could unleash it 40 times consecutively. The 6 returned to their respective seats. Qin Xiaoyang leaned in the moment. He sat down, lowering his voice. Brother Yi, what if Chen Bin had actually died? Would the skill manual really have dropped? Chen Ye reclined against his seat, glancing sideways at him. Unlikely. I only said it to scare him. Qin Xiaoyang opened his mouth, then hesitated, swallowing his words as he met Chen Ye's faint, enigmatic smile. Zhou Yiting turned around from the front row, her expression noticeably more relaxed. Chen Ye, thank you. Her voice was soft, yet unwaveringly sincere. Chen Ye waved dismissively. We're a team. No need for thanks. His gaze swept across each comrade present. Zhao Hai leaned back, arms crossed, eyes half-lidded. Wang Shuo and Li Zheng murmured quietly between themselves. Qin Xiaoyang scrolled through the system marketplace, searching for food that suited his palate. Zhou Yiting sat in the front row, studying her new skill, the tips of her fingers flickering with a faint, transient, cerulean luminescence before fading silently. Now every one of us is combat capable. In the next survival trial, we won't need to hide and endure. We can fight back. Perhaps as we grow stronger, we'll finally uncover the truth behind this death train. Only by understanding it can we find our way home. Chen Ye leaned back, his gaze drifting past the window toward the endless expanse of ashen mist beyond. Home. Qin Xiaoyang echoed softly, his voice distant, his eyes unfocused. Home. That university dormitory in Yun City. That cramped room cluttered with textbooks and takeout containers. That place where parents waited, friends lingered, and ordinary life still breathed. Could they ever return there? Qin Xiaoyang didn't know. Carriage 5. Jiang Ning leaned back, arms crossed, eyes half closed. Brother Ning. Zhu Peng approached from the rear of the carriage and settled into the seat beside Jiang Ning. A woman named Gao Li in carriage 3 just sent me a message. She wants to join our team in the next trial, and mentioned that the Class D skill manual was traded away by Chen Ye of Zhao Hai's team. Jiang Ning's fingers stilled mid-tap on the armrest. He opened his eyes and turned his head, slowly fixing Zhu Peng with a steady, penetrating gaze. Chen Ye. The same one who knocked you back with a single punch on the platform. He exchanged 1 recovery serum for a Class D skill manual and 2 vitality serums from a critically injured passenger in carriage 3. Sharp mind. Ruthless edge. Zhu Peng added, the skill manual was learned by their attire talent female teammate. The Windranger crossbow also ended up with their ranged aptitude comrade. Their overall strength has surged dramatically. Windranger crossbow. Jiang Ning repeated the name, his lips twitching faintly. That crossbow had been his, stolen by Zhao Hai through deception. It was the sole known green-quality weapon dropped in this trial. Excellent. In the next trial, I shall make him understand the price of crossing me. His tone remained eerily calm, so calm that Zhu Peng's spine prickled with goose flesh. Without glancing at Zhu Peng, Jiang Ning summoned his personal attribute interface, a cerulean light screen unfolding before his eyes. Name Jiang Ning, level LV. 3, 20 vitality, 300, 300 stamina, 300, 300 strength, 7 agility, 7 constitution, 6 mental strength, 6 talent, sovereign engine steer skills, none points, 420 free attribute points 2. He stared at the blank level bar, lips twitching again. The lizard head monster's dropped skill manual was undoubtedly high tier. Then his gaze shifted downward to the 2 free attribute points. Recalling how Chen Ye had forced him back with a single blow, he allocated both points instantly to strength. His strength rose to 9. Activating his talent, he reviewed his attributes again. Strength read 16, not 18. Free attribute points did not double base stats, but they elevated them qualitatively beyond level 1. Brother Ning. The voice belonged to Jian Lan, a short-haired woman seated beside him. Her hair cropped neatly at the nape, and attire talent, and one of Jiang Ning's 10 core team members. Someone in our carriage just posted a white quality weapon in the group chat. 1 agility. Should we? She left the sentence unfinished, yet her meaning hung unmistakably in the air. Jiang Ning glanced at her, then at Zhu Peng. Zhu Peng stepped in smoothly. The train's rules prohibit killing other passengers. If he refuses to hand it over, we cannot seize it by force. Jiang Ning rose abruptly and strode toward the rear of the carriage. Zhu Peng and Jian Lan exchanged a glance and followed swiftly in his wake. The gazes of the other passengers in the carriage followed them, filled with fear, unease, and vigilance. There were 19 people who survived in car No. 5. The remaining 16 were scattered throughout the carriage. Most of them were of B and C rank talents, barely surviving the 24 hours in the corpse city. Jiang Ning stopped in front of a boy. The boy was sitting by the window wearing a black hooded sweatshirt with the hood stained dark, making it impossible to tell whether it was blood or something else. His name was Sun Yang, possessing B rank combat talent, fortunate to have returned alive, but unfortunately, he had just posted a weapon in the group chat which Jiang Ning had witnessed. Sun Yang. Jiang Ning called his name casually, as if greeting an old friend. Sun Yang's body stiffened noticeably. He raised his head, looking at Jiang Ning, his Adam's apple bobbing. Take out the equipment you posted in the group. Jiang Ning's voice was not loud, but everyone in the carriage heard it. Sun Yang's face instantly turned pale, his lips trembling. What? What do you want? I risked my life for that. Why should I give it to you? Are you sure you want handed over? My patience is limited. Jiang Ning's voice deepened. Do you want to rob on the train? What if I don't give it to you? You can't kill people on the train. Do you want to be erased by the rules? Sun Yang did not believe Jiang Ning would dare to kill him on the train. Rest assured, I won't harm you on the train, nor will I kill you. Jiang Ning paused, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. But you can't stay on the train forever. If you don't hand over the weapon when we reach the next stop, I will surely kill you. Sun Yang's pupils constricted sharply, his mouth opening and closing, his entire body trembling. Killing on the train would result in erasure by the rules, but killing in the trial scenes was not prohibited. Jiang Ning could kill him in the trial as easily as slaughtering a chicken. I'll give it to you. Sun Yang, helpless, flipped his palm, revealing a dagger. The blade was about 20 centimeters long, thick at the back, and glimmered coldly under the dim light of the carriage. He handed the dagger to Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning took the dagger, glanced at the equipment attribute panel, then tossed it to Zhu Peng. Use it. Thanks, Ninggu. Zhu Peng received the dagger, weighted in his hand, a smile appearing on his lips. To the others, Jiang Ning was a ruthless figure willing to go to any lengths for gain. But to Zhu Peng, he was a good big brother. When they were chased by hundreds of gray mist corpses in the central square, Jiang Ning not only did not abandon him, but also helped him escape the pursuit. Jiang Ning did not look at him again. He turned around to face the 16 people in the carriage once more. Each of these 16 individuals had at least 100 points. Even after exchanging for food, they would still have a considerable amount of points left, all of which were resources for him. Everyone listen up, each of you exchange 1 stamina potion and hand it to Zhu Peng. His voice turned cold, no longer the casual tone from before, but a commanding one. The carriage fell silent for a moment. Then it erupted. What? A stamina potion costs 50 points. Jiang Ning, on what grounds? Why should we give you our own points? Don't go too far. Robbing weapons is one thing, but now you want to take our points too. Jiang Ning stood there, arms crossed over his chest, his expression unchanged. He did not answer these questions, only waited for the noise to quiet down on its own. The commotion in the carriage lasted about 10 seconds before gradually calming down. It wasn't that they no longer wanted to speak, but because they realized that saying more would be useless. Jiang Ning stood in the aisle. His height of 1.8 meters was not particularly standout, but the aura he exuded, I am the strong one, felt like a mountain suffocating everyone. Those who do not hand it over when we reach the next stop, I will kill them. The same sentence structure, the same tone, the same threat. No one in the carriage spoke. The angry, resentful voices, those wanting to resist, were all silenced by this one sentence. Because they knew Jiang Ning would follow through on his words. Sun Yang had already handed over the weapon. If they did not submit the stamina potions after getting off at the next stop, Jiang Ning would not hesitate to kill them. The silence in the carriage lasted about 10 seconds. Then the first person moved. A boy wearing glasses stood up from his seat, his fingers tapping on the system panel a few times, and a transparent tube appeared in his hand. The liquid in the tube was red, glimmering dully under the light. He walked in front of Zhu Peng, handed over the stamina potion, did not look at Jiang Ning or anyone else, and after handing it over turned back to his seat, sitting down and closing his eyes. With the first one there came a second, then a third, then a fourth. One by one they stood up, one by one walked to Zhu Peng, and one by one handed over their stamina potions. No one resisted, no one objected, because everyone knew the price of resistance was death. They all knew what Jiang Ning had done in the central square, and with 10A rank followers they would have nowhere to run if they tried to block them. Zhu Peng stood there like a landlord collecting rent, receiving one stamina potion after another. His smile. Jian Lan stood beside Zhu Peng, her gaze sweeping over those handing in potions, as if counting a herd of sheep driven into a pen. 15 people had handed over. 15 stamina potions equated to 750 points. Jiang Ning's gain from this trip was even more than the points he earned from killing monsters in the corpse city. Zhu Peng stored the 15 stamina potions in his storage space, then sat down beside Jiang Ning, lowering his voice. Ninggu, how should we divide these potions? For now, keep them. We'll talk about it during the next survival trial. Jiang Ning leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes again. Sure thing. Zhu Peng leaned back in his chair, picked up the dagger, and flicked his fingers on it twice. Jian Lan also sat back down beside Jiang Ning, glancing at him as he rested. Aside from the irrational behavior he displayed for a skill book during the Central Square incident, all other decisions he made were completely sound. Incarno. 3A. Qin Xiaoyang leaned back in his seat, one leg curled up, the other hanging down, his eyes fixed on the semi-transparent system panel before him, his expression shifting from casual to dumbfounded. Damn, this protection fee totals over 10 potions, which is higher than the trial rewards. His voice exploded in the quiet carriage, causing several people in front to turn and look. Chen Ye turned his head. What's up? Look at the group chat. Qin Xiaoyang brought the panel closer to Chen Ye's direction, his finger poking the screen. Jiang Ning is collecting protection fees in Carno. 1 stamina potion, and if you don't pay, he threatens to kill you after getting off. Everyone in Carno. 5 paid up 15 stamina potions plus a white quality weapon. This is way more than what we earned from killing monsters. Chen Ye furrowed his brow, pulling up the group chat interface. A blue light screen unfolded before him, messages pouring out like a broken dam. In Carno. 2 Ludong, the ill wind brought by Jiang Ning is a real issue. A single strength potion costs 50 points. Some people in our carriage have started collecting fees too. 4 A class members banding together collecting protection fees, one by one, threatening to kill anyone who refuses to pay. In Carno. 1 Sushan. Luckily our carriage doesn't have any class members, and the strength of our teams is about the same, maintaining peace. In Carno. For Sun Jing, is there no one to manage this? Is there no law left? In Carno. 8 Luchan law. Wake up, this is an apocalyptic game. Where is the law? In Carno. 2 Huyang, I advise you all, if you have equipment and skill books, do not reveal them to avoid being targeted by those with ulterior motives. Qin Xiaoyang leaned closer, his head nearly touching Chen Ye's panel. Brother, you should we also? He did not finish his sentence, but the implication was clear. If Carno 3 is collecting protection fees, it's not our turn to do so. Chen Ye glanced at him, then shifted his gaze to the far corner of the carriage where Gu Qinghuan sat. Qin Xiaoyang followed his gaze, swallowed hard, and shrank back his neck. That's true. If we ask her for protection fees, we wouldn't be able to distinguish between the big and small kings. Wang Shuo leaned forward from the back row, scoffing. You have such little ambition. If you have ambition, go. Qin Xiaoyang turned to retort. You go ask her for protection fees, let's see how long you can hold out. Wang Shuo opened his mouth, then swallowed his words, pouting. Forget it, my biggest strength is self-awareness. Zhao Hai sat across the aisle, arms crossed over his chest. Chen Ye is right. Carno 3 has a complicated mix. Aside from Gu Qinghuan, there are also Li Jiahao and his team, so don't even think about collecting fees. Chen Ye nodded, retracting his gaze to look at the group chat. The messages were still rolling and filled with complaints. For out of the 8 carriages had already started collecting protection fees. The myriad of lives was laid bare on the screen. Leaning back in his seat, Chen Ye lightly tapped his fingers on his knee. At this moment, the gap in talent truly manifested. In an apocalyptic environment, the strong exploiting the weak was the norm. Let's rest first. Don't worry about how others are doing, just take care of ourselves. Chen Ye closed his eyes. Qin Xiaoyang nodded slightly. The carriage fell silent. Time slipped by in the monotonous white noise of wheels against tracks. The lights above the carriage remained dim. Outside the window, the grayish-white fog persisted, unchanged and endless. Chen Ye leaned back in his seat, half asleep, his consciousness drifting between wakefulness and slumber. Qin Xiaoyang fell completely asleep, slouched in his seat, with his mouth slightly open, drooling on his chin. In the front row, Zhou Yiting lowered her head, her fingertips shimmering with a faint ice blue glow as she practiced a new skill. At midnight sharp, ding! A crisp system notification echoed throughout the carriage. Everyone's system panels popped up simultaneously. Chen Ye opened his eyes. The blue light curtain unfolded before him without warning. The G5002 Death Train level ranking function has been activated. Ranked by level, and within the same level sorted by experience percentage, the leaderboard updates daily at midnight. First place rewards 200 points, second place rewards 100 points, third place rewards 50 points. The light curtain flickered, then the level ranking interface popped up. Chen Ye glanced at the leaderboard. In first place was Gu Qinghuan at level 4, in second place was Jiang Ning at level 3, and in third place was Wang Zhe also at level 3. After third place, all were level 2. Qin Zhaoyang was in 13th place, and Zhao Hai was in 20th. The remaining members of the team had only obtained basic survival points with experience, just enough to reach level 2, all ranked outside the top 50. Damn! Qin Zhaoyang's voice exploded in his ears. He jumped up from his seat, as if electrocuted, his eyes wide open staring at the system panel before him. Gu Qinghuan is already level 4. How did she do it? Wang Shuo also stood up from the back row, leaning in. This woman is too fierce. She's one level higher than Jiang Ning. How many monsters did she kill in the corpse city? Li Jing opened his eyes, glanced at the panel, and shook his head. No wonder she dares to act alone. With this strength, there's really no need to team up with anyone. Zhou Yiting turned back from the front row. The leaderboard has a total of 147 people. Judging by our rankings, at least those ranked beyond 50 have only obtained basic survival points, all just hanging on. This ranking needs to be contested. First place earns 200 points a day in 10 days. That's 2,000, enough to swap for any potions. Indeed, an extra 200 points a day could potentially allow for an glass skill chest from the shop in just one. His gaze fell back on the leaderboard, landing on the name in first place. Gu Qinghuan, level LV4. This is not something Class could achieve. This woman's talent rating is likely at least S level. Gu Qinghuan's talent had already been realized. Meanwhile, he still had to wait for the next stop, wait for more kills, wait for more experience. Incarno. 5. Jiang Ning leaned back in his seat, arms crossed over his chest. The blue light curtain unfolded before him, and his gaze paused on the first line. Gu Qinghuan, LV4. Jiang Ning's brow furrowed slightly. He had already killed enough monsters, yet Gu Qinghuan was still one level higher than him. Zhu Peng leaned over, lowering his voice. Brother Ning, this Gu Qinghuan. Could she be the woman who used flying knives in the central square before? It should be her. Jiang Ning spoke calmly. Then we. Don't provoke her, Jiang Ning interrupted Zhu Peng. Her strength is above mine. Jian Lan sat on Jiang Ning's other side, her gaze also fixed on the leaderboard. Brother Ning, Gu Qinghuan is in Carno. 3. And Zhao Hai's team is also there. Do you think they will join forces against us? Jiang Ning was silent for 2 seconds, then shook his head no. If Gu Qinghuan were willing to team up with anyone, she wouldn't be acting alone. Right now he had a base strength of 16 points, due to his talent already comparable to Zhao Hai, with other attributes overwhelmingly suppressing Zhao Hai. On his own, he was confident he could defeat Zhao Hai. As for Chen Ye being only level 2 with at most 6 points of base strength, even with skills, he was no match for him. But now another Gu Qinghuan had emerged. At the next stop, observe first. If Gu Qinghuan continues to act alone, then Zhao Hai and his team will be easy to handle. If she intervenes. Jiang Ning did not finish his sentence. But Zhu Peng and Jian Lan understood. If she intervened, then they would have to give up. A talent very likely above S level, a level 4 powerhouse, was not someone they could provoke right now. 4 o'clock in the morning. Carriage no. 3. The loud static noise from the broadcast system jolted everyone awake from their light slumber. Dear passengers, the G5002 Death Train will arrive at the Eerie City in 2 hours. The survival trial in the Eerie City lasts for 48 hours. Please note that the points store cannot be accessed during the survival trial. We advise all passengers to exchange for necessary supplies in advance. We wish you a pleasant journey. The electronic synthetic female voice from the broadcast was the same as the last time, devoid of any emotion. The carriage fell silent for a full 2 seconds before erupting into chaos. 48 hours. That's twice as long as the corpse city. Has the difficulty doubled this time? We can't access the point store? Then we need to exchange for supplies quickly. Water, food, potions. Hurry and exchange. In carriage no. 3. A dozen people simultaneously opened their system stores, blue light screens flickering in the dimly lit carriage. Ye go. 48 hours, how much do we need to exchange? Qin Zhaoyang sprang up from his seat, his voice heightened. Chen Ye had already opened the store interface, quickly scanning the list of items. Zhaoyang, how many points do you have? Chen Ye's voice was calm, a stark contrast to the panic spreading through the carriage. Only 22 points left. Since boarding, Qin Zhaoyang had exchanged for all their food and drinks. Chen Ye addressed Zhou Yiting in the front row. 6 people need food for 2 days, 50 points should be enough. Class monitor, use your points to exchange for food and water for the 6 of us for 2 days, and with the remaining 50 points get an energy potion for backup. Zhou Yiting nodded and began to operate on the panel. A few seconds later, 24 bottles of mineral water and 12 packets of compressed biscuits appeared in his storage space. Zhaoyang, use your points for your arrows. Sure. Qin Zhouyang's fingers flew across the panel. Arrows were quite cheap, and his 22 points would buy him plenty. Chen Ye looked back at the store, speaking faster. Wang Shuo, Li Zheng, exchange all your 100 points for energy potions, 2 for each of you. Wang Shuo and Li Zheng hesitated not at all, tapping the panel repeatedly, and 4 red liquid energy potions appeared in their hands. Chen Ye had 100 points in exchange for 2 energy potions. Zhao Hai leaned against his seat, arms crossed over his chest, watching Chen Ye assign tasks. Without interrupting, his points had been used for recovery potions, leaving him with none. The team's points were emptied, exchanged for enough supplies to last through the 48 hours. Wang Shuo, Li Zheng, give me and Hai Gu your energy potions. Chen Ye extended his hand. Wang Shuo hesitated for a moment, looking at the 2 red potions in his hand. Then, your passive abilities don't consume energy points. I and Hai Gu have an active ability and a skill. Our energy consumption is high. Giving us the potions will maximize their effectiveness. Chen Ye's explanation was brief. Li Zheng didn't hesitate and handed over the 2 energy potions. Chen Ye stored the 2 potions in his storage space. Wang Shuo passed his 2 to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai accepted them and stored them away. Now Chen Ye had 4 energy potions, enough to sustain prolonged fighting. The strategist had foresight. We didn't waste any points. If everyone had exchanged their points for food from the start, the number of potions we have now would be halved. Wang Shuo leaned back in his seat, watching Chen Ye put the potions away. Chen Ye secured the energy potions, leaning back in his seat, glancing at Wang Shuo. Points are resources, but they cannot be traded directly. For a long time to come, potions will become hard currency, useful for trading equipment, items, or even skills. Potions are like a second life. In Carriage No. 3 and No 1 collected protection fees. Generally, after exchanging for food and drink, there were still enough points to exchange for another potion, except for the one who only had 10 points left, Qian Bin. 2 hours later, the train's broadcast rang on time. Dear passengers, the G5002 Death Train is about to arrive at the North Station of the Yiri City. Please prepare to disembark. Repeating, all passengers, please prepare to disembark. Those who do not disembark will be wiped out by the rules. The sound of wheels grinding against the tracks gradually shifted from high to low frequency, the metallic screech becoming deeper and more muffled. The gray-white mist outside the window began to thin, swirling as if stirred by an invisible hand. Chen Ye stood up from his seat, stretching his wrists stiff from sitting too long. The state of the dozen people in Carriage No. 3 varied. Some were taking deep breaths, others repeatedly checking their supplies in the storage space. Some were pale with trembling lips, while others remained relatively calm. Zhao Hai stood up, his 195-meter frame resembling a moving wall. He stretched his right shoulder, confirming that his injury had fully healed, then looked at Chen Ye. What's our plan this time? Let's assess the situation first. Chen Ye secured the bone-chopping knife at his waist. Yiri City. Li Zheng frowned. Sounds damn creepy. Whatever, just chop. Wang Shuo picked up the fire axe at his feet. The sound of wheels grinding against the tracks came to a complete stop. In that moment of stillness, the doors of the 8-carriage train slid open simultaneously, the black metal doors retracting to the sides. Cold wind rushed in from outside. The wind carried none of the decaying sweetness of the corpse city, but rather a damp chill reminiscent of the smell that seeps out after staying too long in a vast underground parking lot. The moment Chen Ye stepped out of the carriage, the system panel popped up automatically. Survival trial begins. Trial scene, Yiri City. Trial difficulty. Kill points 0. Survival points 0. Countdown 475959. Chen Ye closed the panel, glancing around, his brows slightly furrowing. The Yiri City was completely different from the corpse city, lacking the dense fog that obstructed vision. The air in the Yiri City was clear, so clear that one could see the outlines of buildings several hundred meters away. The structures were intact and undamaged, contrasting sharply with the desolation of the corpse city. The survivors from the 8-carriage train began to disembark one after another. 147 people stood on the platform of the North Station of the Yiri City, like a flock of birds released from a cage, gazing blankly at this unfamiliar city. No one rushed out like in the corpse city. Those who had rushed out last time, many did not return. Everyone had realized that running around recklessly meant certain death. The crowd began to gather naturally. It was not organized, but instinctive. Those with combat power and strong abilities automatically drew a circle of people around them. Jiang Ning's group was the first to assemble. When he walked out of Carriage No. 5, 10 people were already standing behind him. Zhu Peng stood to his right, and Jin Lan stood to his left. The remaining 8 stood in a line behind them, all equipped with cold weapons. This team stood in the center of the platform, causing everyone to instinctively distance themselves from them. Gao Li stepped out from the crowd, holding a sharpened steel bar. She approached Jiang Ning and said, "Ninggu, I want to join your team." Jiang Ning glanced at her without speaking. Gao Li continued, "Level talent, polearm mastery level 2, basic strength 7 points, dealing double damage with polearm weapons." Having killed 3 gray mist zombies in the zombie city, Jiang Ning fell silent for 2 seconds before slightly nodding his head. He had no interest in the level talent, but Gao Li had shared a lot of information about Carriage No. 3 and Zhao Hai's team. Gao Li stood at the back of the group, needing a strong backing, as the 3 people she had brought before had all perished in the zombie city. Jiang Ning's gaze paused briefly on Chen Ye and Zhao Hai not far away before shifting away. The crowd on the platform gathered denser. "This place seems quite normal," someone said. "Normal? A city this large is so quiet it feels like there's not a soul here. How is that normal? Quiet is a good thing, but it's better than monsters suddenly appearing. It's much better than the zombie city. You're thinking too much. The difficulty of the zombie city is 1 star, while here it's 1.5 stars. Surviving in the zombie city until the trial ends is one thing here. It may not be so simple." The crowd began to discuss animatedly. Some analyzed the dangers of the haunted city, others shared experiences from the zombie city, while some inquired about the conditions in other carriages. The noise grew increasingly chaotic, like a pot of boiling porridge. "Everyone, the situation is uncertain. I have a suggestion. Let's not disperse for now. Let's stick together and first assess the situation outside." The speaker was a tall, thin boy wearing black-framed glasses, followed by a girl with twin ponytails. The crowd fell silent for a moment, all eyes turning toward him. It's Wang Zhe, ranked 3rd on the leaderboard. He seems to have level talent as well. Many recognized the thin boy in the crowd. "I agree. Although there's no heavy fog and no monsters in sight, it still feels unsettling. It's best not to disperse. Wang Zhe is right. Let's assess the situation first." The voices of agreement rose mostly from those with lower talent ratings and weaker combat abilities. They needed to band together, needed someone to lead, and even a mere semblance of unified action to bolster their courage. "Ninggu, what should we do?" Zhu Peng asked softly. "Keep an eye on Zhao Hai's team. Wherever they go, we go. It's time to settle the score from the zombie city." Jiang Ning's gaze remained fixed on Zhao Hai and Chen Ye not far away. He didn't care about how many points he would score in this trial. What mattered was making Zhao Hai and Chen Ye pay the price. Zhao Hai stood beside Chen Ye and lowered his voice. "Chen Ye, should we stick with the main group?" Chen Ye scanned the platform, noting the 147 individuals forming countless small groups. He searched around, and at the edge of the crowd spotted a black figure. Gu Qinghuan leaned against a cast iron pillar of the platform, hands in her pockets, her gaze directed at Wang Zhe, who had just suggested unified action. This time she didn't leave. Last time in the zombie city, she had departed shortly after getting off the vehicle, but surprisingly she stayed this time. Chen Ye withdrew his gaze. "Let's stick with the main group for now and figure out the situation in the haunted city first." Zhao Hai nodded. The crowd began to move. No one organized it, but everyone headed toward the platform exit. 147 people walked out of the north station of the haunted city, entering this somewhat eerie empty city. Chen Ye walked in the middle of the group with Zhao Hai to his right, and Qin Xiaoyang following closely behind, holding a rapid-fire crossbow. Wang Shuo and Li Zheng flanked the sides while Zhou Yuting walked in the center. Outside the platform was a wide street. The streetlights on both sides were still lit, their orange glow appearing somewhat excessive under the gray-white daylight. The lampposts were made of black cast iron, with intricate carvings on the bases resembling a product of some ancient craft. In the distance were clusters of Victorian-style villas. With pointed roofs, arched windows, and gables, each building had its unique details, yet the overall style was so unified that it seemed to have been designed by the same architect. The street was devoid of any debris. No trash, no gravel, no vehicles, not even a single fallen leaf. The entire street looked as if it were cleaned daily, yet there was no trace of any living person in the air. "This place is too quiet." Qin Zhouyan's voice was low, but his alertness was evident in his... "Indeed, it seems there are no monsters. It's quite strange." Zhou Yuting scanned the surrounding houses. "Since this is a survival trial, it can't be that simple. Everyone be careful. There's definitely something in this city. We just haven't discovered it yet." Chen Ye's voice came from beside him. Qin Xiaoyang swallowed hard. The leading group stopped, halting at an inn. Ahead was a small square. In the center stood a statue. The statue depicted a person dressed in Victorian-era clothing, but its head had been removed by something, leaving only a jagged neck. People gathered around the statue, discussing animatedly. Throughout the journey in this city, aside from the silence, there seemed to be no danger. Wang Zhe stood atop the statue's pedestal, looking down at the crowd. "This place should be safe for now. I suggest we split up to explore different regions of the city and regroup here before dark." Jiang Ning leaned against the edge of the statue's pedestal, arms crossed over his chest. Explore what? Wang Zhe adjusted his glasses. Since this is a survival trial, this city surely won't remain this quiet. If the danger isn't present during the day, it must lie in the night. Gathering some information while we won't hurt. Chen Ye gazed at the statue before him and slowly said, I agree with Wang Zhe's suggestion. After all, we can't just sit here waiting for nightfall without doing anything. Jiang Ning glanced at Chen Ye, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. Then let's go look for clues. Share any findings directly in the group chat. Then let's disperse. Let's meet back here at 4 in the afternoon to discuss how to spend the night. If danger arises, call for help in the group. After finishing, Wang Zhe jumped down from the statue's pedestal and walked north, the girl with twin ponytails quickly following him. The remaining individuals began to scatter in different directions like a group of dandelions blown by the wind, drifting into the various corners of this Victorian-style empty city. Some followed behind Wang Zhe, some formed small pairs, while others like Gu Qinghuan left alone. Chen Ye noticed that Jiang Ning's gaze had been fixed on Gu Qinghuan's figure until she completely vanished from sight, after which the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. What is he so happy about? Zhao Hai also noticed Jiang Ning's change in expression. Chen Ye withdrew his gaze, saying Gu Qinghuan has left, which means he has one less concern. Since Jiang Ning hasn't left, it seems he wants to settle the score with us. Zhao Hai furrowed his brow slightly, then we. No rush, Chen Ye interrupted him. The number of people in the square was dwindling. Wang Zhe led his loosely organized team towards the north, a mass of people. Scattered small groups each chose their direction, heading east, west, and south, with the distances between them growing larger. In less than 10 minutes, only 2 groups remained in the small square at the intersection. Jiang Ning's team and Chen Ye's team. The atmosphere became tense. Like 2 strings pulled to their limits, they were on the verge of snapping with the slightest additional tension. Jiang Ning took 2 steps forward, standing about 5 meters in front of Chen Ye and Zhao Hai. Do you want to settle our personal grievances? Chen Ye smiled slightly, his tone relaxed. Zhao Hai's silver-gray metallic sheen spread from his knuckles to his forearm, his entire palm now entirely metallic. His body leaned slightly forward like a bow drawn taut, ready to release at any moment. Wang Shuo gripped the fire axe tightly, the blade facing outward, blocking Chen Ye's right side. Li Zheng had already drawn his butcher's knife from his waist, the blade pointed towards Jiang Ning. Qin Zhaoyang took 2 steps back, as Chen Ye had previously instructed to keep distance for range positioning. He raised the Gale crossbow, the faint azure glow on the bow arm swirling as 3 short arrows were loaded, their tips aimed at Jiang Ning. Zhou Yiting stood at the back of the team, a faint ice blue aura flickering at her fingertips, indicating that her ice arrow technique was primed for action. All 6 of them had entered a combat state. Jiang Ning looked at them, the corner of his mouth slowly curling up. I said before, if you take my things, you must pay the price. I'm curious, with your class talent, how do you have the audacity to be so arrogant after obtaining a skill book? Jiang Ning, are you really going to make a move here? Zhao Hai stepped forward, blocking in front of Chen Ye. What else? Jiang Ning tilted his head. Are you going to wait until you have developed for 2 days in the strange city and become even harder to deal with? Zhao Hai, do you think I'm foolish? Zhao Hai's fists were completely metallic, yet he did not move. Because Chen Ye had not yet spoken. Brother Hai, fall back. Chen Ye's voice came from behind Zhao Hai, calm and unhurried. Zhao Hai furrowed his brow, turning his head. He is not someone you can handle. I know what I'm doing. Chen Ye stepped out from behind Zhao Hai, standing about 3 meters in front of Jiang Ning, a distance that felt almost face-to-face for 2 strength-type talents. Brother Hai, keep an eye on the others. If Jiang Ning's 10 lackeys dare to make a move, just smash one of them. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the 10 people behind Jiang Ning before returning to Jiang Ning's face. As for Jiang Ning, leave him to me. Zhao Hai gritted his teeth, his fists cracking, but ultimately took 2 steps back, standing about 2 meters to Chen Ye's right. This distance allowed him to support Chen Ye at any moment. 6 against 11. They were at an absolute disadvantage in numbers. But Zhao Hai stood there, his height of 195 centimeters like a wall, forcefully suppressing the momentum of those 10 people. Zhu Peng, you all stay put. Jiang Ning glanced at the people behind him before turning back to face Chen Ye. Let me have some fun with him. He stepped forward, the Emperor engine within him emitting a low rumble. Thud thud, thud thud, thud thud. The sound was like a massive heart beating rapidly, each pulse causing the air around Jiang Ning to tremble slightly. A faint red glow emerged from within his body, enveloping him like a thin layer of blood mist. Under the grayish-white daylight, that glow appeared particularly enchanting, flickering in rhythm with his heartbeat. I will shatter your bones one by one. As Jiang Ning finished speaking, the rumble of the Emperor engine intensified. The faint red glow suddenly burst forth, and his body shot forward like an arrow released from its bow. His right fist was charged with power, and at that moment, all 16 points of strength were unleashed, the fist tearing through the air with a low whistling sound aimed straight at Chen Ye's face. This punch was faster, fiercer, and more lethal than the one on the corpse platform. Chen Ye did not dodge. He pulled back his right fist, rotating at the waist. A low roar squeezed from his throat. 1000 Gene heavy cannon. 20 points of strength were instantly drained, and a nearly invisible faint golden glow appeared on the surface of his fist. Their fists collided in the center of the square. Boom! The shockwave exploded from the point of contact, lifting dust from the ground and spreading outward into a visible ring. Dust hit the faces of those nearby, blinding their eyes. Chen Ye's body swayed slightly, his feet sliding back half a step on the ground, the soles of his shoes making a harsh scraping sound against the tiles. Jiang Ning's body flew out like a baseball struck by a bat. His body traced an arc in the air, his feet leaving the ground by more than a meter, flying more than 10 meters away and crashing against the base of the headless statue at the center of the intersection. Bang! The dull impact echoed down the empty street. Cracks appeared in the stone of the statue's base, debris tumbling down from the fractures. Jiang Ning slid down from the base, kneeling on one knee, one hand supporting the ground while the other hung at his side. His right hand trembled violently, not from fear, but from the recoil. The force of Chen Ye's punch was so great that his entire right arm felt numb from fingertips to shoulder, as if hit by a high-voltage current, every muscle fiber uncontrollably spasming. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Jiang Ning raised his head, his gaze fixed on Chen Ye, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Your strength. How can it be so high? What kind of talent are you? As he spoke, his voice trembled, the disparity in power beyond his comprehension. The Emperor engine continued to roar within him, the faint red glow still flickering on his body. But the previously aloof and calm aura had vanished, replaced by an unmasked shock. You really don't learn from your mistakes, daring to fight me. Chen Ye stood still, slowly retracting his right fist. The faint golden glow on his fist dissipated, but the scorching sensation lingered on his skin. His base strength was 10 points. The 1000 Gene heavy cannon unleashed 3 times the base strength damage, totaling 30 points of strength damage. Whereas Jiang Ning with the Emperor engine activated was at 16 points of strength. A nearly one-fold difference in a direct clash of strength. This was almost an insurmountable chasm. The square was silent as a grave. Zhu Peng's mouth was agape and Jian Lan's eyes were wide open. The 8 grade lackeys standing in the back were all retreating. It wasn't a conscious retreat, it was instinct. Their bodies made the judgment before their minds could catch up. The person opposite them was stronger than their leader. Wah! What the hell? Wang Shuan nearly let his fire axe slip from his hands. He gripped the handle tightly, his fingers cracking from the pressure. Li Zheng still held up his butcher's knife, but the tip trembled slightly. Qin Zhaoyang aimed his windbreaker crossbow, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground, eyes wide as saucers. Zhou Yiting covered her mouth, a pale blue glow flickering at her fingertips before extinguishing. Zhao Hai's metallic fists were still raised before his chest, but his expression was more vivid than anyone else's. He witnessed Chen Ye exchanging blows with Jiang Ning on the Corpse City platform, where Chen Ye had only managed to push Jiang Ning back by 4 steps. And now, a single punch sent Jiang Ning flying over 10 meters. How long has it been? 1 day? From the moment he got on the bus until now, just 1 day. And he had only leveled up once. Chen Ye's increase in strength was abnormally large. A Kraid talent couldn't achieve this. Even if he learned the 1000 Gene heavy cannon, the base power was fixed, it would be impossible to triple it and inflict such damage. Unless his base strength had long surpassed others. Chen Ye, just how strong are you? Zhao Hai's voice was low, barely audible to those around him. Chen Ye did not answer. His gaze remained locked on Jiang Ning, ignoring the shocked faces around him. Chen Ye pulled back his right fist again, the layer of faint golden light reappearing on his knuckles, resembling a ball of golden flame compressed to its limit. Take another punch from me. As soon as the words left his mouth, Chen Ye pushed off the ground with his legs, his body charging towards Jiang Ning like a cannonball. His speed couldn't match Jiang Ning's, but each step made the ground tremble, shattering the gravel beneath his feet, leaving shallow footprints on the tiles. Jiang Ning's pupils constricted suddenly. He saw the golden glow on Chen Ye's fist and no longer needed to confirm the strength difference. The previous punch had already told him that Chen Ye's power far exceeded his own. In the last moment, Jiang Ning abruptly dodged to the right. His high agility came into play at that moment. His body twisted at an incredible angle, like a snake slipping away from a blade. Chen Ye's fist grazed his left ribcage, the punch's wind tearing the fabric of his windbreaker, revealing the white t-shirt underneath. Boom! Chen Ye's fist smashed into the statue's pedestal behind Jiang Ning, sending debris flying and creating a half-meter-wide crater. Jiang Ning stood 2 meters away from the statue's pedestal, gasping for breath, his eyes fixed on the pit on the pedestal, his Adam's apple bobbing. If that punch had hit him, he didn't dare to think further. Don't hide if you're afraid to fight, just scram. Chen Ye pulled his fist out of the crater, stood upright, and brushed off the dust and debris from his hands. Jiang Ning's face turned crimson, veins bulging at his temples like worms writhing beneath his skin. The roar of the Emperor engine intensified within him, a faint red glow flickering erratically. He wanted to strike. His muscles screamed, his talent roared, his brain raced with calculations. Should he fight or not? Chen Ye's stamina must have been significantly depleted. Such high-level skills couldn't be used indefinitely. If he could exhaust Chen Ye's stamina with his agility attributes. But no, Chen Ye must have energy potions. There was also the Scray Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai stood about 5 meters behind Chen Ye's silver-gray metallic glint covering his fists. His gaze was fixed on the 10 people behind Jiang Ning, specifically on Zhu Peng. The look in his eyes was clear: if you dare to move, I will crush you. Zhu Peng's face turned pale, his hand holding the long knife trembling slightly. Jian Lan's expression wasn't any better. She had just seen the crater left by Chen Ye's punch, which looked like an open mouth, silently telling her that this person's power level was on a different plane from theirs. The other 8 had retreated to the edge of the square. There was no fight left. Jiang Ning's eyelids twitched. He took a deep breath. The roar of the Emperor engine gradually weakened, the faint red glow dissipating from around his body. His right hand hanging at his side still trembled slightly, a sign of uncontrolled muscle spasms. Let's go. He turned around without looking at anyone. Zhu Peng opened his mouth as if to say something, but upon seeing Jiang Ning's grim face, he swallowed his words. Jian Lan walked beside Jiang Ning, occasionally glancing in Chen Ye's direction. The 8 people followed at the end, some walking quickly with their heads down, others nearly running to leave. Someone looked back at Chen Ye, their eyes filled with fear, awe, and a near-instinctive reassessment. Then Jiang Ning's footsteps suddenly paused. He remembered something, turned around, and his gaze landed precisely on Gao Li. Gao Li stood still, gripping the sharpened rebar one and still stuck in the ground. Didn't you say Chen Ye was a Kraid talent? Is this really a Kraid talent? Jiang Ning's voice came out through clenched teeth, filled with a suppressed fury. Gao Li's mouth opened and closed. She turned to Chen Ye, her shock more intense than Jiang Ning's. When we were in Carriage 3, he said he was a Kraid talent. Gao Li's voice was faint, the last few words almost inaudible. Get lost. Jiang Ning uttered just one word before turning and striding southward. He even suspected that Gao Li was a spy sent by Chen Ye. The group of 10 quickly vanished around the street corner, their footsteps growing fainter. Gao Li stood there, her hand gripping the rebar hanging at her side, her fingertips trembling. She glanced in the direction Jiang Ning had disappeared, realizing her newfound support had vanished again. She stood there like a forgotten telephone pole in the square, lonely and unsure of where to go. Chen Ye ignored Gao Li, turned around, and walked back to Zhao Hai's group. Let's go. His tone was calm, as if nothing had happened. Zhao Hai stared at him for 2 seconds, the silver-gray metallic sheen fading from his fists, his metallic skin returning to its normal color. Wang Shuo slung the fire axe over his shoulder and said, Damn, that felt good. Why did you let him go? Jiang Ning was no match for you at all. Li Zheng tucked the butcher's knife back into his waist. His expression was much calmer than Wang Shuo's, but the shock in his eyes had not completely dissipated. Chen Ye glanced at Li Zheng. I was just much stronger than him. From the attributes he posted in the group, it was easy to calculate that his agility is 14 points. If he really wanted to run, I couldn't catch him even if I stepped on rocket boots. No need to waste stamina. Li Zheng nodded. True, his attributes are all doubled, and he's already leveled up to 3. It's indeed impossible to keep him at least now he knows to tread carefully around us. Qin Zhaoyang, clutching the windbreaker crossbow, jogged to catch up and walked alongside Chen Ye. Brother Yi, that punch you threw just now gave me goosebumps. Is your Kraid talent too abnormal? His voice rose several decibels, echoing in the empty street. Keep your voice down. Chen Ye tilted his head and gave him a look. Qin Zhaoyang immediately covered his mouth, yet the light in his eyes still leaked through his fingers. Zhou Yiting walked at the rear of the group. The ice-blue halo at her fingertips had completely faded. Her steps were neither fast nor slow, and her gaze remained fixed on Chen Ye's back. Since waking on the train until now, this man had been concealing his strength. While everyone panicked, he analyzed with calm. While others vied for the floor, he gathered information. While they all assumed it was class, he sentenced glass flying with a single punch. Chen Ye, what exactly is your talent? Zhou Yiting's voice came from the rear. Zhao Hai slowed his pace. He, Wang Shuo, and Li Zheng fell into a line. The 5 of them stared at Chen Ye. The 6-person group moved slowly along the southbound street. The Victorian-style houses on either side cast faint shadows in the gray light. Most of the houses had their doors open, a few were closed. Chen Ye walked at the front, hands in his pockets, a bone cleaver secured at his waist. He was silent for a few seconds. Right now, his voice cut off as he turned his head toward a third-floor window. On the window's glass was intact, the curtain was half-drawn, its deep red velvet thick and expensive. But behind the curtain, a pair of eyes. They were fixed on them. Chen Ye's steps halted. What's wrong? Zhao Hai followed his gaze. His fists almost instinctively took on a metallic sheen. Chen Ye frowned. Do you feel it? Something is watching us, from inside these houses. Wang Shuo took the fire axe off his shoulder and gripped the handle with both hands, blade facing outward. Li Zheng drew his butcher's knife from his waist. Qin Zhaoyang raised the Gale crossbow, 3 short bolts aimed at the window Chen Ye had looked at. Ice blue light reappeared around Zhou Yiting's fingertips. The 6 of them shifted instantly from marching to fighting. The 3rd floor curtain twitched, but no creature burst out. The street remained unervingly quiet. Chen Ye stared at that window for 2 seconds, then withdrew his gaze. Leave this place first. Their steps They moved twice as fast as before, though they did not run. After about 50 meters, an extremely faint sound came from behind that building. So soft it would have been unnoticed if the whole street were not so terribly silent. Chen Ye did not look back. His steps grew quicker. What was that? Qin Zhaoyang asked in a voice pressed. I don't know. Probably the city's monsters. The thing observed us and did not attack immediately, which means it follows some rules. This is Gui. Do the uncanny here, usually obeys rules. Zhou Yiting's voice came from the rear. Her steps were faster than usual, but her breathing remained steady. There is more than one house with something inside. Zhao Hai's voice was low. He walked to Chen Ye's right, the metallic sheen on his fists not fading. Can I shoot an arrow to test it? See what it actually is. Qin Zhaoyang held the Gale crossbow, his gaze sweeping between the windows as his Adam's apple bobbed faster and faster. No. Chen Ye's answer was short and resolute. Zhou Yiting agreed. Chen Ye is right. Until we understand the rules, we must not act first. At least those things have not attacked us. Rules. I hate these puzzles that require thinking. Uid rather be ensure do where you just fight. Qin Zhaoyang grumbled and pressed the crossbow's arm a little lower, though his finger remained on the trigger, ready to fire at a moment's notice. Just fight. Wang Shuo slung the fire axe over his shoulder and glanced at Qin Zhaoyang, a twitch at his mouth. Who was it in Shurdu who was chased so hard by the gray-skinned creatures his shoes flew off? I had no weapon then. Even with a weapon, you'd still have to run. Their bickering sounded especially sharp in the empty street. Chen Ye looked back, and both fell silent. Chen Ye quickened his pace and summoned the system chat panel. A blue screen flickered within the translucent interface. He swiped across it, typed a message, and sent it. Carriage 3 Chen Ye, everyone, do not rashly enter those houses. There is something inside watching us. The specifics are unclear. The group chat blew up in less than 3 seconds. Carriage 2 Lu Dong, it's already too late. Someone from our team went in and hasn't come out. At chances look grim. Carriage 4 Sun Jing, I felt it too. Those houses were watching us. At first I thought I was just imagining. Carriage 1 Su Shan, don't mention it. 2 people from our team went into a villa and then there was no sound. We called, but there was no response. Carriage 8 Lu Chen, damn, this place is too eerie. Everyone returned to the square at the crossroads. Carriage 7 Wang, Zay, everyone come back. Chen Ye closed the panel and quickened his pace. About half an hour later they returned to the crossroads square, where more than 30 people had already gathered. They were scattered across the square in small clusters of 2 or 3. Some whispered, some sat on statue pedestals, staring blankly, some leaned against lampposts smoking. No one spoke loudly, no one laughed. A heavy oppression hung in the air. Wang Zhe stood atop a statue pedestal, a twin-tail girl beside him. He saw Chen Ye's group returning from the south and gave a slight nod of greeting, then resumed talking with those beside. Chen Ye's group moved to the edge of the square and stopped in a relatively open spot. Zhao Hai stood to his right. Wang Shuo and Li Zheng crouched on the flowerbed edge. Qin Zhaoyang leaned the Gale crossbow against a lamppost. Zhou Yiting stood in the center of the group. Jiang Ming's team is back, Zhao Hai said. Chen Ye turned his head toward the north street. Jiang Ning emerged from the end of the street, his expression sullen. Only 5 people followed him. Chen Ye scanned the group and noticed Zhu Peng was missing. It seems they entered those houses too and suffered losses. Is Zhu Peng dead? Zhao Hai's tone was flat, not gloating. Jiang Ming's teammates are all combat-ready or ranked talents. Whatever is in those houses is not easy to deal with. Chen Ye drew his gaze back from Jiang Ning. The houses must not be entered. If those things come out at night, there will be nowhere to hide. We would have to stand and fight. Zhao Hai crossed his arms, brow furrowed. Even as in strength talent, he felt no assurance. The unknown is the most terrifying. Zhou Yiting moved closer to Chen Ye, her eyes fixed on a 3-story Victorian building on the square's north side. The curtain on its 2nd floor twitched. They are still watching us. Her voice was low, but many in the square heard it. Panic spread through the crowd at a visible pace. The whispers grew denser and more chaotic. Some began to push towards the center of the square, while others instinctively shrank back, and some raised their heads to glance at the building windows around them. Time passed second by second. The number of people in the square increased, gradually returning from all directions. Chen Ye glanced at the time. It was 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Most people had returned, or rather those who could return had already done so. Wang Zhe jumped down from the statue's pedestal and walked to the center of the square. Everyone, the situation is dire. The monsters in this city are completely different from the corpses. Those things can mimic sounds imitating the voices of your loved ones to deceive you into coming closer. As long as you get close enough to those houses, you'll hear those sounds. Some say they heard the voices of their family members calling their names. The square fell silent for a full 5 seconds. Then someone spoke up. What should we do? Are we just... There's no other way right now? Jiang Ning sent in 5 rank members, and the result was the same. None of them came out. I saw it with my own eyes. Then we can only wait to die. During the day, those ghostly things lure us in, and by night, they will likely come out on their own. We won't have anywhere to hide. Stop saying such discouraging things. The monsters from the corpses can be killed. Naturally, the things here can also be slain. We are not without combat strength. Everyone was at a loss for what to do, as if waiting was their only option. Chen Ye leaned against a lamp post, lightly tapping his fingers on his knee. Chen Ye, do you have any thoughts? Zhao Hai's voice came from beside him. Chen Ye looked up, his gaze sweeping across the windows of the Victorian buildings surrounding the square. Behind the curtains, those gazes were still there. He could feel it. It wasn't an illusion or a psychological effect. There was indeed something watching them from behind the windows. Chen Ye shook his head slightly. I have no thoughts. Grouping together and waiting for those things to come out on their own is currently our best option. Clearly those houses have something strange about them. It's not something that can be recklessly entered just because one is talented. Are you saying we just stay in the square? What about at night? Li Zheng crouched on the edge of the flower bed, looking up at Chen Ye. At night? Chen Ye glanced up at the gray sky. When soldiers come, they shall be met with soldiers. When water comes, it shall be damned. But you don't need to worry too much. The difficulty of the trial here is 1.5 stars, just half a star higher than the corpses. I believe that once those things come out, they won't be too difficult to deal with. With our team's strength, there is hope for survival. Well said, Wang Shuo responded. If those ghostly things were that powerful, they would have already come out and devoured us. There would be no need to use these tricks to lure us in. We are not made of dough. Chen Ye didn't reply, his gaze fixed on Wang Zhe. Wang Zhe had brought the girl with twin ponytails into Jiang Ning's group and was conversing with him. He noticed Chen Ye's gaze as well. The two exchanged glances from about 20 meters apart, and then Wang Zhe walked over with the girl. Wang Zhe stood before Chen Ye, pushing up his black-framed glasses. The girl with twin ponytails behind him was not very tall, wearing a light gray hoodie with the 2 pom-poms on her hood bouncing as she moved. Jiang Ning approached as well. He stood to Wang Zhe's right, arms crossed over his chest. His expression was not friendly, but it lacked the previous hostility, as if he wished to devour Chen Ye alive. Jianlan followed closely behind him. The 4 of them formed an irregular quadrilateral, and the gazes of the other people in the square drifted over. I understand there are conflicts between you, but now is not the time to settle personal grievances. You've seen the situation in this city. The things in those houses are troublesome. Wang Zhe glanced at the 3-story Victorian building to the north. The pair of eyes behind the curtain was no longer there, but the feeling of being watched still hung over everyone's heads. Chen Ye leaned against the lamp post, hands in his pockets, remaining silent. Zhao Hai stood to his right, his eyes fixed on Jiang Ning. Having nearly been betrayed, he naturally harbored no good feelings towards Jiang Ning, but Wang Zhe's words also held merit. Jiang Ning's lips moved slightly as if he wanted to say something, but he swallowed it back. Wang Zhe's gaze flicked back and forth between the two. We are among the most powerful people on this train. Putting aside our grievances to survive this current crisis is the choice of a wise person. Agreed, Chen Ye replied with a faint smile. Jiang Ning glanced at him, and then at Wang Zhe, letting out a muffled grunt which seemed to indicate his acquiescence. Wang Zhe's expression relaxed a bit. He turned around, scanning the dark windows surrounding the square. That's good. By the way, where is your classmate Gu? Why hasn't she returned yet? She should be back soon. We are not very familiar with her, but with her strength, she shouldn't have any issues. Chen Ye tilted his head to glance at the westward street, which was empty, the gray road extending to the horizon. Speak of the devil, and she shall appear. Gu Qinghuan is back. Zhao Hai pointed towards the street to the west. Everyone's gaze turned towards the west simultaneously. Gu Qinghuan walked out from the end of the street, her high ponytail swaying gently as she walked her pace unhurried. Xia Yan, please bring classmate Gu over here. Wang Zhe instructed the girl with twin ponytails beside him. Sure thing. Xia Yan replied, jogging towards Gu Qinghuan. Xia Yan reached Gu Qinghuan and said a few words. Gu Qinghuan paused her steps, turned her head towards Wang Zhe's direction, then retracted it, and followed Xia Yan over. She walked up to the group and came to a stop. Classmate Gu, thank you for being willing to come over. The situation is not very optimistic right now, and we want to discuss how to deal with tonight's scenario. You are the highest ranked among us, so I believe your talent is at least above Srank. I'd like to hear your opinion. Wang Zhe's tone was very polite, even a bit cautious. Gu Qinghuan glanced at him, but remained silent. Wang Zhe waited for about 2 seconds. Seeing that she had no intention of speaking, he continued without awkwardness. Now we have several issues to address. First, the things in those houses can mimic sounds and lure people in. No one who entered has come back out, including Jiang Ning's 5 rank team members. He glanced at Jiang Ning, whose face darkened momentarily, but didn't refute him. Second, those things are observing us, but they haven't attacked actively. This indicates that they are either waiting for an opportunity or need to follow certain rules. Third, and most importantly, what do we do at night? Wang Zhe finished speaking, his gaze sweeping over the few people present. After my people entered, I heard sounds of fighting and screams. They fought back, they did not die in silence. Jiang Ning leaned against the lamppost, arms crossed over his chest, his expression having returned to calm. Wang Zhe nodded. So they can be killed, but the issue is that those houses themselves are strange. Jiang, classmate, did you receive any messages from those 5 team members? Chen Ye's brow twitched slightly. Indeed, there was not a single distress message in the group chat. Those who entered the house seemed to have been completely erased from this world, leaving not even a word behind. Jiang Ning shook his head slightly. No, perhaps they didn't have time, or maybe the house couldn't let them send out a message. Based on the current information, we can only assume that there is some kind of rule in the house that is unfavorable to us, and we absolutely cannot enter. As for what those things are, we will only know once they come out of the house. Chen Ye looked up at the sky. The gray-white sky had no clouds, no sun, only an even expanse of that gray-white was visibly darkening at a rapid pace. A dusk arrived faster than expected. It seems the sky is about to darken. Zhao Hai's voice came from beside him, tinged with a taut vigilance. Chen Ye glanced at the time. It was 5:40 p.m. The people in the square stood up one by one, gripping their weapons tightly, waiting for those things hidden in the house to come out on their own. It sounded like a foolish decision, but no one proposed a better plan, and they had nowhere to hide. The gray-white light began to fade at a noticeable speed. In one moment, the outlines of the buildings across the street were barely visible, and in the next, the entire city was swallowed by darkness. The streetlights lit up at that very moment, the orange flames flickering within the glass lamps. The lamp posts, spaced every 20 meters, stretched along both sides of the street, extending to the end of the line of sight, like 2 glowing snakes slithering into the depths of darkness. Behind the deep red velvet curtains, the previously indistinct gazes became clearer. They're coming out. Chen Ye drew out his cleaver from his waist. Zhao Hai stood to Chen Ye's right, his fists completely metallicized. Wang Shuo picked up the fire axe from the ground, gripping the handle with both hands, the blade facing outward. Li Zheng had already drawn his pig-killing knife from his waist, the veins on his temples bulging, throbbing with each heartbeat. Qin Zhaoyang retreated to the back of the group, leaning against the statue's pedestal. The crossbow was held firmly in hand. 3 short arrows, already loaded, their tips aimed at the white villa with its doors wide open on the northern side of the square. Zhou Yiting stood slightly behind Chen Ye's left, her ice arrow technique already poised, tiny ice crystals forming around her fingertips. Here they come. Just as Chen Ye's voice fell, a pale hand stretched out from the open door of the house. The fingers were longer than those of an ordinary person, with black nails that weren't painted, but rather seemed to be the result of decay and corruption. The fingers gripped the doorframe, the nails embedding into the wooden doorframe, and then the entire body squeezed out from the darkness. The creature's height was comparable to that of an adult male, but its proportions were severely distorted. Its legs were absurdly long, resembling those of a crawling arthropod. Its face was a human face, complete with features, but it bore an exaggerated smile, the corners of its mouth twisted up to an extreme. Then more monsters emerged from other houses with open doors. They varied in form. Some were long and slender, like thin bamboo poles towering over 2.5 meters tall, while others were round and blubbery, lacking limbs, and having only a large mouth that split horizontally. Some had multiple limbs like spiders, but their torsos retained a human shape, crouched against the wall, their heads twisted a full 180 degrees, their human faces hanging upside down. But they all shared one commonality: their faces were human, and every face wore a smile. That kind of smile was not the excitement of a predator facing its prey, but rather a mechanical expression. A thought flashed through Chen Ye's mind: these things were once human. He had no time for deep contemplation. The first monster, crawling on all fours like a lizard, had already charged to the edge of the square. Its speed was much faster than that of the gray-skinned corpses. The distance from the doorframe to the square's edge was about 50 meters, and it took less than 2 seconds. Zhao Hai was the first to act, moving sideways 2 steps. As that creature lunged at him, his right fist roared upward from below. The metallic fist struck the monster's jaw, releasing the full force of 3 times his strength at that moment. Boom! The creature's head snapped back like a baseball struck by a bat, its body continuing to surge forward due to inertia, but its head had already stopped the vertebrae, emitting a series of spine-chilling cracking sounds. Its body flipped 1.5 times in the air before crashing heavily to the ground, motionless. The smile on its human face remained, but its eyes had closed. Zhao Hai was momentarily stunned. These ghostly things don't seem very strong. That's low intensity for your class talent. This is a war of attrition. Be mindful of conserving your energy. Chen Ye's voice came from behind. He had already drawn the cleaver from his waist. More monsters had arrived. A dozen surged in from different directions simultaneously. There were those blubbery creatures with wide mouths, the slender ones like bamboo poles, and the multi-limbed monsters that clung to the walls like spiders. Wang Shuo faced off against one of the blubbery ones. The blubbery creature moved in a peculiar manner. It didn't roll, but rather slithered forward using the wrinkled flesh at its base, not fast, but exuding an intense sense of pressure. Its large mouth opened and closed, making a pop-pop sound like a hydraulic press testing its biting power. Wang Shuo gripped the fire axe with both hands, pushed off with his right foot twisted at the waist, and poured all his strength into that swing. The blade struck the top of the blubbery creature, as if chopping into a mass of rubber. The flesh of that creature dented under the axe blade, but did not break, instead clamping down on the blade. Wang Shuo's pupils contracted. He attempted to pull out the axe, but the blade was clamped tightly, not budging an inch. The blubbery creature's mouth suddenly opened wide, attempting to bite down on Wang Shuo's waist. Bang! A gunshot-like explosion erupted in the square as an ice arrow precisely shot into the blubbery creature's open mouth. The ice arrow exploded within its mouth, sharp ice crystals tearing through the tough skin from the inside. The blubbery creature's body stiffened suddenly, the force of its jaws closing, reducing by more than half. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Shuo pulled the fire axe out. This time the blade brought out a large chunk of a viscous liquid akin to asphalt. Thanks. Wang Shuo shouted towards Zhou Yiting's direction. Zhou Yiting did not respond. Her second ice arrow had already been fired, targeting a crawling monster that lunged from the left. The ice arrow pierced into the creature's side, the ice crystals exploding at the wound, black liquid splattering out, and its speed noticeably slowed. Li Zheng supplemented with a knife from the side, the pig-killing knife, plunging into its eye socket, the entire blade disappearing, leaving only the handle outside. The creature twitched twice before going still. But the monsters continued to pour out from those houses, their speed increasing and their numbers multiplying. The square was plunged into complete chaos. Over 100 people spread across the square and its surrounding areas, fighting as individual small groups. Some coordinated well, while others had already begun to retreat. On the west side of the square, Wang Zhe also took action. He drew a long knife approximately 80 centimeters in length from his waist, and at the moment the blade touched the ground, an invisible force field expanded from him in all directions. The movements of the monsters charging into the force field instantly became slow and clumsy, requiring 3 to 4 times the usual effort for each lift of their limbs, and each descent felt like trudging through a quagmire. Xia Yan. Wang Zhe's voice exploded across the square. As soon as his words fell, Xia Yan's figure vanished into thin air. One moment she stood 2 meters behind Wang Zhe, and the next she appeared behind a monster, each hand gripping a short dagger. Before the first monster could turn around, Xia Yan's dagger had already pierced into its nape. The blade entered the gap between the vertebrae with precision, like a surgeon's scalpel. The creature's body stiffened for a moment, then collapsed like a machine that had lost power. Xia Yan's figure vanished again, reappearing 3 meters away at the side of another monster. Once more it was the nape, once more the gap between the vertebrae, and once more a precise strike. Her movements were utterly unpredictable. One moment, she was to the east, the next to the west, and in the following moment, she might appear to the north. The monsters in the force field could not even catch a glimpse of her position. They were unaware of when they had already met their demise. On the east side of the square, Jiangning's team was also establishing its own rhythm. The roar of the Emperor engine echoed throughout the eastern district, the heartbeat like thumps resembling a never-ending engine. His agility attribute exhibited overwhelming superiority in this combat, requiring high-speed movement and rapid responses. The faint red figure darted through the throng of monsters, and with every pause a monster's head was crushed or its throat was slit. He wielded nothing more than an ordinary long knife. The blade traced silver arcs through the night, each stroke precisely targeting the monster's most vulnerable spots. Although his strength was not as formidable as Chen Ye's, the speed and reflexes derived from his high agility allowed him to thrive in this chaotic Oni against many battle. 5 grade team members formed a high-speed combat machine centered around Jiangning. Some were responsible for frontal containment, others for side cover, while some cleaned up the remnants Jiangning had overlooked. While their coordination was not as exquisite as Wang Zhe and Xia Yan's, under the crushing efficiency of absolute speed and power, it was nonetheless effective. Just then, Jianlan beside Jiangning suddenly halted. Her face appeared pale as paper under the dim yellow streetlight, her lips trembling as she pointed toward a monster charging from the north side of the square. Ninggu. That is Zhu Peng's face. Is that Zhu Peng? Her voice trembled, each word forced out as if squeezed through gritted teeth. Jiang Ning followed her gaze. The monster was swiftly barreling toward them. Its form was no longer entirely human. Its limbs were twice the length of a normal person with joints bending in reverse like spider legs supporting its body. Yet its face was indeed Zhu Peng's face. A bizarre smile hung on that face, the corners of its mouth stretching to the limit, nearly reaching its ears. Its eyes were wide and round, pupils dilated to fill the entire eye socket, devoid of any emotion, only a hollow blackness. In its right hand it grasped something. That was a dagger. It was the white-quality weapon Jiang Ning had snatched from a boy in carriage number 5, the one with agility 1. During the day, Zhu Peng had led 4 people into a house with the door open, claiming to investigate the situation inside, and then he never came out again. That is no longer Zhu Peng. Jiang Ning's eyes turned crimson in the dim light of the street lamp. The Emperor engine within him emitted a low rumble. Boom boom, boom boom, boom boom boom. The sound grew faster and louder like an engine push. Jiang Ning's body shot forward from his position, the long knife aimed at the head of the transformed Zhu Peng. At the moment his knife descended, Zhu Peng lifted its head. The face that once belonged to a human now twisted at an eerie angle, the corners of its mouth stretching to its ears, revealing a set of uneven teeth. Its eyes were completely black, devoid of any sheen, like 2 bottomless black holes. Clang! The blade struck against the raised dagger, sparks flying. Zhu Peng's strength was astonishing. Jiang Ning's strike, which utilized 70% of his power, and his 18 points of strength in slashing were unexpectedly blocked. Even more bizarre was that its expression showed no change. The smile on that face seemed fixed in place by glue, the curve of its mouth remaining unchanged. Ninggu, what is happening? Jianlan's voice had shifted pitch. She stood 3 meters behind Jiang Ning, her long knife trembling slightly in her hand. Jiang Ning did not respond. His knife glided off Zhu Peng's dagger, his body spun in place, and the long knife slashed horizontally from the other side, targeting Zhu Peng's neck. Zhu Peng's body bent back at an angle that no human could achieve, like a bamboo stick being forcibly bent. Jiang Ning's blade grazed its nose, clipping several strands of hair. Then its knee suddenly straightened, its entire body propelled back like a slingshot, the dagger in its right hand thrusting straight at Jiang Ning's chest. Jiang Ning sidestepped, the dagger brushed past his left rib, tearing a gash in his tactical jacket. He released the knife handle with his right hand and transformed his movement into a grasp, seizing Zhu Peng's wrist and twisting it sharply. The sound of bones shattering echoed particularly sharply in the night. Zhu Peng's right wrist was twisted apart, the dagger falling from its hand, clattering to the ground with a crisp metallic sound. But Zhu Peng showed no reaction. It didn't even lower its head to check its ruined wrist. Its other hand, the one not holding a weapon, suddenly shot forward, fingers like claws aiming straight at Jiang Ning's abdomen. Jiang Ning's abdominal muscles tightened instantly, and his body retreated sharply. But Zhu Peng's speed was faster than he had anticipated. The fingertips of that hand grazed his clothing, the tactical jacket ripped open with 5 gashes, leaving shallow blood marks on his abdomen. Had his reaction been delayed by even a fraction of a second, those 5 fingers would have pierced into his abdomen. Zhu Peng did not pursue. It stood still, head tilted, still wearing that eerie smile. The angle of its tilted head grew larger to the point where a normal person's neck would have snapped long ago, yet it continued to tilt the vertebrae, emitting a series of painful crack sounds. Then it spoke. Ning. Go. Its voice was hoarse, fragmented, and distorted, as if emanating from a broken radio, or like someone was strangling its throat. Yet that was undeniably Zhu Peng's voice. Jianlan's pupils suddenly constricted, her lips quivering violently, the long knife nearly slipping from her grasp. Jiang Ning's expression finally changed. It was not fear, but something more complex. His brow furrowed, the veins on his temples bulging, the redness in his eyes deepening further. You are no longer Zhu Peng. Zhu Peng tilted his head, gazing at Jiang Ning, the smile at the corner of his mouth unwavering as he repeated those 2 words, Ning. Go. Ning. Go. The voice grew clearer and more coherent. Ning. Go. Save. Save me. Zhu Peng reached out his intact hand towards Jiang Ning, his 5 fingers spread in the air as if grasping for a lifeline. The eerie smile on his face finally vanished, replaced by a twisted expression of agony. Ninggu, it hurts so much. Please, save me. His eyes were no longer entirely black. A faint light emerged in his pupils like a candle flame, struggling desperately not to extinguish. Jianlan stood frozen in place. Jianlan stepped back. Jiang Ning's voice came from the front. Jianlan bit her lip and took 2 steps back, raising her long knife, the tip directed at Zhu Peng. Jiang Ning took a deep breath. The roar of the Emperor engine surged within him. A pale red halo erupted from his body, more intense than ever before, enveloping him like a burning flame. Ninggu, kill me. Please, kill me. Zhu Peng's voice suddenly became clear, no longer hoarse and distorted, sounding just like when he was alive. His eyes fully returned to normal, the light flickering in his black pupils. The eerie smile at the corner of his mouth had completely vanished, replaced by a face twisted in pain. Jiang Ning's eyes turned crimson. The roar of the Emperor engine reached its peak within him. The deep red figure disappeared from its original spot, reappearing before Zhu Peng in the next moment. His right hand's fingers were together, palm, like a blade penetrating Zhu Peng's lower jaw from underneath, bursting out from the top of his head. Black liquid and gray brain matter splattered out from the wound, splashing all over Jiang Ning's face. Zhu Peng's body froze. His eyes remained open, the light in his pupils rapidly fading, but he looked at Jiang Ning, the corners of his mouth slowly curving up, this time not an eerie smile. Thank you. After saying those last two words, Zhu Peng's body slumped to the ground. Jiang Ning stood beside Zhu Peng's corpse, his palms still stained with black liquid and gray brain matter, those liquids dripping down his fingers one drop at a time onto the ground beside the corpse. The roar of his Emperor engine continued. The deep red halo flickered around his body. Ninggu, Jianlan's voice came from behind. Jiang Ning did not turn around. He slowly retracted the hand that had pierced through Zhu Peng's head, wiped it on his clothes to remove the liquid, then bent down to pick up the dagger from the ground. Jiang Ning stored the dagger in his spatial storage, straightened his body, and took a deep breath. Zhu Peng is dead. If you want to live, pull yourself together. He turned around, no longer looking at Zhu Peng's corpse, and charged towards the monsters surging from the eastern side of the square. The deep red figure once again drew an arc in the night, the long knife slicing through the air, a bizarre head flying up, rolling to the ground with a smile still on its face. Jianlan gritted her teeth and followed. In the center of the square, Chen Ye pulled out his bone-cleaving knife from the neck of a crawling monster, black liquid spraying out as the creature convulsed twice and then became still. He had no time to look at the kill points on the system panel. Monsters continued to pour out from the houses with open doors, their numbers at least double compared to 10 minutes ago. The square was filled with the sounds of battle. The clash of weapons, the roars of monsters, the cries of humans, and the screams of the injured mixed together, resembling a hell on earth. Yigo, look over there. Qin Zhouyang's voice came from the direction of the statue's base, trembling noticeably. Chen Ye followed the direction of his finger and noticed his pupils slightly constrict. To the north side of the square, a monster was charging towards the crowd, resembling a lump of rotting meat, yet its face was remarkably clear. Chen Ye recognized it. That was Qian Bin from their compartment, the one who had exchanged a grade skill book and 2 strength potions for a healing potion to save his life. Now he had turned into a monster. Qian Bin's face was clearly discernible, his eyes twice the size of a normal person's, pupils entirely black, and his mouth stretched to the roots of his ears, wearing an exaggerated smile that sent chills down one's spine. Is that Qian Bin? Qin Zhouyang's voice had changed pitch. His Gale crossbow was in hand, the arrow tip aimed at the rapidly crawling Qian Bin, yet he hesitated to pull the trigger. Just yesterday afternoon, they had traded with Qian Bin, who, although they had taken advantage of him, it was still a mutually agreed matter. Chen Ye's brow furrowed slightly. The transformed Qian Bin had already reached the edge of the square, less than 30 meters from Qin Zhaoyang. Zhaoyang, what are you doing? Shoot it. Whoosh. Qin Zhaoyang gritted his teeth and pulled the trigger. The short arrow shot through the air, accurately piercing Qian Bin's left eye socket. The arrow penetrated nearly 5 centimeters, leaving only the fletching outside. Qian Bin's body jolted, but he did not fall. His head turned towards Qin Zhaoyang, that one remaining intact, eye fixating on him, the smile at the corner of his mouth unwavering. Then he changed direction and charged towards Qin Zhaoyang at an astonishing speed. Qin Zhouyang's pupils suddenly constricted. He instinctively took a step back, but with his back against the statue's base there was no escape. Hai Gu! Chen Ye's voice exploded in the night sky. Zhao Hai had charged in from the side, using his body as a weapon. At 195 centimeters tall and weighing 100 kilograms combined with his sprinting speed, he crashed into Qian Bin like an out-of-control truck. Qian Bin's body was knocked away, rolling twice in the air before crashing heavily onto the ground 10 meters away. Zhao Hai did not give him a chance to breathe. He charged forward, right fist drawn back, waist twisting, as his iron fist, powered by 3 times his strength, smashed into Qian Bin's head. Boom. That head, once belonging to a human, exploded like a watermelon. Gray brain matter and black liquid splattered all over Qian Bin's headless corpse, swayed twice before collapsing. Zhao Hai stood beside the corpse, gasping for breath, his metallic fist covered in black liquid and gray. Damn it, isn't that Qian Bin? He cursed and turned around, charging at another oncoming monster. Chen Ye's gaze shifted away from Qian Bin's corpse. He saw more. On the east side of the square, a creature dressed in a gray hoodie was entangled in a struggle with one of Jiang Ning's teammates. He recognized that gray hoodie. This afternoon, a boy with bandages wrapped around his legs had worn it at the square intersection. He had not yet recovered from the injuries sustained in the corpse city, limping as he walked. Now he no longer limped, his limbs were over twice the length of a normal person's, moving swiftly across the square at an astonishing speed. His face retained the contours of his former self, but the smile on it was exaggerated to the point of making one's scalp tingle. Jiang Ning's teammate was forced to retreat step by step, the steel pipe in his hand already bent, his palms split, blood flowing down the pipe. Get back! Jiang Ning's voice came from the side, and a deep red figure flashed past, swinging a long knife. The creature's head flew off, rolling onto the ground. The people who had vanished. Now they had all returned, transformed into smiling monsters. What on earth? Zhao Hai's voice came from beside Chen Ye, deep and filled with suppressed anger. I don't know, but one thing is certain, those houses can turn anyone who enters them into one of them. Moreover, this process is rapid. These ghostly things were once humans, likely passengers from other trains that arrived here before us. Chen Ye turned his gaze back from Jiang Ning, swinging the bone-chopping knife horizontally, the blade slicing through the neck of a charging monster. The blade cut through the pale skin, black liquid splattering out the cervical vertebrae, shattered the creature's head, tilting back. His strength was a remarkable 10 points. Even without using the heavy artillery, his ordinary attacks far surpassed that of a normal person. The bone-chopping knife felt as light as a toy in his hand, each strike leaving deep wounds on the monsters. However, there were simply too many of them. From the houses surrounding the square, more monsters continued to pour out. Not just one or two, but dozens, even hundreds. They varied in form, some resembling humans and others not, but all their faces were human faces, smiling. That smile appeared particularly eerie under the dim yellow light of the street lamps. It was as if masks were glued to those twisted bodies. Regardless of how the bodies moved, the expressions on their faces remained unchanged. Brother Yi, it seems these things are endless. Qin Zhouyang's voice came from the direction of the statue's base, filled with an unmistakable urgency. He had not stopped firing with the windblade crossbow in his hand, shooting arrow after arrow, each hitting its target with precision. However, the Blevel talent's perfect aim only ensured that he hit, not that he increased damage. His arrows could only penetrate those strange creatures' bodies by 2 or 3 centimeters, failing to deal fatal damage. Qin Zhouyang's supply of arrows was limited. If this continued, he would soon run out. Conserve your arrows, aim for the vital spots. Eyes, throats, back of the neck. Chen Ye shouted as he swung his. Qin Zhaoyang gritted his teeth, slowing his firing rate, but increasing his accuracy, each arrow striking precisely at a monster's eyes or throat. Zhou Yiting's ice arrow technique was also continuously delivering damage. Her energy levels were visibly decreasing, but each ice arrow inflicted effective harm. When the ice arrows exploded within the targets, ice crystals tore through the monster's flesh from the inside. Even if they couldn't deliver a fatal blow, they could incapacitate them, providing Zhao Hai and others a chance to finish them off. I'm almost out of energy. I have only one energy potion left. Should I use it now? Zhou Yiting's voice came through, laced with evident tension. Chen Ye frowned. Their consumption was too rapid. At this rate, it was clear the potions would not suffice. Zhao Hai's talent had been consistently draining energy, and one energy potion had already been used. Wang Shuo and Li Zheng were fine, as their passive talents did not require energy consumption. Zhou Yiting's energy was nearly depleted. Chen Ye's gaze was swiftly scanning the battlefield. The orange glow of the streetlight wavered in the night like a candle flame about to extinguish. The ground was littered with corpses, both monster and human, piled together, black liquid and dark red blood merging into small streams winding through the cracks in the pavement. Gu Qinghuan's flying daggers traced silver arcs in the air. 3 daggers, like 3 living silver snakes, darted through the night. Each dagger had its own trajectory, rhythm, and target. The one on the left cut through the throat of a crawling monster, black liquid splattering out as that creature's body went limp as if losing power. The one on the right pierced into the eye socket of a multi-limbed monster, the blade sinking entirely in her. It didn't even have time to scream before collapsing. The one directly in front curved in the air, bypassing the frontal defense of a meatball monster, stabbing into the back of its neck, the blade emerging from its throat, accompanied by a burst of black liquid. After completing the kills, the 3 flying daggers showed no sign of pausing, tracing 3 arcs in the air as they flew back to Gu Qinghuan like 3 swallows returning to their nest. She did not reach out to catch them. The daggers hovered momentarily around her body before shooting out again, faster than before, with even more intricate trajectories. Jiang Ning was battling not far away, the roar of the Emperor engine echoing within him, a deep red halo enveloping his body. His fighting style was entirely different from Gu Qinghuan's. Gu Qinghuan was static, standing still, using her flying daggers to reap everything that came near. Jiang Ning was dynamic, weaving through the throng of monsters, every pause resulting in a monster falling. His long knife had broken, replaced by a dagger he picked up from Zhu Peng's corpse. The agility attribute displayed a crushing advantage in this fast-paced combat. Those monsters were already fast, but they still couldn't catch up to Jiang Ning's speed, before their claws could reach him, his dagger had already sliced through their throats. However, Jiang Ning's energy consumption was substantial. The Emperor engine was an active talent that required continuous energy expenditure to maintain its state of doubling all attributes. Wang Zhe and Xia Yan exhibited similarly seamless teamwork. Any monster approaching Wang Zhe would be slowed down by the gravitational field. Xia Yan's figure flickered within the gravitational field. Her teleportation ability combined with Wang Zhe's gravitational domain formed an almost unbeatable combination technique. She harvested a monster on the east side one moment and appeared on the west side the next, slicing another's throat. Dual daggers fluttered in her hands, each flicker accompanied by the fall of a monster. The speed and efficiency were astonishing. The battle situation in the square was barely holding its balance under the support of high-level combat power, but this balance was quietly being disrupted by an invisible enemy. The monsters suddenly ceased their attacks, but auditory hallucinations emerged. Different voices surged from all directions simultaneously, as if the entire city were whispering together. "Mom! Where are you, Mom? I don't want to die. Who will save me? Open the door. Please open the door." Chen Ye's brow furrowed. He had heard these voices mentioned by Wang Zhe earlier that afternoon, the voices of the vanished people, the voices that lured people into the houses. Now these voices were not coming from those houses, but were ringing out directly in the square. Don't be deceived by those voices. Chen Ye's voice erupted in the square, but it was already too late. Not far from him on the southern side of the square, a girl in a white t-shirt halted her actions. Her eyes suddenly turned hollow, pupils dilating, lips trembling slightly as she murmured something. Then she turned and walked towards a house with its door wide open. Her pace quickened from walking to running, from running to charging. "Catch her!" someone shouted. A boy rushed forward to grab her arm, but she violently shook him off. Her strength was unusually great, causing the boy to stagger back, nearly falling. She bolted through the doorway of the house and vanished into the darkness. Then more people began to turn, walking towards those open doors. It was not by force, it was voluntary. Their faces bore a strange expression, as if in a trance or being drawn by some irresistible force. Some wept, calling out the names of their loved ones. Some were expressionless, their eyes vacant like walking corpses. Others laughed and cried, completely losing their sanity. "Stop them! Don't let them in!" Zhao Hai's voice rang out from the center of the square. Wang Shuo and Li Zheng rushed in, one on each side, grabbing two people who were heading towards the house. Wang Shuo grabbed a tall, thin boy. The boy's strength was astonishing. Wang Shuo, a sturdy man weighing 160 pounds, was dragged several steps forward, leaving 2 marks on the ground. "Damn it, how is he so strong?" Wang Shuo gritted his teeth, pushing against the ground, using all his weight, finally managing to hold the boy back. "They are under control. Knock them out." Chen Ye rushed over and struck the thin boy on the back of the neck. The boy's eyes rolled back, and he slumped to the ground motionless. But not everyone could be stopped. On the eastern side of the square, a boy in a gray tracksuit had already dashed into the doorway of a house, and his teammates chased after him, trying to pull him out. But the next moment, the boy in the gray tracksuit transformed into a monster and charged out, biting off his teammate's neck in one swift motion. On the northern side of the square, a girl stood at the entrance of a house, half her body already inside, one hand. "Save me! Pull me out!" Her voice trembled, her face streaked with tears. Her teammate rushed forward to grasp her hand and pull her back. She moved back a little, but soon was yanked backward by a great force. The two were locked in a stalemate at the doorway like a tug-of-war. Then her fingers slipped one by one from the doorframe. "No! No!" Her voice grew fainter and more distant, ultimately swallowed by the darkness. One person after another ran into those rooms. The 147 survivors who had emerged from the corpses were dwindling at an alarming rate on the first night in this city. Chen Ye stood slightly south of the center of the square. The black liquid on his bone-chopping knife had already solidified. He had consumed nearly half of his stamina, yet still had 4 stamina potions unused. Zhao Hai stood to his right. The metallic sheen on his fists had dulled significantly since the beginning. His stamina had depleted more than Chen Ye's, as his continuous output since the start had drained 2 stamina potions. Now only 2 remained. Wang Shuo and Li Zheng were in better shape than them. Their passive talents were revealing their advantages in this drawn-out battle. Their stamina had barely been consumed, although their physical strength had diminished considerably, their combat effectiveness had not noticeably declined. Qin Xiaoyang leaned against the statue's pedestal, panting heavily, having exhausted all his arrows from the crossbow. Zhou Yiting stood beside Qin Xiaoyang, her face pale and beaded with sweat. Her energy was completely spent, as she could no longer cast the ice arrow technique, and she hadn't yet used her last stamina potion. There were few people left standing in the square. Those who had been lured into the houses would become monsters upon emerging, and with each passing moment, they would soon be exhausted. After all, they didn't have many potions to sustain them. Zhou Yiting and Qin Xiaoyang were practically devoid of combat power. Everyone gather around me. Just then Wang Ze's voice exploded in the chaotic square. Chen Ye's gaze swept over. Wang Ze stood slightly west of the center of the square. A girl with twin ponytails, Xia Yin, stood in front of him, holding two short daggers with the blades smeared in black liquid. Let's go. Chen Ye took the first step, the bone-chopping knife hanging low at his side, the blade pointing down, black liquid dripping from the edge. Zhao Hai stepped back to follow. The metallic sheen on his fists had dulled significantly. Wang Shuo, Li Zhengqin, Zhaoyang, and Zhou Yiting followed closely behind. As Chen Ye's team moved towards Wang Ze, the others still standing in the square began to shift in that direction. Some walked steadily while others stumbled. From the east of the square, Jiang Ning burst out from the mass of monsters. His jacket had been torn in several places, revealing a new injury on his skin. Jianlan followed him with 4 other teammates. People in the square converged towards Wang Ze from different. In the end, including Chen Ye, Wang Ze, and Jiang Ning, along with other teams and lone survivors, there were a total of 30 people gathered around Wang Ze. A few hours ago, 147 people stood on the platform of this city. Now only 30 remained standing. The others had either become the incomplete corpses lying on the ground or transformed into those monsters. My gravity domain can cover a radius of 10 meters at most. I will suppress these monsters. You are responsible for killing them. Wang Ze finished speaking, planting his long knife into the ground. A wave of invisible force suddenly radiated outward. Chen Ye felt his body sink suddenly, as if his weight had multiplied several times. His legs felt like they were filled with lead, and each step required exponentially more effort than usual. However, soon his body returned to normal. Evidently, Wang Ze could control the gravity that everyone within the gravity domain experienced. At that moment, a monster crawling on all fours dashed to the edge of the gravity field. It plunged headlong into the gravity field from a high-speed dash, its body suddenly sinking as it entered the field. Its limbs pressed flat against the ground, as if an invisible hand was pinning it down. Its speed plummeted from extremely fast to extremely slow. Each claw lifting off the ground and falling back required 3 to 4 times the usual effort. Seeing this, Zhao Hai charged forward and threw a punch at the monster's head, his fist embedding into its skull, black liquid splattering out. The creature twitched a couple of times before falling still. He shook off the liquid from his fist, saying, "Damn, Wang Ze's ability is quite extraordinary. We can't maintain this for long. Expanding such a large gravity field consumes an immense amount of energy. Does anyone have energy potions? I need at least 6, which combined with the ones I have left should last until dawn." Wang Ze's voice came from the center of the gravity field, his complexion even paler than before, with veins bulging on his forehead and the blood vessels at his temples throbbing like worms. 6 energy potions. 300 points. Chen Ye remained silent. Aside from Zhou Yiting, who possessed a mental affinity talent, the rest of their team were all strength-oriented. Zhao Hai shook his head, revealing only 2 red energy potions left in his storage space. Jiang Ning also shook his head, saying, "I only have energy potions as well." When he looted, he also targeted the energy potions he needed. His team lacked any mental affinity talent. Zhou Yiting had 1 last energy potion left. Her energy was nearly depleted, and this potion was her last means of survival. However, a single potion wouldn't solve the issue. She glanced at Wang Ze and then at Chen Ye, ultimately deciding not to take it out. "None of you have energy potions." Wang Ze's expression grew serious. "I can give you 3. We'll see how long they last." Gu Qinghuan's voice came from the edge of the gravity field, and as she spoke, her flying knife dispatched another monster. She then flipped her palm, and 3 light green potions appeared in her hand. Wang Ze's eyes lit up. "Then it can only be this way. Let's take it one step at a time." Gu Qinghuan's palm was flat, and the 3 potions appeared to be held by an invisible hand, steadily flying over a distance of several meters and hovering before Wang Ze. Wang Ze reached out to take them, not hesitating, as he uncorked one and drank it down in one swift motion. Chen Ye's gaze lingered on Gu Qinghuan for a second. Gu Qinghuan had gained at least 1,000 points in the Corpse City, and with the extra points from being first on the leaderboard, her point reserve far surpassed everyone else's. 6 energy potions were not a large number for her, yet she only gave 3. This was just the first night of the trial in the Eerie City, and she needed to keep a backup plan for herself. Evidently her talent also consumed energy. Chen Ye withdrew his gaze, no longer looking at Gu Qinghuan. "I will do my utmost to maintain the gravity field. The rest depends on you all." As soon as Wang Ze's words fell, the monsters that had been lingering at the edge of the gravity field began to move. They no longer rushed chaotically as before, but instead halted in an orderly manner just outside the field, forming a loose semicircle. Dozens of pitch-black eyes stared intently at the 30 people within the gravity field. "No, wait." Chen Ye's gaze swept across the monsters. They were staring at Wang Ze. Why did these creatures suddenly stop? Zhou Yiting's voice came from the back. Chen Ye did not respond. The standoff lasted about 3 minutes. The monsters at the edge of the gravity field began to stir, pushing, shoving, and overlapping each other. Chen Ye frowned. These monsters were merging. Two of them began to draw closer. At the moment their bodies touched, it was as if they turned liquid, their boundaries blurring, merging, and overlapping. A crawling monster and a multi-limbed monster fused together, a new body growing from the point of fusion, like two clumps of clay being kneaded together. Then a third one joined, followed by a fourth, fifth. Increasingly more monsters participated in this merging process. Their bodies in the night resembled some fluid, solidifying, constantly changing, reorganizing, and twisting. Even the corpses of those already dead on the ground began to move. The bodies of the monsters that had fallen to the ground after being slain began to slowly move towards the massive mass that was merging, as if attracted by a magnet. The moment the corpses touched the mass, they were absorbed into it, becoming part of it. The mass visibly expanded. The streetlight shone upon it, revealing faces emerging from its grayish-white skin. These faces were not etched in eye, rather they bulged out from beneath the skin, as though living faces were embedded within its body. Eyes, noses, mouths. Oh, every face was distinctly recognizable. The expressions on those faces were no longer uniform smiles. Some faces were crying, tears oozing from tightly closed eyes, trickling down the surface of the mass. Some faces were screaming, mouths agape to their limits. Others wore blank expressions, eyes half closed, as if trapped in a dream from which they would never awaken. Most of the faces Chen Ye did not recognize, but he recognized a few. Zhu Peng's face was positioned slightly below the right side of the massive mass, frowning with the corners of his mouth turned down. That face no longer bore the calm smile from before his death, but instead displayed a twisted expression of. Qian Bin's face was not far from Zhu Peng, his eyes bulging wide, mouth agape. The fear on that face solidified like a wax statue. Then there was Su Shan, the leader of the team he encountered at the shelter in the corpse city, who had died in the recent battle. His face was positioned at the upper front of the mass, as if looking down at everyone in the square with a numbed expression. Wang Shuan nearly dropped his fire axe. Li Zheng held his cleaver at chest level, the tip quivering slightly. The gravity field was deathly silent. 30 people, no one spoke, no one moved, all were staring at the ever-expanding mass. What the hell is that thing? Qin Zhouyang's voice erupted in the empty square, carrying an almost collapsing sharpness. No one answered his question, because no one knew the answer. The mass had ceased merging. It stabilized at a certain height, approximately 3 stories tall. The massive form resembled a fleshy hill, like a gigantic slime crouched on the street north of the square, completely blocking the entire street. The surface of its body was covered in twisted faces. Those faces were still moving, their eyes blinked, lips moved as if trying to say something, but no sound emerged. The facial features of the mass had only 2 large, hollow, pitch-black eye sockets. Rather than eye sockets, they resembled 2 black holes slowly turning towards the center of the gravity field, towards Wang Zhe. That feeling of being watched was stronger than ever, as if a mountain was looking down at an ant. As if some existence far beyond comprehension was scrutinizing an insignificant prey. Wang Zhe's face turned as pale as paper. His hands gripped the knife handle, fingers trembling slightly, yet he did not take a step back, the gravity field still stable around him. The faces on the surface of the mass simultaneously opened their mouths, emitting a silent scream. It was not a sound, it was a shockwave that transcended the realm of hearing. The shockwave surged towards Wang Zhe like a stone shattering through a layer of glass. Wang Zhe grunted, staggering back 2 steps, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. The gravity field instantly dissipated. He felt as though his head might split open. At that moment the mass moved. It had no legs, the entire massive body wriggled forward, propelled by folded flesh, but at an astonishing speed. Like a moving hill advancing towards the remnants of the gravity field, its flesh-colored body dragged along the ground. With each wriggle it advanced several meters, the faces within the folds being squeezed, stretched, and twisted, their expressions growing even more grotesque. It was less than 50 meters away from Wang Zhe, needing only 3 or 4 wriggles to crush him. Scatter! Wang Zhe's voice exploded in the square. He paid no attention to the blood at the corner of his mouth, grabbing Xia Yan's arm with his left hand and violently pulling her westward. The two of them dodged from the front of the fusion body, narrowly avoiding the crushing path of that flesh-colored hill. The fusion boat's massive form rolled over the spot where they had just stood, shattering the granite tiles and sending fragments flying. A deep drag mark of blood and flesh was left on the ground, resembling the slime left behind by a giant slug. Spread out. Don't gather together. Chen Ye's voice followed closely after Wang Zhe's words. Zhao Hai moved to the right, and Wang Shuo and Li Zheng followed him. Qin Zhaoyang went left with Zhou Yiting, pulling his arm towards the statue's pedestal. Chen Ye did not join either side. He retreated a dozen steps to the edge of the square next to a lamppost, holding his bone-cutting knife in front of him, his gaze fixed on the flesh-colored hill that was turning. The fusion body came to a stop. Its enormous form crouched in a position slightly north of the square's center, overshadowing half the square. The orange light from the lamppost shone through behind it, casting a massive and distorted shadow on the ground. On the surface of its body, the faces embedded in the skin were still moving. Eyes blinked, lips quivered, some faces cried, some smiled, while others bore no expression. Then those faces simultaneously opened their mouths. It was not the previous silent scream. Chen Ye could clearly hear those voices. It was as if dozens of people were speaking at the same time in his mind, their voices overlapping, creating a cacophony akin to a bustling market, yet terrifyingly clear. So painful. So painful. Help me. Someone save me. I don't want to die. I don't want to become like this. The voices carried sobs, screams, murmurs, and roars, a chaotic mix of emotions. Chen Ye felt as if his brain had been struck by a hammer. It was not pain. It was a more terrifying chaos. His thoughts began to blur, his consciousness stirred by something, and each time those faces opened their mouths, another layer of noise filled his mind. His vision began to blur. He saw illusions appearing before him. He saw the dormitory of Yin City, the playground outside the window, the crowd lining up in the cafeteria, and the faces of his parents. So real it felt unreal. Chen Ye bit down hard on his tongue. The taste of blood exploded in his mouth, the pain piercing through the noise in his mind like a needle. The illusion shattered. The dormitory of Yin City disappeared, the cafeteria vanished, and his parents' faces faded away. Before him was once again the square, illuminated by the lamppost, the flesh-colored hill, and those faces. Hold your mind. Those are illusions. Chen Ye's voice was hoarse. In the square, some had already fallen. Not from wounds inflicted by the monster, but from the mental assault of those voices in their minds. A boy squatted on the ground with his hands over his head, letting out a beast-like howl. His eyes were bloodshot, pupils dilated, and froth leaked from the corners of his mouth. A girl knelt on the ground, supporting herself with her hands, her forehead pressed against the rubble, her shoulders heaving violently, as if enduring some extreme pain. She repeatedly mumbled the same phrase, "It's not real. It's not real. It's not real." More people were struggling. Some hugged their heads and squatted down, some knelt on the ground, gagging, and others began to spin in place. In a group of fewer than 30, at least half had lost their fighting capability in this wave of mental assault. Wang Ze's face was as pale as paper. The previous mental shock had already left his mind in turmoil, and now he was struck heated by this wave of mental assault, making him sway unsteadily. Xia Yin supported him with one hand, while gripping a dagger with the other. Her expression was relatively calm, but her lips trembled slightly. Jiang Ning's emperor engine still roared, a deep red halo enveloping his body. His brow was tightly furrowed, veins bulging at his temples, but he did not crouch, did not kneel, and did not take a step back. Jianlan and the other 3 team members fared much worse. Jianlan squatted on the ground, holding her head, her long knife abandoned at her feet, emitting suppressed whimpers. Among the other 3 too were directly slumped on the ground, their eyes vacant, while the other knelt and gagged. Gu Qinghuan stood at the very edge of the square furthest from the fusion body, yet the mental shock was indiscriminate. Her face was paler than usual, lips tightly pressed together, but her eyes remained clear. 3 silvery flying knives continued to spin slowly by her side. The fusion body moved again. Its form began to writhe, the flesh-colored folds undulating like waves from the back to the front, the entire flesh mountain pressing towards the center of the square. The ground trembled beneath it, stones were pressed into the soil, and the sound of breaking tiles merged into a single chorus. Its speed was even faster than before. It aimed at the area where the incapacitated people were gathered in the square. "Block it." Wang Ze's voice. He pushed Xia Yan's hand away, gripping the hilt of his long knife with both hands, and suddenly swung down at the writhing fusion body. An invisible force field enveloped the enormous form of the fusion body, drastically reducing its forward momentum. But it did not stop. The expressions of the faces on its surface became even more distorted, as if enduring immense pain. Several faces moved their lips faster, the voices in their minds becoming denser and sharper. Blood trickled from the corner of Wang Ze's mouth again. "What are you waiting for? Hit it." As Chen Ye's voice erupted in the square, his body was already in motion. He pushed off the ground with his legs, the tiles shattering beneath his feet, and he shot towards the fusion body like a cannonball fired from its barrel. His speed was nearing its limit. The fusion body was too massive, no aiming was needed, no positioning required, and he didn't even need to worry about missing. Thus, he chose the most direct method, charging head-on. His right fist drew back his waist, and hips twisting, launching like a heavy cannon. 20 points of energy were instantly drained, and a faint golden glow appeared on his fist, resembling a ball of golden flame compressed to its utmost in the night. The fusion body also noticed him. Among the faces embedded in its surface, one turned towards Chen Ye. That face opened its mouth. No sound, but Chen Ye felt it. An invisible shockwave erupted from that face's mouth, heading straight for his face. In a high-speed sprint, Chen Ye suddenly tilted to the right, His right foot pushed hard against the ground, changing the direction of his charge from a frontal assault to a flanking maneuver. The shockwave grazed past his left shoulder, striking the ground behind him. Boom! A pit 1 meter in diameter exploded in the granite tiles, stones flying, dust swirling. Chen Ye did not look back. His trajectory shifted from a straight line to an arc circling to the side of the fusion entity. The pale golden halo of the heavy artillery blazed to its peak on his fist. Then he leaped into the air. The explosive power from his legs, fueled by 10 points of strength, propelled his body skyward like a rocket, his feet nearly 2 meters off the ground. His target was the densely packed faces covering the surface of the fusion entity. One face was embedded on the lower right side of the fusion body, contorted in expression, mouth agape, as if it were screaming. Chen Ye's right fist came crashing down. The heavy artillery struck the center of that face's forehead. Ka ka ka. 3 sharp sounds rang out. The face struck directly by him shattered instantly, and with it 2 nearby faces were also shattered by the 3 faces broke apart like porcelain struck by a hammer, splintering into dozens of fragments that peeled away from the surface of the fusion entity, revealing muscle-like fibers beneath. As the faces shattered, 3 basketball-sized lumps of flesh fell from the fusion entity. Kill the strange face points, 20. Kill the strange face points, 20. Kill the strange face points, 20. The system prompt flashed before his eyes. Chen Ye understood if he shattered all these faces, the fusion entity should decompose on its own. Just as he prepared to continue smashing the faces, the fusion entity's body suddenly trembled violently. It seemed enraged. The expressions of the faces on its surface twisted even more. The crying faces wept even more fiercely. The laughing faces laughed even more maniacally. The screaming faces grew louder. The voices in his mind intensified abruptly. It hurts. It hurts so much. Don't hit me. Don't hit me. Who are you? Who are you? Who are you? The voices overlapped as if hundreds of people were simultaneously screaming in Chen Ye's mind. His temples felt as if they were pierced by 2 heated iron rods, blinding him with pain. Chen Ye gritted his teeth and retreated, putting distance between himself and the fusion entity. Hit those faces. That's the weak point. This demon can be killed. His voice erupted from the center of the square, penetrating the noise in their minds, reaching the ears of everyone still standing. Zhao Hai was the first to react. He burst out from the right side of the square, silver-gray metallic sheen covering his entire right arm. He aimed at a crying face positioned slightly above the front of the fusion entity, pulling back his right fist, rotating his waist, channeling all his strength into that punch. The triple-strength iron fist crashed into the mouth of that face. Ka! Another sharp sound. The face shattered, and yet another lump of flesh fell from the fusion entity, crashing to the ground. Zhao Hai stepped back 2 paces, shaking off the debris from his fist. Jiang Ning moved as well. The deep red figure traced an arc through the night, rushing toward the side of the fusion entity. The roar of the Emperor engine reverberated within him to its fullest as the dagger sliced through a screaming face on the surface of the fusion entity. The blade cut through the face's forehead from top to bottom, cleaving it in 2. The shattered face peeled away from the surface of the fusion entity, and a lump of flesh fell down. But Jiang Ning's target was not just one. After slicing through the first face, his blade showed no signs of stopping. Leveraging the reaction force, he changed direction midair, thrusting the dagger upward into the forehead of another nearby face. He twisted his wrist, stirring the dagger inside the face. The face shattered. A second lump of flesh fell. The interval between the 2 attacks was less than a second, the speed so fast that the naked eye could hardly keep up. As Jiang Ning landed, the 2 lumps of flesh were already twitching on the ground. The body of the fusion entity began to tremble violently. The faces on its surface seemed to open their mouths simultaneously. The voices in their minds transformed from dozens to hundreds, escalating from a cacophony to a deafening roar, shifting from chaos to a unified shriek. An invisible shockwave radiated outward from the fusion entity in all directions. The sound was not loud, but it had immense penetrating power, like ultrasonic waves or some form of energy pulse beyond human hearing. Chen Ye felt as if his head had exploded from the inside. His vision swayed violently, the world spinning. His eardrums vibrated, but it was not from hearing the sound. It was a physical resonance, the entire skull vibrating along with that frequency. He knelt on one knee. One hand braced against the ground, fingers digging into the gaps between the broken stones, stabilizing himself to prevent falling. Zhao Hai also knelt. His metallic skin remained, but his fists pressed against the ground, arms trembling. Wang Shuo and Li Zheng were in even worse condition. The 2 squatted on the ground, hands clasped over their heads, emitting suppressed groans. Qin Jiayang curled up beside the statue's base. The Gale crossbow dropped on the ground, hands covering his ears, but the sound was not entering through his ears, rendering his efforts futile. His face was flushed red, blood vessels bulging at his temples, his whole body curled tightly. Zhou Yiting knelt beside Qin Jiayang, her face pale, as paper-cold sweat covering her forehead, lips bitten through blood dripping down her chin. Xia Yin supported Wang Ze, both of them on one knee. Wang Ze's long knife was still embedded in the ground, but the blade had begun to shake the gravitational field controlling the fusion entity, teetering on the edge of collapse. Jin Lan and several others had completely collapsed on the ground. Some were curled up, some sprawled out, some still twitching, and some had already gone still. Among those previously overwhelmed by the mental shock, a few had blood streaming from their 7 orifices. Just then Gu Qinghuan's 3 silver-white flying knives traced 3 arcs in the night sky, accurately piercing into 3 faces on the fusion entity. The flying knives, after penetrating the faces, spun at an extremely high frequency in place like 3 small meat grinders, shredding those 3 faces into minuscule bits. Another 3 lumps of flesh fell down. The body of the fusion entity trembled violently. After the faces shattered, its size seemed to shrink by a circle, and the expressions of the remaining faces grew even more distorted. Keep attacking. While it's still recovering, Chen Ye steadied himself and stood up, drinking a strength potion to fill his energy. He raised his head, locking his gaze on the twisted faces still on the surface of the fusion entity. Zhao Hai stood to his right, his metallic fists colliding with one another. Jiang Ning stood to the left, the roar of the Emperor engine stabilizing once more. Wang Ze rose. His face was still as pale as paper, hands gripping the hilt of his long knife, pressing it slowly downward. With each millimeter the blade descended, the gravitational field controlling the fusion entity intensified. Until the body of the fusion entity was pinned in place by the gravitational field, the entire mass of flesh sank nearly 10 centimeters, creating a massive crater in the ground. I can only hold for 3 minutes. Wang Ze's voice squeezed out between his teeth. Blood began to seep from his 7 orifices, veins bulging on his forehead. Xia Yin stood behind him, hands resting on Wang Ze's shoulders. That's enough. Chen Ye said just 2 words. He charged toward the fusion entity. Pulling back his right fist, the heavy artillery activated once more, drawing away 20 points of energy, a pale golden halo igniting on his fist. Zhao Hai flanked from the other side. Jiang Ning approached from the front. Gu Qinghuan's flying knives traced 3 silver-white arcs in the air. 4 attacks from 4 directions simultaneously struck the twisted faces on the surface of the fusion entity. A series of crack sounds erupted. Faces on the fusion entity shattered one after another, chunks of flesh continuously falling off. The fusion entity's body trembled violently, and an invisible mental shockwave spread outwards again, but this time the intensity was much weaker than before. Chen Ye sensed the shrill scream, but his consciousness did not shake violently as it did before. It merely blurred for a moment before returning to clarity. Its mental attack has weakened. Every face shattered makes it weaker. Chen Ye's voice erupted in the square. Zhao Hai shouted and simultaneously smashed his fists into a screaming face. The silver-gray metallic fist embedded into the face, and as he pulled outward with both hands, the entire face was torn in half, black liquid splattering all over him. Jiang Ning's dagger spun around him, forming a silver-white whirlwind. The high agility brought by the Emperor engine made each of his strikes almost imperceptible, slicing through the face's brow, eye socket, and mouth one after another. Gu Qinghuan's flying knives darted through the night, becoming faster and faster. The 3 silver blades seemed alive, each targeting its own objective. The knife on the left dove from above, piercing into the brow of a face. The one on the right stabbed in horizontally from the side, penetrating the left eye socket of another face. The knife in front first lifted upwards, then vertically plunged down, its tip accurately embedding into the mouth of a face. All 3 knives completed their kills simultaneously, withdrawing from the shattered faces, changing direction in midair, and seeking their next targets. Chen Ye's heavy cannon continued to blast, completely disregarding the consumption of energy, only seeking to shatter all these faces within 3 minutes. The faces on the surface of the fusion entity were visibly decreasing, shattering, falling off, being ground and mashed, its size shrinking. It shrank from 3 stories high to 2, and from 2 stories to 1. The flesh-colored hill collapsed, but it continued to resist. Those faces still embedded on its surface opened their mouths simultaneously. One by one they howled, their voices exploding directly in the minds of the onlookers. We don't want to die. Why did you turn us into this? It's you. You are the ones who killed us. The voices overlapped, mingling with hatred, despair, and resentment. Chen Ye's footsteps paused momentarily. His pupils constricted slightly, not out of fear, but because he recognized a few of the voices. My skill book. That's mine. You bunch of thieves. That was Qian Bin's voice. Brother Ning, it hurts so much, save me. That was Zhu Peng's voice. Chen Ye bit down on his tongue fiercely. The taste of blood exploded in his mouth, the pain stabbing through his mind like a needle amidst those voices. Don't listen. Those aren't their voices. It's this thing mimicking them. Just like the voices luring people into. Chen Ye's voice pierced through the cries and howls. Zhao Hai reacted the fastest, smashing his fist through a screaming face, his fist emerging from the back of the face, black liquid flowing down his forearm. The voices of those faces were too annoying. Wang Shuo and Li Zheng charged up as well. Their passive abilities kicked in at this moment, disregarding energy consumption and solely focusing on output. Wang Shuo's fire axe struck a face, embedding into its brow. He gripped the axe handle with both hands and forcefully pried it away, the entire face coming off like a tooth being pulled. Li Zheng's butcher knife sliced into the corner of a face's mouth from the side, the blade following the curve of the cheek upwards, severing half the face, which then fell off the fusion entity. Jiang Ning's Emperor engine roared to the limit, a deep red halo around him burning into a fiery. His speed was faster than before, the trajectory of his dagger in the night becoming almost imperceptible, only the faces on the fusion entity's surface shattering one after another as the blade passed. Jian Lan, along with two other combat-capable teammates, provided support from the side responsible for dealing with the flesh chunks falling from the fusion entity, grinding them to prevent reabsorption. Gu Qinghuan's flying knives still darted through the night sky, each one accurately striking the brow of a face, the blades nearly fully embedding. Then they spun inside the face before withdrawing, ensuring that it shattered completely. Her complexion was paler than before, a fine sheen of sweat beading on her forehead as she controlled 3 knives to attack simultaneously. Chen Ye was panting. His energy was nearly depleted. The heavy cannon continued to blast, his energy rapidly consuming. He flipped his palm, revealing a red energy potion, the second of his 4 potions. He twisted the cap open and drank it down. At the moment the red liquid flowed down his throat, his energy surged back to 100. One last round. Shatter it. Chen Ye threw the empty tube on the ground. Zhao Hai's silver-gray right fist smashed into the last face atop the fusion entity, embedding into its brow, black liquid gushing out from the cracks. The face's mouth opened, attempting to emit one last shriek, but Zhao Hai's fist was faster than its voice, shattering the entire face with a single punch. The fusion entity's body trembled violently. At the moment the last face shattered, all the wrinkles on its surface opened simultaneously, not releasing an attack, but deflating. Like a balloon pierced with countless holes. The flesh-colored hill collapsed at a visible speed, shrinking from a height of 1 story to a height of a person, then to a pile of rotten flesh. The pile of rotten flesh lay in the center of the square, spreading nearly 10 meters wide, but less than half a meter high, resembling a pile of mashed meat. The surface of the rotten flesh no longer had complete faces, only some indistinct outlines of features faintly visible in the gray-white meat paste. Chen Ye stood at the edge of the pile of rotten flesh, gasping for breath. His clothes were soaked with black liquid and gray-white debris, the knuckles of his right fist scraped, blood dripping down his fingers. Zhao Hai stood to his right, the metallic sheen on his fists gradually fading. His complexion had turned pale, sweat beading on his forehead. Wang Shuo and Li Zheng were supporting each other. Qin Zhaoyan crawled up from beside the statue's pedestal, shook his head, and bent down to pick up the Gale crossbow from the ground. Zhou Yiting was still kneeling on the ground, her knees pressed against the surface, her palms resting on the rubble. Her face was as white as paper, her lips devoid of color. Class leader, get up. Chen Ye approached and extended his hand to her. Zhou Yiting looked up at him and then reached out to grasp his hand. Chen Ye pulled her up. Wang Zhe still stood in place. The gravity domain had long since dissipated, but his long knife was embedded in the ground, both hands gripping the hilt, resembling a statue. The blood from the 7 orifices had dried, forming dark red scabs on his face. He opened his eyes, and there was still light in his pupils, though it was very faint. Wang Zhe, are you okay? Zhao Hai's voice came from the side, carrying a hint of uncertainty. Wang Zhe's fingers twitched as he released the hilt of the knife, his body swaying slightly, and Xia Yan supported him from behind. I'm fine. I'm not dead yet. His voice was as hoarse as sandpaper grinding, and among everyone he was the most severely injured. Xia Yan said nothing and helped Wang Zhe slowly sit down on the ground. She took out a bottle of water from her storage space, unscrewed the cap, and handed it to him. Wang Zhe took the water, took a sip, leaned against Xia Yan's shoulder, and closed his eyes. Chen Ye's gaze shifted away from the pile of mangled flesh and scanned the remaining people standing in the square, including them Wang Zhe, Jiang Ning's team, and Gu Qinghuan, along with 2 or 3 other capable individuals. Only 21 people were still alive. In the crowd he saw 2 familiar faces. Gao Li had survived, and Lu Chun, who had wanted to scavenge skill books in the corpse city, was also alive. Li Jiahao and his 2 lackeys were nowhere to be seen. During the corpse city incident, Li Jiahao had been quite relaxed with his 2 younger brothers. Did you see Li Jiahao and the other 2? Chen Ye asked. Zhao Hai shook his head. It seems they have been missing since the beginning. Chen Ye looked at Zhou Yiting. Class leader, what talents did Sun Kai and Ma Wenba have when you counted them? Were they stealth-type talents? Zhou Yiting thought for a moment. Neither of them had stealth-type talents. Forget them. Oh, we still have a night to endure. With our current numbers and condition, it might be difficult. Chen Ye gazed at the sky, which was beginning to lighten. His brow furrowed. They had fought with all their might just to survive the first night. He didn't know how many monsters he had killed that night. His kill points had already exceeded 1,000. As long as he survived this survival trial, his level would surely rise several levels. We have very few potions left. I only have one last one. Once the potion is used up, our combat power will drop several tiers. Zhao Hai also wore a worried expression. About the potions. Chen Ye suddenly grinned. I have a way. Zhao Hai glanced at Chen Ye, but didn't ask further. He naturally believed that Chen Ye had a solution. Yigu. Qin Jiayang walked over to Chen Ye. We've killed so many monsters, there should be some drops. Let's check these corpses of perhaps there are weapons or items. Wang Shuo was the first to jump up. The wound on his left arm was still oozing blood, but he didn't care at all. Yeah, after killing so many monsters, there should be something. He grabbed a fire axe and turned to head towards the pile of monster corpses. Li Zheng also stood up from the ground, tucking his pig-killing knife back into his waist. I'll go too. The dropped items should be near the corpses. Zhou Yiting raised her head, her gaze sweeping over the corpses. Then I'll go take a look too. Let's go, everyone, check them out. Zhao Hai waved his hand and led the way towards the most densely packed pile of monster corpses. The survivors in the square, upon hearing the word drops, also stood up in unison. 21 people moved almost simultaneously. Some had weapons in hand, while others were barehanded as they went to rummage through the monster corpses. Chen Ye also walked over. He didn't head towards the crowded areas, but instead walked to the edge of the square where some unnoticed monster corpses lay scattered. He crouched down and turned over a corpse of a crawling monster. The creature's body had already stiffened. Its grayish-white skin was covered with cracks, and black liquid seeped out from the crevices, emitting a foul odor. Nothing was found. Chen Ye stood up and moved to the next corpse. The second one was a multi-limbed monster with 6 limbs curled up like spider legs, a vague human face outline embedded in its torso. He used the bone-chopping knife to push aside those limbs and searched beneath the corpse. Still nothing. The third, fourth, and fifth. Chen Ye went through them one by one, finding nothing. His brow furrowed slightly, but he didn't give up and continued to the next corpse. Damn, I found a knife. Wang Shuo's voice came from the center of the square, filled with uncontainable excitement. He tossed down the fire axe and held up a short knife about 40 centimeters long with a faint white glow shimmering on the blade, like some kind of energy coating. What quality? What attributes? Li Zheng leaned over his head, almost touching the blade. Wang Shuo summoned the attribute panel, the light curtain unfolding before him. He stared at it for 2 seconds, then grinned. White quality, 1 strength. Although it's not something great, it's better than nothing. He stored the short knife back in his storage space, picked up the fire axe, and continued searching the next corpse. The square became lively. All 21 people were rummaging through the monster corpses. Some pried with weapons, others searched with their hands, and some kicked aside the intertwined bodies. Black liquid splattered everywhere, filling the air with a pungent stench, but no one complained. Gu Qinghuan was also searching. She stood on the eastern side of the square holding a steel pipe she had picked up from the ground. She pried open one monster corpse after another. Her movements were neither fast nor slow, and her expression showed no change, neither anxious nor excited. Chen Ye had already searched over 20 corpses without finding anything. Not all monsters dropped items, and the drop rate was much lower than expected. He crouched down and turned over a chunk of flesh that had fallen from a fusion creature. The mass of flesh had already stiffened, with half an indistinct human face outline still remaining on its surface. He used the bone-chopping knife to cut the flesh in half, and black liquid gushed out from the cut, a wave of foul smell hitting him. Then he saw the light. A faint green glow emanated from within the flesh mass. Chen Ye inserted the bone-chopping knife into his waist, extended his hands into the mass, and fished out the green light from the black liquid and debris. It was a short sword. The blade was pitch black, about half a meter long and approximately 5 centimeters wide. Ghost blade, green quality. Type, one-handed sword. Effect, 3 strength. Description: increases the user's strength attribute by 3 points. The additional attributes from equipment do not benefit from talents and skills. Green quality, 3 strength. Chen Ye's lips curled slightly. He could find a green quality weapon. Unfortunately, it didn't benefit from the increase of talents and skills, enhancing the user's strength by 3 points. This meant he had to wield the short sword to enjoy the 3-point strength bonus, which didn't match his skill 1000 gene heavy cannon. How should he put it? There was an increase, but it was really not much. He held the ghost blade in his hand and swung it twice in the air. The sound of the blade slicing through the air was light, like a faint whistle made by the wind passing over the blade. Damn, Yigu, what did you pick up? Qin Jiayang ran over from the other end of the square, his eyes fixed on the black short sword in Chen Ye's hand, which glimmered with a faint green light. Green quality, 3 strength. Chen Ye displayed the ghost blade's attribute panel for Qin Jiayang to see. Qin Xiaoyang stared at the light curtain for 2 seconds, then suddenly turned his head and shouted towards the center of the square, "Hi go! Hi go! Yiga found green gear. 3 strength." His voice erupted in the empty square, causing everyone to stop what they were doing and look towards Chen Ye. Zhao Hai straightened up from the pile of monster corpses, glanced at Chen Ye, and then continued to lower his head to search through the bodies. Li Zheng ran up to Chen Ye, stared at the ghost blade for 2 seconds, then shook his head. "Damn it, why can't I find anything good?" Chen Ye stored the ghost blade into his storage space. The bone cleaver could finally retire. One advantage of the weapons dropped by monsters, besides enhancing attributes, is that they can be stored in the storage space. Otherwise, carrying a bone cleaver at his waist would be quite uncomfortable. He crouched down and continued to search the next corpse. The search in the square lasted nearly an hour. 21 people turned over every corpse in the square, leaving no one behind, not even those that were already half-decayed, crushed, or mixed together. The priority time for picking up dropped items had long passed. Whoever found it first owned it, and at this critical moment, there was no one fighting over equipment. Those who found equipment reported it generously. Most were white-quality weapons. There were only 2 green ones: Chen Ye's short sword and a double-edged short axe picked up by a member of Jiang Ning's team. The team member handed the short axe to Jiang Ning, who then gave that dagger to the team member. The drop rate was still quite low. Zhao Hai, Li Zheng, Qin Xiaoyang, and Zhou Yiting found nothing. Gu Qinghuan also had no gains. The sky had completely brightened. The grayish-white daylight pressed down from above, illuminating the entire city in a pale glow. People in the square began to gather. It was not organized, it was instinctive. The night battle made everyone realize one thing: if they did not band together, they would die. 21 people gradually walked around the base of the statue in the center of the square. Some stood, some sat, some leaned against the statue's base, and some squatted on the edge of the flower bed. The distance between them was much closer than before, yet they still maintained a certain gap. The 21 individuals remained silent. No one spoke first. The silence lasted about 2 minutes. What should we do next? Wang Zhe was the first to break the silence. His voice was still weak, but more stable than before. "I only have 2 energy potions left. If we go through another battle like last night, I won't be able to hold on, and now we are down to 21 living people." He glanced at Gu Qinghuan, but this time she did not hand him the energy potion. "The potions that Brother Hai and I have might not be enough to last through a night. I have 2 energy potions left, and Brother Hai has only 1. Chen Ye's voice came from the direction of the streetlight pole. He leaned against it, hands in his pockets, his gaze fixed on Jiang Ning. "What are you looking at me for?" Jiang Ning's brows furrowed slightly, his tone laced with a hint of wariness. Chen Ye smiled. He straightened up from the streetlight pole and took a step forward. "If we are to continue working together, we should distribute the potions as well. Jiang Yu collected more than a dozen potions as protection fees on the train. Oh, why not take them out to share? Guaranteeing the team's combat strength increases our chances of survival, doesn't it?" Jiang Ning's mouth twitched slightly. Chen Ye was right. He had indeed collected quite a few potions. 15 energy potions. He kept 10 for himself and distributed the remaining 5 to Zhu Peng and Jian Lan. With the ones he exchanged for points, he still had 19 energy potions on hand. But he did not want to give them away. Potions are life. In such a place, 1 more potion equals 1 more life. "Jiang Ning, why don't you share some energy potions with Zhao Hai and Chen Ye? Without them, we won't survive the next night." Wang Ze's voice came from the direction of the statue's base. His tone was not a request, but a statement, like stating an objective fact. Xia Yan sat at Wang Ze's feet and looked up at Jiang Ning. "You don't be so stingy. If we lose our lives, what use is it to keep so many potions?" Her voice was not loud, but her tone was serious enough to make it hard to refute. Jian Lan stood behind Jiang Ning without speaking. Jiang Ning's teammates exchanged glances, but did not speak. The gazes of others in the square fell upon Jiang Ning. Gritted his teeth. He could feel the weight of those gazes. Aside from his own teammates, everyone's eyes were on him. They all knew about his collection of protection fees, and that he had quite a few energy potions. "Just give us 8 potions. Chen Ye walked up to Jiang Ning, looking at him with a broad smile. Jiang Ning's temple twitched. Chen Ye asked for 8 potions, which was almost half of his current total. He took a deep breath, suppressing the anger that surged to his throat. "I don't have that many. The most I can give you is 6. All right, hand them over." Chen Ye stretched out his hand with a cheerful smile. He initially anticipated getting 2 or 3 potions. He raised the price, waiting for Jiang Ning to negotiate, not expecting Jiang Ning to be so generous. Perhaps he didn't care since they were taken by force. Jiang Ning gritted his teeth, flipped his palm, and 6 red liquid energy potions appeared in his hand. As he handed the potions to Chen Ye, his gaze lingered on Chen Ye's face for a second, filled with a multitude of emotions. Chen Ye took the potions, weighed them in his hand, then turned and walked over to Zhao Hai, distributing 3 to him. Zhao Hai took the potions and stored them in his space. He did not say thank you. He just glanced at Chen Ye and nodded. Jiang Ning watched as those 6 red liquid energy potions were divided between Chen Ye and Zhao Hai, his mouth twitching again as he forced himself to look away. All right, the potion issue is settled. Let's discuss what to do next. Jiang Ning spoke again. I have an idea. Why don't we try to walk out of this city? Qin Zhaoyang tentatively voiced his idea. All eyes turned to him. With so many pairs of eyes on him, Qin Zhaoyang's throat moved up and down. The rules didn't say that if we don't return to the train after the trial ends, we will be wiped out. If we could walk out of this city, perhaps. It's useless, so we can't get out. I went to the edge of the city during the day. There is a barrier. If we don't return to the train after the trial ends, we can only stay here forever. Gu Qinghuan interrupted Qin Zhaoyang, not even turning her gaze toward him, still focused on the distant building. Li Zheng nodded. That's true, but if it were that easy to let us escape, it wouldn't be a death game. Wang Shuo suggested, why don't we retreat back to the station? The station is no different from here. Wang Zhe shook his head, supporting himself on the statue's base to adjust his sitting position. There are houses outside the station, and at night those things will still come out of the houses. Moreover, the station is an enclosed space. If we really get surrounded, escaping will be difficult. Wang Shuo opened his mouth and then closed it again. Then what should we do? Just wait here. Jianlan's voice came from behind Jiang Ning, tinged with impatience. The square fell into silence again. Chen Ye did not participate in the discussion. He leaned against the streetlight pole, scanning the surrounding buildings. He noticed something that had been present since last night, but he hadn't thought deeply about. He suddenly spoke. Have you noticed that not every house has monsters coming out? Throughout the night, only the houses with open doors had things come out. Zhao Hai followed his gaze. On the northern side of the square, a row of Victorian-style townhouses stood, some doors wide open, their dark entrances resembling gaping mouths. Some doors were closed, their dark wooden faces appearing especially heavy under the grayish-white daylight. The houses with closed doors had not revealed anything from within since last night, and their doors remained shut. Zhao Hai frowned. It seems true, those houses with closed doors have indeed never opened. Chen Ye stood up from the lamppost and took a couple of steps forward. His gaze shifted from those closed doors to Gu Qinghuan. Gu Qinghuan had already noticed those closed houses earlier and had been watching them. What did she notice? Chen Ye directly asked. Gu Qinghuan, did you discover something? Gu Qinghuan withdrew her gaze, turned her head, and glanced at Chen Ye. You are right, the houses with closed doors indeed did not open last night. Zhou Yiting stood up from beside the statue's pedestal and walked over to Chen Ye, following his gaze towards the closed house. Do you mean that those closed houses are safe? Chen Ye shook his head. Not certain. During the day, did you only hear those sounds when you were close to the houses with open doors? And were your companions only entering the houses that were open? Jianlan stepped out from behind Jiang Ning, her gaze lingering on the closed house for 2 seconds. The house where Zhu Peng led people into was indeed one with an open door. Our team members also do not dare to open the doors of the closed houses. It seems that only approaching the open door houses causes auditory hallucinations. Could it be that those closed houses are safe houses? The group began to discuss animatedly. Chen Ye mentally reviewed this information. There exists a clear correlation between the state of the doors and the appearance of monsters. Closed houses do not emit enticing sounds, and no one has entered the closed houses. Individually, these pieces of information might seem trivial, but together it is hard not to consider the closed houses as safe havens. Yet this is the eerie city of the corpse capital filled with oddities. Wang Zhe stood up straight from the statue's pedestal, and Xia Yan beside him also stood up, reaching out to steady him, but he gently pushed her away. He straightened up, his gaze sweeping over the closed houses surrounding the square, and after a few seconds of silence he said, Are you suggesting we go into those closed houses? Chen Ye shook his head. I am merely expressing my opinion. Those closed houses could be safe houses, or perhaps larger traps. However, if we have no retreat, we must venture forth. Wang Zhe frowned deeply, his condition poor. If another battle of such intensity occurred at night, he was unlikely to survive. Those closed houses might be his last hope. What's the use of all this talk? It's better to send a few people in to scout the way. After a long silence, Jiang Ning suddenly spoke, causing the atmosphere in the square to shift. Scouting. In plain terms, it meant being cannon fodder. If the house is safe, the scouts can come back alive, and then the rest can enter. If the house is a trap, the scouts would likely meet their demise. Everyone understood this principle. But who would be the guinea pig? Who should go? Wang Zhe's gaze shifted to Jiang Ning. Is there any doubt? Of course it should be the one among us with the lowest talent and weakest strength. Such a person's death wouldn't affect the overall strength of the team. When Jiang Ning said this, his expression showed no change, as if stating an obvious choice. Those who had barely survived and had no backing unconsciously lowered their heads, fearing Jiang Ning would notice them, because they were indeed those with low talent and weak strength. In Jiang Ning's view, they were not teammates or companions, merely expendable resources. In this new world where strength was paramount, talent ratings determined your worth. Rank and rank individuals are the core fighting power, while others are merely pawns to be sacrificed. This is the rule of the apocalypse. If there are no objections, I will select 3 people to go in and scout. Jiang Ning's voice echoed across the square. Wang Zhe said nothing, looking down, tacitly agreeing with Jiang Ning's arrangement. Gu Qinghuan also remained silent, her gaze still on those closed houses. Chen Ye too said nothing, leaning back against the lamp-post, hands in his pockets, his expression calm. Even the ever-nice Zhao Hai remained silent. Letting someone scout could significantly increase their survival chances, and having Jiang Ning take on this villainous role was quite fitting. Jiang Ning's gaze swept through the crowd, and then settled on 3 individuals. You and you. He raised his hand, his fingers accurately pointing at 3 people. The expressions on the faces of those singled out changed in an instant. Gao Li was the first to be pointed at. Her strong hands, accustomed to holding a shot put, trembled slightly as a hoarse question forced its way out. Why me? Am I the weakest among these 21 people? Is my being stronger than you a sufficient reason? Jiang Ning's gaze fell on Gao Li's face, a slight smirk at the corner of his mouth, a smile devoid of warmth. If you refuse to go, I will kill you right now. Gao Li's voice seemed to be choked by something. Her mouth was open, yet no sound came out. She turned to Zhao Hai, her last glimmer of hope. At the platform of the South Station in the corpse capital, she had slapped Zhang Xiaojia, which was a form of retribution for Zhao Hai. But at this moment, Zhao Hai's expression was expressionless. Gao Li's lips trembled, her teeth clicking together. She hated Jiang Ning, hated Chen Ye, and hated all those with strength. But the one she hated most was herself for drawing only a blank talent. She hated herself for not being strong enough, hated herself for not killing more monsters in the corpse capital, for not leveling up enough to have the right to refuse. But hatred was futile. In this new world where strength ruled, those without power could only be bullied. Gao Li's hand, which gripped a steel bar, slowly fell. Lu Chun was the second to be pointed at. His face, half hidden in the shadow of his hat, was as pale as paper, his mouth twitching slightly. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, he did not question or curse like Gao Li. He merely nodded. There was no use in saying more about a poor talent. Unfortunately, he did not have enough potions, otherwise with his stealth talent, he could find a place to hide, and would have a good chance of surviving. Sun Yang was the third to be pointed at, the unfortunate soul who had his equipment snatched by Jiang Ning, now being chosen to be the cannon fodder for scouting. His face was filled with fear and anger, the 2 emotions intertwining and twisting into a near breakdown expression. His lips trembled and the voice squeezed out between his teeth. I want go. I want go. Why should I go? Why don't you go yourself? He took 2 steps back and then turned to run. Jiang Ning did not pursue. He only glanced at Jianlan. Jianlan moved. Her pace not especially swift, but Sun Yang was even slower. Her advance was clean and decisive. She drove a foot into Sun Yang's knee hollow. Sun Yang lost his balance and went down with a thud, kneeling on the ground. Jianlan seized his right arm and twisted it against the joint. Bones protested with a teeth-grinding creak. Sun Yang's wrist was forced behind him, the entire arm locked as if bound by a shackle. Oh! Sun Yang's scream rang across the empty square. Jianlan pressed his face to the earth, her knee pinning his back, so he could not move. Jiang Ning walked over, crouched, and looked at Sun Yang's face. If you do not cooperate obediently, I will not hesitate to break every limb and throw you in there. Then don't talk about running. You will not even be able to crawl. Jiang Ning spoke with a calm voice, yet his eyes were cold and icy indifference toward life. In Jiang Ning's view, those without strength were expendable. Sun Yang's pupils contracted to pinpricks. His lips trembled violently, but this time he did not refuse. Going offered a slender hope of life, while refusing might mean death now. Jianlan released him, rose from the ground, and returned to stand behind Jiang Ning. Sun Yang lay prostrate like a puddle of sludge. It took him several seconds to get up. His right arm hung at his side, his wrist already swollen. Those not chosen exhaled long breaths as if they had returned from death's door. Chen Ye still leaned against the lamppost, hands in his pockets, his expression unchanged. He understood that Jiang Ning was doing what everyone wanted, but no one dared to voice, sacrificing the fewest lives to obtain the greatest survival intelligence. That was the logic of the end, cruel but effective. So the scouting was decided. Chen Ye glanced at the 3 chosen. Gao Li stood where she was, rebar still clutched in her hand. Her face wore a tangled expression of fear and shame. Lu Chun leaned against the statue's base, head bowed, the brim of his cap hiding most of his face, his expression unreadable. Sun Yang stood at the edge, rubbing his right arm. Which building? Jiang Ning turned and fixed his gaze on Chen Ye. All eyes shifted to Chen Ye. Any building with its door closed will do. Chen Ye glanced up at the sky. But there's no hurry. It's only dawn and night is still far off. Let them rest and eat something. Jiang Ning looked at him, the corner of his mouth moving slightly, but offering no objection. He turned and walked back to his group. The other survivors each found a place to sit or lie down. Some leaned against the flower bed's edge, some against the statue's base. Some simply lay on the ground, hands folded behind their heads. After a night of fighting, everyone had reached their limit. Body and spirit were like sponges wrung dry. Time passed in silence, second by second. The gray-white light shifted slowly from the dull gray of dawn to the paler white of morning, then bleaching into the harsh white of noon. The sun never appeared. Above, an endless gray-white sky hung like a vast sheet of paper draped over. At noon, someone retrieved food and water from the storage space. The six in Chen Ye's group formed a small circle. Zhou Yiting pulled out several packs of compressed biscuits and bottles of water, handing them out to the others. Compressed biscuits and mineral water, the Apocalypse Deluxe set. Qin Zhaoyang tore open a pack, bit once, chewed twice, his expression turning oddly nostalgic. I really miss the school canteen. Wang Shuo picked up a bottle, twisted off the cap, and gulped, then wiped his mouth with his sleeve. Having something to eat is enough, don't be picky. Li Zheng chewed a compressed biscuit and said, I hope those locked houses aren't dangerous, otherwise we're finished. This was supposed to be an Oni and a halfster survival trial. What comes after that is unimaginable. Wang Shuo gave a wry smile. We don't even know if we'll survive this. Thinking about later is premature. The six sat by the flower bed eating biscuits and drinking water, trading occasional jibes. Other survivors rested in their own ways. Some closed their eyes against the statue's base, some squatted at the flower bed, nibbling rations, some wiped grime from weapons with torn cloth, others stared at the gray sky, lost in thought. On the other side of the square, Jiang Ning stood up and called to the three. You three come over. Get ready to work. Gao Li's body stiffened and her fingers clenched tighter on the rebar. Lu Chen rose from the statue base and walked toward Jiang Ning. Sun Yang did not move. He squatted at the flower bed as if rooted in place. Jianlan stepped out from behind Jiang Ning and glanced in Sun Yang's direction. Sun Yang muttered a curse under his breath, then stood and walked toward Jiang Ning. Brother Hai, well, go too, Chen Ye said as he rose from the flower bed edge and headed toward Jiang Ning. Zhao Hai followed behind him. Others gradually fell in line. When Chen Ye reached Jiang Ning, Wang Zixia Yin and Gu Qinghuan also came forward. The three chosen stood before Jiang Ning. Gao Li, Lu Chen, and Sun Yang lined up in a row. Jiang Ning's gaze swept their faces. If you can send messages from inside, send them to the system chat group. If you cannot, come back out in 10 minutes. No tricks. Report the situation inside honestly. If you do not come out within half an hour, I will send more people in. These three had been forced inside by Jiang Ning. If the houses were safe, they might never admit it. He had to apply. Gao Li's fingers tightened further on the rebar, its tip pressed into the stone, leaving a small dent in the... Sun Yang trembled. He was genuinely afraid. Only Lu Chen remained relatively composed and asked, do the three of us enter the same building, or does each of us enter a different one? The question caused a brief pause among those present. What do you suggest? Jiang Ning looked to Chen Ye and Wang Zhe. Chen Ye considered for a moment. One person per house. If there's something inside, 3 people entering together is no different from 1 person entering alone. If all 3 houses are safe, we can reasonably judge that every locked house in this town is safe to enter. Jiang Ning glanced at Chen Ye without commenting, tacitly approving the plan. If there truly were threats, their 3-class talents would hardly suffice. Wang Zhe nodded, but said nothing. Jiang Ning's gaze swept the square. The Victorian-style buildings around the square cast faint shadows in the gray light. The houses with closed doors stood quietly upright. You that building? Jiang Ning raised his chin and pointed to a row of grayish-white townhouses on the north side of the square. Gao Li tightened her grip on the rebar in her hand, but ultimately said nothing and turned to walk towards that building. You the one on the east side? Lu Chen also remained silent, lowering his head as he walked towards the red brick villa on the east side. You the one on the west side? Sun Yang's face was filled with fear and reluctance. He opened his mouth to say something, but upon meeting Jiang Ning's cold gaze, he swallowed his words. He turned around and walked towards the white villa on the west side, each step feeling like a measurement of how far he was from death. All eyes in the square followed the 3 individuals. Chen Ye's gaze followed Gao Li's silhouette. Her pace quickened as she reached the door of the grayish-white villa. Without hesitation, she pushed open the dark wooden door and entered. The door closed automatically behind her. There was no sound. Almost simultaneously, Lu Chen and Sun Yang also pushed open the doors of their chosen houses and stepped inside. Both doors closed silently. The square fell into silence. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the 3 closed doors. Chen Ye opened the system chat group, and a blue light curtain unfolded before his eyes. The last message in the group chat was still from Wang Zhe last night, saying, everyone come back first. 1 minute passed. No messages. 3 minutes passed. No messages. 5 minutes passed. Still no messages. Chen Ye's brow furrowed slightly. 10 minutes passed. The 3 doors remained motionless. No messages were sent in the group. Are they? Already. Qin Zhaoyang's voice came from the side. He didn't finish his sentence, but the implication was clear. Wait a little longer. Zhao Hai's voice was low, his gaze fixed on the grayish-white villa where Gao Li had entered. 15 minutes. 20 minutes. Half an hour. Still no one came out, nor was there any news. No need to wait. The three houses have problems. Either they are dead inside, or they can't send messages after entering. Or the houses are unable to send out messages. Regardless of the situation, those houses are not safe. Jiang Ning's expression grew more serious than before. There was danger inside the houses, and they were now in a dilemma. Wang Zhe looked up at the three closed doors, and then at the sky. Should we continue sending people in? Let me go in and take a look. Zhao Hai's voice came from beside Chen Ye. Wang Shuo and Li Zheng turned to look at him almost simultaneously. Haigo, are you crazy? Wang Shuo's voice rose several degrees. The three who went in haven't come out yet. Are you going in to die? Li Zheng wasn't as agitated as Wang Shuo, but his brows were knitted together. Haigo, think of another way. Zhao Hai waved his hand. If we don't find a safe place to spend the night, we won't survive. Once night falls, those things will come out, and with our number and the amount of medicine we won't last through a second. He paused. Rather than waiting to be consumed by darkness, it's better to take the risk now. Even if there are monsters inside, I still have the strength to fight. Chen Ye shook his head. Since there is danger inside the house, going in one by one is like the gourd baby rescuing grandpa. It's not a wise choice. Then let's take a gamble. Let's all enter one house. Even if there is danger, we have 5th-level fighters here. We should be able to fight back. Wang Zhe's eyes swept over the people present. What do you all think? Anyway, I can't hold out till tonight in my... Without recovery potions, Wang Zhe couldn't return to his peak condition. He knew very well that he was now in a state insufficient for combat. Chen Ye glanced at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai nodded slightly, no problem. Jiang Ning was silent for about 3 seconds before nodding. Wang Zhe's gaze turned to Gu Qinghuan. Gu Qinghuan pondered for a moment. Then let's go together. Which house do we enter? Jiang Ning asked. Let's go into the one Gao Li entered. She might not necessarily be dead. Among the three of them, Gao Li still has some combat strength. After Chen Ye finished speaking, he took out the newly obtained ghost blade from his storage space. The black blade glimmered with a dim luster under the grayish-white sky, and a faint green halo flickered on the blade. Let's go. Let me see what ghostly things are inside. Chen Ye took the lead towards the grayish-white villa. Zhao Hai followed closely behind. Wang Shuo tightened his grip on the fire axe. Li Zheng had already drawn out his slaughter knife from his waist. Qin Zhaoyang held the swift crossbow with 3 short arrows loaded. Zhou Yiting walked at the back of the group. Let's go. Jiang Ning waved his hand and led his group to follow. Wang Zhe, Xia Yin, and Gu Qinghuan walked at the back. More than a dozen people marched toward the grayish-white villa. Only 4 stragglers remained in the square. They stood in place watching the figures of Chen Ye and his group grow more distant. What should we do? Should we follow them too? A boy in a black short sleeve asked. There's still some time before dark. Let's wait and see. Another boy in a gray jacket replied. But they've all left. The third to speak was a girl, her voice soft, as if talking to herself. Anyway, those houses can be entered at any time. What's the rush? The boy in the gray jacket crossed his arms over his chest, his gaze following Chen Ye and his group. When Chen Ye reached the door of the grayish-white villa, he paused for a moment. The door was dark wooden and devoid of any decorations. The doorknob was brass, oxidized and darkened. He reached out, grasped the doorknob, turned it, and pushed open the wooden door. Behind the door was an almost solid darkness. Nothing could be seen inside. He'll go in first. Zhao Hai's hands instantly turned metallic as he stepped over the threshold. Chen Ye followed closely behind. The others entered one after another. After the last person's figure disappeared into the darkness, the wooden door behind them closed silently. Just as the door shut, a bright light surged from the darkness. Chen Ye instinctively closed his eyes. The brightness penetrated his eyelids, leaving a dazzling white. Then the white light suddenly vanished, returning to darkness accompanied by a strong sense of dizziness. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself lying on a bed. Chen Ye's pupils dilated rapidly in the dark, trying to capture any hint of light. Igor, are you there? Qin Zhaoyang's voice came from the side. Qin Zhaoyang, are you crazy? It's late at night, why are you shouting? An impatient voice came from the upper bunk. Chen Ye recognized it. It was another roommate, Li Ming. Chen Ye suddenly sat up, feeling around the pillow for his phone. The moment he turned on the screen, familiar light pierced his eyes. 147 June 15th, Tuesday. Across from him, Qin Zhaoyang's phone screen also lit up. He sat on the bed feeling as if he had just been pulled out of water-cold sweat, covering his forehead, eyes wide, lips trembling. Yigo. Did we come back? Chen Ye did not respond immediately. He clenched his fist, opened it, and then tightened it again. The profound power he had gradually become familiar with on the death train had vanished. The sense of muscular fullness brought by a 10-point power value had completely dissipated. He clearly remembered that he was taken onto the death train on June 14th, a Monday night. He had been sleeping in the dormitory. Before closing his eyes, it was Monday, and now had less than 2 hours passed since he awakened. Or was it that no time had passed at all? Ye go. Speak up. Qin Zhuoyang's voice grew more anxious as he sat up in bed, one leg dangling over the edge, ready to jump down at any moment. Let me gather my thoughts first. Chen Ye leaned back against the headboard and placed his phone on the pillow. The screen's light automatically extinguished and the dormitory was once again plunged into darkness. The experiences on the death train, every detail was as clear as if engraved in his mind. The gray mist of the corpse city, the bloodstains on the platform, the crimson vertical pupils of the lizard-head monster, the Victorian architecture of the eerie city, those laughing faces, the mental shock of the amalgam. It could not have been a dream. Dreams are not this vivid. They do not possess such a complete logical chain. Moreover, if this were a dream, how could Qin Zhuoyang have shared the same dream? Could it really be that he had crossed over? For a moment, Chen Ye could not distinguish which world was real. Seeing Chen Ye silent, Qin Zhuoyang approached his bed and extended his arm, saying, "Ye go pinch me." Chen Ye did not hesitate to pinch the soft flesh on the inside of Qin Zhuoyang's forearm and twisted it hard. Ouch! That hurts. Qin Zhuoyang withdrew his hand, desperately rubbing the reddened flesh. You were too rough. It's all bruised. Is this not a dream? Did I really cross over? Qin Zhuoyang's voice rose a few pitches, then he quickly lowered it again, afraid of waking up Li Ming, who was on the upper bunk. Chen Ye picked up his phone and unlocked the screen. The WeChat icon lay quietly on the display, identical to his memory. He opened WeChat and entered the class group. The last message in the group was at 10 o'clock in the evening, a notification from the study committee about the English level 4 exam with no replies. Scrolling up the message history, it was all casual chatter. Who found a worm in the cafeteria, who was scolded for reserving a seat in the library, and who posted a photo of a cat saying they found it behind the teaching building. No one mentioned the death train. It was as if it had never happened. Chen Ye found Zhou Yiting and Gu Qinghuan in the class group and added them as friends. Zhou Yiting accepted almost immediately. However, there was no response from Gu Qinghuan. Chen Ye first created a group chat and added Zhou Yiting and Qin Zhuoyang. Qin Zhuoyang looked down at his phone. The light of the screen reflected on his face, his expression shifting from confusion to realization, and then his fingers quickly tapped the screen a few times. Qin Zhuoyang joined the group chat. The group chat interface was quiet for 2 seconds before Zhou Yiting sent a message. Zhou Yiting, did you all come back too? Chen Ye typed a reply. Chen Ye, yes, in the dormitory. Zhou Yiting, me too. After the door of that eerie house closed, I lost consciousness and woke up on my dormitory bed. The time on my phone does not match the time on the train. We had been there for at least 2 days and nights, yet only less than 2 hours have passed here. Qin Zhuoyang, so what exactly happened? Did we come back or not? Is this real? Zhou Yiting, I don't, but our memories are synchronized. That much can be confirmed. Chen Ye, let's meet at the school cafeteria tomorrow morning. Zhao Hai and the others should have come back too. Zhou Yiting, okay. The group chat fell silent. There was a sound of Qin Zhuoyang placing his phone on the pillow, followed by the sound of him turning over. But Chen Ye knew he wasn't asleep. Chen Ye also had no desire to sleep. The two of them stayed up until 6:30 in the morning. People in the dormitory hallway had already begun to move around. Sounds of footsteps washing up and the rushing water of the faucet. These ordinary daily noises felt oddly dissonant to Chen Ye. Chen Ye sat up in bed and glanced at his phone. There were no new messages on WeChat, and Gu Qinghuan still had not accepted her friend request. He turned off the screen, shoved the phone into his pocket, and got out of bed. Qin Zhuoyang had already finished washing up and was waiting for him at the dormitory door. Let's go, Ye go. Let's head to the cafeteria early while there are fewer people. Qin Zhuoyang spoke in a low voice, glancing toward Li Ming's bunk. Li Ming was still asleep, covered with a blanket, leaving only a tuft of hair visible. Chen Ye nodded, bent down to tie his shoelaces, picked up his phone, and walked out of the dormitory with Qin Zhuoyang. The morning breeze carried a slight chill. There were hardly any students on campus yet, and the two walked under the sycamore trees, the fallen leaves crunching underfoot. In the distance, the athletes had already begun their morning exercises on the playground, and they could faintly hear their running chants. The lights in the cafeteria were fully on, and the warm yellow light spilled through the glass windows, appearing particularly inviting in the gray morning light. The staff behind the food service window were chatting, mentioning that today's soybean milk was too thin, while a maintenance worker was mopping the floor, leaving dark stains of water on the surface. Chen Ye and Qin Zhuoyang bought several buns and 2 cups of soybean milk, sitting in a corner by the window of the cafeteria. Not long after, Zhou Yiting walked in through the cafeteria entrance. Seeing Chen Ye and Qin Zhuoyang, she walked straight over and sat down opposite Chen Ye. Last night I posted about the death train on the school forum and got in touch with Jiangning Wang, Zhao Hai, and the others. Gaoli is back too. She didn't die. There were a total of 320 students and faculty from Yun City University on our train. The only ones who contacted me through the post were Jiangning and Wang Zhe. The others who previewed the post seemed to have no memory of the death train at all. I arranged to meet them on the rooftop of Building 3. Let's go to the rooftop of Building 3. Chen Ye lost his appetite for breakfast, stood up, and walked out of the cafeteria. Qin Zhaoyang and Zhou Yiting followed him. As the three just stepped out of the cafeteria, Chen Ye's footsteps paused for a moment, his gaze landing on a woman in front of the flower bed, bending down to tie her shoelaces. It was their homeroom teacher Zhao Ruoxi, who must have been out for a morning run. She wore a white short-sleeve shirt and dark sports pants with her hair in a high ponytail. She finished tying her shoelaces and stood up just as she made eye contact with Chen Ye. In her eyes there was no unusual emotion. She simply paused for a moment and then nodded as if greeting a normal student. Chen Ye stared at her images from the Corpse City platform, flashing rapidly in his mind. When he left, Zhao Ruoxi was still standing on the platform, and there had been no news of her since. Everyone had assumed she had died that night in the Corpse City. "Good morning, Teacher Zhao." Chen Ye politely greeted her. "Good morning," Zhao Ruoxi replied, walking towards the faculty dormitory with a light step, her ponytail swaying behind her. Qin Zhaoyang stared at her back, waiting until her figure completely disappeared behind the sycamore trees before suddenly turning to look at Chen Ye. Yiga, wasn't Teacher Zhao already dead? How did she come back? I don't know. Chen Ye averted his gaze and continued walking towards Building 3. Qin Zhaoyang and Zhou Yiting quickened their pace to catch up. When Chen Ye and the three arrived at the rooftop of Building No. 3, the iron door at the top had not yet been pushed open, but they could hear someone speaking above. "Anyway, when I woke up I was back in bed. My talent is gone and my physical condition has returned to its original state. What about you?" Chen Ye pushed open the iron door. There were already 5 people on the rooftop. Zhao Hai, Wang Shuo, and Li Zheng were crouched on the ground, forming a circle. Wang Zhe and Xia Yan stood nearby, with Xia Yan leaning against the low wall at the edge of the rooftop, while Wang Zhe supported himself on the railing, gazing into the distance at the outline of the campus. The 5 people turned their heads simultaneously to look in the direction of the iron door. Chen Ye, Qin Zhaoyang, and Zhou Yiting walked over and stood beside Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai stood up from the ground and asked, "What do you think? Have we really crossed over, or is it something else?" Chen Ye shook his head slightly. "I can't be sure. When we came to find you, we ran into Teacher Zhao." Zhao Hai squinted slightly. "Zhao Ruoxi." "Yes. We met her at the cafeteria entrance. She greeted us and seemed to have completely forgotten about the death train incident. Her tone and the way she looked at us were exactly the same as before." Chen Ye paused for a moment. But Teacher Zhao was already dead in the Corpse City. Wang Zhe supported his chin with one hand. "Is there a possibility that those who died in the death game didn't actually die, but were sent back only without the memories of the death train?" "That seems unlikely." Zhou Yiting took over the conversation. "If dying means coming back, if the only consequence of erasure is amnesia, and then being sent back to the original world, then the existence of this death game would be too boring." She paused and swept her gaze over everyone present. "We saw with our own eyes those whose heads exploded. That kind of death doesn't look like being sent back." Qin Zhaoyang swallowed hard. "So, are we trapped in an infinite Tsukuyomi?" No one responded to his comment. Not because they didn't understand the reference, but because they had no interest in discussing anime with him. If this place really is an illusion, and we are trapped, then if we fail to return when the death train departs, we will be left in the haunted city forever. Zhou Yiting redirected the topic. Chen Ye glanced at her, appreciating this class leader even more. While everyone else was still tangled in the question of whether this is real or not, she had already jumped past that stage and started deducing the consequences. "I added Gu Qinghuan on WeChat, but she didn't respond. If she had returned with us, she would at least acknowledge a friend." Chen Ye took his phone out of his pocket. The screen lit up, revealing that his friend request had not been accepted. Zhao Hai frowned. "Are you suspecting she didn't come back, or that she wasn't dragged into the illusion?" Chen Ye put the phone back in his pocket and focused on Zhao Hai's face. "I'm not sure, but she has a mental talent, and it should be very high rated. If it's an illusion, perhaps she could resist it." Wang Zhe nodded. "What Chen Ye said makes sense. It's not so easy to return from a death game. I suspect we have fallen victim to some sort of illusion attack, and that building is meant to keep us in the haunted city." Li Zheng frowned. "But this illusion feels too real, right? Even the taste of breakfast is identical to what the cafeteria serves." Chen Ye walked to the edge of the rooftop, resting his hand on the railing, his gaze falling on the distant city skyline. The outline of Yin City was clearly visible in the morning light, with the glass curtain walls of the distant office buildings reflecting the golden sunlight. Closer, colorful sheets were hanging on the balconies of residential buildings below. An elderly person was walking a dog, and a working professional rode an electric bike out of the community. Just then the iron door of the rooftop was pushed open again. Jiang Ning walked in, followed only by Jian. Seeing that there was only one person behind him, Zhao Hai asked, "Jiang Ning, where are the rest of your team?" Jiang Ning glanced at Zhao Hai. "I don't know. I didn't know them before I was brought onto the train. They might not have seen the post Zhou Yiting made on the campus forum. Once they see it, they'll naturally contact her." Zhao Hai nodded slightly and didn't ask further. Wang Shuo muttered, that's true. After all, they aren't from the same department. If it weren't for this incident, they might never have interacted in their lives. Chen Ye withdrew his gaze from Jiang Ning. With Jiang Ning's arrival, there were already Zhao Hai, Wang Shuo, Li Zheng, Wang Zixia, Yin Jiang Ning, and Jianlan on the rooftop, making a total of 10 people, including the 3 of them. The only one who hasn't contacted me is Gao Li. As soon as Zhou Yiting finished speaking, the iron door of the rooftop was pushed open again. Gao Li walked in. Chen Ye's gaze lingered on her for a moment, as she also had dark circles under her eyes indicating she hadn't slept all night. Gao Li scanned the rooftop and then fixed her gaze. She spotted Jiang Ning and then sprinted toward him at full speed. Jiang Ning's reaction wasn't slow. When he saw Gao Li rushing toward him, he instinctively stepped back, but Gao Li didn't give him a chance to retreat. Jianlan reached out to block her, but was pushed aside by Gao Li. Jianlan staggered 2 steps her back, hitting the iron railing of the rooftop with a dull thud. Then Gao Li's fist as large as a sandbag landed solidly on Jiang Ning's nose. Bang! The dull sound of impact exploded on the rooftop. Jiang Ning's body fell backward, the back of his head hitting the support of the water tank with a muffled sound. He fell on his back, blood gushing from his nose like a Turnitin faucet streaming down his cheek. His nasal bone was broken. The crack was crisp enough for everyone present to hear clearly. Jiang Ning. Jianlan was the first to react, rushing up to block in front of Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning propped himself up with his elbow on the ground, wiping his nose with his right sleeve. The blood didn't clean off, instead smearing half of his face. He raised his head and glared at Gao Li. Gao Li, you're asking for death. Gao Li stood still, looking down at Jiang Ning with a smirk. What? Are you unhappy? Now that everyone has lost their talents, I'll hit you every time I see you from now on. Do you have any objections? No one moved on the rooftop, nor did anyone speak. Gao Li's punch was a release of anger, a venting of the frustration of being oppressed in the haunted city. Jiang Ning was still sitting on the ground, his right sleeve completely soaked in blood, and blood continued to flow from his nose. He lowered his head, his expression unclear, but his shoulders could be seen slightly rising and falling, his breathing heavy yet restrained. A person with N-level talent, one who could determine life or death with a single word on the death train, and someone who forced others to be cannon fodder in the haunted city, was now having his nasal bone broken by someone he had previously deemed unworthy of a second glance. Jiang Ning staggered to his feet. He didn't fight back. Without his talent, he wasn't sure he could defeat this sports student who trained in shot put. Gao Li's physique was also formidable among boys. Her initial strength in the death game was a full 5 points, indicating her robust physique. Seeing that Jiang Ning didn't fight back, Gao Li no longer looked at him. She turned around, ignoring everyone else, and walked toward the stairwell, as if she had only come here to punch Jiang Ning. Gao Li. Chen Ye's voice came from behind her. Gao Li paused for a moment, but did not turn back. Chen Ye straightened up from the edge of the rooftop and took 2 steps forward. We might not have crossed over. This could very well just be an illusion. Gao Li turned her head slightly, glancing at him. Whether it's real or an illusion, isn't this already quite good? Why should we go back? All that talk about death trains and survival trials can go to hell. After saying this, she stepped into the stairwell. The rooftop fell silent. No one chased after her, and no one spoke to keep her there. Chen Ye withdrew his gaze and leaned back. Wang Shuo squatted on the ground, murmuring to himself. What she said makes sense. Even if this is an illusion, it is exactly like our original world. No monsters, no death trains, no survival trials. All those who died are alive again. Everything here is just fine. Why should we go back? He continued. Besides, who can completely prove that this is an illusion? I called my mom last night, and she was still the same nagging mom. I want to go home. The rooftop sank into a brief silence. He had a point. This place was exactly like the original world. No monsters, no death trains, no survival trials. The soy milk in the cafeteria was warm, the fallen leaves of the phoenix tree crunched underfoot, and the shouts of the athletic students practicing in the playground echoed far into the morning air. Those who died in the corpse city and the mysterious city are all alive again. Everything is normal. Why return? That place is filled with death, fear, betrayal, and the helplessness of being erased by rules at any moment. Qin Xiaoyan crouched at the edge of the rooftop, hugging his knees, his chin resting on them. Wang Shuo is right. Who would want to go back to that hellish place? Li Zheng leaned against the railing, his arms crossed over his chest. The problem is we aren't sure if we really came back. What if this is an illusion? The longer we stay here, the worse things get over there. Wang Shuo stood up from the ground. Then how do you prove that this is definitely an illusion? Li Zheng opened his mouth, but didn't refute him, because he truly couldn't prove it. Zhou Yiting stepped forward, standing in the center of the rooftop, her gaze sweeping over everyone present. If we really have returned, that would naturally be the best. But if everything here is fake, then our bodies are still in that house in the mysterious city. She paused, her voice lowering. Even if our bodies over there are not in danger, how long can we last without food? If the us over there die, will the us here still exist? This sentence hit everyone like a bucket of cold water. Wang Shuo opened his mouth and then closed it. Qin Zhaoyang went from a crouching position to standing, his face paling in the morning light. Zhao Hai's brows furrowed tightly. Wang Zhe leaned against the low wall at the rooftop edge, his eyes behind black-framed glasses downcast. Zhou Yiting is right. We cannot deceive ourselves. Even if we know this is an illusion, we can't break free from it. Right now, we can't do anything. Zhao Hai's voice was low, carrying a sense of suppressed helplessness. The rooftop fell silent again. Zhao Hai was also right, knowing it was an illusion and breaking the illusion were separated by an invisible and intangible chasm. Now they had no talents, no skills, no system panels, and were no different from ordinary people. Perhaps there's a... Chen Ye's voice came from the edge of the rooftop. Everyone turned to look at him at once. Chen Ye straightened up from the railing. If this is an illusion, everything is fake, including us. Since the illusion is so real, what if I commit suicide? If I die, how can the illusion imposed on me be maintained? His words fell, and the rooftop fell silent for a moment. Qin Zhaoyang was the first to react. Suicide. Are you crazy, ego? Wang Shuo suddenly looked up, his voice altering in pitch. Suicide. What if it's not an illusion? If we have truly crossed over, wouldn't you really die? Li Zheng straightened from the railing and took a step forward. Chen Ye, think again. There must be another way. Zhao Hai glanced at Chen Ye. Are you serious, Chen Ye? Zhou Yiting remained silent, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. I don't believe that house will send us back. The rules of the death train have never provided anyone with a way out. Once you're on the train, you either live or die. There's no third option. So I firmly believe this is an illusion. Chen Ye's tone was calm, carrying an unwavering certainty. Wang Zhe adjusted his glasses, his gaze fixed on Chen Ye's face. That's tantamount to gambling with your life. Chen Ye glanced at him. From the moment we decided to enter that house, we were already gambling, weren't we? Qin Zhaoyang wanted to rush up and grab Chen Ye, but was stopped by Zhao Hai's hand. Zhao Hai's hand pressed on Qin Zhaoyang's shoulder, his fingers tightening, his nails digging into Qin Zhaoyang's skin. Qin Zhaoyang winced in pain, but did not struggle. Are you sure? Zhao Hai asked one last time. Chen Ye looked into Zhao Hai's eyes and nodded. All right. Zhao Hai released his grip on Qin Zhaoyang's shoulder and took a step back. Qin Zhaoyang turned to look at Zhao Hai, his voice nearly a shout. Hai, go. Are you really letting him jump? Zhao Hai did not answer Qin Zhaoyang. His gaze remained fixed on Chen Ye. Chen Ye walked to the edge of the rooftop, stepping over the low railing. He stood outside the railing, his feet on the narrow concrete edge of the rooftop, his toes dangling in the air. The morning wind blew, rustling his clothes and hair. From here, looking down, the ground was far below. The stone path in the small garden glimmered gray-white in the morning light, and the boxwood trees were neatly trimmed along the roadside. Students below had already started their activities. Some walked towards the teaching building eating while looking at their phones. Others rode their bikes past beneath Building 3. No one looked up. No one knew that someone was preparing to jump from the rooftop of Building 3. Zhou Yiting's voice came from behind, trembling with repression. Chen Ye, have you thought it through? Chen Ye did not turn back. He watched the crowds below, those ordinary daily scenes, then took a deep breath and leaped from the 12th floor rooftop. The wind howled in his ears. The ground loomed rapidly in his view. The stone path, boxwood trees, and the edges of the flower beds rushed towards him. Chen Ye could hear the sound of his heartbeat, a clarity amidst the wind. Just as he was about to touch the ground, a blinding white light flashed before his eyes. That light penetrated his eyelids, leaving a dazzling white in his vision, bright enough to nearly swallow his Then he heard a voice. Chen Ye. Zhao Hai. Wake up. Damn it. It was a girl's voice, cold, urgent, filled with a tense intensity. It was the voice of Gu Qinghuan. Chen Ye suddenly opened his eyes. What met his gaze was a dimly lit space. Above him was a gray-white ceiling with cobwebs hanging from the exposed wooden beams. In the corner there was a wall lamp with a dark red glass shade, and the flickering flame cast a yellowish glow. This was not the rooftop of Yunqing University. This was the Victorian-style villa in the city of Guai. The hall on the first floor of the villa was much larger than he had imagined, with a high ceiling, dark wooden wall paneling, and a floor covered in dark red patterned wooden planks. The people who entered the house were still there, but at this moment they all had their eyes closed like wax figures. In the center of the hall there was a strange creature. The thing was embedded in the floor with only its upper body visible. Below the waist, it seemed to be fused with the wooden floor, with pale skin blending seamlessly into the dark wood as if it had grown out of the floor. Its torso was disproportionately slender with ribs protruding, yet its head was disproportionately large. That head was so disproportionate that it induced physiological discomfort, at least 3 times larger than a normal person's head, resembling a balloon that had been inflated and placed atop that frail torso. Its pale skin was covered in fine wrinkles, with facial features crowded on the front of that enormous head, the eyes occupying nearly half of the surface area. Those eyes were completely black, devoid of whites or pupils, just a bottomless abyss of darkness. 2 huge black eyes were fixated on the 3 rapidly spinning flying knives in front of it. The speed at which the blades rotated was such that it was almost imperceptible to the naked eye. The sound of the wind created by their high-speed rotation echoed in the hall, but they could not advance even an inch further. Gu Qinghuan stood about 5 meters behind the flying knives, her right hand outstretched palm, facing the direction of the 3 blades, her fingertips trembling slightly. Her complexion was as pale as paper. Beads of sweat dotting her forehead. Both sides seemed to be locked in a tug-of-war. Chen Ye attacked this monster. Gu Qinghuan's voice carried a noticeable strain. Upon hearing this, Chen Ye pulled back his right fist, a faint golden halo of the cannon of might igniting on his fist. He charged at the creature embedded in the floor from the side, the fist of the cannon of might tearing through the air, accompanied by a low rumble of wind heading straight for the temple of that enormous head. His fist stopped about half a meter away from the creature's head. It was not that he had withdrawn his punch. An invisible barrier blocked his fist. The barrier was invisible, but the sensation was as clear as a wall. The moment his fist struck, a rebound force traveled back along his arm, numbing his entire right arm. The barrier remained unyielding. Gu Qinghuan's voice came from behind. Keep hitting. Shatter the barrier. Chen Ye did not waste words. He drew back his right fist once more, the cannon of might activating again, the faint golden halo burning to its peak. Then he slammed it down with force. Boom! The fist struck the same spot he had hit previously. In the realm of illusion. On the rooftop of Building 3, everyone looked down where Chen Ye's body lay in a pool of blood. Blood spread out from beneath him, saturating the gray-white stone pathway, blooming like a death flower in the morning. His body was twisted at an unnatural angle, his right arm pressed beneath him, his left arm stretched out, fingers slightly curled. The area was already crowded with people. Some covered their mouths, others took out their phones to call the police, and some looked up at the rooftop. Many just stood at a distance, craning their necks to see into the center of the crowd. Ye Ge. He fell to his death. Qin Zhaoyang's voice trembled. He leaned against the railing, gripping the cold iron pipe tightly. His eyes were fixed on the twisted body below, his pupils quivering violently in their sockets, lips trembling. Wang Shuo stood beside Qin Zhaoyang, leaning on the railing. Doesn't this prove that it's not an illusion? Chen Ye is really dead. His voice was low, almost as if he were speaking to himself. Zhou Yiting stood in the center of the rooftop, not approaching the edge to look at Chen Ye's body, simply standing there, her hands hanging by her sides, fingertips trembling slightly. Her lips moved slightly, emitting a very faint sound, not necessarily. Qin Zhaoyang turned his head. Zhou Yiting's gaze swept over everyone on the rooftop. According to what Chen Ye said, if he is dead, the illusion affecting him cannot be maintained. But we are not dead, the illusion's effect on us has not vanished, so we see Chen Ye fall to his death. Perhaps he has already returned. The rooftop fell silent for a moment. Is that true? Qin Zhaoyang's eyes brightened suddenly, then quickly dimmed, and then brightened again. His expression changed several times in those few seconds, his lips trembling. So, do we have to jump off the building too? No one answered. Wang Shuo and Li Zheng turned to look at Zhao Hai at the same time. Zhao Hai stood on the inner side of the rooftop railing, head down, arms crossed over his chest, his expression unreadable. Wang Shuo swallowed hard, his voice dry. Hai Ge. Zhao Hai kept his head down, his gaze fixed on the ground below the rooftop. Chen Ye's body still lay there, blood still spreading. Zhao Hai looked for about 2 seconds before withdrawing his gaze. I believe him. He stepped over the railing, his foot landing on the narrow concrete ledge at the edge of the rooftop, exactly where Chen Ye had stood moments ago. The morning breeze lifted the hem of his black t-shirt as he looked down like a basketball player glancing at the three-point line before shooting. Then he raised his head. Hai Ge. Wang Shuo's voice came from behind, filled with an uncontrollable tone. His hand had already reached out, but stopped in midair, not pulling Zhao Hai back. Li Zheng also stepped forward, but also stopped. Zhao Hai did not turn back. The corners of his mouth slightly lifted, then his body leaned forward, leaping from the 12th floor rooftop. The wind howled in his ears. The ground rapidly enlarged in his field of vision. The stone path, flower beds, and the spreading dark red blood and splattered brain matter beside Chen Ye's body all rushed towards him. Then everything turned into blinding white light. Inside the Gui Villa, Chen Ye was furiously striking the barrier. Boom! The faint golden halo of the cannon of might exploded on his fist, the rebound force traveling back along his arm, numbing his entire right arm. The barrier remained immovable. He gritted his teeth, pulling back his right fist once more. His energy was depleting quickly, but he could not afford to care. Gu Qinghuan's 3 flying knives spun rapidly like electric drills against that invisible barrier. Her complexion was growing paler, and the tremors in her fingertips were becoming more pronounced. Chen Ye. Zhao Hai's voice rang out behind him. Chen Ye turned, and Zhao Hai was awake, his fists Hai Ge, come help shatter this barrier. On it. Zhao Hai stepped forward, standing beside Chen Ye. Then he pulled back his right fist, rotating his hips, and with 3 times the power, his iron fist struck the spot where Chen Ye had just hit. Boom! The barrier trembled slightly. A crack as fine as a hair extended from the point where Zhao Hai's fist landed, snaking along the transparent barrier, but stopping after less than 10 centimeters. Can it be shattered? Zhao Hai's eyes sparkled with excitement. Continue. Chen Ye did not hesitate and unleashed the 1,000-gene heavy cannon once more. A faint golden and silver-gray light burst alternately on the barrier, with cracks multiplying from 1 to 3, then to over a dozen, spreading like a spider web across the transparent barrier. Zhou Yiting behind him also opened her eyes. The moment she woke up, she quickly downed the last remaining energy potion, filling her energy to the brim. Ice arrow technique. Fine shards of ice crystallized at Zhou Yiting's fingertips, and a translucent ice arrow shot forth, accurately striking the area of the barrier where the cracks were most concentrated. Crack. The ice arrow exploded on the surface of the barrier's sharp ice crystals, embedding into the cracks, widening them like a wedge. The tremors of the barrier became even more intense, and the cracks spread visibly outward. As Zhou Yiting woke up, Li Zheng and Wang Shuo opened their eyes almost simultaneously. The two exchanged a glance without any unnecessary words. Wang Shuo grabbed a fire axe, and Li Zheng took out the short knife he had found while cleaning the floor. They both charged towards the barrier from opposite sides. Zhao Hai's iron fist kept moving without pause. Chen Ye's 1,000-gene heavy cannon struck out a punch every few seconds. Zhou Yiting's ice arrow technique created bursts of ice flowers on the barrier. When Wang Zhe opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was this scene. The moment his consciousness returned, that sense of weakness hit him again. He staggered 2 steps before steadying himself against the wall. Beside him, Xia Yan also woke up, preparing to help Wang Zhe up. Wang Zhe waved his hand, saying, "I'm fine, go help." Xia Yan's figure vanished from her spot and appeared at one side of the barrier, stabbing fiercely with a pair of daggers. Crack, crack, crack. The cracks on the barrier expanded rapidly under the pressure of gravity. Final blow. Chen Ye's voice exploded in the hall. On his right fist, the faint golden halo of the 1,000-gene heavy cannon burned to its utmost, enveloping his entire right arm in that layer of golden light. At the same time, Zhao Hai's right fist pulled back, a silver-gray metallic sheen spreading from his fingertips to his shoulder joint, fully metallizing his entire right arm. Gu Qinghuan's flying daggers suddenly accelerated several times. At the moment, her spiritual power erupted. The sound of the blades spinning transformed from a low hum into a sharp shriek, like 3 turbine engines pushed to their limits. 3 flying daggers advanced half a meter forward. It was this half meter that tore open the last line of defense of the monster's spiritual power. The monster's completely black eyes widened, suddenly the surface of the eyeball appearing as if something had pierced it from the inside, creating a web-like pattern of fine cracks. Now is the time. Chen Ye and Zhao Hai simultaneously swung their fists down. Boom! The barrier shattered, countless transparent fragments splattering in all directions, dissipating into tiny specks of light in the air. In the moment the barrier broke, the attacks of Chen Ye, Zhao Hai, and Gu Qinghuan did not pause, heading straight for the monster's forehead. The faint golden fist of the 1,000-gene heavy cannon smashed into the monster's left temple. Zhao Hai's silver-gray iron fist struck the monster's right temple. Gu Qinghuan's 3 flying daggers pierced into the monster's forehead, left eye, and right eye from directly in front, fully embedding themselves, leaving only 3 knife handles exposed. The monster's body suddenly stiffened. Under the combined force of the 3, that enormous head squeezed inward from both sides, then expanded outward from within, before finally bursting with a loud bang. Grayish-white brain matter and transparent liquid sprayed everywhere, some splattering onto Chen Ye and Zhao Hai's clothes, thick, cold, and carrying a fishy scent. That head, 3 times larger than normal, was now reduced to little more than half. The jaw still connected to the neck, while the upper half of the skull had completely vanished. The monster's body convulsed once before collapsing to the ground, motionless. Kill Dreamweaver Elite Points 200 flashed before Chen Ye's eyes. Chen Ye stood there gasping heavily for breath. Zhao Hai was not much better, sitting directly on the ground. Gu Qinghuan slid down against the wall. Her face was as pale as paper, her lips devoid of color, her forehead dotted with fine beads of sweat, and a few strands of hair clung to her skin. The 3 flying daggers returned from the monster's remains, slowly rotating twice beside her before quietly landing on the floor next to her. The others also sat down to rest. Beside the monster's corpse, a familiar light shield appeared, the protective barrier for priority looting. The hemispherical transparent shield lay over the ground, inside resting a delicate silver box. The box was not large, about the size of a palm, its surface adorned with intricate relief patterns that reflected tiny glimmers of light under the dim wall lamps. Chen Ye did not rush to pick it up. He walked to the wall, leaned back against it, and let out a long breath. Zhao Hai sat down next to him, the distance between their shoulders less than half a meter. "Did you jump off too?" Chen Ye glanced at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai smiled, his expression weary, but more filled with a sense of relief after survival. "I did jump." I even saw you fall to your death. It was a gruesome sight. Brain matter splattered everywhere, surrounded by many people. Some called the police, some took photos, and others posted on social media. Chen Ye's mouth twitched slightly. But speaking of it, your method really works. The moment I jumped down, I woke up and opened my eyes to see you hammering that invisible wall. Unknowingly, Zhao Hai's trust in Chen Ye had grown quite high. Chen Ye nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the other people in the hall, who were gradually waking up. Qin Zhaoyang looked around the dim hall in confusion before finally fixing his gaze on Chen Ye. Brother Ye, am I dead or alive? Chen Ye shot him a glance. What do you mean dead? The monster has been killed by us, and the illusion has automatically been lifted. Wang Shuo, seeing Qin Zhaoyang waking up, teased, Zhaoyang, you really can't do it. Zhou Yiting has jumped, and you can't even compare to a girl. I am afraid of heights. I really couldn't jump. Qin Zhaoyang's face turned bright red. He was genuinely afraid of heights, and when he stood at the edge of the rooftop looking down, his legs went weak, unable to take that step. Zhang Ning also woke up. His consciousness detached from the illusion faster than anyone else's, almost opening his eyes at the instant the Dreamweaver died. Those eyes scanned the dim hall, landing precisely on Chen Ye, pausing for a second before moving away. Jianlan followed closely behind him. Zhang Ning's 4 teammates also gradually woke up, some looking bewildered, some alert, while others instinctively reached for their weapons. The last to wake was Gao Li. At that moment, a deep rumble exploded in the hall. Boom boom, boom boom, boom boom boom. It was the sound of the Imperial engine. Everyone turned their heads simultaneously. Zhang Ning stood there, a faint red halo emerging from within his body, that thin layer of blood mist appearing especially eerie under the dim light. His gaze locked firmly on Gao Li. Before Gao Li could focus her eyes, Zhang Ning's body had already shot out, so fast that Gao Li had no time to react. Zhang Ning's right fist had already smashed into her nose. Bang! The dull sound of impact erupted in the hall, intertwined with the sound of bones cracking sharp enough to make one's teeth ache. Gao Li's body flew backward like a kite, with its string cut crashing against the wall on the other side of the hall. Thud! Another muffled sound rang out. A large patch of the gray-white wall surface was shaken loose and began to fall down. Gao Li's body slid down from the wall and fell to the ground. Her nose had been punched in by Zhang Ning, causing it to cave in. Blood gushed from her nostrils, smearing half her face and dripping down her chin, pooling into a small dark red puddle on the wooden floor. Zhang Ning had only used 1/3 of his strength in that punch, evidently not wanting Gao Li to die so easily. He walked towards Gao Li, his gaze dark and brooding. Enough, there are hardly any survivors left. Do you still want to kill her? Keeping her alive might be useful for the next trial. Zhao Hai's voice came from the other side of the hall. Zhang Ning paused in his steps, turning to look at Zhao Hai. The roar of the Emperor engine still reverberated. Silence lingered for about 5 seconds. The roar of the Emperor engine gradually subsided, and the faint red glow around him dissipated. Zhang Ning withdrew his gaze, turning back to where Jianlan and the 4 team members stood. He leaned against the wall, crossed his arms over his chest, and closed his eyes. Gao Li lay on the ground, staring at the ceiling with her eyes wide open, blood trickling down her cheeks and dripping onto the wooden floor. Her nose bridge had completely collapsed, yet she made no move to cover it or attempt to stop the bleeding. She simply lay there. Then she smiled. Ha ha, ha ha ha. What's the point of all this? What's so bad about the illusion? Even if you survive this time, you'll die next time anyway. Out of 320 people, only this few are left after just 2 trials. How long do you think you can survive? What good is S-level talent? Sooner or later, everyone will die. Zhang Ning, you will die too. None will escape. Haha. In the illusion, she had booked her ticket home and packed her bags. Then she woke up, finding herself back in this. Zhang Ning did not open his eyes, but his brow furrowed slightly. Jianlan stood beside him, her gaze returning from Gao Li, her head lowered, lost in thought. Wang Zhe leaned against the wall, watching Gao Li in silence. Gu Qinghuan rested against the opposite wall, eyes closed as if she hadn't heard anything. Chen Ye looked at Gao Li, shaking his head. Gao Li had lost all desire to live. Her next stop was likely. Chen Ye withdrew his gaze, no longer looking at her, turning to Gu Qinghuan. How long have we been trapped in this? About 3 hours or so. It's already dark outside. As long as we stay in this house until dawn, this trial will be over. The monsters outside won't come in here. Chen Ye frowned slightly, his gaze instinctively drifting towards the hall's windows, where dark red velvet curtains tightly blocked out the night outside, obscuring any view. His gaze returned from the window, landing on Gu Qinghuan's face. Were you fighting that thing all alone? Gu Qinghuan nodded. Chen Ye was taken aback. 3 hours. Gu Qinghuan alone had not only resisted the illusion, but had also battled the monster capable of creating illusions for over 3 hours. You don't need to be surprised. My talent is mental-based, so I can resist illusions. If you had woken up half an hour later, we would all be dead here. Gu Qinghuan's talent is S-level mental telekinesis, possessing the ability to manipulate objects with her mind and perceive their surroundings. her talent, gives her 4 times the basic mental strength. This time I misjudged the situation. The dangers inside the house were far greater than outside. Chen Ye said calmly, knowing that this misjudgment nearly cost everyone their lives in the illusion. You misjudged, but the outcome is fortunate. If we were outside, aside from a few of us with level talents or higher, everyone else would have died. Gu Qinghuan stated this with an emotionless tone, as if declaring an objective fact. Zhao Hai walked over and squatted down beside Chen Ye. Though it was perilous, we learned some things. What did you learn, Haigu? Wang Shuo approached with a fire axe. First, a death game won't kindly send us home. Second, if we encounter this situation again, we should end ourselves. Li Zheng, squatting beside Wang Shuo, laughed at this remark. Haigu is getting smarter. The 3 exchanged glances, then burst into laughter. The laughter echoed in the hall, breaking the previous suffocating silence that made it hard to breathe. Qin Xiaoyang squatted in the corner, hearing their laughter and slightly lifting the corners of his mouth. Then he noticed the light shield next to the monster's corpse. He approached, crouching beside the light shield, reaching out to test it. His finger could not pass through, stopped by an invisible barrier. Why hasn't anyone picked up this dropped item? He turned to the others in the hall. Zhao Hai glanced at him, then at Chen Ye. The priority for picking it up is not mine. It's not mine either. Gu Qinghuan leaned against the wall, eyes closed. Qin Xiaoyang looked around the hall and found everyone's gaze directed toward the same spot. Chen Ye stood up from the ground, walked to the light shield, and crouched down. He reached out, and the moment his fingertip touched the shield, he encountered no resistance, and his finger passed through, as if through a thin curtain of water. The light shield flickered slightly before shattering into numerous tiny points of light that scattered in the air. A silver box lay in his palm, the cold metallic touch transmitting from his fingertips. The surface of the box was adorned with intricate relief patterns resembling some kind of ancient totem or incomprehensible script. Chen Ye summoned the item information, and a blue light screen unfolded before his eyes. Silver treasure chest randomly grants a special item. Upon opening, requires 1 silver key to open. Chen Ye frowned slightly. A treasure chest without a key. What the hell? What's wrong? Zhao Hai approached and squatted beside him. Chen Ye handed the silver box to him. Zhao Hai took the box, weighing it in his hands, called up the item information, glanced at it, then twitched his mouth. A prop treasure chest. The moment those 4 words fell, all gazes in the house turned towards them. The only prop they had encountered so far was Jiang Ning's one-time spatial cube. Though they felt envious, no one dared to express any thoughts about it. The reason they survived this time was thanks to Chen Ye, and now his team was the strongest. Jiang Ning opened his eyes, briefly sweeping his gaze over the box before resting on Chen Ye for a second, then closing them again. The members of Chen Ye's team gathered around. Zhao Hai examined the box from every angle twice before asking no key. Chen Ye shrugged. Wang Shuo leaned in, lifting the fire axe, the blade aimed at the silver box. How about I take a swing at it to see if I can split it open? Are you an idiot? Zhao Hai shot him a glare, shoving the silver box back into Chen Ye's hands. This is a treasure chest, not a walnut. If it could be split open, what would we need a key for? Wang Shuo curled his lips and placed the fire axe down. What if it breaks open? Li Zheng, squatting beside him, shot him a sidelong glance. What if it doesn't break open? Can't you use that walnut-sized brain of yours to think? Who are you calling walnut-sized? You? Say that again to your father. I'm calling you walnut-sized. Wang Shuo swung the fire axe and gestured towards Li Zheng, who leaned back. Zhao Hai looked at the 2 lively characters and shook his head. Since treasure chests have dropped, there must be keys as well. No need to rush. Chen Ye retracted the silver treasure chest into his storage space, flipping his palm as the silver box vanished into thin air. Come over quickly and take a look. Qin Xiaoyang had somehow made his way to the window, pulling back a corner of the curtain to peek outside. Chen Ye walked to the window, followed by Zhao Hai, while the others gradually gathered as well. Qin Xiaoyang opened a small corner of the curtain, revealing a palm-sized piece of glass. The street view outside crept in through that tiny gap, the streetlights still glowing, their orange halos swaying in the night. On the street, the monsters that had attacked them frantically last night were now moving in an almost eerie. A crawling monster was dragging a corpse with its 2 front claws. The corpse was missing its lower half, its intestines dragging behind it, leaving a dark red trail on the ground. Another pale-skinned monster held a broom, standing straight, like a trained cleaner, sweeping from the inner side of the street to the outer side. Blood and flesh were swept out from the cracks in the pavement, gathering into a small puddle, which was then pushed towards the drain by the next sweep of the broom. Another smaller monkey-like monster squatted on a lamppost, holding a cloth, diligently wiping the glass. The cloth flew in its hand, first wiping the top of the lampshade, then the sides, and finally the bottom. The blood stains and grime on the lampshade were gradually wiped away, and the orange light shone through the clean glass brighter than before. It really is like Brother Yi said, the sanitation workers come out at night. Qin Zhaoyang's voice was extremely low. No wonder the city was cleaner than a dog's lick when we arrived. Zhao Hai stood by Chen Ye's right side, shifting his gaze from the monster holding the broom to scan the entire street. The streetlight's halo swayed in the night wind, stretching those monsters' shadows long and distorted. Wang Shuo leaned in, wedging himself between Qin Xiaoyang and the window frame, squeezing his eyes through the gap for a few seconds before retracting his head, muttering under his breath, "These ghostly things are preparing to trick the next batch of passengers again." Chen Ye withdrew his gaze. "Don't worry about it. They won't enter this house. Well, wait until dawn, and this trial will be over." Qin Xiaoyang released his grip, completely closing the curtain. Zhao Hai stepped away from the window and found a relatively empty corner in the hall, sitting against the wall. He patted the space beside him, signaling Chen Ye to come over. Chen Ye walked over and sat down next to him. Wang Shuo and Li Zheng sat across from them against the wall, less than half a meter apart. Qin Xiaoyang sat down beside Chen Ye. Zhou Yiting sat next to Qin Xiaoyang, leaning against the wall, her legs together and her hands resting on her knees. Her breathing gradually became steady. Wang Zhe and Xia Yan rested near the fireplace. Jiang Ning's group occupied the eastern side of the hall. Gu Qinghuan leaned against the farthest wall of the hall, at least 10 meters away from everyone. 3 silver flying knives lay quietly on the floor beside her. She took out a piece of cloth and began wiping the black bloodstains off the 3 flying knives one by one. The hall fell silent. A night passed without incident. The next day, 6 o'clock in the morning, everyone's system panels automatically popped up simultaneously, the blue light screens flickering in the dim hall. Chen Ye opened his eyes, the light screen unfolding before him. This survival trial has ended. Name Chen Ye, survival rating B grade, kill points 1720, survival points 200. The death train will depart in 2 hours. Please return to the train in time for reward settlement. Countdown 15959. He was somewhat satisfied with this score, totaling 1920 points, and the reward settlement would yield 1920 experience points. Brother Hai, how many points did you get? Chen Ye turned off the system panel and looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai glanced at his panel. A total of 1450 points. I should be able to level up 2 or 3 levels. I only managed to scrounge up 410 points. Qin Xiaoyang sat up from the ground, not feeling very high-spirited. After deducting 200 survival points, he actually only scored 210 points, and those were mostly from shooting the monsters that were about to be killed. Chen Ye glanced at his roommate. Grade talent was indeed too weak, and the lack of any boost to basic attributes meant there was no damage output. Qin Xiaoyang was currently level 2, and even if he allocated his free attributes to strength, he would only have 5 points of strength now, while the monsters here required around 10 points of strength to deal effective damage. Only skills could make up for it, but skills were scarce, especially ranged skills suitable for Qin Xiaoyang. Chen Ye stood up from the ground and patted Qin Xiaoyang on the shoulder. Once you have skills, I'll be fine. Don't rush. Oh, we should head back to the station. The villa's main door had already been opened by Jiang Ning, who led his teammates out first. The cold morning breeze rushed in from outside. Chen Ye stepped outside with other team members following one after another. Xia Yan helped Wang Zhe up, and Gu Qinghuan also stood up, with Gao Li being the last to come out. The group arrived at the square. The gray-white light of dawn evenly spread over the city, and the monsters from last night had already cleaned the streets spotless, just as they were 2 days ago when they first arrived. I wonder how Sun Yang and Lu Chen are doing. Zhao Hai's gaze turned towards a house with a closed door, the one Lu Chen had entered yesterday. They're probably gone. Chen Ye glanced at the tightly shut wooden door. Since we didn't see them in the illusion, that means only those who entered the same house were in the same illusion. Even if they thought of committing suicide to escape, that Dreamweaver is not something they could handle. Zhao Hai sighed. Now only about a dozen of us are left alive. Oh, I wonder how many will be left next time. Just then Gao Li stepped out from the crowd. She didn't look at anyone and walked straight towards a house with a closed door. Gao Li, what are you doing? Zhou Yiting shouted at her, her voice echoing in the empty square. Gao Li paused for a moment, but didn't turn back. You all go ahead, I'm going home. Her voice was calm, so calm that it carried no emotion. After saying this, she continued walking towards the house, her pace neither fast nor slow. Zhou Yiting wanted to say something else, but was stopped by Chen Ye's hand. Let her go. Chen Ye's gaze followed Gao Li's figure as she reached the front of the house, reached out to push open the wooden door, revealing an impenetrable darkness behind it. She stepped over the threshold, her silhouette disappearing into the darkness. The wooden door closed silently. Chen Ye averted his gaze. She has already given up. Although I don't know how long that illusion can last, at least seeing her family one last time should be enough, even if they are just phantoms. Zhou Yiting stared at the closed door, her lips moved, but ultimately, she said nothing. Zhao Hai remained silent for a few seconds before turning around. Let's go. Everyone turned around and walked towards the direction of the north station of the strange city. No one looked back. An hour later, the outline of the station slowly emerged in the gray-white daylight. As Chen Ye and his group walked onto the platform, Jiang Ning's team had already arrived. His gaze swept over Jiang Ning's team and landed in the corner on the east side of the platform. 3 people were standing there. It was Li Jiahao and his 2 lackeys. The 3 of them appeared to be in decent condition. Li Jiahao was looking at his system panel. Sun Kai was squatting by his feet, gnawing on a piece of compressed biscuit. Ma Wenbo stood on the other side of Li Jiahao. Li Jiahao. Qin Zhaoyang was the first to shout, his voice filled with disbelief. They are actually still alive. Li Jiahao must have some luck. Is he the child of destiny, able to turn danger into safety every time? It's not surprising to survive in a corpse city. But obviously it's impossible in a ghost city, and there's no safe place for them to hide. Zhao Hai was equally puzzled. He had thought that Li Jiahao and the others were dead. Wang Zhe walked up from the back of the group, pushing up his black-framed glasses, and looked at Li Jiahao. Isn't he from your carriage? Just go ask him, and you'll know. I'm also quite curious. We have so many people, and 5th-level fighters almost perished. How did those 3 survive? Chen Ye nodded and stepped toward Li Jiahao. The others followed suit. Li Jiahao watched as Chen Ye's group approached, closing his system panel. Sun Kai shifted from a squat to a standing position, stuffing the compressed biscuit into his mouth. Ma Wenbo's hands dropped from his chest, hanging by his sides. Chen Ye stood about 2 meters in front of Li Jiahao. How did you survive? He skipped the small talk and asked directly. Li Jiahao looked at Chen Ye and smiled slightly. Just lucky we entered a house with the door closed. The monsters inside didn't attack us. They just posed 3 questions, and I got them all right. And then that monster disappeared on its own. Is it really like that? What questions? Qin Zhaoyang leaned forward from behind Chen Ye, disbelief written all over his face. Li Jiahao tilted his head to glance at Qin Zhaoyang. Questions similar to mind games. You answer correctly to pass, get it wrong, and you die. Qin Zhaoyang's throat moved as he considered the countless possible questions that might arise in a death game, his expression changing several times. What if the question was whether the chicken or the egg came first? Wouldn't you have blown up? He asked tentatively. Li Jiahao chuckled. No, since the rule is to answer questions, there must be answers. If there were no answers, they would just wipe us out as soon as we entered. Why waste time asking questions? Qin Zhaoyang was taken aback, his mouth opened and closed. He couldn't refute it because Li Jiahao's reasoning was very sound. The rules of death games never leave room for negotiation. They say wipe out, and that's it. Say close the door, and the door closes with no room for discussion. If those houses truly wanted to kill, they could easily do so, without any need for pointless notes or questions. Qin Zhaoyang nodded. You make a good point. The house you entered was much simpler than ours. Li Jiahao's gaze shifted from Qin Zhaoyang to Chen Ye. Did you also enter a house? I thought you 2 were just toughing it out for 2 nights. We entered an illusion house. It seems those closed-door houses are all boss rooms, and each one has different rules. Chen Ye did not hide it, nor was there any need to. There were hardly any living people left, and information sharing was extremely important. Li Jiahao's eyes brightened slightly. Illusion? What kind of illusion? Chen Ye glanced at him. Yunqing University. Li Jiahao seemed to ponder this and did not press further. Zhou Yiting, standing behind Chen Ye, suddenly remembered something. Then Gao Li's last wish might not be fulfilled after all. Zhao Hai glanced at her. Zhou Yiting continued. She must have thought that as long as she entered those closed-door houses, she could return to the illusion, not realizing that each house is different. No one responded. Gao Li was indeed a bit unfortunate, but that was her own choice. By the way, I got something. Li Jiahao flipped his palm, and a palm-sized treasure chest appeared in his hand. The chest was a bronze color and looked similar to the silver one Chen Ye had obtained. A bronze treasure chest that can yield random items. Li Jiahao weighed the bronze chest in his hand, then looked up at Chen Ye. If you're interested, we can trade. As for the price, 2 recovery potions and 14 stamina potions. Qin Zhaoyang curled his lip. That's 1,000 points. We have that chest too, but without a key it won't open. Li Jiahao glanced at him, saying nothing, just smiling. Since Chen Ye also had a chest, this trade probably... Chen Ye did not respond. Their team did gain quite a few points in the Ghost City, but he also had a silver treasure chest which was of a higher grade and also couldn't be opened without a key. Until they obtained a key, even more treasure chests wouldn't translate into combat power, and 1,000 points was no. Li Jiahao shifted his gaze to Gu Qinghuan, who also showed no intention to trade. Just as he was about to put the bronze treasure chest back into the storage space, a voice came from behind Chen Ye. I want that treasure chest. Jiang Ning walked over with Jian Lan following behind him. He stopped in front of Li Jiahao. Let's trade after the reward settlement. Sure. Li Jiahao flipped his palm again, and the bronze treasure chest disappeared from his hand, returned to the storage space. Jiang Ning nodded and said nothing more as he turned back to his group with Jian Lan. Click. At that moment, a crisp mechanical sound came from behind the crowd. The doors of all 8 carriages slid open simultaneously. Everyone returned to their respective carriages. Chen Ye sat down in his original seat. Qin Zhaoyang sat beside him, slumping in the seat as if drained. Zhao Hai sat in the seat across the aisle with Wang Shuo and Li Zheng sitting in front and behind him. Zhou Yiting sat in front of Chen Ye, leaning against the seat with her eyes closed. Just as Chen Ye sat down, the system panel automatically popped up. Ghost City Trial Reward Settlement. Survival rating B. Kill points 1720, survival points 200, experience gain 1920 points, gain 1920. The light screen flickered for a moment, and then new information appeared. Level up to LV3. Level up to LV4. Level up to LV5. Level up to LV. Stamina 200, 600 energy 200, 600 strength 1030 agility 59 constitution 1030 spirit 48. Gained 4 free attribute points. Free attribute points do not enjoy talent and skill bonuses. He had leveled up 4 times. His basic strength had reached an astonishing 30 points. This meant that his normal attack was equivalent to the damage of a 1000 gene cannon before, while the current 1000 gene cannon dealt 90 points of strength damage with one punch. The endurance influenced by constitution was also extremely terrifying at 30 points. If he continued to grow at this rate, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he was invulnerable or at least impervious to blades and bullets. The 5-fold growth value of the SS level talent super strength truly manifested at this moment. He summoned his attribute panel. Name Chen Ye, level LV6, 86, stamina 600600, energy 600600, strength 30, agility 9, constitution 30, spirit 8, talent super strength, SS level skill 1000 gene cannon, level points 1920, free attribute points 5 points. His gaze lingered on the line of free attribute points. Chen Ye leaned back in his chair, gently tapping his fingers on his knees as a brainstorming session began in his mind. The system clearly stated that free attribute points do not benefit from talents and skills, making them most suitable for addressing shortcomings. Continuing to increase strength would yield only an additional 5 points of power. Increasing agility, on the other hand, could significantly enhance mobility, as agility affects movement speed, reaction speed, and attack speed. During the siege against the fusion body, he observed the battle between Jiang Ning and Zhao Hai. Both were shrank, but in terms of combat efficiency, Jiang Ning was clearly much higher than Zhao Hai. At that time, Jiang Ning's level was higher than Zhao Hai's, yet his strength was inferior. However, Jiang Ning was faster. Within the same time frame, Jiang Ning's attack frequency was considerably higher than Zhao Hai's. Jiang Ning could easily evade monster attacks, precisely exploit the gaps in the monster's defenses, and complete kills before the monsters could react, and then withdraw. Increasing strength would raise the maximum damage per hit, while boosting agility could enhance multiple facets. At present, he had no means of ranged attack, making agility extremely important. Moreover, no matter how high his strength was, if he couldn't hit, it would still be 0. Monsters were indifferent, but it would be different against human opponents who could dodge, run, and utilize everything at their disposal. As for physique, it had already reached 5 times the growth rate and required no further consideration. Mental strength was even less of a concern, as he did not possess a mental-based talent, lacking a certain level of mental power rendered it nearly useless. Even the shrank Wang Zhe could not resist the illusion in the illusion room. No matter how much he increased his mental power, it would never surpass Wang Zhe. However, each additional point in agility was a visible enhancement. With that thought, Chen Ye no longer hesitated. He extended his finger and tapped 5 times on the system panel, allocating all 5 free attribute points to agility to address his shortcomings. His agility increased from 9 to 14 points. Although it still could not match Jiang Ning's agility after activating the Emperor engine, the gap had significantly narrowed. If he allocated free attribute points to agility with every level up, it would be equivalent to doubling its growth. Chen Ye closed the attribute panel, and there were still 10 minutes remaining before departure. His gaze passed through the window, catching sight of Li Jiahao and Jiang Ning exchanging items on the platform. Li Jiahao flipped his hand, and the bronze treasure chest appeared in his grasp. Jiang Ning handed over a dozen potions, and the two quickly completed the exchange. Li Jiahao stored the potions in his storage space and turned to enter Carnot. 3. Chen Ye withdrew his gaze. 10 minutes later, with a click, the mechanical sound of the door closing echoed. The train had started. The sound of wheels grinding against the tracks gradually shifted from low frequency to high frequency. The carriage lightly vibrated and then began to accelerate slowly. The silhouette of the platform grew smaller in his view. The white mist outside the window reappeared like cotton fluff spread across the glass, completely obscuring the world outside. As the train's speed increased, the sound of the wheels grinding against the tracks changed from a low rumble to a sharp sound, eventually stabilizing at a high-frequency range. The carriage was very quiet. It wasn't that everyone was tired. In fact, they had managed to get a good night's sleep in the haunted city's house, albeit on the floor, but at least they were not being chased by monsters, nor did they feel the pressing weight of imminent death. The reason for the silence was the emptiness of the carriage. Chen Ye's gaze swept across Carnot. 3. Besides their group, there were only Gu Qinghuan, Li Jiahao, and his 2 little brothers. The other seats were all empty. Traces left by previous passengers lingered on those vacant seats. Someone had dropped half-eaten compressed biscuits in the crevice of the seat, and someone had drawn a smiley face on the train window with an unknown object. Suddenly Chen Ye recalled a statement made by Zhou Yiting at the Corp City platform: if, in the end, only one of the 320 people on this train remains alive, how lonely that one person would be. Now he somewhat understood the meaning of those words. It wasn't just monsters he would have to face, but also, he summoned the system chat group. A blue light screen unfolded before his eyes, clearly displaying the number of group members in the upper right corner. 18 people. Out of the 320 people after 2 rounds of trials, only 18 remained with their Carno, 3 accounting for 10 of them. In Carno 5, only Jiang Ning and Jian Lan remained. In Carno 7, only Wang Zhe and Xia Yan survived. The remaining 4 were all ranked talents from Jiang Ning's team, with 2 in Carno, 2 and 2 in Carno 6, Carsno 1, 4, and 8 had no one left. Yiga, you've climbed to second place on the level leaderboard. Qin Zhaoyang's voice broke the silence in the carriage. Second place. Chen Ye brought up the level leaderboard, and a blue light screen unfolded before him. Gu Qinghuan was still in first place, having reached level 7. He was in second place. Jiang Ning was in third, also at level 6. Zhao Hai ranked 4th at level. Xia Yan was 6th, also at level 5. Wang Zhe was in 7th place, also at level 5. He had mostly assisted during their time in the haunted city, so his points were not as high as Xia Yan's. There were only 18 people on the leaderboard. Chen Ye scrolled to the bottom and discovered that Qin Zhaoyang was surprisingly not ranked the lowest. He was in 16th place. Sun Kai and Ma Wenbo were at the bottom. It seemed that Li Jiahao and his group had entered the boss room very early, resulting in them having very few kill points. Not bad, not at the bottom. Chen Ye tilted his head to look at Qin Zhaoyang. Qin Zhaoyang scratched his head, saying, I didn't expect that either. Zhou Yiting in the front row turned back. I'm in 11th place. The gap in talent is truly like heaven and earth. You'll catch up. Chen Ye's voice was not loud, but his tone was very firm. Skills, equipment, and items can all bridge the gap. Wang Shuo poked his head out from the opposite aisle. The strategist is right. I've seen this rank skill selection treasure chest in the store. It costs 10,000 points each. As long as you can save enough points to exchange for one who cares about your talent. 10,000 points. Li Jing shook his head. With our current points, we could buy a few potions, and that would be it. To save up to 10,000 would take an eternity. As long as we're alive, there's hope. What we're afraid of is giving up like Gao Li did. Zhao Hai leaned back in his seat, crossing his arms over his chest with half-closed eyes. As soon as Gao Li's name was mentioned, the carriage fell silent again. No one spoke. The white noise of the wheels grinding against the tracks echoed in their ears, the rhythmic roar becoming the only background sound in the silence. The gray-white mist outside the window remained the same, thick and chaotic, like an endless wall isolating the train from the outside world. Occasionally the wind would blow through, causing the mist to swirl, revealing the gray sky and the blurred horizon outside, but still obscuring any specific details. There were no cities, no mountains, only a void. Chen Ye leaned back in his seat and summoned the system store. The interface was still as simple as a half-finished shopping website. Daily necessities, food and drinks, and special items were neatly arranged in 3 categories on the left side. He clicked on special items, his gaze sweeping over the Shrank skill selection treasure chest. It cost 10000 points. His current points were at 1920. He could indeed buy quite a few potions, but he was far from being able to afford the Shrank skill treasure chest. Fortunately, he had a passive talent unlike active talents, allowing him to save on potions. The self-recovery speed of his stamina was maddeningly slow, and combat relied almost entirely on potions, making this expense considerable. Chen Ye closed the store and summoned the chat group again. The chat group was silent, quiet as a grave. Just as he was about to close the chat, a flurry of messages popped up. As soon as the first carriage began to fill, the group chat quickly expanded from 18 members to 320 in less than half a minute. Damn, you guys, look at the group chat. Qin Zhaoyang exclaimed, his eyes wide like saucers. The moment Qin Zhaoyang finished speaking, wisps of gray-white mist silently seeped out from the gaps of the seats, the edges of the floor, and even from the air vents above. At first it was just a few faint strands, but soon they gathered, surged, and expanded, and within a few breaths the thin mist transformed into a thick gray-white shroud that engulfed the entire carriage. Chen Ye instinctively reached out his hand to the side, but his fingertips only touched emptiness. The outlines of Qin Zhaoyang, the armrests of the seats, and even the edges of the windows vanished into the chaos, leaving only a gray-white void around. Fortunately, the gray mist arrived quickly and dissipated just as fast. Within a minute, the mist began to thin and fade, and when the last trace of gray-white disappeared, Chen Ye's pupils constricted sharply as every seat in the once somewhat empty carriage was now filled with people. What the hell is going on? Qin Zhouyang's mouth formed an O shape, his eyes wide as he turned his head from left to right, staring at the suddenly appeared new passengers. The newly appeared passengers were aged between 20 and 40, their faces equally filled with confusion and bewilderment. I thought I was erased by the rules, but it turns out I switched carriages. The speaker was a man in a dark blue short-sleeve shirt with dark skin, a buzz cut, and a sturdy physique. He was rubbing his temples, his gaze sweeping around the carriage, his expression shifting from confusion to understanding. I can't believe we can switch carriages. I was the only one in my last carriage. Another voice came from the back row belonging to a man in a black jacket. Which train were you originally on? The man in the dark blue shirt turned his head to look at the man in the black jacket. Train G4986. Oh, I was on train G4999. How many people are left on your train? 7 people in 8 carriages. We only have 9 left in ours. The carriage became lively all at once. The new passengers, some bewilderedly scanning their surroundings, others anxiously conversing with those nearby, and some starting to check their system panels. Voices surged from every corner, flooding the carriage that had previously been as silent as a grave. Chen Ye did not participate in these conversations. Leaning against his seat, Chen Ye's gaze swept over the faces of the new passengers. The carriage had suddenly gained 30 new passengers from different trains. Chen Ye lightly tapped the armrest twice with his fingers. Hey bro, what on earth is going on? Qin Zhaoyang asked with a puzzled look. It seems like the servers merged. The first thought that popped into Chen Ye's mind was this. What does that mean? Qin Zhaoyang still didn't understand. Haven't you played online games? When the number of players on a server falls below a certain threshold, the game officials merge several adjacent servers into one, freeing up empty servers to create new ones. I get it now. When the number of survivors on a train drops to a certain level, the system merges the survivors of several adjacent trains into one train, using the freed-up train to accommodate new passengers. That's exactly the idea. G4986, G4999, G5002. From the numbers, it seems that at least 5001 trains have already run before us, and countless more will follow. This deadly game will continuously see new passengers joining. Chen Ye withdrew his gaze and looked at Zhao Hai across the aisle. Zhao Hai was also scrutinizing the new passengers, his brows slightly furrowed, his eyes scanning the unfamiliar faces with a scrutinizing intent. Noticing Chen Ye's gaze, he turned his head. The two exchanged a glance. Chen Ye nodded slightly, signaling him to remain calm. Zhao Hai understood, withdrew his gaze, and continued to observe the new passengers. Chen Ye summoned the level leaderboard. As the blue light screen unfolded before him, he raised his eyebrows slightly. His ranking had changed. He was previously 2nd, but had been pushed down to 6th. Gu Qinghuan had also dropped to 3rd, Jiang Ning to 8th, and Zhao Hai had fallen to 11th place. The current top-ranked player was named Tang Jingxin at level 9, with the 2nd place being Su Jin, also at level 8. Chen Ye closed the leaderboard, leaning back in his seat, his fingers tapping on the armrest at a slightly quicker pace. The 1st place was 3 levels higher than him. Previously, the strongest on this train had been Gu Qinghuan, him, Jiang Ning, and Zhao Hai. Even if there were conflicts between Jiang Ning and the others, at least they understood each other. Now suddenly a batch of strangers had appeared, and among them was one at level 9. These were no longer novice fledglings, they had all survived at least 2 survival trials, and could be considered elites. Bro, the one at the top of the leaderboard is level 9, 2 levels higher than Gu Qinghuan. That guy must have SS level talent, right? Not necessarily. Zhou Yiting turned around from her seat. Leveling up depends on experience gained from rewards. A high level could mean he participated in more trials, not necessarily indicating a high talent rating. Gu Qinghuan and Chen Ye could also reach level 9 if they participated in a trial together. Even if he's not SSS, he should at least be a level. In any case, he won't be too low. As long as these new passengers don't cause trouble, we won't have to pay them any mind. Qin Zhaoyang shrank his neck, falling silent again. The commotion in the carriage continued. The new passengers were getting to know each other and sharing experiences, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Leaning against his seat, Chen Ye opened the system group chat. The moment the blue light screen unfolded, messages poured out like a flood. The group members had increased from the previous 18 to 320. The newcomers were flooding the chat with messages, but not a single person was sharing their talents and attributes. Chen Ye turned his head and quietly said to Qin Zhaoyang, Zhaoyang, ask the people behind us which train they came from and how many trials they've participated in. Qin Zhaoyang nodded slightly and turned to lean against the back of the chair. 2 men were sitting behind them. One was wearing a white shirt, appearing to be in his early 30s, with neatly combed hair and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose, looking like an office worker. The other had dyed yellow hair, looking around 24 or 25, dressed in a black leather jacket, lounging with his legs crossed, chewing on something. Gentlemen, my name is Qin Zhaoyang, a native of train G5002. Which train were you on before? How many survival trials have you participated in? Qin Zhaoyang spoke politely, his face adorned with a standard, toothy smile. The man in the white shirt glanced at him, adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, and replied in a gentle tone, I am Jiang Shan from Chen Ye 4988, and I have participated in 3 trials. Qin Zhaoyang nodded slightly. You are quite impressive, surviving 3 survival trials. Jiang Shan smiled faintly. Just lucky, it's all about having good fortune. Oh, I see. Qin Zhaoyang nodded again, and turned his gaze to the yellow-haired man. What about you, buddy? The yellow-haired man glanced at Qin Zhaoyang, but said nothing. Qin Zhaoyang waited for about 2 seconds, seeing that he had no intention of speaking, and didn't feel awkward, chuckling softly. Excuse me for interrupting. He turned back and sat down in his own seat. As expected, Chen Ye understood. Just now Zhou Yiting's speculation was basically confirmed. The earlier the number, the more survival trials one had participated in. Their train G5002 was the one with the latest number, and it was also among those with the least number. In this light, he was still quite strong among these people. If he had participated in 2 more survival trials, his level would not be lower than level 9. Unfortunately, he had lost the daily reward points for the level ranking. He could have received 100 points for being. At that moment, the train's announcement rang out again. Dear passengers, train G5002 will arrive at Infinite City in 2 hours. The train will stay in Infinite City for 3 days. We wish you a pleasant journey. The carriage suddenly fell silent, and the passengers exchanged glances. Chen Ye's brow furrowed slightly. This next stop seemed to come too quickly, as they had just boarded. Infinite City. What great luck. A female voice came from the front of the carriage, filled with an uncontrollable excitement. Chen Ye looked over in the direction of the voice. The speaker was a woman sitting next to Zhou Yiting, appearing to be around 27 or 28, with shoulder-length dark brown curly hair, wearing a beige knitted cardigan over a black base shirt. Many people in the carriage stood up, their eyes all fixed on her direction. What is the trial in Infinite City? What's the difficulty level? Tell us everything you know. Voices arose, some inquiring, others in a questioning tone. The young woman faced these inquiries with no signs of panic. She stood up. Infinite City is not a survival trial. You can think of it as a safe zone, where you can see passengers from other trains, even high-level passengers. Safe zone. There's such a place. Our train has had survival trials for 3 stations and has never been to this so-called Infinite City. Jiang Shan in the back adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, his tone carrying a hint of doubt. The young woman tilted her head to glance at him. From what I learned during my last visit to Infinite City, it is not a fixed stop. Those with good luck may experience it after 2 or 3 trials, while those with bad luck may have to go through 8 or 9 trials before encountering it. The last stop I had was Infinite City. So you are quite lucky having Infinite City for 2 consecutive stops. Does that mean we can have 3 peaceful days? Someone in the carriage asked. Not peaceful days. The young woman's tone grew serious. It is an absolutely safe resting area. In Infinite City, any act of aggression will be directly nullified by the rules, regardless of who you are or what level your talents are, with no exceptions. The carriage fell silent once more. Then someone let out a long breath, leaning back in their seat. That scared me. Ooh, I thought we would have to face another trial so soon. 3 days. Finally, I can sleep peacefully. 3 days without fighting monsters, no need to be anxious. Some even laughed out loud, their laughter tinged with relief after a disaster. Chen Ye's gaze remained fixed on the young woman. She must have experienced quite a few trials. The young woman sat down. Zhou Yiting looked at her and softly said, Hello, my name is Zhou Yiting. Can you tell me more about Infinite City? Is there anything I need to watch out for? The young woman looked at Zhou Yiting, her gaze lingering on her face for a second before she nodded. My name is Wen Ning. Infinite City is very safe. There's nothing to worry about. If you have a lot of points, you can exchange them for potions, but don't exchange them all, leave some. In Infinite City, you consume points for food, accommodation, and transportation. As soon as Wen Ning finished speaking, Qin Zhaoyang leaned over from beside Chen Ye's head, almost touching the back of the front seat. Can you eat well in Infinite City? Wen Ning turned to look at him and smiled. Yes. Not only can you eat well, but there are also big beds, and you can take hot showers. Qin Zhaoyang's eyes instantly lit up, as if he had just heard the best news of his life. Chen Ye glanced at Qin Zhaoyang, and then turned back to Wen Ning. What kind of potions should I exchange for? Strength potions, energy potions, or recovery potions? How many points will be consumed in Infinite City for 3 days? He already understood the implications of Wen Ning's words. Infinite City had other trains stopping there, and even trains with earlier numbers, all in an absolutely safe environment. This was a place for mutual exchange, sharing resources and information. Transactions among passengers would be based on potions as currency, as points could not be traded directly. Wen Ning's gaze fell on Chen Ye, evaluating him briefly before speaking. Anything will do. Consider strength and energy potions as a purchasing power of 50 points each, and recovery potions as 150 points. Treat them like currency. As for points, keeping 200 points is enough for 3 days of normal expenses. Chen Ye nodded, leaning back in his seat, his fingers lightly tapping on the armrest as his mind began to plan. He currently had 1920 points, initially wanting to save up to 1 of 0 points to exchange for its class optional skill box. But now Infinite City was right in front of him, and he didn't know when the next opportunity would come. In the current team, Zhao Hai and Wang Shua did not have attribute weapons. Qin Xiaoyang lacked skills, and he had that silver chest without a key. He could only spend first. Without hesitation, he summoned the system shop, exchanged for 2 recovery potions costing 300 points, and obtained 22 strength potions for 1100 points. Chen Ye tilted his head and glanced at him. You can exchange your own potions for points, leaving 300 points would be wise. After all, these potions are essential whether for trading or personal use. Zhao Hai nodded without asking further and opened the system panel. The others in the team also opened their system panels to begin exchanging potions. As soon as Chen Ye finished speaking, Wen Ning in the front row spoke up again, turning her gaze towards Chen Ye. You guys are a team, right? You seem quite united, not bad. Chen Ye glanced at her. We are all classmates. Your level is not low either, are you alone? He had seen Wen Ning's name on the leaderboard, ranked 10th, 1 place higher than Zhao Hai with a level of 6. Wen Ning smiled wryly. Everyone has perished. Chen Ye fell silent. The gray-white mist outside the window began to fade. Chen Ye turned his gaze to the outside. As the mist cleared, the scene outside gradually revealed itself. Outside the window was a real city. Skyscrapers stood tall at the end of the line of sight, their glass facades reflecting a cold light from some source. Those buildings were neither the collapsed ruins of the corpse city nor the empty ancient streets of the strange city. The train entered the platform and the train announcement sounded again. Dear passengers, the G5002 Death Train is about to arrive at the West Station of Infinite City. All passengers, please prepare to disembark. The train will depart on the morning of the 3rd day at 9 o'clock sharp. Passengers who do not board will be eradicated by the rules of Infinite City. This announcement did not say that failing to disembark would lead to erasure by the rules, but rather that those who did not return to the train after 3 days would be erased. It seems that passengers with few points could remain in the cabin for these 3 days, as this station was not a survival trial. The atmosphere in the carriage instantly became lively, with some already checking their storage spaces, others counting their potions, and some standing up to stretch their limbs preparing to disembark. Infinite City, a safe zone. Qin Xiaoyang sprang up from his seat and turned to Chen Ye. Brother Ye, 3 days. 3 days without having to fight monsters. I can finally get a good night's sleep. Infinite City is a place for resource exchange. Whether you can score more points in the next trial depends on whether you can exchange for usable skills here in Infinite City. Chen Ye gazed out the window, noticing that 2 trains had already stopped on either side of their train. Qin Xiaoyang's face fell. I only have 410 points left, keeping 210 points, and I've only exchanged for 4 stamina potions. That's hardly worth anything, right? Chen Ye retracted his gaze and looked at Qin Xiaoyang. They'll lend you some potions, you can repay me once you earn points later. After the Strange City trial, he still had 2 stamina potions left, plus the 22 stamina potions and 2 recovery potions he exchanged, giving him a purchasing power of 1500 points along with a ghostly short sword that had minimal benefit to him, which he might sell if the price was right. Brother Ye, you truly are like a father to me. Qin Xiaoyang smiled widely. Let's go. Zhao Hai stood up from the aisle opposite, stretching his shoulders as his joints cracked. He glanced at Chen Ye, then looked at the passengers in front of the carriage who were gradually standing up. The doors of the 8-carriage train slid open simultaneously. Chen Ye checked the time. It was already 9 in the morning. He stood up and walked towards the door. Zhao Hai, Qin Xiaoyang, and the others closely followed behind him. The moment the 6 of them stepped out of the carriage, the system panel automatically popped up. A blue light screen unfolded before them. Welcome to Infinite City. Attacking other passengers is not permitted within the city, otherwise you will be eradicated by the rules. You may stay in Infinite City for 3 days. Countdown 715959. Chen Ye closed the panel and looked around. The scale of the Infinite City station far surpassed that of the Corpse City and the Strange City stations. He saw the train numbered G4769 on the right, which had arrived much earlier than theirs. Chen Ye and his group walked to the front of the train, bypassing train G4769, and turned right towards the station entrance. At that moment, the train closest to the platform tracks slowly started moving, the sound of wheels rubbing against the tracks shifting from low to high frequency as the black train began to glide forward. The group stood still, waiting for that train to leave the station. Zhou Yuting glanced back, silently counting. Looking at this Infinite City, there are quite a few passengers. There are a total of 10 tracks here, with 7 of them stopping trains. Excluding the one that's about to leave, there are still 6 trains passengers in Infinite City. Chen Ye followed her gaze. 10 tracks, 7 of which had trains stopped. Those trains had different numbers: G4980, G4977, G4963. Each of them was as black as theirs, with towering chimneys resembling steel beasts crawling on the tracks. Perhaps there are even more. There might be other stations as well. Chen Ye retracted his gaze. Wang Zhe and Xia Yan from Carriage 5 approached from behind. Wang Zhe was fully revived and spirited, while Xia Yan followed behind him, her twin tails bobbing as she walked. Are we going together? Wang Zhe walked up to Chen Ye and adjusted his black-framed glasses. Although it's safe here, it is still unfamiliar territory. Chen Ye nodded. Sure, once we enter the city, let's find a place to settle down first, and see if we can trade for the equipment and skills we need. Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly noticed a gaze fixed on him. Not far away, a man in black around 30 years old was staring at him. Behind him stood 6 people, including Jiang Ning and Jian Lan, while the other 4 looked unfamiliar and were not part of Jiang Ning's original team. Are you Chen Ye? The man in black stopped a meter in front of Chen Ye, both of them being of similar height. Chen Ye frowned slightly. Yes, what is it? The man in black smiled gently. I heard you have a silver treasure chest. I would like to trade with you. Chen Ye looked at him. Oh, what will you offer? 10 stamina potions. Qin Xiaoyang jumped out first. 10 stamina potions are worth 500 points. You think you can trade a silver treasure chest for such a meager offer? Are you here to rob? The man in black completely ignored Qin Xiaoyang, his gaze locked on Chen Ye. Chen Ye shook his head. Not trading. If you have a treasure chest key, I can trade you for 20 stamina potions. The man in black narrowed his eyes slightly. 20 stamina potions. You must have only gone through 2 survival trials. You've managed to gather quite a few points, huh? Since you are unwilling to trade, then so be it. While the two were conversing, the G4769 death train had already departed, its black body disappearing at the end of the platform, the sound of wheels against tracks growing fainter. The man in black did not linger, stepping over the tracks towards the platform. 4 of his followers cast a glance at Chen Ye as they passed by, their expressions unfriendly. Jiang Ning and Jian Lan followed suit, and throughout Jiang Ning did not spare Chen Ye a single glance. Zhao Hai frowned at Jiang Ning's back. Is Jiang Ning going to be that guy's lackey now? Be careful, you've caught their attention. That is Tang Jingxin, who was on the same train as I was. When Ning had unknowingly walked up to Chen Ye's side. The top of the level board, the one at level 9, Tang Jingxin. Qin Zhaoyang's eyes widened, and Wang Shuo smacked his lips. This guy is too domineering, exchanging a 500-point potion for a silver treasure chest, while Li Jihao's bronze treasure chest was exchanged for a potion worth 1,000 points. Li Zheng gave a wry smile. An innocent man suffers for having a jade. Who told him he is at a higher level than us? What bad luck. Wang Shuo snorted. It must be Jiang Ning who said that, otherwise how would that guy know Chen Ye has a silver treasure chest? He's actually gone to be someone's lackey. Chen Ye looked at Wen Ning. Do you know what talent Tang Jingxin has? Wen Ning shook her head slightly. I'm not too sure, but at least it's in level talent. Chen Ye continued to ask, how many trials did your train participate in before? 4 trials, one of which was Infinite City. Tang Jingxin is not a good person, so be careful. After Wen Ning finished speaking, she walked towards the platform. Chen Ye squinted his eyes. Although Tang Jingxin was at level 9, she only had level talent. Under normal circumstances, level talent means triple damage of a single attribute. If it's an active talent, there might be some special abilities as well. Equipment and skills are also part of combat power. Tang Jingxin should not lack in those. However, he's not a soft persimmon either. The 90-point damage from his artillery's extreme burst is his confidence. Chen Ye wasn't overly worried, but Zhao Hai and the others looked rather grim, their brows furrowed, lips pressed tightly together, their eyes inadvertently glancing towards the direction Tang Jingxin had disappeared. Don't worry too much, let's go too. After Chen Ye finished speaking, he stepped over the tracks and headed towards the platform exit, with Zhao Hai and the others following one after another. The moment they exited the station, their vision suddenly opened up. Infinite City was a truly modern urban area. On both sides of the wide streets, tall buildings loomed, and the streets were paved with light gray bricks, with the gaps between each brick neatly aligned. There were quite a few other passengers from different trains gathering in small groups, walking and chatting. These people are just like us. Zhao Hai's voice came from behind Chen Ye. Chen Ye nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the unfamiliar faces. These people came from different trains and had undergone different trials for survival, all gathered in this Infinite City known as a safe zone. Let's find a place to stay. We need to be here for 3 days. Chen Ye withdrew his gaze and walked towards the... It was a hotel about 20 stories high, with large glass curtain walls and dark gray stone on the exterior, featuring a revolving door at the entrance. The 8 of them entered the lobby. The floor was paved with dark-colored marble, and the reception desk was a solid slab of light gray rock, behind which stood a young woman in a dark blue uniform. Her hair was styled into a neat bun, and she wore a standard smile that revealed 8 teeth. The smile was perfect, so perfect it seemed unreal. Her skin shimmered with an unnatural glow under the lights, her eyes did not blink, and the curve of her lips was fixed at a certain angle. Although it looked somewhat unnatural, it was far more amiable compared to the monsters from the eerie city. The 8 of them approached the reception desk. "Welcome to Starry Hotel," the receptionist said in a sweet and standard tone devoid of any emotional fluctuation. "How many rooms do you need?" Chen Ye stepped forward and glanced at the price list on the wall behind the desk. Deluxe room 100 points per night. Single room 50 points per night. Double room 30 points per night. "A double room will suffice for 3 nights," Chen Ye said, pulling up the system panel to pay 90 points. Zhaohai, Wang Zhe, and Wang Shuo also booked a double room. They could save points where possible, with 8 of them sharing 4 rooms. It only cost 15 points per night. All 4 rooms are on the 12th floor, 1201, 1202, 1203, 1204. The elevator is on the right side of the lobby. Enjoy your stay. The receptionist still maintained that standard smile. The 8 of them walked to the elevator and pressed the up button. The elevator door opened almost instantly, and the space inside was significantly larger than that of a regular hotel elevator. The 8 of them stood inside without feeling crowded. As the elevator door closed, Qin Zhaoyang finally couldn't hold back. "That receptionist's smile reminds me of those things from the eerie city. Even though one is human and the other is a monster, that smile. Don't think too much about it." Chen Ye interrupted him. "Just treat her as an NPC. Since the rules say this place is absolutely safe, it is safe. There's no need to care about what the receptionist is." Qin Zhaoyang shrank his neck and fell silent. The elevator stopped on the 12th floor, and the door opened to reveal a corridor with a dark gray carpet. The walls on both sides of the corridor were beige, with a wall lamp every few meters emitting soft light. The 8 of them exited the elevator and walked towards their rooms. Wang Zhe handed the room card to Xia Yin. "Xiao Yanyu and Zhou will share a room." Xia Yin took the room card. "Okay." Wang Zhe turned to Zhao Hai. "I'll share with Zhao." Zhao Hai nodded slightly to indicate it was fine. Wang Zhe also spent points as Zhou Yiting was in their team. They wouldn't lose out, and having 2 girls in one room was quite fitting. Chen Ye swiped the card to open the door to 1201 and stepped inside. The room was larger than expected, with 2 side-by-side 1.2-meter beds. The bedding was pure white and neatly arranged. On the nightstand were 2 bottles of mineral water and a card that read "free." The window was a full wall of glass, allowing a view of the city skyline outside. As soon as Qin Zhaoyang entered, he threw himself on the bed, sprawled out in a star shape, burying his face in the pillow and letting out a muffled groan. "This is so damn comfortable." Chen Ye ignored him and walked straight into the bathroom. The bathroom was not large, but very clean, with white tiles, a transparent glass shower, and silver faucets and showerheads that shone brightly. He hadn't bathed in several days. In the corpse city, he could only wipe his face with mineral water, and in the eerie city there had been no water to use. As he turned on the shower and the hot water cascaded down, Chen Ye let out a long breath. This was not just hot water, it was a feeling of being alive. After he and Qin Zhaoyang finished showering, Zhao Hai, Wang Zhe, and the others arrived at Chen Ye's room. Zhao Hai had changed into a black tank top bought from the hotel vending machine for 2 points, as cheap as if it were free. Wang Shuo and Li Zheng had also changed into new clothes, one in dark gray and the other in navy blue, finally no longer wearing those 2 blood-soaked work vests and shorts. Wang Zhe was still in his dark blue hoodie, but it was evident he had also showered, his hair still half wet and a thin layer of mist on his glasses. Xia Yin had changed into a white hoodie, her twin ponytails tied higher than usual. Zhou Yiting wore a light gray knitted top, her hair down, looking much softer than when tied in a ponytail. Qin Zhaoyang nestled in the corner of the bed, legs crossed, holding a bottle of free mineral water. Chen Ye stood by the window, leaning against the floor-to-ceiling glass, facing the 7 people in the room. "How should we arrange these 3 days?" Zhao Hai sat on the bed by the window, hands on his knees, leaning slightly forward. "Seek trades, enhance strength, obtain equipment, skill books, and information. The trains with lower numbers in the city have participated in more trials than us, and know more than we do. If we can exchange useful information from them, it will greatly help in the next trial. Since we rarely get to Infinite City, I definitely cannot just lie in the hotel for 3 days." Zhou Yiting looked up. "I added Wen Ning as a friend. She told me the trading area is in the West District, about an hour's walk from the hotel." "Then let's go take a look." Chen Ye stood up from the window and walked towards the door. The other 7 followed one after another. An hour later, in the Western trading area of Infinite City. This area is completely different from the commercial district near the hotel. Instead of high-rise buildings, there are rows of low temporary stalls. These stalls lack a uniform specification. Some people spread plastic sheets on the ground displaying their goods, while others have brought out tables and chairs from a nearby building to showcase their items. The area is bustling with people. Some are stopping to inquire about prices at the stalls, others are squatting on the ground rummaging through items displayed by others, some are haggling fiercely with the stall owners, and some are completing transactions silently before leaving. The noise is as chaotic as a vegetable market. Whoa, so many people. Qin Zhaoyang stood at the entrance of the trading area, his jaw nearly dropping. There must be thousands of people here, right? It's normal. Just from the western station, where we came, 6 trains have stopped. There might be more from the southern and northern stations. Wang Zhe adjusted his glasses, scanning the crowd. Let's split up and explore. Chen Ye turned to the 7 people behind him. There's no danger in the city. How everyone should look for the equipment and skills they need. All right. Zhao Hai led Wang Shuo and Li Zheng into the trading area first. Then Xiao Yin and I will also take a look around, Wang Zhe said as he entered the trading area with Xia Yin. Let's go in too. Chen Ye stepped into the trading area with Zhou Yiting and Qin Zhaoyang following behind him. The stalls in the trading area are indeed numerous, but as Chen Ye walked along, his eyes swept over hundreds of stalls and found that most were selling weapons. White quality weapons are indeed cheap, costing only 100 points for a potion. Green quality ones are much more expensive, generally around 500 points, with some high tribute ones even priced higher. Weapons do not enjoy talent bonuses or skill enhancements. In terms of basic attributes between white and green gear, the improvement to one's strength is quite limited. Green gear only adds 2 attribute points compared to white gear, yet the price is 5 times higher, making it a poor value. The Ghost Blade in his storage space, a green quality item with 3 strength, was already on his mind to sell. As the two continued deeper into the trading area, it became increasingly chaotic and the crowd grew denser. At that moment, Chen Ye's gaze landed on a stall that seemed out of place compared to the others. This stall displayed no weapons or equipment, only a low stool and a piece of cardboard standing in front. The cardboard was crookedly written with selling information. Behind the cardboard sat a man. He appeared to be around 40, though he could also be in his 30s, with a scruffy beard, as if he hadn't shaved for several days. He wore a black shirt with the sleeves rolled up to his elbows, revealing a bit of forearm. His overall appearance was unkempt, giving off a somewhat sharp vibe. Qin Zhaoyang leaned closer, lowering his voice. This guy is a con artist, right? Chen Ye did not respond, and Qin Zhaoyang and Zhou Yiting quickly followed. How much do you sell the information for? Chen Ye stood at the stall without squatting down. The man lifted his head, sizing him up, and then replied in a leisurely tone. 1 energy potion or strength potion for 3 questions. If I don't know the answer to your question, it won't count as a question. How do we know if what you're saying is true or false? Isn't this just a trick? Qin Zhaoyang poked his head out from behind Chen Ye's tone, clearly skeptical. The man did not answer Qin Zhaoyang and displayed his panel. A blue light screen unfolded before him, displaying simple information. Name Luo Zheng, level LV 25. Other information, talents, attributes, and skill slots are, my goodness, level 25. Qin Zhaoyang gasped, his eyes wide open. I've undergone survival trials no less than 20 times. This level speaks volumes. You must be newcomers. Luo Zheng's voice remained leisurely. Chen Ye pondered for a moment. Since Luo Zheng had survived more than 20 survival trials and raised his level to 25, he must be quite extraordinary. All right. He flipped his palm, and a red strength potion appeared in his hand. He placed the potion on the cardboard and pushed it towards the man. Luo Zheng reached out to take the potion, weighed it in his hand, and stored it in his storage space. Ask away. What methods are there to return to the original world? Chen Ye asked the first question without hesitation. Luo Zheng glanced at him and chuckled lightly. Every person who comes to ask me this question asks the same first question. Do you think I would know? If I knew how to go back, would I be here selling information? Chen Ye also smiled, knowing this question would yield no answer, at least not now. Luo Zheng dropped the faint smile, his tone returning to calm. I can't answer that question, or it doesn't count. Next question. Chen Ye nodded slightly and asked, how can I obtain the key to the item treasure chest? Luo Zheng raised his eyebrows slightly. Item treasure chest. Bronze, silver, or gold? Silver treasure chest. Chen Ye replied honestly. After all, he wanted to know. You can obtain it by defeating elite monsters in 2-star difficulty survival trials. The keys are much rarer than the treasure chests. When the passengers on your train reach level 10, the 2-star survival trial will unlock. Luo Zheng's tone was very certain, as if stating a fact he had verified countless times. 2-star difficulty survival trials. Chen Ye murmured, repeating it, and then continued to ask, what is the highest difficulty of survival trials? Or rather, what is the highest star level of the survival trials you have participated in? I'm not sure what the highest rating is. The highest survival trial I participated in was 3 stars. In 3-star trials, not only is the monster's strength significantly increased, but there are also more than 1 train involved. Each trial scene has 4 stations, and each station can only accommodate 1 train. Theoretically, a 3-star or higher trial can have up to 4 trains passengers participating simultaneously. Chen Ye's brows furrowed slightly. Competing with multiple trains increases the competition. Being in the same trial scene as a train with a lower number is not a good thing. That's 2 questions. One last question. Go ahead, Luo Zheng urged. What is your train number? Chen Ye asked his final question. Luo Zheng clearly paused for a moment, his expression subtly changing. It was not surprise, but rather unexpected. He clearly did not anticipate Chen Ye would ask this seemingly worthless question for his third inquiry. Train number G4735. In the spirit of honesty, he reported his train number truthfully. Chen Ye silently memorized this number. G4735 is over 200 trains earlier than G5002. 3 questions have been asked. Luo Zheng stood up from the stool, stretching his back that had stiffened from sitting for too long. I will be here tomorrow. Feel free to find me if you have any questions. Of course, come with a potion. Chen Ye nodded slightly and turned to leave. Qin Zhaoyang jogged to catch up. Do you believe what he said? Over 20 survival trials train now. G4735. I can't shake the feeling that he's boasting. Zhou Yating interjected. The information he provided should be true. After all, he is already at level 25, and there's no need for him to deceive us. Whether it's true or false will only be a matter of an energy potion. Well, no, when we encounter the 3-star trial. Chen Ye continued to process the information he just received as he walked. The key to the silver treasure chest can only be obtained by defeating elite monsters in the 2-star trial. On the leaderboard for Train No. G5002, the first place is level 9, the second place is level 8. With just one more trial, those two will surely reach level 10, at which point they can unlock the 2-star survival trial. Leaving Luo Zheng's stall, Chen Ye continued deeper into the trading area. Qin Zhaoyang and Zhou Yating followed closely behind, their eyes scanning the stalls on either side. The 3 of them walked for about 5 minutes, and the stalls ahead became more numerous and crowded with people jostling for space. Some were bargaining, while others debated whether a piece of equipment was worth its price. Chen Ye's gaze swept over stall after stall. The stalls primarily sold weapons. White-quality weapons were stacked together, displayed like goods at a street vendor. Green-quality weapons were placed in more prominent positions, some even elevated slightly, as if to showcase their superiority over the white-quality ones. He hadn't seen any skill books. Just as he thought he might miss out on skill books today, a voice erupted from not far away. Clevel-ranged archer skill, explosive arrow. Is anyone interested? The voice was powerful, apparently concerned that those nearby couldn't hear. Chen Ye paused for a moment. Then he noticed the shift in the crowd around that stall. The people who had been busy with their own activities almost simultaneously turned toward the source of the voice. Some packed away the items they were bargaining for, some shifted from a crouching position to standing, and others abruptly ended their conversations. In less than 10 seconds, the area in front of that stall was filled with people. Some craned their necks to see inside, some tiptoed to look over the shoulders of those in front, while others simply pushed their way into the crowd using their elbows to clear a path. Explosive arrow. A ranged skill. Show us the skill information. I want this skill. What's the price? The clamor erupted from the center of the crowd. Chen Ye stood at the edge of the crowd, able to see the general outline of the stall. The stall owner was a young man in a black jacket, appearing to be around 27 or 28, with a crew cut and a sturdy build. A ranged skill. Qin Zhaoyang's eyes lit up instantly. He was the only one in the team lagging behind. Let's go take a look. Class leader, send a message to Hai Gu to come over. Chen Ye spoke as he walked toward the young crew-cut man selling skill books. Qin Zhaoyang immediately followed. Zhou Yating quickly pulled up the system chat to send a message to Zhao Hai, then jogged to catch up with Chen Ye. Chen Ye stopped at the edge of the crowd. He wasn't short, but from this angle, he could only see the backs of people's heads and shoulders. The calls for prices surged from the crowded center. How much are you selling it for? Just tell us. Stop being. I'll offer 800 points in potions. Sell it to me. Chen Ye frowned, reached out to push aside a person's shoulder in front of him. With 30 points in basic strength, he easily parted the crowd, bringing Qin Zhaoyang and Zhou Yating along. Qin Zhaoyang followed behind, weaving through the gaps between people like an eel. When the 3 of them reached the front row, they finally saw the stall clearly. The crew-cut man sat cross-legged on the ground with a deep blue waterproof cloth spread out in front of him. Scattered across the cloth were a few items, including a white-quality long knife, but these were not the main focus. The focus was the open skill book he was holding. The cover of the book was dark red with no text, only a silver emblem in the shape of a bow and arrow. Above the book floated a translucent blue screen displaying the skill information. Chen Ye's gaze swept over the skill introduction. Clevel skill, explosive arrow skill description, range skill that consumes 10 points of chi to cause arrows shot from a bow to explode, dealing double basic strength damage, and can be stacked with talents. Qin Zhaoyang's head peeked out from behind Chen Ye's shoulder. As soon as his eyes met that blue screen, they widened in astonishment. His talent did not grant a damage bonus. He was only at level 3, with a basic strength of just 5 points. Even if he allocated all his free attribute points into strength, he would only reach 7 points. Using the Gale crossbow to shoot arrows was already challenging against ordinary monsters, let alone those elite ones. However, with this skill book, he could easily deal with monsters with 14 points of strength damage. Qin Zhouyang's hand unconsciously tightened into a fist. His lips moved as if to say something, but he swallowed it back, merely glancing at Chen Ye. What's the asking price? Just give us a number. A man in a gray jacket squatted opposite the crew-cut man, clutching 3 or 4 red liquid potions in his hand, speaking urgently. The crew-cut man lifted his eyelids to glance at him, then scanned the surrounding crowd of onlookers before a slow smile crept across his face. This skill book is for sale at 1,500 points in potions. As soon as that number dropped, the area around the stall fell silent for at least 2 seconds. Then someone gasped, someone muttered a curse, someone shook their head and turned to leave, and yet others stood still, their expressions fluctuating between hesitation and calculation. 1,500. That's way too expensive. The man in the gray jacket was the first to shout. This is a clever skill book. Green quality equipment sells for 500 points. Is 1,500 points really too much? The crew-cut man stated a fact. Skill books were inherently rare, and ranged skills were even harder to come by. In this deadly game where survival was the top priority, the ability to output damage from a safe distance was worth far more than equivalent melee abilities. There were indeed people among the onlookers who could produce 1,500 points in potions. However, if they spent all their potions on a skill book, they would surely suffer in the next survival trial, without any potions. The crew-cut man seemed to have anticipated this situation long ago. He was not in a hurry, resting the skill book on his lap, eyes closed against a pillar, as if waiting for a real big fish to take the bait. Yigu, it's too expensive, let's forget it. Qin Zhouyang's tone was very calm, perhaps overly so. Yet Chen Ye could sense the underlying tension in that calmness. It was not that he didn't want it, but he didn't want Qin Zhouyang to empty his pockets. Qin Zhouyang was well aware of how many potions Chen Ye had. 24 energy potions, one used earlier for asking questions, leaving only 23, plus 2 restoration potions totaling only 1450 points in purchasing power. No matter how expensive, we have to buy it. With this skill you can deal damage, points can be earned back later. Chen Ye still hoped that Qin Zhouyang would not encounter any mishap. Even without using the heavy cannon skill, his attributes were already high. He was not overly dependent on potions. Qin Zhouyang was also his lucky star. Without Qin Zhouyang, he would not have accessed the heavy cannon skill, nor developed as rapidly. Moreover, Qin Zhouyang's talent for securing kills on low-health elite monsters was still godly, but it required damage support. Otherwise, in high-star trials, Qin Zhouyang would struggle to even break skin. Zhou Yiting took out her potion and handed it to Chen Ye, saying, I still have some potions left, although not many. First, help Zhao Yang buy this skill book. Chen Ye shook his head and replied, Class leader, keep your potions for yourself. He then stepped in front of the buzzcut man and said, I offer 1,000 points worth of potions plus a green quality weapon in exchange for that skill book. The buzzcut man opened his eyes and looked Chen Ye up and down, asking, Green gear, what type, what attributes? Short sword, strength 3. Chen Ye replied as he took out the ghost blade short sword and summoned its attribute panel. The buzzcut man looked at it and nodded, saying, a green gear short sword with strength 3 isn't hard to part with. Deal. He extended his hand to pass the skill book to Chen Ye. Just as Chen Ye reached out to take it, a voice from the crowd called out, I offer 1,800 points worth of potions for the skill book in your hand. As the voice faded, the crowd automatically parted to make way. Tang Jingxin walked out from the split crowd, moving at a steady pace, the hem of his black tactical jacket swaying gently as he walked. He wore a faint smile on his face. Behind him were 6 people, including Jiang Ning and Jianlan. Jiang Ning had a blank expression, while Jianlan walked beside him, momentarily pausing her gaze on Chen Ye before looking away. The 6 of them lined up neatly behind Tang Jingxin. The buzzcut man retracted his outstretched hand. He glanced at Tang Jingxin, then at Chen Ye, and the corners of his mouth slowly curled up. There was a shrewdness of a businessman in that smile, along with a hint of opportunism. Sorry, little brother, but the highest bidder wins. He turned his head to glance at Chen Ye, his tone showing no embarrassment. Qin Zhouyang curled his lip and quietly muttered, scammer. His voice was so low that only Chen Ye standing next to him could hear. Chen Ye did not look at the buzzcut man. His gaze was fixed on Tang Jingxin. Tang Jingxin took a step forward, standing in front of the buzzcut man's stall, and turned to Chen Ye, saying, what a coincidence, Chen Ye. Chen Ye remained silent, his expression growing darker. The price had risen to 1,800 points. Even if he took out his remaining 3 potions and added the 4 from Qin Zhouyang, he would still only surpass Tang Jingxin by 50 points. He couldn't withstand Tang Jingxin's price hike. The surrounding crowd fell silent for a moment before erupting into even more intense whispers. 1,800 points. Truly a rich man. He is ranked first in the level leaderboard of our G5002 train already at level 9. Level 9. No wonder he has such deep pockets. The whispers surged like a tide from all directions. The buzz-cut man sat still on the ground, not prompting anyone, simply placing the skill book on his lap with his hands resting on either side, fingers gently tapping on his kneecap. Let's trade. Tang Jingxin flipped his palm, and a transparent bag appeared in his hand containing exactly 36 red stamina potions. The buzz-cut man's eyes brightened for a moment, but he did not immediately take it. Instead, he turned his head to glance at Chen Ye, clearly asking if he wanted to raise his offer further. Chen Ye still did not speak, merely sighing. He could not afford to raise the price any further. Just as he was about to give up, Zhao Hai's voice came from behind. Well, add 10 more stamina potions. The voice was heavy like a thunderclap cutting through the crowd. The crowd parted once again. Zhao Hai strode in his right hand, clutching 10 red stamina potions. The potion tubes bunched together in his. Wang Shuo and Li Zheng followed closely behind him. Zhao Hai stood next to Chen Ye, handing the 10 stamina potions towards the buzzcut man, then glanced at Tang Jingxin, his expression devoid of any extra emotion. Qin Zhaoyang swallowed hard when he saw the 10 red potions in Zhao Hai's hand. Brother Hai, why not let it go? With so many potions I can never repay them in this lifetime. His voice was low, so low that only a few people next to him could hear. Zhao Hai ignored him. The buzzcut man squatted on the ground, glancing back and forth between the potions in Zhao Hai's hand and the short sword in Chen Ye's grasp before raising his head to look at Tang Jingxin. His smile deepened a few degrees, saying, "This brother's offer includes a green quality weapon and 30 stamina potions totaling around 2,000 points." He paused, turning his gaze to Tang Jingxin. "Will you raise your offer?" Tang Jingxin's mouth twitched slightly. His gaze shifted from Chen Ye to Zhao Hai, then back to Chen Ye. Then he flipped his palm, and a palm-sized bronze chest appeared in his hand. The chest was entirely bronze with intricate embossed patterns on its surface identical to the bronze chest that Li Jiahao had sold to Jiang Ning at the station. The crowd stirred once more. A bronze chest. A prop chest. That thing is useless but can't be opened without a key. Having it is better than not having it. What if we get a key in the future? What if? How many people have you seen with a chest key? Moreover, whatever comes out of it is random. The buzzcut man looked at the bronze chest in Tang Jingxin's hand, silent for 2 seconds, then shook his head, saying, "Chests are easy to acquire, but keys are hard to find. Besides, this is just a bronze chest. If it were a silver chest, I might consider it. If you don't add any potions, you'll trade with them instead." He said this in a calm tone, leaving no room for negotiation. Tang Jingxin's smile gradually faded. He said nothing, simply retracting both the transparent bag containing 36 stamina potions and the bronze chest back into his storage space. He then turned and left with his 4 little brothers following closely behind. Jiang Ning glanced at Chen Ye and then signaled Jian Lan beside him. Jian Lan understood and caught up to Tang Jingxin, saying, "Brother Tang, I'll wander around by myself. Just have Jiang Ning send me a message when you leave." Tang Jingxin did not look back, merely nodding slightly in acknowledgement. Jian Lan turned and walked in another direction of the trading area, quickly getting lost in the crowd. Jiang Ning quickly followed Tang Jingxin, silently trailing behind him. Chen Ye noticed Jiang Ning's gaze and contemplated as he watched Jiang Ning's departing figure. The buzzcut man waited until Tang Jingxin's figure completely vanished into the crowd before turning to look at. The smile on his face had changed. It had transformed from the calmness of a negotiator to the warmth that one displays after a business deal is struck. "Let's trade." Chen Ye retracted his gaze, saying nothing more. He flipped his palm, and the black short sword reappeared in his hand. The sword was pitch black with a faint green glow swirling along the blade. He then counted out 20 red stamina potions from his storage space and handed them over along with the short sword. Zhao Hai also handed over the 10 potions he had. The buzzcut man examined each item, then nodded and passed the skill book to Chen Ye. Chen Ye took the skill book, did not open it to look, and directly turned to hand it to Qin Zhaoyang. As Qin Zhaoyang took the book in his hands, his fingers trembled. The cover was dark red with a silver pattern shaped like a bow and arrow embossed on it. He opened the cover. A blue light curtain popped up in front of Qin Zhaoyang, the words on the curtain clear, as if engraved. His gaze lingered on the 2 characters for study for about half a second before he extended his index finger and tapped it. The skill book transformed into countless tiny light points and scattered. Qin Zhaoyang closed his eyes, and after about 2 seconds he opened them and looked at Chen Ye and Zhao Hai, saying, "Thanks, Brother Ye and Brother Hai. I'll pay you back when I earn some points." Chen Ye waved his hand, saying, "Let's talk about the potions later." Zhao Hai said nothing. He had exchanged for potions worth 1,000 points, which was equivalent to taking out half. Qin Zhaoyang nodded, not saying anything further. The onlookers saw that the deal was done and the coveted skill book had a new owner, so they began to disperse. Some turned to leave, some walked to nearby stalls, while others squatted down to sift through the remaining odds and ends on the waterproof cloth of a buzzcut man. The crowd dispersed like a receding tide. The noisy atmosphere of the trading area filled the space again, with haggling continuing and vendors still calling out. Chen Ye stood in the center of the crowd watching the direction where Tang Jingxin had disappeared. After a few seconds of silence, he withdrew his gaze. Brother Hai, did you have any luck? Wang Shuo spent 100 points on a white quality weapon which I want use. The enhancement from white gear is limited and green gear has poor cost effectiveness. I still prefer to use my fists. That's true. Let's go back to the hotel. He turned and walked toward the exit of the trading area. Zhao Hai walked alongside him, while Wang Shuo, Li Zheng, Zhou Yiting, and Li Xiaoyang followed behind. The six-person team made their way through the crowd in the trading area, heading toward the hotel. The surrounding noise gradually faded as the onlookers dispersed. Not far from where the buzzcut man had set up, Li Jiahao, Ma Wenba, and Sun Kai stood together, having just witnessed the competition between Chen Ye and Tang Jingxin. Sun Kai exclaimed, "Wow, they spent 2,000 points for a Qin Zhaoyang. Their points are really abundant." Ma Wenba and Li Jiahao remained silent. Li Jiahao was feeling very uncomfortable. The points he exchanged for from Jiang Ning using a bronze treasure chest couldn't even buy a skill book here. The three of them were only trying to survive in the corpse city and had spent most of their time avoiding danger entering the answering room early in the strange city. Inside, Li Jiahao earned 100 points and a bronze treasure chest through answering questions, while Ma Wenba and Sun Kai left empty-handed. The three relied solely on the basic survival points reward to level up to level 3, lacking both equipment and skills. Li Jiahao's talent, like Qin Zhaoyang's, was one without any attribute bonuses. The only skills could make up for that. Of course, Li Jiahao's Shadow of the Void as an 11 talent was also uniquely strong in terms of survival. As long as he had enough potions, he would basically not be killed. However, it was difficult for him to kill monsters, being in a phantasmal state, meant being invincible, but to kill monsters, he had to solidify his form, and his attacks in a phantasmal state were ineffective. He could only attack during the transition between phantasm and reality, but his damage was low, he had no skills, and he was not durable. Just one mistake could lead to his downfall. This was a talent that relied heavily on skill, which is why he was so cautious. However, if he focused solely on survival and gave up attacking, even an SS-level talent would find it hard to kill him. Li Jiahao looked at his two underlings who had become a burden to him. Unbeknownst to him, Ma Wenba and Sun Kai's opinions of their leader had also changed now. They felt that following Li Jiahao, a player focused on survival, had no future. Had they known, they should have followed Zhao Hai and Chen Ye from the beginning. Now, even if they tried to curry favor with Zhao Hai, he wouldn't pay them any attention. Let's go back, Li Jiahao said as he walked toward the exit of the trading area. Ma Wenba and Sun Kai exchanged glances and followed him. Chen Ye's group walked along the main road, the glass facades of the tall buildings reflecting the gray-white sky. Occasionally, pedestrians passed by, some walking quickly, while others strolled leisurely, some alone and some in small groups. Qin Zhaoyang walked in the middle of the group, occasionally glancing down at his skill bar, unable to suppress the smile at the corners of his mouth, like a child who had found a treasure. Every little while he would bring up the system panel to check, confirming that the skill was still there. "All right, stop looking. Your skill isn't going to run away." Wang Shuo reached out from behind and tapped him on the back. Qin Zhaoyang rubbed the back of his head, chuckling softly. "I'm just excited. Double power damage means I can finally deal some damage. Let's go that way." Chen Ye led the way into a small path. The further they went, the narrower the road became. The buildings on both sides transformed from tall structures to 4 or 5-story brick and concrete buildings with off-white paint on the exterior, some areas already peeling to reveal the gray-black concrete beneath. This was a route they hadn't taken earlier. Chen Ye slowed his pace, shifting from walking to strolling. Zhao Hai noticed his change and also slowed down, glancing at him without speaking. Wang Shuo and Li Zheng exchanged glances and also slowed their pace. Qin Zhaoyang was still looking at his skill bar and didn't notice the change in the group's speed, nearly bumping into Li Zheng, who had suddenly slowed down and was pulled back by Li Zheng. "Watch where you're going." "Oh." Qin Zhaoyang closed the panel, looked up, and found that Chen Ye had fallen to the back of the group, walking slowly, as if taking a leisurely stroll. "Brother Ye, hurry up. Let's find a place to have a nice meal." Chen Ye didn't respond, not even looking at him, and Zhao Hai turned around, and Wang Shuo and Li Zheng also turned back. Qin Zhaoyang looked around in confusion. Chen Ye looked at the corner of a building, saying, "You've been following us for so long. If you have something to say, just say it." Qin Zhaoyang was taken aback for a moment, his neck stiffening as his gaze shifted from Chen Ye to that corner. Zhao Hai and the others were equally puzzled, not knowing who Chen Ye was speaking to. It was quiet for about 3 or 4 seconds. Then a figure stepped out from the shadow of the wall, walking neither fast nor slow until it stopped about 2 meters away from the group. When Zhao Hai saw the newcomer, a flicker of surprise crossed his face, but it was quickly replaced by wariness. He glanced at Chen Ye, whose expression showed no change. "Jianlan, why are you following us?" Zhao Hai's tone was unfriendly. Jianlan did not look at Zhao Hai. Her gaze was fixed on Chen Ye. "Ninggu sent me to find you." Zhao Hai tilted his head and glanced at Chen Ye, who gave a slight nod. Zhao Hai took a half step back. "Tang Jingxin is in the same carriage as you, right?" That bronze treasure chest he just took out belongs to Jiang Ning, and those potions were exchanged with points from you, and Jiang Ning weren't they? Chen Ye spoke this line in a very calm tone, as if he were stating a fact he had confirmed long ago. Jian Lan's expression shifted slightly, but quickly returned to calm. You're not wrong, most of the potions we exchanged for with points were taken by Tang Jingxin, and that bronze treasure chest indeed belongs to Brother Ning. Chen Ye understood in his heart, it was indeed as he suspected. Previously, when Ning had mentioned that Tang Jingxin had visited Infinite City before the merger of the train passengers, which meant he had to spend points on potions. To arm a team is immensely costly, and today, he could produce so many potions undoubtedly obtained from Jiang Ning and Jian Lan. What is your purpose in coming to find us today? Chen Ye asked directly. Brother Ning asked me to convey a message to you. There are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. After all, we are also classmates from Yun City University. Jian Lan repeated Jiang Ning's words verbatim, as Jiang Ning had told her that as long as Chen Ye heard this sentence, he would surely cooperate with them. Hearing this, Zhao Hai was almost laughing in anger, letting out a cold snort through his nose. So now you're being forced by Tang Jingxin to act like a subordinate, and you know we are classmates. Why didn't you think about us being classmates when you plotted against me in the Corpse City? Wang Shuo and Li Zheng stood behind Zhao Hai, their expressions equally displeased. Jian Lan did not retort or even look at Zhao Hai, but she kept her eyes on Chen Ye, as Jiang Ning had informed her that the one truly in charge of Zhao Hai's team was Chen Ye. Chen Ye's expression remained unchanged as he looked at Jian Lan, remaining silent for a few seconds before speaking. Go ahead, how do you want to cooperate? Zhao Hai glanced at Chen Ye, his brow furrowing slightly, but ultimately said nothing and withdrew his gaze. We are actively joining Tang Jingxin's team. Brother Ning's intention is to find an opportunity in the next trial to work together and eliminate Tang Jingxin. Jian Lan paused for a moment and continued, Tang Jingxin has set his sights on your silver treasure chest, and you all snatched his skill book today. He will definitely target you, as Tang Jingxin poses a threat to us all. Alright, once you have a clear understanding of Tang Jingxin's team strength, I can consider cooperating with you. Chen Ye readily agreed his decisiveness, leaving Jian Lan somewhat surprised. Then it settled, we will communicate through the system chat and won't meet in person. After saying this, Jian Lan summoned the system panel to add Chen Ye as a friend. Chen Ye accepted the friend request. I will leave first. I will notify you if there is any news. Jian Lan did not linger, turning and leaving the alley, her pace noticeably quicker than when she arrived, soon disappearing around the corner. Chen Ye, what is Jiang Ning trying to do? Just moments ago, he was acting as Tang Jingxin's lackey, and now he's sending Jian Lan to find you to collaborate in taking down Tang Jingxin. Wang Shuo looked confused. Chen Ye withdrew his gaze, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. Jiang Ning is trying to tie us to the same boat. Zhao Hai frowned. What do you mean? Chen Ye sneered. The fact that I possess a silver treasure chest was most likely told to Tang Jingxin by Jiang Ning, aiming to incite conflict between us. Someone like Jiang Ning would never be content playing the sidekick to others. However, Jiang Ning makes a valid point. His current strength poses no threat to us, but we still lack information on Tang Jingxin's capabilities. Moreover, we've already created animosity with him, so let Jiang Ning help us probe Tang Jingxin's depths for now. But can we really rely on that guy Jiang Ning? He might turn around and sell us out later. Zhao Hai glanced. Unreliable, true, but our interests currently align. Whether Jiang Ning aims to develop power in Carriage No. 5 or collect protection fees, he cannot avoid Tang Jingxin. In other words, Jiang Ning does not wish for someone as formidable as Tang Jingxin to exist in Carriage No. 5, as it would severely hinder his growth. However, he currently lacks the strength to confront Tang Jingxin, which is why he comes to us for cooperation. Of course, it's also possible that he's using Tang Jingxin to deal with us. It's hard to say at this point. We'll just have to wait and see, but I tend to lean towards the idea that Jiang Ning wants to eliminate Tang Jingxin. In Chen Ye's view, they were not in a life-and-death situation with Jiang Ning, while the presence of Tang Jingxin significantly impacted his interests. As long as Tang Jingxin exists, it will be difficult for Jiang Ning to retain anything valuable he acquires in the survival trial. Chen Ye knew that Jiang Ning was deliberately pulling him into the fray against Tang Jingxin, but collaborating with Jiang Ning was indeed the optimal choice. This was a blatant scheme. Zhao Hai nodded, saying nothing further. As compared to Jiang Ning, Tang Jingxin was indeed far more dangerous. Zhou Yiting walked up from behind and stood beside Chen Ye. Tang Jingxin is ranked first on the level leaderboard. His talent, skills, and equipment must all be top tier. We are at a complete disadvantage. Chen Ye nodded slightly. Their team's level is indeed higher than ours, and we still don't know Tang Jingxin's specific talents. If Jiang Ning genuinely wishes to cooperate, he should provide us with useful information. This death game resembles a vast breeding ground, relentlessly eliminating the weak. Conflicts with other passengers are inevitable, and against those who harbor hostility towards him, he would not hesitate to eliminate them whenever opportunities arise. Qin Zhaoyang shrank his neck and muttered softly, "Indeed, those who can survive are all incredibly cunning. When we first boarded the train, the captain was still tallying talents. How innocent it was back then. Many were sharing their attributes in the group, and now it feels like a no-holds-barred situation." Zhou Yuting glanced at Qin Zhaoyang. "Attribute panels are like underwear. Once the underwear is stripped away, you can see how big you are. After all, based on talents and basic attributes along with the level displayed on the leaderboard, it's easy to calculate the combat power's limits." Qin Zhaoyang froze for half a second before bursting into laughter. Captain, your analogy is quite apt." Zhao Hai's mouth twitched. Wang Shuo and Li Zheng exchanged glances and both laughed out loud. Qin Zhaoyang looked at Chen Ye and Zhao Hai. "In this group, Wild Brother and Sea Brother are the biggest." Zhao Hai's smile had not yet faded when he heard this, and his face darkened. He slapped Qin Zhaoyang on the back of the head. "Shut up." The slap was neither too heavy nor too light, but it caused Qin Zhaoyang to stumble forward a step. He rubbed the back of his head and chuckled a few times, not daring to speak further. "All right, let's head back. We are going for a good meal," Chen Ye said, leading the way out of the alley and back onto the... Zhao Hai walked alongside him in front with the others following behind. The six of them exited the alley and returned to the main road heading towards the hotel. An hour later, at the exit of the trading market, Tang Jingxin walked out from the crowd with four subordinates, and Jiang Ning his pace neither fast nor slow. He slightly tilted his head, his gaze sweeping across the buildings on both sides of the street, as if confirming the direction. Jiang Ning walked half a step behind him on his right, his expression blank. "Let's head back to the hotel," Tang Jingxin said casually. "Brother Tang, wait for me." Jianlan's voice came from behind. She chased after the group, her bangs tousled by the wind, breathing slow. Tang Jingxin did not turn his head, continuing to walk forward. The group of seven crossed the street heading towards the hotel. Suddenly Tang Jingxin spoke. "Jiang Ning, did you say that Chen Ye has a clever talent?" Jiang Ning glanced at him, replying, "Yes, it's a clever talent, a talent that slightly enhances basic strength." Tang Jingxin frowned slightly, saying, "He ranks 6th on the leaderboard, just like you both at level 6. Can a clever talent achieve that? Moreover, the monsters that drop silver chests are at least elite monsters. How could he defeat such powerful creatures in the second trial, if he were really clever? Because he obtained a powerful skill in the first trial which effectively gave him S-level combat power. As for the monster that dropped the silver chest, it was killed by several S-level powers together. He merely happened to pick up the scraps." Jiang Ning's tone was calm, as if he were stating something he had confirmed many times before. Tang Jingxin did not respond immediately. His gaze shifted from Jiang Ning's face to the distant skyline of the city. He understood that a single skill book was not enough for a clever talent to rival in S-level. Even in a level skill could not achieve that. Seeing that he was silent, Jiang Ning continued, "Regardless of the grade of his skill, using a skill requires consuming energy points. The explosive arrow skill has nearly exhausted their team's potion reserves. Even if his skill is strong, without potions to support him, he cannot use it indefinitely." Tang Jingxin nodded slightly, the curve of his lips becoming more pronounced than before. Jiang Ning was right. Higher grade skills consumed more energy points. At their current level, whether they could even utilize an SS level skill was uncertain, as their level had locked the maximum energy points. Jiang Ning glanced at Tang Jingxin, a faint smile curving at the corner of his lips. The two fell silent while Jianlan, walking at the back, kept watching Jiang Ning's silhouette. She no longer knew what Jiang Ning was thinking. While discussing how to deal with Chen Ye with Tang Jingxin, she secretly planned to contact Chen Ye to collaborate in taking down Tang Jingxin. The message Jiang Ning had her deliver to Chen Ye was in truth half true and half false. Tang Jingxin had not robbed them. It was Jiang Ning who had voluntarily given the potions and the bronze chest to Tang Jingxin, revealing that Chen Ye had a silver chest. However, from what Jiang Ning had just said to Tang Jingxin, it was clear he wanted Tang Jingxin to underestimate Chen Ye. Even she realized that Chen Ye could not possibly be a clever talent. Could Jiang Ning not see it? Jianlan averted her gaze, lowering her head to focus on the ground beneath her feet, no longer pondering these issues. She trusted that Jiang Ning's actions must have their own logic. At the Starry Hotel, in a private room, a round table was filled with dishes: braised pork, sweet and sour ribs, steamed sea-based garlic, broccoli, scrambled eggs, with tomatoes, a bowl of seaweed and egg soup, and a large basin of rice. These dishes cost Chen Ye 30 points. The presentation of the food was not exquisite, but the steam rising and the aroma wafting through the room were worlds apart from the taste of those compressed biscuits. 6 people sat around the table, none of them touching their chopsticks. Qin Zhaoyang's eyes scanned the dishes on the table several times, his Adam's apple bobbing. He held his chopsticks in hand, but since Chen Ye had not moved, he felt embarrassed to be the first to do so. Class monitor, has Wen Ning not arrived yet? Qin Zhaoyang turned to Zhou Yiting, his tone tinged with impatience. Zhou Yiting checked the system chat and said, "She should be arriving soon. I just wonder if we can gather any useful information about Tang Jingxin from this feast." Chen Ye leaned back in his chair, hands in his pockets. Regardless, we need to eat ourselves. It'd be best if we could gather information about Tang Jingxin. If not, we'll just consider it making a new friend. If we finish this meal, we'll have spent the equivalent of 2 nights lodging. That's just too extravagant, Zhao Hai remarked, his mouth twitching. They were not wealthy. That skill book had already depleted most of their resources. Wang Shuo leaned back casually in his chair. Hai Gu, you're wrong. As the saying goes, live in the moment. Oh, we could die in the next trial, so eating well now is worth it. Can you just shut up? Li Jing shot him a sidelong glance. A dog can't spit out ivory. Wang Shuo for once did not retort, only scratching his head awkwardly and chuckling. At that moment, the door to the private room was pushed open. Wen Ning walked in wearing a new outfit. Dark gray knit top paired with black casual pants, her hair cascading over her shoulders. Wen Ning's gaze swept over the steaming dishes on the table. You all are quite extravagant, eating so well. Are you not worried? Chen Ye smiled slightly. We've been eating compressed biscuits for days. We need to improve our diet. Please sit down. Zhou Yiting stood up to pull out a chair for her. Wen Ning took a seat without hesitation, picked up her chopsticks, grabbed a piece of sweet and sour rib, bit into it, and her eyes narrowed slightly. Really good. Let's eat first, and we can talk after we're done, Chen Ye said, and everyone began to eat heartily. Chopsticks flew in and out of the plates, the sauce from the braised pork mixing with the rice, while the bones from the sweet and sour ribs piled up like little hills in the dish. Qin Zhaoyang's eating style was particularly ferocious, his mouth stuffed with food, while reaching to grab another piece, his cheeks bulging like a hamster. This meal is the best I've ever had, he mumbled through a mouthful with a grain of rice stuck at the corner of his mouth. Wang Shuo glanced at him. Look at you, what a disgrace. You're no better. You've polished off half a plate of braised pork by yourself. You're full of crap. Ooh, I only had 3 pieces. How can that be half a plate? Is that really 3 pieces? You haven't stopped eating since we began. Did you count? I didn't count, but When Ning watched Qin Zhaoyang and Wang Shuo bicker, the corners of her mouth slightly lifting, but she remained silent, quietly enjoying the food in her bowl. The noise in the private room continued for a while, before gradually subsiding. Chen Ye set down his chopsticks, picked up a napkin to wipe his hands, and then looked at Wen Ning. Wen Ning also put down her chopsticks, leaning back in her chair, her gaze meeting Chen Ye's. You invited me for a feast because you want to ask about Tang Jingxin, right? Wen Ning's tone was calm, without any hint of probing, directly piercing through the purpose of this meal. Yes, after all, he has set his sights on me, so I must be prepared. Chen Ye's tone was equally calm. The commotion in the room subsided. Qin Zhaoyang and Wang Shuo also put down their chopsticks. Everyone's attention shifted to Wen Ning. Wen Ning paused for 2 seconds before speaking. Although I was on the same train with Tang Jingxin, we were not in the same carriage. During the trial, I tried to avoid his team, so I have not seen his battles, and he has not posted his attribute panel in the group. She hesitated before continuing. Tang Jingxin reached level 9 so quickly, his talent is undoubtedly at least class. In his team, there is also a ranged class talent at level 6, who is Sean, ranked 9th on the leaderboard, and the other 3 members are all at level 5. Chen Ye nodded. Ranked 9th, and at level 6, he was 1 level higher than Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai frowned slightly, and a class talent already makes it into the top 10 of the leaderboard. We are at a disadvantage for missing 2 survival trials. Wen Ning glanced at Zhao Hai. As long as you can survive the upcoming trials, your levels will catch up quickly, but the higher the level, the more experience required for upgrades. She paused and retracted her gaze. My knowledge is limited, and I can't provide any valuable information. If all else fails, you could sell the silver treasure chest to him. Didn't he want to offer 10 stamina potions? After all, you don't have the key. Chen Ye leaned back in his chair, smiling helplessly. I'm afraid that's not possible. Today at the trading market, we caused a stir over a ranged skill book. I believe he intends to buy it for Sean, the ranged talent on his team. Then there's nothing I can do to help. Wen Ning took a sip from the cup on the table. Chen Ye smiled faintly. No worries, if Tang Jingxin truly wishes to confront me, then let's see who is tougher. Wen Ning raised her eyebrows slightly. Chen Ye seemed not to regard Tang Jingxin with much caution. The gap between level 6 and level 9 is not merely a few points in basic attributes when enhanced by talent. However, she did not say much more, and simply nodded. The table was rapidly emptied of food until even the bowl of seaweed and egg soup was drained clean by Qin Zhaoyang. The 7 of them leaned back in their chairs, some rubbing their bellies, others burping. Wen Ning stood up, grabbed her coat from the back of the chair. Thank you for your hospitality. I'll be leaving now. I'll walk you out. Zhou Yiting also stood up. No need to trouble yourself. Oh, I can leave on my own. After saying that, Wen Ning stood up and left the private room, gently closing the door behind her. The private room fell silent for a moment. Qin Zhaoyang leaned back in his chair, stroking his round belly, and let out a long sigh. Still didn't get any useful information. She has already said everything she knows. Wang Shuo was picking his teeth, his tone calm. Li Jing nodded. At least we learned that there's a ranged class in his team named Sean, along with their team's levels. Chen Ye stood up from his chair. let's go back to our room. We need to rest well for the next 3 days and conserve our energy. The 6 of them filed out of the private room, passed through the corridor, and scattered into the elevator, heading off on the 12th floor. Chen Ye swiped open the door to room 1201 as stepped inside, kicked off his shoes, and collapsed onto the bed. In the absolute safety of the environment, he quickly relaxed and fell into a deep slumber. In the following 2 days, Chen Ye did not go to the trading area again. He stayed in the hotel sleeping during the day and at night making up for the sleep debt he owed from the Corpse City and the Eerie City. Qin Jiayang, on the other hand, went out every day. In the morning, he would take a stroll around the trading area. In the afternoon, he would explore other places in the city, and at night, he would return to report to Chen Ye about his day's findings. Brother Yi, today I saw someone selling blue-quality weapons in the trading area asking for 3,000 points, but no one could afford it. Brother Yi, today while I was wandering around the city, I saw a group of people all dressed in matching black trench coats looking like uniforms from some organization. Very cool. Brother Yi, today I ran into Gu Qinghuan on the street. I greeted her, but she ignored me. This woman is too. Brother Yi, Wang Zhe and Xia Yan must be in a romantic relationship. They only return to the hotel at night. We hardly see them during the day. They should be on a date. Chen Ye lay in bed listening to Qin Jiayang ramble on, occasionally responding with a brief to show he was listening. On the 3rd night, the 8 of them gathered again in Chen Ye's room. The curtains were half drawn, and the night view of Infinite City lay beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows. Chen Ye sat at the edge of the bed by the window, hands resting on his knees, leaning forward slightly, his gaze fixed on Wang Zhe's face. Wang, will your team join us in the next trial? I'll say this up front, we have a grudge with Tang Jingxin, and his team is very strong, with the lowest being level. Wang Zhe's talent is class gravitational field, considered a top-tier support talent, while Xia Yan's talent is a class teleportation. From their combat performance in the Eerie City, their talents also have basic attribute multipliers. Both of them are at level 5, with significantly stronger than Wang Shuo, Li Zheng, Zhou Yaoting, and Qi. If I can recruit both of them, their team's strength will see a qualitative improvement, but it also depends on their willingness, especially since they have drawn the ire of Tang Jingxin, who is ranked first on the leaderboard. The room fell silent for a moment. Wang Zhe sat in a chair next to Zhao Hai, his eyes behind the black-framed glasses narrowing slightly. Xia Yan stood beside him, her twin ponytails hanging down her shoulders, her fingers unconsciously fiddling with the hem of her clothing. Wang Zhe turned his head to glance at Xia Yan, and after a moment of thought, he looked back at Chen Ye. Chen Ye, I'm sorry, but we cannot join you. Zhao Hai's expression remained unchanged. He had anticipated this answer. Wang Shuo squatted at the wall's edge, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly, but he said nothing. Qin Jiayang sat up straight on the sofa, opened his mouth to say something, then closed it again. I only want to survive with Xia Yan. Oh, as for the conflict between you and Tang Jingxin, I do not wish to participate, nor do I have the ability to engage. Wang Zhe's voice was steady without any guilt or hesitation. The moment these words fell, a subtle sense of distance filled the room. It was not hostility, it was a boundary. Chen Ye looked at Wang Zhe, observing him for about 2 seconds before slightly nodding. Understood. In such an environment, seeking benefits and avoiding harm was only natural, and Chen Ye could certainly understand. Wang Zhe stood up, and Xia Yan walked up behind him, naturally standing by his side. The two stood shoulder to shoulder, one wearing glasses, and the other with twin ponytails resembling a couple commonly seen on a university campus. Wang Zhe pushed up his glasses. Thank you for your understanding, and I wish you good luck. You too. Wang Zhe did not say anything further and left the room with Xia Yan. Since he had rejected Chen Ye, it was inappropriate to continue listening to their team's discussions. The door gently closed behind them, the lock clicking softly. The room fell silent for a few seconds. Zhao Hai was the first to speak, his voice deep and carrying an expected calmness. It's not surprising. If it were me, I wouldn't wade into these murky waters either. Wang Shuo turned from the window, leaning against the windowsill. That's true, but the feeling of being rejected isn't pleasant. After all we fought together, without us that night in the Ghost City, how could they have survived? Li Zheng tilted his head to glance at Wang Shuo. What you're saying isn't quite right. Without Wang Zhe in the Ghost City, we wouldn't have been able to withstand the fusion body either. Wang Shuo opened his mouth, but did not retort. Li Zheng spoke the truth. Qin Jiayang sat up from the sofa, resting his hands on the armrests. So what should we do now? With just 6 of us, the opponent Tang Jingxin is at level 9, and his subordinate Shan is at level 6. The other 3 are all at level 5. If he is determined to deal with us. Chen Ye leaned against the headboard of the bed, his tone relaxed. When soldiers come, we shall meet them. When water comes, we shall dam it. After all, we have Jiang Ning as an ally. We are 3 S-level combatants, and although Tang Jingxin's team has a higher average level, he is the only S-level fighter. As long as Jiang Ning doesn't betray us, our strength is not inferior to theirs. Qin Jiayang paused for a moment, then said, Oh, leaning back on the sofa, his expression more relaxed. Zhao Hai looked at Chen Ye, his brows slightly furrowed. He didn't speak, but he felt that Chen Ye was being too casual. After all, Tang Jingxin was at level 9, and the gap in levels was too great. Chen Ye sat up from the bed, stretched his neck. All right, let's all go rest. We have to catch the bus early tomorrow morning. Zhao Hai stood up looking at Chen Ye wanting to say something, but ultimately just nodded. Let's go. Wang Shuo and Li Zheng walked over from the window following Zhao Hai towards the door. As Wang Shuo passed Chen Ye, he patted his shoulder. Strategist, go to bed early. Zhou Yiting stood up from the end of the bed, glanced at Chen Ye, and slightly nodded before also leaving the room. Only Chen Ye and Qin Xiaoyang remained in the room. Yigu, I'm going to sleep too. Good night. Qin Xiaoyang said, then promptly fell asleep. Soon the sound of even breathing filled the air. Chen Ye glanced at Qin Xiaoyang. Sometimes he admired Qin Xiaoyang for being able to fall asleep anytime regardless of the environment. He withdrew his gaze and summoned his attributes panel. Name Chen Ye, level LV 686. Chi power 600600, energy 600600, strength 30, agility 95, constitution 30, spirit 8, talent extraordinary strength SSS, skill 1000 gene heavy cannon, B points 280, free attribute points 0, with 30 points in strength and constitution. The limit for the 1000 gene heavy cannon is a 90-point strength burst. Considering this attribute against Tang Jingxin at level 9, he genuinely wanted to test it out. He closed the panel, laid down, turned over, pulled the blanket to his shoulders, and closed his eyes. The next day, at 8 in the morning, when Chen Ye and his group arrived at the station, the gray-white daylight had already spread across the entire city. 10 parallel tracks extended in the station, fading into a faint mist at the end of the view. At this moment, only train G5002 remained on the tracks, while the other 9 tracks lay empty. The doors of the 8 carriages were all open, but most people stood on the stone ground between the tracks. Some squatted on the ground smoking, others gathered together whispering, while some stood alone in corners checking the supplies in their storage spaces. No one laughed, and no one showed any relaxed emotions. The 3 days of rest in the safe zone felt like a brief dream. Now it was time to wake up. Chen Ye stood in the open space in front of carriage number 3, scanning the crowd in the station. Passengers on train G5002 had been supplemented and were now fully loaded. These people had endured multiple life and death trials and should not experience the same rapid attrition as before. The information dealer Luo Zheng had mentioned that the survival trial would only commence at 2-star difficulty once there were passengers at level 10 on board, indicating that the next trial would still be at only and a half-star difficulty. Their team's strength had already improved several levels compared to their time in the Ghost City, especially his own strength. The monsters in the next survival trial were not the primary danger, it was Tang Jingxin. Wang Zhe and Xia Yan are over there. Zhao Hai's voice came from beside him as he nodded toward the open space in front of carriage number 7. Chen Ye followed his gaze. Wang Zhe leaned against the wall of carriage number 7, his arms crossed over his chest. Xia Yan stood beside him, her twin ponytails hanging by her shoulders, holding a bottle of water and drinking. Wang Zhe also noticed Chen Ye's gaze, slightly nodding his head as a greeting. Chen Ye nodded back, but did not. Did Wang Zhe and Xia Yan not stay with you last night? Qin Xiaoyang leaned out from behind Chen Ye. Zhao Hai shook his head. No. After leaving your room, I hadn't seen him again. I was alone in my room last night. Zhou Yiting stood on Chen Ye's other side, glancing at Qin Xiaoyang. Wang Zhe and Xia Yan rented another room last night. Qin Xiaoyang said, oh, and retracted his head. Wang Shuo squatted on the ground, muttering, that's normal, they're a young couple. As soon as he finished speaking, a sudden sound of footsteps came from the direction of the station entrance. Everyone turned their gaze towards the entrance. Tang Jingxin's team walked into the station. Tang Jingxin led the way, his black tactical jacket slightly swaying in the morning breeze, walking at a steady pace. Following him were 6 others. On Tang Jingxin's right side was a man who appeared to be around 25 or 26 years old, about 175 meters tall, with a well-proportioned figure, wearing a gray-green tactical jacket. His pace was completely synchronized with Tang Jingxin's, trailing half a step behind, neither too close nor too far. Chen Ye had probably guessed that this man was Shan, ranked 9th on the level leaderboard. The other 3 team members followed behind Shan, 2 men and 1 woman, all aged between 20 and 30. Jiang Ning and Jian Lan walked at the rear of the team. The 7 of them walked from the entrance of the station to the open space in front of carriage number 5, with people automatically parting to make way. Tang Jingxin arrived at the front of carriage number 5 and stood still. He did not rush to board the train. Instead, he turned around, scanning the station with his gaze. His eyes swept past Chen Ye without any pause. Then his gaze fixed on the direction of the station entrance. At the entrance, another group of people walked in. The woman at the front had a straight bob cut that was neatly trimmed as if measured with a ruler, and she wore a long black trench coat. Behind her followed 4 people, 1 woman and 3 men. The group of 5 entered carriage number 1 without lingering outside. Chen Ye did not respond. His gaze remained fixed on the entrance of the station as more people arrived. The man on the left was towering nearly 2 meters tall, and his physique rivaled that of Zhao Hai. He wore a black short-sleeved shirt, the sleeves stretched tightly, revealing 2 thick forearms. The man on the right was much leaner, shorter by almost half a head compared to the burly figure dressed in a dark gray hoodie, the hood down revealing somewhat disheveled black hair. Behind the two were 3 more team members who also appeared to be no pushovers. This group walked straight to the last train car and stopped, opting to lean against the wall of the car to smoke. Chen Ye withdrew his gaze and turned to Qin Zhaoyang, asking, "What about these two? Have you found out?" "Of course, I've been keeping an eye on the chat group lately. I basically know which car the top 10 ranked tough guys are in, and the 4th ranked Lei Xing and the 5th ranked Li Tianran are both in car number 8. It must be them. I only found out their names and the car they are in from the system chat group, no photos. I'm just going by instinct." Chen Ye narrowed his eyes. Both the 4th and 5th ranked were level 7-0, and both were at least level talents. He noticed a commonality: all these teams were made up of 5 members. If Tang Jingxin's team were to remove Jiang Ning and Jin Lan, they would also perfectly form a 5-member group. It seemed they aimed for a lean elite team. Zhao Hai stood beside Chen Ye's gaze also directed at the team smoking in car number 8. With this train merging, there are at least over 10 level talents on board. That's normal. If the train merges a few more times, there probably won't be any low-tier talents left. It's about time. Oh, let's board the train. Before boarding, he glanced towards car number 5, and after a brief eye contact with Jiang Ning, he stepped into the Zhao Hai and the others followed closely behind. Everyone took their seats, and when Ning sitting in front of Chen Ye turned to greet him. Chen Ye nodded slightly, then glanced at Gu Qinghuan's seat, where she was already seated. "Should we exchange our remaining points for potions?" Zhao Hai asked from across the aisle. Leaning back in his seat, Chen Ye glanced at him and replied, "Let's exchange. There aren't many points left anyway. The next trial will likely be a Oni and a half-star difficulty, which is a good opportunity to earn points. Ordinary monsters of that level pose no threat to us, but we need to be cautious of Tang Jingxin." Zhao Hai looked puzzled. "How do you know the next trial will be Oni and a half-star difficulty?" Qin Zhaoyang interjected. "Yigo asked a level 25 guy 3 questions about a potion in Infinite City. That guy said a survival trial of 2-star difficulty would only start when there are passengers who reach level 10 on the train, while our highest level passenger Tang Jingxin is only level 9. Zhao Hai nodded, his expression visibly relaxing. "That takes a lot of pressure off." Chen Ye shifted his gaze back, his tone becoming more serious. "Each of you must ensure you have at least 1 recovery potion to quickly heal from serious injuries. Exchange the other points for the potions you need aside from food and water." As soon as he finished speaking, several people in the team simultaneously opened the system store, blue light screens popping up in front of different seats. Qin Zhaoyang was the first to act, his remaining 210 points having hardly been spent in Infinite City as he was staying in Chen Ye's room and eating Zhao Hai's food. He quickly scrolled through the store interface, exchanging for an orange-yellow recovery potion and 2 red stamina potions, with the rest going to arrows except for food and drink. Zhou Yiting's actions were unhurried. Her points were a bit more than Qin Zhaoyang's, just enough for her to be. Wang Shuo and Li Zheng exchanged glances, then both stood up simultaneously, walking to the aisle between Chen Ye and Zhao Hai's seats. Wang Shuo looked down at Chen Ye. "Strategist, let Li Zheng and I give you our potions. We don't consume stamina points since we have no skills, and 2 recovery potions each will suffice for emergencies." Li Zheng followed Wang Shuo, pulling out 6 red stamina potions from his pocket and handing them to Chen Ye. "Here, I exchange for 8 stamina potions." Chen Ye looked at the handful of red liquid vials in Li Zheng's hand, but didn't reach out immediately. "Are you sure? You don't consume stamina points since you have passive talents. You can save any excess points." "Absolutely," Wang Shuo replied, flipping his palm to reveal 6 red stamina potions, pushing them towards Chen Ye. "We won't be using them anyway, strategist. You can allocate them as you see fit." Chen Ye fell silent for a second before reaching out to take the 8 potions from Wang Shuo, while Li Zheng also handed over 6 potions. In his hands, 14 red stamina potions formed a bundle. "Hi, go." Chen Ye handed 7 potions to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai waved his hand. "I have enough. You helped Zhao Yang buy a skill book and spent all your points." Zhao Yang doesn't have many points either. He has skills now, and his stamina consumption is high. You two can split them. Chen Ye withdrew his hand, realizing Zhao Hai had a point. Qin Zhaoyang only had 6 stamina potions, and with his current strength attribute, he couldn't deal damage without skills. Alright then, he decided to give half of the potions to Qin Zhaoyang. Qin Zhaoyang hesitated for a moment, but still accepted them. He needed to level up quickly and boost his attributes, or he would become a burden in the team, and these potions were his capital for leveling up. Chen Ye also opened the system store, his points reduced to a pitiful 280. Now with the 7 potions in hand, and 3 more in his storage space, he had a total of 10 stamina potions. He exchanged for 1 recovery potion and 2 stamina potions, using the remaining 30 points for water and thanks to the automatic full recovery of stamina points after leveling up combined with the 12 stamina potions, he had Chen Ye's endurance now equated to 3 full blue bars. At level 1 the stamina limit was only 100, with natural recovery, there was still some visible growth. Now at level 6 the stamina limit reached 600 and natural recovery had become negligible. In battle, he could only rely entirely on potions to recover stamina. When Ning in the front row turned around, it's truly rare in this environment a team as united and selfless as yours has become extinct. It makes me want to join you. Chen Ye raised an eyebrow. You're welcome to join anytime. Let me think about it. When Ning replied ambiguously without giving a direct answer. If Chen Ye had no grievances with Tang Jingxin, she would have accepted the invitation without hesitation, as she had a favorable impression of Chen Ye's team. Chen Ye said no more. They were all smart people, and there was no need for further words. He glanced up at the clock in the car. It was exactly 9 o'clock. Click. The mechanical sound of the train door closing echoed. Following that, a heavy metallic grinding sound resonated between the wheels and the track as the train started shaking slightly before gradually accelerating. The platform outside slowly receded, the sound of the wheels grinding against the tracks transitioning from low frequency to high frequency. The gray-white haze obscuring the view outside the window reappeared. Chen Ye closed his eyes, calculating based on the timing of the previous 2 trials that the next stop would likely be tomorrow morning. They still had nearly a whole day to rest. In the 5th carriage, Tang Jingxin leaned against the seat, arms crossed over his chest, eyes half closed. Since he boarded the train, he had maintained this posture, breathing evenly, his body relaxed, yet his mind remained alert. Boss. Shan, sitting next to Tang Jingxin, suddenly spoke. Tang Jingxin did not open his eyes, merely tilted his head slightly to indicate he had heard. Shan leaned forward slightly. At the next trial, are we going to deal with Chen Ye? A skill book can make a grade talent comparable to its grade. It's hard to believe. Jiang Ning must not have told us the truth. Tang Jingxin opened his eyes, turned his head to look at Shan, but did not respond immediately. Shan continued in a lower voice. I still feel something is off with Jiang Ning. He took out a bronze treasure chest and over 20 potions, then lowered himself to join our team. Tang Jingxin's lips slowly curved into a meaningful arc. You think I don't know what you're saying? Shan was taken aback. Tang Jingxin straightened up from the seat, stretched his neck, and his cervical vertebrae made a faint cracking sound. He turned his gaze towards the front of the aisle, his eyes passing over several rows of seats, landing on a figure in the middle of the 5th carriage. Jiang Ning sat there, eyes closed, leaning against the seat, as if asleep. Tang Jingxin withdrew his gaze and looked back at Shan. Jiang Ning is just using our hands to deal with Chen Ye, but his goals do not conflict with ours. Shan frowned. What you mean is? What he wants is Chen Ye's death, while I want the silver treasure chest in Chen Ye's possession. These 2 matters are not contradictory. They can even be accomplished simultaneously. Tang Jingxin took Jiang Ning's bronze treasure chest and potions. This is the reward for helping Jiang Ning deal with Chen Ye. Shan remained silent for 2 seconds before nodding. What if Chen Ye obediently hands over the silver treasure chest? Would we still help Jiang Ning deal with him? Then it depends on whether he knows how to appreciate our kindness. Tang Jingxin leaned back against the seat. I can overlook the matter of the skill book. After all, it has already been learned by his people. Even if we kill those who learned the skill book cannot revert back. But the silver treasure chest, he must hand it over. Tang Jingxin also bought information from Luo Zhang in the trading market, so he naturally knew the conditions under which a key for the treasure chest could be obtained during the 2-star survival trial. As long as he has 1 more trial, he can reach level 10, which means he will have a chance to obtain the key in the next. But there's no need to rush. Tang Jingxin looked out the train window at the gray-white mist. The honest 1.5 difficulty trial lasts for 48 hours. We have plenty of time. I still feel something is off with Jiang Ning. Let's be careful. Shan evidently still did not trust Jiang Ning. Tang Jingxin smiled slightly. Isn't it good to have a couple more laborers? They can handle the dangerous tasks, and if he has any ulterior motives, let him be dealt with. Shan fell silent for a moment, then nodded slightly. Time flowed slowly amidst the rumbling of the train wheels. After nightfall, the lights in the carriage were dimmed to the lowest setting, and most passengers curled up in their seats, trying to capture the last moments of sleep before the trial. Occasionally, the sound of someone turning over or the rapid breathing of someone dreaming would be quickly swallowed by the muffled metallic friction of the train. The next day at 4 in the morning, in the 3rd carriage, dear passengers, the G5002 death train will arrive at the Insect Nest South Station in 2 hours. The duration of the Insect Nest survival trial is 48 hours. A friendly reminder: during the survival trial, the points mall cannot be accessed. Please exchange for the necessary supplies in advance. We wish you a pleasant journey. The electronic synthesized female voice from the broadcast sounded on time. Zhao Hai leaned back in his seat, arms crossed over his chest, a slight smile on his lips. 48 hours, the same duration as the Eerie City survival trial. It seems to indeed be a honest stare-and-a-half difficulty trial. In the Corpse City, we fight corpses. In the Eerie City, we fight eerie faces. In the insect nest, it's just about fighting bugs. Wang Shuo stood up to stretch his muscles. I think fighting bugs is much better than dealing with those eerie things. At least we won't have to face those grinning faces or be tormented by illusions. As Qin Xiaoyang finished speaking, a few light laughs echoed in the carriage, clearly resonating with some. In the front row, when Ning stretched lazily, this damn survival trial always starts early in the morning. At work, we at least get a 9 to 5 schedule. The people in the carriage had all survived multiple survival trials, and they were already accustomed to the rules. Some opened the system mall to exchange supplies, some continued to close their eyes waiting for the train to arrive, while others checked the weapons and potions in their storage space. On the opposite side of the aisle, Zhao Hai turned to look at Chen Ye. Since it's an honest stare-and-a-half difficulty trial, let's try to get as many points as we can this time. This trial also gives us a relatively safe development space. Chen Ye nodded. What Brother Hai said is correct. After this survival trial, someone will definitely reach level 10. And the next one will be of 2-star difficulty with a significantly increased level of danger. In other words, this is our last honest stare-and-a-half difficulty trial. Zhou Yiting turned her head back from the front row. Indeed, we need to level up quickly, or we will be dragged down. It's clear that the trial difficulty is set according to the highest level of passengers on the train. It's not feasible to just try to survive. Fortunately, there are currently no level 10 passengers on this train. Li Zheng's tone carried a hint of relief. Wang Shuo sighed. This death game really doesn't let anyone live. Chen Ye did not reply. He thought of Luo Zheng, who sold information in Infinite City level 25, having participated in survival trials of up to 3 stars. The pattern was becoming evident. When passengers on the train reach level 10, the 2-star survival trial would be initiated. When passengers reach level 20, the 3-star survival trial would commence. In their team, he was level 6, Zhao Hai was level 5, and the rest were still at level 4. Particularly Qin Xiaoyang, if he hadn't killed that lizard head in the first round by stealth, he wouldn't even have reached level 4. Thus, this trial was critical. Honest stare-and-a-half monsters no longer posed a significant threat to him. The real danger was Tang Jingxin. Xiaoyang. Chen Ye turned to look at Qin Xiaoyang. Off. Qin Xiaoyang was staring at his system panel and raised his head upon hearing. In this trial, don't hold back on potions. Go all out. Your skills combined with the Gale crossbow are more than enough to handle ordinary honest stare-and-a-half monsters. You need to level up quickly. The next trial will be 2-star, and it won't be as easy to earn kill points then. Qin Xiaoyang was stunned for a moment, then nodded earnestly. I understand, Brother Yi. 2 hours later, the train's announcement sounded again. Dear passengers, the G5002 death train is about to arrive at the South Nest station. Please prepare to disembark. Repeat, please prepare to disembark. Those who do not will be erased by the rules. The sound of the wheels grinding against the tracks gradually shifted from high frequency to low frequency, the shrill metallic screech becoming increasingly deep. Chen Ye stood up from his seat, tilting his neck as a slight cracking sound echoed. He glanced out the window, watching as the mist visibly dissipated, the outlines of the outside world gradually revealing themselves. The moment the train came to a halt, the doors of the 8 carriages slid open simultaneously, the black metal doors retracting to the sides as cold wind rushed in from outside, carrying a damp, decayed odor. Let's go. Chen Ye stepped toward the door. Zhao Hai nodded and followed closely behind with the others in the group, rising to join them. Passengers in the carriage also began to stand up one after another, their footsteps merging into a dull sound in the aisle. As Chen Ye stepped out of the train door, the system panel automatically popped up. A blue screen of light unfolded before his eyes. Survival trial initiated. Trial scene nest, trial difficulty, kill points 0, survival points 0, countdown 475959. He closed the panel and surveyed his surroundings. Before him lay a vast expanse of ruins. Half of the station's roof had collapsed, exposing twisted steel beams pointing toward the sky, laden with a grayish-white fibrous substance thickly layered like a giant spider's web. On the ground, insect cocoons were scattered everywhere. Their dark red shells bore fine patterns, and faint shadows could be seen inside. Some cocoons trembled slightly, not stirred by the wind, but by something moving inside. The frequency of the tremors was slow, occurring every 10 seconds or so with a small amplitude, but enough to make one realize that whatever was inside the cocoons was still alive. The passengers in the 8 carriages gradually disembarked. After everyone had exited, the train doors closed automatically with a thud. Number 320 stood on the platform of South Nest Station, all eyes surveying the ruinous city covered in thick vegetation and the insect cocoons of varying sizes scattered across the ground. Qin Xiaoyang peeked from behind Chen Ye, his gaze sweeping around as his Adam's apple bobbed slightly. I take back what I said earlier, this place doesn't look much better than Gitu. Monsters of Oni and a half-star intensity should be resources for us, now not dangers. Wang Shuo had shouldered a meter-long double-edged axe he purchased in Infinite City. Still, let's be cautious. Even though it's Oni and a half-star strength, we cannot be careless. Zhou Yiting was quite prudent, a misstep could lead to tragedy. Zhao Hai stood to the right of Chen Ye, his gaze sweeping across the other groups on the platform. This trial may prove more challenging due to the people than the monsters. Chen Ye nodded slightly, his gaze drifting past the formation of Tang Jingxin's group. On the open ground in front of Carriage 5 stood Tang Jingxin, hands in his pockets, casually surveying the surrounding ruins with a relaxed expression. Shan stood to his right, his gaze fixed on Chen Ye like a sniper gauging the distance. 3 other team members stood behind Shan, 2 men and 1 woman, all in their 20s to 30s with well-proportioned builds. Jiang Ning and Jian Lan were at the back of the group. But Chen Ye noticed that Jiang Ning's gaze briefly met. That glance was very brief, so fleeting that it would have gone unnoticed if not for their deliberate waiting. Then Jiang Ning casually averted his gaze, saying something to Jian Lan. Chen Ye shifted his gaze. On the platform, the group from Carriage 1, led by Su Jin, and the group from Carriage 8, led by Lei Xing and Li Tianran, were already heading toward the exit. Gu Qinghuan also stepped toward the exit, still alone, clad in black athletic wear with a high ponytail. When Ning stood beside Carriage 3 holding a bottle of water, taking small sips, her gaze flickering between Chen Ye and Tang Jingxin. Other scattered passengers formed small groups of 2 or 3, while some stood alone in corners, and others were whispering with those beside them. Everyone was no longer the helpless newcomers they once were. Each had experienced at least 2 survival trials, seen blood-killed monsters, and understood what it takes to survive in this world. Let's head out as well. The time is a resource, and we should kill as many monsters as possible, Chen Ye said as he swiftly walked toward the exit. Zhao Hai and the others quickly followed. Just as they reached the entrance, a water bucket-sized cocoon on the ground suddenly burst open, and a shadow lunged toward Zhou Yiting, who was walking at the edge. Chen Ye reacted instantly. With an agility attribute of 14, his reaction speed greatly increased as he swiftly positioned himself in front of Zhou Yiting. The speed of the shadow was also extremely fast. Before Chen Ye could throw a punch, the shadow had already latched onto his face. "Ye good," Qin Zhaoyang exclaimed. Zhao Hai and the others were equally shocked. They saw what was on Chen Ye's face. It was a large insect covering his face completely, its tentacles wrapping around Chen Ye's neck. Chen Ye extended his hands and forcefully pulled the insect off his face, tearing it in half and discarding it on the ground. Kill facehugger points 10. The system prompt flashed before his eyes. Chen Ye looked at the severed insect corpse on the ground, which indeed resembled the facehuggers from the Alien movies. Zhao Hai and the others' eyes widened in disbelief at how ferocious Chen Ye was. "Isn't this a facehugger?" Qin Zhaoyang glanced at the corpse on the ground and then at Chen Ye's face. "Ye good, there's smoke coming from your face. It is indeed a facehugger. The liquid it secretes seems corrosive. Be careful. Its strength isn't high and is easy to kill, granting 10 points for each one." Smoke was indeed rising from Chen Ye's face, but his skin was not corroded thanks to the body strength granted by a constitution of 30. He wiped the liquid from his face with his clothes, which instantly corroded into numerous round holes. Zhao Hai looked around and said, "There are quite a few cocoons here. Should we kill them all? We could earn a lot of points. No need to waste time here. We need to search for more valuable monsters like elite monsters." Chen Ye shook his head. "You're right. Elite monsters generally have drops and higher points. Our team is capable of handling them now." Zhao Hai nodded. The 6 of them left the platform, stepping into the city ruins covered in vines. The surfaces of the abandoned buildings were draped in thick green vines, the leaves overlapping and glistening in the gray-white daylight. The thick stems of the vines slithered like water snakes, penetrating through the windows of buildings and emerging from doorways on the other side, wrapping entire structures like giant green cocoons. The dark red cocoons outside were even denser than those inside the station. Some hung on the outer walls of buildings, some were embedded in cracks in the ground, and others piled up in corners. Qin Zhaoyang carried his windstorm crossbow, scanning between the cocoons on either side as he walked in the middle of the group. The faint green sheen on the bow's limbs shimmered as 3 short arrows were already loaded, his finger resting on the trigger. "Do not approach those cocoons." Chen Ye walked at the front of the group, his gaze sweeping over the various sized cocoons on either side, his high constitution allowing him to face the face-hugging worms without fear. However, the others in the group did not possess a constitution of 30 points. If they were attacked by a face-hugging worm, even if they survived, they would need to use recovery potions to heal their injuries. If a chain reaction were to occur, causing a large number of face-hugging worms to break free from their cocoons, it would be quite troublesome. Even for Qin Zhaoyang and the others who were level 4, it would still be very dangerous, even if it was only a Oni and a half-star difficulty. "Those face-hugging worms give me the creeps just looking at them. Wang Shuo shifted his axe from his right shoulder to his left, pulling his gaze away from a cocoon the size of a bucket. Well, you're in for a treat. Since this place is called the Worm Nest, it must have all sorts of strange and unusual bugs. Li Zheng teased. The six of them moved slowly along the street amidst the ruins. The buildings on either side grew increasingly dense, transitioning from low bungalows to 3- or 4-story buildings, all of which were completely covered by deep green vines. The cocoons on the ground were becoming fewer and fewer, from scattered to almost invisible. There are no more cocoons ahead, Zhao Hai said, looking toward a relatively open area in front. That area was an expanse of land. The absence of cocoons likely means there are other bugs around, so be cautious. Chen Ye took the lead and walked forward, lightening his steps, but not slowing his pace. The others were also on high alert, carefully observing their surroundings. Suddenly, a mound of earth rose up from the ground behind the group, sending rubble and dirt flying in all directions. A massive white worm emerged from the ground, approximately 2 meters long and as thick as a barrel, resembling an enlarged maggot. Its body was semi-transparent and milky white, revealing the dark outlines of internal organs slowly writhing. It had no eyes or nose, no limbs, only a large circular mouth at the front of its body. That mouth was filled with sharp teeth. A series of circular sharp teeth, getting smaller and denser towards the center, resembled a precision meat grinder with the tips facing inward. Once anything was swallowed, there would be no escape. The spot where the worm broke the surface was less than 3 meters from Qin Zhaoyang. The large circular mouth aimed directly at him, arching its body in midair like a compressed spring, then suddenly lunged forward. At the moment the worm burst forth from the ground, Qin Zhaoyang turned around just in time, seeing the mouth filled with sharp teeth rapidly expanding in his view. Less than 2 meters away. But Qin Zhaoyang did not run. He had already raised his windstorm crossbow, with the azure glow on its limbs, swirling rapidly, 3 short arrows ready to be released. Then he pulled the trigger. Explosive arrow. At the moment the skill activated, Qin Zhaoyang could clearly feel 10 points of his energy being drained away. That force surged from his chest, traveling down his arm to his wrist, and then injected into the limbs of the windstorm crossbow. 3 short arrows were shot in quick succession. The arrows were enveloped in a layer of pale red halo the moment they left the limbs of the crossbow. This halo ignited on the surface of the arrows like 3 seeds of fire compressed to their limits, tearing through the air with a sharp screech. The first arrow shot straight into the worm's mouth. The arrow pierced through the soft flesh of the upper jaw, and the pale red halo erupted the moment it made contact with the target. Boom! The explosion resonated through the empty street, its muffled sound akin to a distant. The upper jaw of the worm was blown open, creating a hole the size of a fist, with milky liquid spraying from the wound, sizzling as it splattered onto the ground. The second arrow followed closely, embedding itself in the same spot. Boom! Another explosion echoed. This time the explosion enlarged the fist-sized hole to the size of a bowl. Milky liquid gushed out like a burst dam, and the worm's body convulsed violently, its mouth opening and closing repeatedly. The third arrow penetrated deep into the worm's throat. Boom! The sound of the explosion came from within the worm, deeper and more resonant than the previous 2, as the explosive arrow detonated inside. Milky liquid and chunks of flesh splattered in all directions. A system prompt flashed briefly before. Standing still, Qin Zhaoyang still held the windstorm crossbow in his hands. Then he lowered his head to look at the milky liquid and pieces of flesh on the ground, the corners of his mouth slowly curving up into an unstoppable arc. He turned to Chen Ye and exclaimed, "Brother Ye, did you see that? 3 arrows. I took down one with just 3 arrows." This was his first time killing a monster directly, and he felt quite exhilarated. I saw, don't get too excited, there's more below." Chen Ye's voice came from ahead. Qin Zhaoyang's smile froze on his face. He shifted his gaze away from Chen Ye, scanning the ground around him. 10 meters ahead of the group, the ground had risen into a mound. 5 meters to the left of the group, the ground had cracked open, milky liquid seeping out from the fissure. 8 meters to the right of the group, a whole slab of stone was pushed up from below, hovering momentarily before crashing down heavily, producing a dull sound. One by one, the digging worms emerged from the soil. Their size was similar to the first one, about 2 meters long, with barrel-thick bodies and semi-transparent milky skin devoid of eyes or nose, only a large circular mouth filled with sharp teeth. In under a minute, at least a dozen worms emerged from different directions, encircling the 6 individuals in the center. Mounds of earth continued to appear on the ground. Prepare for battle, eliminate these worms. As Chen Ye finished speaking, the first worm lunged from the front, its circular mouth opening wide, the sharp teeth spinning like a meat grinder that had been activated. Chen Ye watched as that mouth rapidly enlarged in his view. He did not dodge. His right fist drew back, his waist and hips twisting. There was no need for heavy artillery. With a foundational strength and constitution of 30 points, a normal attack was sufficient to deal with such a Oni and a half-star common monster. His fist smashed into the worm's mouth, punching through its back brain, accompanied by a spray of milky liquid and shattered organ fragments. The worm's body stiffened violently, its large mouth still open, but the teeth had stopped spinning. Chen Ye retracted his fist, shaking off the milky liquid that clung to it. The circular teeth inside the worm's mouth, like those of a meat grinder, could not even break his skin. The worm's corpse collapsed limply to the ground, convulsed a couple of times, then lay still. Kill the digging worm points, 20. The system prompt flashed before his eyes. The second worm charged from the left. Chen Ye sidestepped, pushing off with his right foot, rotating his body halfway, and struck upwards with his left fist, hitting the worm's lower jaw. Bang! A muffled sound. The worm's body was propelled upwards by the punch, its head tilting nearly 90 degrees. Due to inertia, its body continued to lunge forward, flipping in midair, before crashing down, rolling over halfway, before coming to a stop. Milky liquid gushed out from the broken neck, pooling into a small puddle on the ground. Chen Ye did not look back at the worm. He turned around, facing the third one. Zhao Hai's battle unfolded on the right side of the team. His fists had fully transformed into metal, the silver-gray sheen spreading from his fingertips to his entire forearm. The first worm lunged at him from the front, its round mouth wide open, rows of sharp teeth revolving. Zhao Hai delivered a powerful punch to the burrowing worm, his iron fist smashing upwards with 3 times the strength, striking the worm's jaw. Boom! The muffled sound exploded on the empty street. The worm's head was crushed halfway, collapsing to the ground, twitching a few times before going still, similarly dispatched by a single punch. Though he did not possess the 5-fold physical enhancement like Chen Ye, his metallized arms still provided considerable defense, albeit not as comprehensive. Wang Shua's battle began on the left side of the team. As the first worm lunged from the left, Wang Shua gripped the axe handle tightly, swinging the axe downwards diagonally from the upper right. The axe blade pierced into the worm's head, slicing through its translucent milky white skin, embedding itself into the skull. Milky fluid gushed from the wound, splattering Wang Shua's hand. As the liquid made contact with his skin, a burning sensation radiated from the back of his hand. Damn, this thing's blood is corrosive. Wang Shua cursed, maintaining his grip. Gritting his teeth, he exerted force with both arms, pulling the axe blade out from the skull, then swung down again. This time the axe struck the worm's neck. The cut was deeper than before, and the milky liquid sprayed more violently. The worm's body convulsed violently for a moment before going limp. Wang Shua pulled the axe from the worm's corpse, flicking the liquid off the blade, and glanced down at the back of his hand. The skin was reddened as if it had been burned, but not severely. He let out a sigh of relief and turned to face the second worm. Li Zheng was behind the team on the left side, reaping his kills. Holding a short knife, he moved swiftly, using his positioning to dodge the worm's frontal attacks, then striking from the side or behind. When the first worm lunged at him from his right, he did not take it heed, but stepped left, turning his body so the worm's attack grazed past him. Then his short knife swiped upwards, cutting into the worm's abdomen, slicing from head to tail, creating a wound over a meter long. Milky liquid poured from the wound, and the worm's body twitched a few times before going still. Zhou Yiting and Qin Zhaoyang could attack from a distance, positioned in the middle of the team. Qin Zhaoyang's explosive arrows consumed 10 energy points each, and he did not shoot 3 arrows in succession, but fired one by one. With the talent of hitting every shot, each arrow accurately pierced the burrowing worm's throat before exploding. Zhou Yiting was beside Qin Zhaoyang, her ice arrow technique consuming only 5 energy points. With her energy fully charged and plenty of energy potions, she continuously output damage to earn more points, each ice arrow dealing effective harm. The battle lasted for about half an hour. When the last worm emerged from the ground and was blasted apart by Chen Ye's punch, he had already killed 32 burrowing worms, earning 640 points. He withdrew his fist, shaking his wrist. The surroundings fell silent. No new burrowing worms emerged from beneath the ground. The worms that were still moving, still twitching, and had not fully died began to cease their struggles in the final. The ground was littered with worm corpses, and a pungent odor filled the air. Wang Shua planted the axe into the ground, wiping sweat from his forehead. This is exhilarating. These worms are a joy to chop. I killed 12 of them, earning 240 points. At this rate, I could easily get 1,000 or 2 within 48 hours. It's a pity there were no drops. We killed at least over 100 worms. Li Zheng scanned the battlefield, but found no dropped items. Don't be too greedy, getting this many points is already good. The drop rate for these regular monsters is inherently low. We need to look for elite monsters. Zhao Hai glanced at Chen Ye after speaking. Qin Zhaoyang put away the wind blade crossbow, surveying the ground covered with worm corpses. We don't even know where the elite monsters are. Should we ask in the group? You think it's that easy? Li Zheng rubbed the short knife against his shoe. There are plenty of teams on the train capable of killing elite monsters. We might even get robbed. True, everyone on the train has their own agenda. Asking would be pointless. Qin Zhaoyang shrugged. Chen Ye scanned the buildings on both sides of the street covered in vines. Let's search the houses. If any of those are boss rooms, there should be elite monsters inside. That makes sense. Zhao Hai nodded slightly. The six of them decided on a three-story building on the right side of the street. The door was ajar, the dark wooden door deformed by the vines, the frame askew, and cracks covered the door panel. Chen Ye pushed the door, which creaked loudly as it slowly opened inward. Inside was a realm of darkness. This darkness was not the dense, almost tangible dark of eerie houses, but merely a lack of light. Zhao Hai pulled out a flashlight from his storage space, the beam cutting through the darkness, illuminating a straight path. The light swept across the entrance hall. The ground was covered in dark red tiles, most of which were shattered with dark green moss sprouting from the cracks. On the walls hung several frames with indistinct images, half of the glass shattered, the remaining portions covered in thick dust. No one and no worms. Zhao Hai swept the flashlight around the entrance hall. After confirming there was no danger, he was the first to step inside. The six of them filed in, their footsteps echoing in the empty house reflected back by the walls. There's a pit here. Zhao Hai's flashlight beam stopped in the center of the hall. The ground had collapsed, forming an irregular hole about 1.5 meters in diameter, the edges jagged, as if something had forcibly broken through from below. Debris and broken wood were scattered around the hole, and shining the flashlight inside revealed walls composed of a mixture of soil and stones. Zhao Hai crouched at the edge of the hole, shining the flashlight down, revealing some glowing plants embedded in the walls, emitting a faint blue-green glow. Should we go in? Zhao Hai turned to Chen Ye. We don't know what's below. It's not safe to go down recklessly. Zhou Yiting's voice came from the back of the team. Why not? With our team's strength, how could we not handle a trial scene of this Oni and a half difficulty? You saw the strength of those worms, a one-punch, one-cut. Even if there are elite monsters down there, can they handle? Wang Shua's tone carried a relaxed nonchalance, clearly boosted by the earlier battle. Zhao Hai did not respond, his gaze fixed on Chen Ye. Chen Ye crouched at the edge of the cave entrance, shining the flashlight down before looking up at Zhao Hai. Let's go down and take a look. With a difficulty level of 1.5 stars, even if there's something down there, it won't exceed our capabilities. Zhao Hai nodded and jumped down first. His figure vanished into the darkness, and about 2 seconds later a dull thud echoed from below, not too heavy. Come down, this pit isn't very deep. Chen Ye jumped down second. The fall was brief, and as his feet touched the ground, he slightly bent his knees to cushion the impact. The ground beneath was soft and muddy, giving an unsteady feeling when stepped on. This was a natural underground passage approximately 1.5 meters wide and 2 meters high. The walls were a mixture of soil and gravel covered in glowing plants. A bluish-green glow emanated from the plants, casting an eerie hue over the entire passage. The light was not strong but densely covered the walls enough to illuminate the contours of the tunnel. Qin Jiayong jumped down third, stumbling slightly upon landing, and was caught by Chen Ye's outstretched hand. Then came Zhou Yiting, Li Zheng, and Wang Shua. Once all six landed, the interplay of the flashlight's beam and the plant's glow created a mix of light and shadow in the passage. Let's go. Chen Ye took the lead, stepping deeper into the tunnel. It was narrow, and walking side by side felt somewhat cramped. Chen Ye walked at the front, with Zhao Hai following closely behind. Their flashlight beams intersected as they illuminated the path ahead. The muddy ground was soft and damp, emitting a faint puff-puff sound with each step. The air was filled with a smell of humus mixed with a sweet, rancid odor. The two scents combined were not particularly unpleasant, but instinctively made one feel uneasy. After walking for several hundred meters, the view ahead suddenly opened up. Chen Ye emerged from the narrow side passage and stood still. Before him was an extremely wide tunnel. It was over 10 meters wide and at least 5 meters high, with glowing plants densely covering the walls, the bluish-green glow saturating the entire space. The passage extended in 2 directions, to the left disappearing into the distance, and to the right equally obscure. Every few meters there was a narrow side passage similar in size to the one they had just exited. Chen Ye's gaze swept over the numerous side passages. It appears the underground is the nest of the insects. Those narrow paths we passed should lead to exits of various buildings above ground. The building we entered is also an entrance to the nest. Zhou Yiting approached from the back of the group, drawing a short knife from her waist and carving a deep mark on the cave wall. Squad leader, what are you doing? Qin Jiayong leaned in to take a look at the mark on the stone wall. Just making a mark so we can find our way back faster. This passage is sloping downwards. Since we came down from the entrance, we've at least gone down about 10 meters. Qin Jiayong replied with an "oh" and withdrew his head. Let's go further in and see if we can find an elite monster. As soon as Chen Ye finished speaking, he stepped toward the right. Zhao Hai and the others quickly followed. In another area of the underground space, the walls of the passage were also covered in bluish-green glowing plants, and the glow cast a chilly hue over the entire tunnel. Tang Jingxin walked at the front at a steady pace. Shan followed on his right, his gaze constantly scanning the sides of the passage. Behind them, 3 team members spread out in a loose formation. Jiang Ning and Jianlan were at the back of the group. The passage ahead suddenly narrowed. Tang Jingxin stopped. He raised his right hand, fingers spread, signaling the team to halt. Sean immediately stood still, looking in the direction Tang Jingxin was watching. About 50 meters ahead, the walls of the passage were covered in insect cocoons. These cocoons were more densely packed than those seen before, with thick blood vessel-like patterns on the surface, gently pulsating. The cocoons spread from the walls to the ground, stacking together, nearly blocking the entire passage except for a narrow gap. At a glance, there were at least 100 cocoons. "Boss, should we go past them?" Sean's voice was very low. "Of course we should." Tang Jingxin's tone was calm. He turned his head, his gaze passing over Sean to land on Jianlan, who was at the back of the team. "You go in front and see if these cocoons will burst." Jianlan's face instantly turned pale. Her lips trembled slightly as she unconsciously took half a step closer to Jiang Ning. "We joined your team to cooperate against Chen Ye. My people are not your subordinates, and I have already paid for your—" Jiang Ning's voice came from the back of the team as he took 2 steps forward, standing in front of Jianlan. Sean stepped forward, a slight smile on his lips. "Someone has to go in front, right?" He glanced at Jianlan, then at Jiang Ning. "She is the lowest level in the team. If she doesn't go, will you?" Jianlan's face turned even whiter. "Ning, go. Stay back. He'll go." Jiang Ning's voice was very calm. He didn't look back at Jianlan and stepped forward. Tang Jingxin turned his head, watching Jiang Ning's back, a slow smile forming at the corners of his mouth. He had never seen Jiang Ning make a move, and now was a good opportunity to observe. Jiang Ning reached the edge of the cocoon area and stopped. The emperor engine within him emitted a low rumble. Thud thud, thud thud, thud thud. A faint red glow emerged from within Jiang Ning's body, enveloping him like a thin layer of blood mist. In the next second, Jiang Ning moved. His speed was so fast that it was almost beyond the naked eye, his faint red figure carving an arc through the bluish-green glow and directly charging into the cocoon area. The instant his toes touched the first cocoon, a crack appeared on its shell. Crack. The crack widened and dark red liquid gushed out. A pair of dark red pincers extended from the crack, the ends sharp black claws. A face-hugging bug crawled out from the cocoon. Then the surrounding cocoons almost simultaneously began to crack open. The sound of cracking joined together, and dark red liquid flowed out of the shells, forming tiny streams on the ground of the passage. Face-hugging bugs surged out of the cocoons, their grayish-white bodies moving quickly in the bluish-green glow. They were drawn to Jiang Ning, rushing towards him. Jiang Ning's speed was too fast. The faint red figure darted through the cocoon area, and when the face-hugging bugs lunged at him, they found only air. Behind him, the face-hugging bugs gathered into a dark red tide, dense and overwhelming. "Clear out." Tang Jingxin's voice came from behind. Sean pulled out a long bow from his storage space, the bow body a deep brown with a faint green glow swirling around it. Arrows were knocked one after another onto the bowstring. Draw, shoot, draw again, and shoot again. Each arrow accurately struck a face-hugging bug, penetrating its body and pinning it to the cave wall. One arrow, one bug, clean and efficient. A female team member standing to the right of Tang Jingxin waved her hands continuously. Waves of azure wind blades shot out from her palms, spinning rapidly through the air with a sharp, shrill sound. The wind blades pierced into the bodies of the face-hugging bugs, slicing the grayish-white creatures in half midair, splattering milky, white liquid everywhere. 2 male team members also drew their weapons, one wielding a knife and the other a sword, charging forward. They were tasked with intercepting the face-hugging bugs that had turned to pursue Jiang Ning. However, there were too many face-hugging bugs. Most were taken down by Sean and his 3 companions, but 3 managed to break through the defense of the 2 team members in front and pounced towards Tang Jingxin. The 3 face-hugging bugs slipped through the gap between the 2 men, their dark red bodies bouncing through the air, pincers, open wide black claws aimed directly at Tang Jingxin's face. Tang Jingxin flipped her palm, and a long spear appeared in her hand. The spear was jet black, about 2 meters long, with a faint blue glow swirling around its surface. Holding the spear in her right hand, Tang Jingxin swiftly jabbed 3 times in the air. All 3 jabs hit the face-hugging bugs with precision, causing the 3 bugs to string together on the spear like a skewered candied hawthorn. With a twist of her wrist, Tang Jingxin spun the spear several times. The 3 face-hugging bugs hanging on the spear were torn apart by the centrifugal force, their bodies shattered in fragments, flying in all directions. She retracted the spear, its tip pointing downwards as she planted it into the ground. The battle ended swiftly. In less than 10 minutes, over 100 face-hugging bugs had turned into points on their scoreboard. Jiang Ning walked back from the passage ahead. A faint red glow still lingered around his body, and the roar of the Emperor engine gradually subsided. Not a drop of liquid had touched his combat jacket, only the corners slightly disheveled. With his agility, upon activating his talent, these bugs couldn't even brush against the hem of his clothing. Tang Jingxin glanced at him, a slight smile curling at the corners of her mouth. "Not bad." Jiang Ning looked at her without speaking and returned to stand beside Jianlan. Continue forward. If we encounter any areas with bug cocoons, just pass through. Tang Jingxin turned her gaze away and stepped deeper into the passage. She had figured out that these bug cocoons were no different from those on the ground, and the face-hugging bugs inside were pitifully weak. They might pose a threat to other teams, but for hers they weren't even a warm-up. The 7-member team continued forward. Their intentions aligned with Chen Ye's. They were naturally also looking for elite-level monsters. In another part of the underground space, Chen Ye's team arrived at a fork in the road. He scanned the 3 passages back and forth, his fingers unconsciously tapping lightly on his knee. Which way should we go? Zhao Hai asked, standing beside him. They all seem similar, let's take the middle passage. Chen Ye took the lead into the middle passage, with Zhao Hai following closely and the others trailing behind. Zhou Yiting walked at the back, drawing her dagger and making a cut on the stone wall of the middle passage. The inner side of the passage was narrower than the outside, with sparse glowing plants on the walls, only a few clusters emitting a light so faint it was almost negligible. Chen Ye pulled out a flashlight from his storage space, the beam of white light cutting a straight path through the darkness. After walking for about 10 minutes, the passage began to widen, and the glowing plants on the walls increased again, their blue-green luminescence filling the entire passage. Chen Ye stopped, raising his right hand to signal the team to halt. Ahead lay an expansive underground space. The blue-green glowing plants covered the walls and ceiling, illuminating the entire area as brightly as day. Chen Ye retrieved a monocular from his storage space, which he had exchanged for 5 points in the shop. He raised it, adjusted the focus, and aimed the lens at the center of the space. Then his breath hitched slightly. There lay a gigantic black spider. Its size was absurd, including its legs. Its width was estimated to exceed 5 meters, its entire body resembling a medium-sized truck lying on the ground. Its body was covered in a black exoskeleton with dark red patterns all over the surface, which bulged like blood vessels, subtly pulsating with each breath. 8 legs were folded on either side of its body, each ending in sharp black claws. Its head bore a row of compound eyes, 8 in total, arranged in 2 columns, all currently closed. Chen Ye lowered the monocular and glanced back at the others, lowering his voice. It seems we've found an elite monster. Indeed. Qin Xiaoyang leaned in, and Chen Ye handed him the monocular. Qin Xiaoyang lifted it for a look and gasped, "Good heavens, such a large spider, it must be an elite monster. How do we attack?" Zhao Hai took the monocular for a glance before returning it to Chen Ye. Chen Ye stored the monocular back and surveyed the layout of the underground space. The giant spider was positioned near the center of the space, with a thin layer of white silk covering the ground around it, marking its area of activity. To the right was a large open area with no spider webs, suitable as the main attack direction. The usual plan: Hai Gu and I will draw its attention from the front, while Wang Shuo and Li Zheng flank it from the right, and the class leader and Zhao Yang will provide ranged support. Chen Ye swiftly assigned tasks. The 6 confirmed their routes and positions. Chen Ye stepped out from the passage, moving silently yet swiftly. With 14 points in agility, his movement speed increased significantly. Zhao Hai entered from the other side, his fists completely metallicized, a silver-gray sheen spreading from his fingertips to his forearms. His footsteps were heavier than Chen Ye's, but he deliberately lightened them, making only the faintest sound on the gravel beneath his feet. Qin Xiaoyang and Zhou Yiting took their positions at the passage entrance. Qin Xiaoyang crouched behind a protruding rock, his wind crossbow resting on the rock. Zhou Yiting stood beside him, a layer of ice blue glow flickering at her fingertips. Wang Shuo and Li Zheng crept along the cave wall to the right of the space, crouching behind a thick stone pillar. As Chen Ye approached within about 30 meters of the giant spider, all 8 of its compound eyes suddenly opened. The pupils of those 8 eyes were deep red, like 8 glowing coals, particularly striking against the blue-green glow. Its head lifted slightly, and all 8 legs straightened simultaneously, raising its massive body off the ground. The deep red pupils swept across the space, quickly locking onto Chen Ye's direction. Its abdomen swelled up, and at the end of its abdomen a spinneret emerged from the gaps in its exoskeleton, silver-white and covered in numerous tiny holes. Scatter! Just as Chen Ye's voice fell, a massive white spider web was shot out from the spinneret. The web unfurled in the air, expanding from a small point into a wall at speed so fast that the naked eye could barely follow. Over 10 meters wide, it was almost covering the area where Chen Ye and Zhao Hai stood. Chen Ye reacted the fastest. His 14 points in agility came into play at that moment. At the instant the spider web descended, he suddenly darted to the right, rolling twice along the ground, narrowly escaping the edge of the web's coverage. The web brushed past his back, the nearest thread just 10 centimeters from his clothing. Qin Zhaoyang's reaction was also quick. Crouched behind the rock, the web just barely skimmed his area. He quickly shrank back behind the rock, pressing his body to the ground. As the web swept in front of him, the wind it stirred, blowing his hair. But the others were not so lucky. Zhao Hai's speed was not slow, but he was too close to the coverage of the web. As soon as he took a step to the left, the web descended upon him. White threads wrapped around his right arm and left side of his waist. He pulled hard the threads, tensed for a moment, but did not break. He did not continue to struggle, but instead grabbed the threads around his right arm with both hands and exerted force with his arms, tearing the threads apart. The threads were incredibly resilient, but under Zhao Hai's triple strength, they were ultimately ripped apart. The threads at the torn spot attempted to regenerate, but Zhao Hai had already pulled the entire bundle of threads off his body and thrown it to the ground. Wang Shuo was completely ensnared by the web with white threads wrapping around most of his body from shoulder. His left arm was firmly secured to his side, and although his right arm could move, it was limited to a small range, unable to even lift the axe. He struggled hard a few times, but the threads did not budge, instead tightening even more. Li Zheng's right leg and left hand were also ensnared by the threads. He squatted down to pull with his right hand, but the resilience of the threads far exceeded his strength. After pulling for a long time, he only managed to break a few, and new threads grew from the broken ends. Zhou Yiting was positioned farthest away, but still had a thread wrap around her arm. She quickly retreated back to the passage. In a moment, two people in the team were trapped by the web. Chen Ye circled around from the right side, standing in front of the giant spider, forming a pincer move with Zhao Hai. Their eyes met in the air for a moment, and then they nodded simultaneously. Qin Zhaoyang peeked out from behind the rocks, the crossbow, already aimed. Shoot its abdomen. Don't let it spray. Chen Ye's voice came from the front. Qin Zhaoyang pulled the trigger. A short arrow wrapped in a pale red glow shot out, tracing a striking trajectory in the bluish-green glow, accurately hitting the spinneret at the end of the giant spider's abdomen. Boom! The explosion sounded beneath the giant spider's body. The spinneret was blasted open, silver-white fragments and deep red liquid splattered everywhere. The giant spider's body trembled violently, its 8 legs scratching deep grooves in the ground, emitting a sharp screech. Well shot! Zhao Hai shouted, charging towards the giant spider. Chen Ye also rushed forward from the right side, a short dagger already in hand. The giant spider's spinneret was destroyed, but it still had 8 legs and 2 pairs of pincers. Its right front leg swept towards him at an astonishing speed, the claw tearing through the air with a sharp screech. Zhao Hai did not dodge. He pulled back his right fist, and his iron fist, infused with triple strength, smashed into the joint of the giant spider's right front leg. Bang! A crack formed in the shell at the joint of the giant spider's right front leg, causing the leg to snap back, but Zhao Hai was also forced back 2 steps by the recoil. Chen Ye cut in from the other side. He did not use any skills. A punch with his 30 base strength struck the left side of the giant spider's head. His fist embedded into the shell, leaving a deep dent, and dark red liquid seeped out from the gap in the dent. The giant spider's head suddenly turned towards Chen Ye, its 8 compound eyes fixated on him, its pincers opened wide, venomous fangs lunging towards his neck. Chen Ye dodged to the side, grabbing one of the giant spider's pincers with his left hand, and his right fist struck again at the same spot. Heavy artillery. The golden aura of the heavy artillery burned to its peak on Chen Ye's fist. This punch was powered by all his strength, combining his 30 base strength with triple skill burst, unleashing 90 points of damage all at once. His fist struck the already dented left side of the giant spider's head. Boom! The shell on the left side of the giant spider's head shattered completely under this punch, fragments flying everywhere, revealing the grayish-white muscle tissue and dark red bodily fluid underneath. The giant spider's body suddenly stiffened, its 8 legs straightening simultaneously, then convulsing violently. Its massive body collapsed with a crash, crashing to the ground and kicking up a cloud of debris and dust. Kill Cave Spider Elite Points 200. The system prompt flashed before Chen Ye's eyes. The battle ended in less than 3 minutes. An Oni and a half-star elite monster could not withstand his full-strength punch of heavy artillery. Chen Ye retracted his fist, shaking off the dirt on it, and turned to walk towards his trapped teammates. Wang Shuo was still curled up like a cocoon on the ground, most of his body tightly wrapped in white threads, leaving only half his face and 1 foot exposed. Seeing Chen Ye approach, a muffled voice came from beneath the threads. "Strategist, get me out of here quickly, this thing is choking me to death." Chen Ye squatted down and forcefully tore open the web. The cave spider was dead, so these threads had lost their regenerative ability. Wang Shuo finally crawled out from the pile of threads, gasping for air, his face marked with several red impressions from the constriction. He moved his numb arm, bent down to pick up the axe on the ground, and cursed, "This damn web. I thought it was just an ordinary spider web, but it's tougher than steel wires." Li Zheng's situation was slightly better than Wang Shuo's. Only his right leg and left hand were ensnared, while Zhao Hai was helping him pull at the threads. Zhou Yiting walked out from the passage. She had few threads on her hands, having cut them with a short knife herself. "Is everyone okay?" Zhao Hai glanced at the few people in the team. "I'm fine, just a bit choked." Wang Shuo moved his shoulder. Li Zheng and Zhou Yiting also indicated they were unharmed. Qin Xiaoyang ran over from behind the rocks, reaching the giant spider's corpse. He walked around it, his gaze sweeping the ground around the corpse before stopping at one spot. There are drops. There are drops. His voice was filled with barely contained excitement. Chen Ye walked over and looked in the direction Qin Xiaoyang was pointing. Next to the giant spider's corpse, a hemispherical transparent shield lay on the ground. Inside the shield, a black bracelet lay quietly, its surface shimmering with a faint green glow. Chen Ye squatted down, his fingertips piercing through the shield to pick up the bracelet. The black bracelet felt cold to the touch with fine patterns on its inner surface. He summoned the item, a tribute panel, and a blue light curtain unfolded before his eyes. Black Jade Ring, green quality type, magical weapon effect, Spirit 3 description, increases the user's spirit attribute by 3 points. Equipment bonus attributes do not benefit from talents and skills. A spirit type weapon. Chen Ye weighed the ring in his hand and turned to Zhou Yiting at the back of the team. Squad leader, this is suitable for you. Zhou Yiting walked over, took the ring, and inspected it in her palm. The black ring stood out prominently on her fair palm, the faint green glow reflected on her fingers like a layer of thin fluorescence. Without hesitation, she put the ring on her left wrist, which fit perfectly, neither too big nor too small. Zhou Yiting moved her wrist. The ring did not hinder any of her movements. Zhao Hai glanced at the black jade ring on Zhou Yiting's wrist, then at the giant spider's corpse on the ground. Let's keep looking. This trial ended. It should not be difficult for each person to have a green quality weapon. Chen Ye nodded, his gaze shifting from the giant spider's corpse, scanning the other directions in this underground space. This space was much larger than they had anticipated. In addition to the passage they came from, there were 3 other passages in the other 3 directions. The 3 passages were approximately the same size, about 5 meters wide and 3 meters high, with dense luminous plants on the cave walls providing ample light, making it impossible to tell which one was more likely to be the main path. Just as he was about to suggest moving forward, the system panel suddenly popped up in front of him. Su Jin, requests to add you to the group. Chat, do you accept? Chen Ye's gaze lingered on those 2 characters. Su Jin ranked second on the leaderboard in the first carriage, that woman with a neck-length bob. Chen Ye had no prior interaction with her, yet suddenly received a group chat invitation. Zhao Hai leaned over and noticed the content on the holographic screen, furrowing his brows slightly. Su Jin. What does she want? Well, no, once we see. Chen Ye accepted Su Jin's group chat invitation. The group chat interface unfolded before his eyes. The list of group members appeared in the upper right corner. There were only 5 members in the chat, but the number was steadily increasing, and in no time it grew to 10. Chen Ye glanced at the group chat members, and the 10 individuals were precisely the top 10 ranked players on the leaderboard. Wenning, Gu Qinghuan, and Jiang Ning were also among them. Qin Xiaoyang leaned, and wow, a group of the top 10 on the leaderboard. Wang Shuo, Li Zheng, and Zhou Yiting all gathered around. 6 people crowded together, staring at the semi-transparent blue holographic screen in front of Chen Ye. In the group chat, the first message had already been sent. Su Jin, I assume everyone has seen that man selling information in Infinite City. Everyone basically knows the intensity of this trial now. All members in this group are those who might reach level 10 after this trial. After the message was sent a few seconds later, someone replied. Leishing, what are you trying to say? Su Jin, what I mean is, should we all hold back our levels? As long as no one exceeds level 10, the next trial will remain at 1.5 stars. This way, both our teammates and other passengers on the train get an extra survival trial at 1.5 stars to enhance their strength. Tang Jingxin, Su Jin, you're being somewhat naive. Who would be willing to slow their leveling speed for others? As long as the number of surviving passengers on the train falls below a certain threshold, the merging mechanism is likely to trigger again. What we need to do is level up as quickly as possible, not wait for those who are holding us back. Su Jin, don't you consider your teammates? Can you guarantee that everyone in your team will survive the 2-star survival trial? The intensity of the 2-star survival trial is certainly not comparable to 1.5 stars. Tang Jingxin, you don't need to worry about that. As long as I'm strong enough, I can lead my team to survive. Li Tianran, Su Jin has a point, but who can guarantee that everyone will follow the rules and hold back their levels? Ideals are beautiful, but reality is harsh. Tang Jingxin, everyone should focus on improving their strength quickly. Let's not waste time here. Tang Jingxin exited the group chat. Shan exited the group chat. Jiang Ning exited the group chat. 3 exit messages popped up consecutively. Su Jin, in that case, let's pretend I said nothing. Su Jin disbanded the group chat. The blue holographic screen disappeared before Chen Ye. The 6 stood in place, silent for 2 seconds. Zhou Yiting was the first to speak, her tone carrying a thoughtful nuance. Su Jin is indeed too idealistic. Though what she said made sense, it was essentially a choice between a red and blue button, and most people would choose to press the red button rather than the blue one. What red and blue buttons? Qin Xiaoyang asked, looking puzzled. It's a human nature testing game. Chen Ye took over the conversation, his gaze returning from where the holographic screen had vanished. You can understand pressing down your level as the blue button and not pressing it as the red button. As long as the top 10 on the leaderboard choose to hold back their levels, the next trial will still be 1.5 stars, allowing most people to survive. But if even one person from the top 10 chooses not to hold back, their level will reach 10A, and the next trial will be 2 stars, making it difficult for those who held back. Chen Ye turned to Qin Xiaoyang. If you were in the top 10 and had the chance to raise your level to 10 in this trial, would you choose to suppress your level to help more people survive in the next survival trial? Of course I wouldn't hold back. Suppressing my level is like handing my life over to others. If I hold back while everyone else does not, wouldn't I be a fool? Qin Xiaoyang blurted out without a second thought. Chen Ye smiled, his gaze falling back on the 3 passages. So the class leader is right. People are inherently selfish, especially in the current environment. But if someone levels up too quickly, it indeed drags down those behind, which is the cruelty of this death game. If one person's level diverges too far from others, unless they have the strength to suppress everyone, they can easily become a target, even being hunted down by a coalition of others. Chen Ye glanced at Zhou Yiting, recognizing her foresight. Currently, the levels of the first group were quite similar, 1 at level 9, 1 at level 8, and 3 at level 7. They all had the opportunity to reach level 10 in this trial. But if Tang Jingxin were at level 9 and everyone else ranked 5 or 6, it could very well lead to the scenario Zhou Yiting described. The 2nd to 10th ranked players might unite to eliminate Tang Jingxin, thus avoiding being forced into a 2-star difficulty trial due to insufficient strength. Zhao Hai stood by, arms crossed over his chest, remaining silent, clearly processing the conversation between Chen Ye and Zhou Yiting. That's all for later. For now, let's focus on enhancing our strength quickly, though our rankings are low, so we shouldn't consider these matters yet. Chen Ye's gaze swept over the 3 passages. Let's take the middle passage and continue hunting elite monster. The group stepped into the middle passage, and Zhou Yiting unsheathed her dagger, carving a mark at the entrance as Qin Xiaoyang turned around and asked class leader, with so many forks along the way, can you really find your way back using these marks? Zhou Yiting inserted her dagger back into its sheath. Absolutely. All the forks we've taken are stored in my mind, and with the marks I've made, I can find the entrance we came down from without fail. Wang Shuo clicked his tongue as expected of a top student. Your memory is impressive. Chen Ye's group moved swiftly through the underground worm nest passage, their footsteps echoing in the vast underground space. After clearing several waves of ordinary worms, they found the 2nd elite monster, which Chen Ye hardly exerted effort against, allowing Zhao Hai to earn the kill points. The monster dropped a pair of green-quality tiger claw gauntlets made of silver-white metal with raised spikes on the surface that shimmered with a faint green glow. Zhao Hai donned the tiger claws, clenched his fist, nodding in satisfaction. This thing suits me. Looks like Brother Hai is addicted to punching. Wang Shuo, carrying an axe, walked at the back of the group, his tone filled with envy. Zhao Hai smiled, but remained silent, the curve of his lips noticeably larger than usual. Qin Xiaoyang walked at the front of the group alongside Chen Ye, holding his wind crossbow, scanning the area ahead cautiously. Ye Gu, it seems there's another large space ahead.